Chapter 1. The rent must be paid upon arrival. On the desolate planet DQ-008, Suyu awakened amidst a cacophony of shrill voices, a torrent of foreign memories flashing through her mind like a kaleidoscope. She had traversed into another realm, escaping a desolate apocalypse to arrive in an era of interstellar advancement. Yet, despite the technological marvels of this age, she found herself on a backward and barren planet. "You fool, get away from me!" A shrill voice pierced through the air. "Suyu, don't think I don't know you're hiding in there. What's the meaning of sending a fool to block the door? If you don't pay the rent today, you're out of here." The harsh tones rang sharply in Suyu's ears. "Yu is not home. You should leave," came a timid voice, and a handsome face immediately surfaced in Suyu's mind. The voice belonged to her elder brother, Su-yi. "Whether she's home or not, they'll find out if I come in. Get out of the way, you fool." The woman's voice rose to a piercing pitch. Then, a cacophony of screams erupted. "Ouch! You dare lay a hand on me, you fool. Just wait. They'll report you to the authorities and have you thrown out of the safe zone." Suyu's expression shifted. "Wait," she called out, her voice cutting through the ruckus. The two outside paused momentarily. The landlady, Madame Zhu, quickly scrambled to her feet, pushing past Su-yi to storm into the room. Su-yi was momentarily taken aback, indeed pushed aside by Madame Zhu. With no time to stop her, he could only chase after her to protect his sister from this troublesome woman. "Ah, Suyu, you wretched girl, you're indeed hiding here." Madame Zhu approached Suyu's bedside, rolling up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Her voice grew increasingly grating. Su-yi swiftly positioned himself in front of the bed, shielding Suyu completely. "Don't you dare harm Yu. Be careful, he'll hit you." Su-yi raised a fist threateningly at Madame Zhu. A flicker of fear crossed Madame Zhu's eyes, but instead of retreating, she pressed forward. "Fine. You think you can avoid paying rent and still strike me? Go ahead. If you dare, they'll call the police and have you thrown out of the safe zone." Su-yi's teeth ground in frustration, ready to retaliate. At that moment, however, Suyu grasped his clothing. "Brother, don't," she urged, now sitting up. Su-yi quickly turned, crouching to assess Suyu's condition. "Yu, are you all right?" She's so fierce upon seeing his sister awake. Chapter 2. Natural food. In a moment of desperation, she took her stepsister to seek out a scoundrel, pleading for his assistance to save her elder brother. However, they fell victim to the schemes of the scoundrel and his conniving partner, losing their dignity and ultimately facing a broken engagement. Although her brother regained consciousness, his intellect had regressed to that of a 6-year-old child. Meanwhile, she was framed by her stepsister and accused of attempted murder. After being convicted, she and her brother were exiled to the desolate planet DQ-008. Suyu gently placed her hand on her slightly rounded abdomen. This child was an unexpected surprise. She had only discovered his existence a month prior. Initially, she harbored resentment and frustration towards this child of uncertain parentage. Yet ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to terminate the pregnancy. Given her circumstances, such an act would have inevitably led to her own demise. After all, this was a barren planet, and they lacked the means to purchase medication or even afford a medical P. Suyu glanced down at her modestly protruding belly, a wave of warmth surging within her. Unlike her former self, she felt nothing but love for the life growing inside her. For a decade in this apocalyptic world, she had once been accompanied by family. However, as time passed, she lost them all, leaving her to navigate the desolation alone for 10 long years. But now, she had her brother and a child who would soon arrive in 6 months. Though their current situation was dire, she remained confident that she could gradually improve their circumstances. Before long, Su-yi returned with 2 basins of hot water. Suyu set to work opening the instant noodles and preparing them. Su-yi watched eagerly, swallowing hard in anticipation. After a while, Suyu sensed that the noodles were ready. She tore open the seasoning packets and added them along with dried beef, stirring the mixture with chopsticks. "Let us eat." Once finished, she handed a pair of chopsticks to Su. He took them and eagerly dug in. Suyu joined him, savoring the delicious noodles. This is really good. So tasty, Yu. Su, he exclaimed. Clearly famished as he devoured his meal voraciously, Suyu chuckled as she watched him, equally hungry. Within 2 minutes, both had polished off their bowls and licked them clean. Suyu's gaze shifted to the untouched can of beef nearby. Suyu smiled and encouraged him. "You should finish the can as well." Suyu immediately took action, pouring the contents into Suyu's bowl. You eat, you. You have a little baby, he said, glancing at her belly. Suyu felt a wave of emotion wash over her. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved 2 loaves of bread from her spatial storage. I'll have the can. You can have these 2 breads. Brother, she handed the bread to Su-yi. She was still quite hungry. The 2 bowls of noodles hadn't satiated her. Moreover, with her brother's mental capacity having reached an S level, even without piloting a mech, his daily energy expenditure was greater than that of others, making him even hungrier than her. Su-yi's eyes lit up. Great. As he bit into the bread, Su-yi's expression was one of sheer satisfaction. This bread is truly delicious. Yu. It's even tastier than natural food. Su-yi's eyes flickered at the mention of natural food. Indeed, these items were from before the apocalypse, hence they could be classified as natural food. In this era, although technology had advanced significantly, natural food was exceedingly scarce. The reason lay in the weakness of consumable crop seeds, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. With the scarcity of natural food, prices soared, often 10 to 100 times that of synthetic food. Consequently, the common populace predominantly consumed synthetic food or nutrient solutions, both of which fell short in flavor and nutritional value compared to natural food. The empire's officials had researched and concluded that the rate of mental enhancement was significantly greater with long-term consumption of natural food than with synthetic alternatives. Even for those unable to consume natural food regularly, officials recommended at least 2 kilograms weekly to maintain mental stability and a healthy physical condition. Having been on DQ008 for over 3 months, she and her brother had only enjoyed a few meals of natural food in the first 2 months, with the remaining time spent on synthetic food and nutrient solutions. Recently, they had become so impoverished that they could no longer afford even those. This was why she had fainted that afternoon. As long as it's delicious, she replied, returning to her thoughts with a smile. Let us work hard together and strive to enjoy natural food every day. Su-yi nodded in agreement that I'll definitely work hard to mine energy stones so that you and the little baby can eat good food. Su-yi smiled, choosing not to correct Su-yi's words. Tomorrow, brother will believe in me. After a night's rest, the next day, Su-yi felt significantly better. As she opened her eyes, Su-yi arrived, carrying a basket and armed with a sickle and hoe. Ready to bid farewell, Su-yu, whose health was fragile, had allowed Su-yi to venture out alone for energy stones for the past half month. Clearly, he was making the same decision today. Indeed, DQ008 was rich in energy stones, which was the primary reason for its status as a banished planet. In this time, energy sources came in 2 forms: energy crystals and star beast cores. Energy crystals were derived from energy stones and were the most common energy source in the cosmos. Energy stones, however, were only found on planets inhabited by star beasts and were relatively abundant. Star beast cores, on the other hand, were rare. Low-level star beasts lacked cores, while high-level star beasts, despite possessing cores, were exceedingly dangerous. While a high-level star beast core contained immense energy, few dared to risk their lives to hunt these creatures. Most star beast cores acquired by the Empire came from battlefields or powerful mercenary groups. Like her brother was also a sinner without any mech to protect him. Confronting even low-level star beasts was perilous. Thus, upon arriving at DQ008, they, along with other exiles and lower-class natives, could only survive by mining energy stones. Their situation was considerably worse than that of the natives, as they were required to deliver 100 pounds of energy stones, or 2,000 star coins, to the Empire's collection station each month. For the 2 of them, that meant a total of 200 pounds of energy stones, or 4,000 star coins. With her frail health and pregnancy, the burden of their livelihood had mostly fallen on her brother's shoulders. It was time for her to effect change. Brother, I'm going out of the city with you, Su-yu declared. How can that be? Su-yi responded, glancing at Su-yu's abdomen. Yu has a little baby. You must stay home to care for him. Su-yu smiled and gently caressed her belly. The baby is still small and will remain safe within me for the time being. In less than 6 months. He will be born. We need to earn as many star coins as possible so that he won't go hungry. Su-yi frowned, recognizing the logic in her words, but still feeling uncertain. Su-yu retrieved 3 loaves of bread and 2 cartons of milk from her spatial storage. Here, let's eat our fill before we set off. Even after a night's rest, she needed to replenish her strength. And so did her brother. She had to invest in this small amount of capital. Chapter 3. Exiting the city to mine energy stones. Upon seeing the food, Su-yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a second thought, he eagerly nodded. The siblings finished their meal and set out together. Upon reaching the nearest western city gate, they found a long queue. Fortunately, the flow of people was swift, and soon they were outside the city. Beyond the gates, numerous armed drones circled overhead. From the base of the city wall, one could see various defensive weaponry. Ahead lay a jungle more terrifying than a primordial forest. The flora on DQ008 seemed to have absorbed growth hormones, growing over 3 times larger than normal plants. The star beasts were no exception. Some high-level beasts were even dozens of times larger than their ordinary counterparts. This was a common characteristic of energy planets. The safe zones and wilderness on energy planets were 2 vastly different worlds. Brother, let us go this way. A fork in the path. So you called out to Su-E, who was about to continue forward. Su-E turned back, glancing at the throngs of people moving ahead. We need to go further to mine energy stones, he noted, but it will be more dangerous. Su stepped forward and grasped Su-E's hand. Trust me that we'll operate closer to the safety zone. Su-E hesitated, casting a glance at Su-Yu's abdomen before finally responding with a reluctant agreeing to her suggestion. The siblings then altered their course, heading toward the right side of the main road. In areas closer to the safety zone, trees were sparse, mostly replaced by wild grasses. However, the wild grass on this barren planet bore little distinction from normal trees. They grew tall, blocking sunlight and significantly affecting visibility. Leaving the main path, they navigated through the thicket of grass. Su felt as though she had entered a land of giants, feeling small and vulnerable. Following closely behind Su-E, she observed the surrounding vegetation. Foxtail grass, water hemlock, grave vegetable, stickweed, mugwort. She recognized many of these wild plants. They flourished, their sizes increased several times compared to what she had seen before the apocalypse. Though their appearances remained unchanged, suddenly, Su-Yu spotted a dandelion standing at her waist height. Brother, wait, she called out to Su-Yu. He halted and turned back to her. Quick, go cut it, Su-Yu urged, pointing at the dandelion. Dandelions were not only medicinal but also edible wild vegetables. Su-E appeared a bit bewildered. If you listen to me, I'll make you instant noodles when we return. Seeing Su-E hesitate, Su-Yu added. The words instant noodles seemed to flip a switch in Su-E. All right, he exclaimed. Without delay, he approached the dandelion and swung his sickle. With his considerable strength, he quickly harvested the dandelion. Su-Yu took the 3 to 4 pound dandelion and activated her mental energy. Indeed, through her microscopic perception, Su-Yu discovered the abundance of toxins contained within the dandelion plants, and detoxification was her forte. Was it not? Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately unleashed her purifying abilities. Under her keen observation, the toxins within the dandelion swiftly dissipated. In less than a second, the toxins had vanished entirely, and a smile crept across her lips as she glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, before stowing the dandelion into her spatial realm. Brother, let's go, she urged Su-E. All right, Su-E replied, casting a glance at the spatial ring in his sister's hand before turning to continue their journey. After walking a while, Su-Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Sugarcane, she exclaimed, having stumbled upon a small grove of robust sugarcanes. Towering like columns, these giant canes exuded an aura of majesty. Su-Yu's eyes gleamed with anticipation, her mouth watering at the thought of their sweetness. This small patch must contain about 100 stalks. If they harvested them all, they would strike it rich. Hurry, let us cut the sugarcane, she urged Su-E. Su-E glanced at Su-Yu. All right, he acquiesced, following her lead. The sugarcanes were as thick as a large bowl and soared to heights of over 10 meters. That a sickle was not the ideal tool for chopping them down. But Su-Yi's strength prevailed, and within a few minutes, he managed to fell a stalk. The weight of the sugarcane created quite a ruckus as it crashed down. Su-Yu quickly scanned the surroundings, forbidding Su-E from trimming the cane, and instead, she directly stored it in her spatial realm. Casting a final glance at the grove, Su-Yu hesitated for just a moment before deciding against further harvesting. The tools they had today were ill-suited, and there was no need to squander time here. Besides, the stock they had just collected was hefty enough to keep her busy for quite some time. As they traversed through the grove, the siblings continued onward. After a while, Su-Yu unexpectedly spotted a clump of potatoes by the roadside. What a delightful find, she thought, unwilling to let even a single potato slip through her fingers. She urged Su-E to dig them up, and in the end, they unearthed 3 sizable tubers. Perhaps sizable was an understatement. The largest was as big as a basin, while the smallest was nearly the size of a basketball. After storing the potatoes in her spatial realm, Suyu checked the time on her wrist device and realized it was nearly noon. Let's call it a day. Brother, we should head back now. If we hurry, we might still have time to prepare lunch. He was taken aback, glancing at his empty backpack. Are we heading back already? But I haven't found a single energy stone today. Let us go. I'll make you something delicious when we return. Suyu chimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Hearing the promise of food, Suyu relented, and together they began their journey back. Along the way, Suyu had Suyu dig up a few wild vegetables. This outing had proven fruitful indeed. Upon reaching the western city gate of the safe zone, they found it sparsely populated. This was hardly surprising, as most individuals ventured out for the entire day to mine for energy stones. Few, like Suyu, returned after just half a day. As they hurried towards their rented abode, Suyu noticed a store selling electrical appliances and mining equipment. After glancing at her dwindling balance of star coins, she took Suyu inside. The home appliances of the interstellar age were remarkably advanced. Although the prices were not exorbitant, they were beyond Suyu's current means. Ultimately, after haggling with the shopkeeper, she purchased a medium-sized electric saw for 50 star coins, leaving her with a mere single-digit balance. The saw operated on low-grade energy crystals, and with only a small supply, it could function for about 10 minutes. Regrettably, she had no extra funds to procure more energy crystals. Passing by a general goods store, Suyu also bought some plastic bags, effectively reducing her star coin balance to zero. But upon returning to their rented room, she immediately instructed Suyu to close the door. Chapter 4. Selling sugarcane sticks, she then approached the kitchen door and retrieved the thick sugarcane from her spatial realm. The cane was too long, occupying both the kitchen and living room spaces. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she caressed the sugarcane, activating her powers. Before long, the cane was fully purified. With delight, she traced lines on the cane with her fingernail. Brother, bring the electric saw over and cut along these lines. Okay, Suyu replied, complying promptly. The electric saw proved effective, and under Suyu's guidance, he swiftly cut the cane into 10 segments. The juice flowed abundantly, splattering sweet liquid as they worked. Suyu accidentally tasted a drop, and his eyes widened in astonishment. From that moment on, he became eager to assist Suyu with the task. Once the sugarcane was cut, Suyu set aside 10 segments and returned the remaining cane to her spatial realm. After sampling the pulp produced by the saw, they resumed their work, directing Suyu to peel the 10 segments. As the peeling was completed, the saw alerted them that its energy was nearly depleted. To conserve the energy crystals, Suyu opted not to use the saw any further, instead instructing Suyu to fetch a kitchen knife for the next round of processing. She intended to cut the sugarcane into sticks for sale, disguising its original size and shape. Suyu, being adept with his hands, quickly produced numerous sticks, each about 10 centimeters long and roughly 2 centimeters in width and height. Suyu retrieved several large plastic bags, filling them with the neatly cut sugarcane sticks while sampling the irregular ones herself, or cutting them into smaller pieces for potential tastings. The siblings worked diligently, enjoying their task while snacking. After half an hour, they finally completed their endeavor. Suyu then directed Suyu to tidy up the area, gathering the refuse for storage in her spatial realm to dispose of during their next venture outside. Suyu retrieved the smallest potato from her spatial realm. After purifying it, she sliced a piece off, peeled it, and boiled it before frying it with seasonings, transforming it into crispy potato strips. The result was quite delightful. Although they did not resemble traditional wolf teeth, as the potatoes finished frying, their lunch was ready. Suyu, not minding the heat, stuffed his mouth full, while Suyu maintained a more refined approach, albeit with a discerning palate. The potatoes were delicious, yet she knew they could be even tastier. The various seasonings at home were synthetic rather than derived from natural plants, which somewhat altered the flavor of the fresh food. However, at this moment, Suyu was far from picky. After enduring a diet of synthetic food and nutritional supplements, this meal was a gourmet feast. Thus, the siblings polished off an entire pot of potatoes. After arriving on DQ-08, it was the first time they truly felt full. Suddenly, Suyu let out a burp, followed by several more. Suyu chuckled at the sight, and Suyu foolishly joined in the laughter. After sharing a moment of joy, Suyu stood and directed Suyu to assist her in cleaning the kitchen. Once the kitchen was tidy, Suyu stored most of the prepared sugarcane sticks in her spatial realm. The remaining few were placed into 2 backpacks, with some also set aside in a basin. Gathering a stack of packaging bags, The siblings set off together, each carrying a backpack. Su led the way towards the commercial street. Walking to the commercial street would take at least an hour. It was not that she was unwilling to take the hover bus. Rather, her star coin account had been depleted. Even if she wanted to ride, she could not. The safe zone they were currently in was called Boundless City, the largest city on DQ008. It was home to not only exile convicts, but also many natives, as well as mercenaries who came to the wasteland for hunting or training. With such a large population, consumption was inevitable, and the commercial street was the area of highest expenditure in Boundless City, frequented by the affluent. An hour later, the siblings finally reached the commercial street. The streets here were wider and cleaner than outside, and the pace of life seemed more leisurely. Most passersby were dressed decently, certainly better than the siblings. Avoiding the patrolling drones, Suyu guided Su-E to a department store. After surveying the surroundings, she uncovered the basin she was carrying and began to call out, "Natural sugarcane. Selling natural sugarcane at a bargain. Only 3 star coins apiece if it's not sweet. It's free. Natural sugarcane, fresh and juicy natural sugarcane for sale. Just 3 star coins each. If it's not sweet, it's free. Don't miss out on this deal." Suyu's melodious voice quickly drew attention. An older woman leading a child approached. She glanced at the sugarcane in Suyu's basin and noted how cleanly it had been processed, its creamy yellow hue suggesting sweetness. "Is this truly natural sugarcane?" she inquired. "Absolutely genuine. You'll know as soon as you taste it. Here, try a small piece. If it's not natural or not sweet, you won't owe me anything," Suyu offered, handing a sample of the sugarcane to the child. The woman intended to intervene, but the child had already taken it. "It's delicious. Grandma, I want sugarcane," the child exclaimed after tasting it, tugging at the woman's sleeve. The grandmother furrowed her brow, glancing between her grandson and the sample offered by Suyu before finally tasting it herself. As the sugarcane melted in her mouth, her eyes lit up with delight. "It really is natural sugarcane," she murmured, then turned to Suyu. 3 star coins each, right? "I'll take 10. No, 20 pieces, she declared, buying 20 pieces. "Can you do it for 50 star coins?" Fresh fruits in Boundless City were scarce, and given the size of the sugarcane, 3 star coins each was quite reasonable. However, Suyu's smile faltered. "That's a bit too little. Ma'am, you see, fresh natural sugarcane isn't cheap to acquire. How about 54 star coins?" The woman countered. "If I buy so many, you must give me a bit of discount. Do not let me have even a little." "Then I shall not take it." But a nearby child, upon hearing this, tugged at his grandmother. "Grandma, I want to eat sugarcane." The elderly lady frowned and scolded. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Such an expensive treat. Who can indulge in it every day?" Suyu understood this was intentionally directed at her. With a sigh, she feigned a helpless expression. "How about this? You give me 60 star coins, and I'll throw in 2 extra pieces of sugarcane for the little one." Instantly, the old woman's expression brightened. "All right then." Suyu smiled at the child before turning to place the basin above Su-E's. Counting out the pieces of sugarcane, 20 pieces were quickly counted. And Suyu, in front of the old lady, added 2 more pieces for the child. Chapter 5. In total, there were 22 pieces of sugarcane, 2 of which were a gift for the child. "Auntie, here you go." Su handed the packaged sugarcane to the old lady, simultaneously exchanging glances with the child. Perhaps her own baby would be just as adorable in the future. The child, fond of Suyu, beamed at her and then reached out to ask his grandmother for sugarcane. "All you do is eat," the old lady scolded, but she still handed him a piece. Then she activated her light brain. Preparing to transfer money to Su hastily brought out her device to receive the payment. 60 star coins entered her account, causing a smile to blossom on her face. The old lady departed with the child. She waved goodbye to him. With the first transaction completed, the next ones would surely follow. Su, possessing eloquence and a quick mind, soon completed 3 more transactions. Only 1 customer approached her directly. The other 2 were ones Suyu had engaged in conversation with after noticing their interest in purchasing. The approach was nearly the same each time. Offer a free sample and confirm satisfaction before selling. When faced with haggling, she would agree to add a few more pieces of sugarcane or provide trial samples. This strategy proved effective in sealing the deals. Not long after, Suyu spotted another potential customer. Just as she prepared to engage, a drone hovered nearby, announcing, "Warning, exiled individuals numbered DQS-107 Su-E and DQS-108 Suyu detected engaging in illegal sales in the commercial street. Please vacate immediately." Suyu was taken aback. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd turned their wary gazes towards the siblings. The potential customer immediately lost interest and left. Warning: exiled individuals numbered DQS-107 SU-E and DQS-108 SU detected engaging in illegal sales in the commercial street. Please vacate immediately. The mechanical voice from the drone repeated. Frustration welled within Suyu. Understanding that remaining would hinder her business, she called for Su-E to leave. The persistent drone faithfully trailed them until they exited the commercial street. You. Su-E looked at the departing drone. Worry etched on his face as he glanced at his sister. Su perked up at ITS. All right, we were likely apprehended because we lingered too long in one spot. This time we will walk while selling and avoid those drones. They shouldn't pursue us further. The commercial street was bustling with vendors, and the drones behaved much like city enforcement before the apocalypse. Chasing people away was commonplace. Yet, regardless of the enforcement, vendors continued to exist. Thus, Suyu and Su-E re-entered the commercial street, observing the other vendors while continuing to sell their sugarcane. After being chased by a drone once more and conversing with other vendors for insights, Suyu finally grasped the survival rules for vendors in the commercial street. Staying in one place for over 30 minutes would certainly attract attention, but if they halted operations for more than 5 minutes, it would be recorded, and accumulating 30 minutes would lead to being chased away. Of course, due to the inadequate number of drones in the safe zone, the actual enforcement might vary from these rules. However, generally speaking, the guidelines were reliable. Another critical point to note was that after 3 chases in a single day, it was best not to re-enter the commercial street. That if a 4th chase occurred, fines would follow, with the minimum amount reportedly starting at 500 star coins. After becoming acquainted with these rules, unfortunate circumstances led Suyu to her 3rd chase. Fortunately, they had prepared enough sugarcane, and those nearing the end of their stock were quickly retrieved into her space to avoid a fine. Suyu decided against re-entering the commercial street and opted to return with Su-E. After a hard day's work, Suyu had earned a total of 1,080 star coins, a significant sum for them at present. They headed to the hovering bus station to await transport. The fare totaled 8 star coins, and they returned close to their rental accommodation. Remarkably, the return journey took merely 10 minutes, in contrast to the hour-long walk to the commercial street, even with several stops for passengers. By now, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and the streets near their rental were bustling with people. Shops thrived, hovering vehicles were abundant, and numerous vendors had set up stalls in areas outside the commercial zone. Drones ceased to monitor vendors after 5 in the afternoon. The crowded population created a substantial demand. With potatoes and wild vegetables still at home, so you had no interest in the synthetic food eateries lining the streets. Instead, she led Su-E into a grocery store. Their electric saw was running low on power, and she needed to purchase energy crystals for small appliances, due to the rush of the day and her lack of experience selling in the commercial street. She and team managed to sell all the processed sugarcane. This evening, she planned to work with her brother to process the remaining sugarcane in her space. Tomorrow, they would sell it all and convert it into star coins. After purchasing the energy crystal, Suyu diverted her gaze from some alluring appliances and left with Su-E. Just as they reached the foot of their building, a sudden roar echoed from behind them. Suyu turned to see a hovering motorcycle barreling towards them. Su-E swiftly stepped in front of Suyu. The hovering vehicle screeched to a halt, barely 10 centimeters from Su-E. Hey, you little brat. Impressive reflexes for an S-class psychic. The man on the motorcycle removed his helmet and playfully patted Su-Yi's shoulder. Su-E huffed, brushing off the gesture. The man chuckled, seemingly unfazed. What is the matter? Just a joke. Suyu frowned from behind Su. This man, Jo-In, was a local gangster with a crew of about 10. Rumor had it that he was a notorious interstellar pirate before his exile, making him a figure of fear among the locals. They had only just moved here when Jo-In had fixated on them, following an incident where one of his subordinates had harassed her, only to be knocked down by her brother. Jo-In had then taken an interest in Su-Yi's skills. Not funny, Su-Yi retorted angrily, clenching his fists, ready to strike. Jo-In quickly raised his hands in mock surrender, but noticed that Su-Yi's fist had not come forward. Upon looking again, he saw that Suyu had grasped her brother's arm. Jo-In smiled at Suyu. You're reasonable, You don't have to stoop to my level. I am her brother. Su-Yi fumed, his voice rising to Suyu once again pulled him back. Brother, let us just go home and eat. There's no need to engage with this nuisance. She was unwilling to see her brother entangled with someone as reckless as Jo-In. Previously, when her brother had taught Jo-In's subordinate a lesson, both he and Jo-In had been detained by the authorities. Drones patrolled indiscriminately, making it easy to be apprehended. If the authorities came to collect someone, being detained would be the least of their worries. A record could lengthen any potential sentence. Chapter 6. Acquiring eggs. If the situation escalated, they could even be exiled from the safe zone. Zhou might not care about such consequences, but she certainly did not want her brother to face trouble. Zhou was taken aback. Had Sui's mute sister just spoken, and she had called him a nuisance? While Zhou was still processing this, Suyu had already pulled Sui away. Zhou quickly chased after them, calling out, "Hey, little mute, don't rush off." As Zhou thought of something, he shouted after them. In response, Sui turned back and threw a punch. "You're the mute," he bellowed. Su felt alarmed. Glancing at the sky to confirm the absence of drones, she hastily pulled Sui back. "Don't fight. If you have anything to say, let us discuss it upstairs," she exclaimed loudly. Su halted his movement. Zhou, meanwhile, laughed shamelessly at the siblings. Ha ha, no fighting. As you said, let us go upstairs to talk. Reluctantly, Sui allowed Zhou to follow them upstairs. Once inside, Zhou made himself comfortable, surveying the rental with a disdainful expression. "I must say, your brother has S-class psychic abilities and is quite capable. How did you two end up in such a predicament?" After scanning the rental, Zhou plopped down on a chair. He intended to pour himself a glass of water, but found the table entirely bare. Sui glared at Zhou, his eyes burning with animosity, wishing he could subdue the villain before him. If it weren't for his sister's restraint, he would have certainly put Zhou in his place. "Thanks for your concern, but we've already resolved the issue with the rent. Furthermore, my brother will not be joining your crew. Please refrain from seeking him out in the future." Su's tone was firm. Zhou regarded her without taking the threat seriously. Otherwise, Sui paused. Zhou, feeling a chill run down his spine under her gaze, involuntarily envisioned himself being beaten by Sui outside the city and then discarded like a corpse to the star beasts. "All right, that is quite frightening." Clearing his throat, Zhou smiled awkwardly in the face of Suyu's cold demeanor. "Fine, I want to invite you to join my crew. But how about this? Let's discuss how to make some money together. I'll be straightforward. A discovery of an energy mine has been made, yet it is surrounded by numerous star beasts, some of which exceed level 5. The opposing party has offered a substantial sum of 500,000 star coins as an appearance fee. Seeking to recruit a soldier piloting an S-class mech for the battle, they will provide the mech. They only require a capable individual. Unfortunately, I have no one in my ranks who meets the criteria, or I would not have come to solicit your assistance." Zhou gazed eagerly at Suyu. "What do you think? Let your elder brother take part, and I shall share 30,000 of the 50,000 appearance fee with you." He had come to understand the dynamics of the siblings. Sui was rather naive, and it was Suyu who held the reins. Initially, he thought little of her capabilities, but today his perspective had shifted. "I'm not interested," Suyu replied bluntly. Zhou was taken aback, assuming she was dissatisfied with the proposed share. After a brief hesitation, he adopted a reluctant expression. "How about 40,000 then? I introduced you to this opportunity. Surely, I deserve a portion." Suyu remained indifferent. "You may leave," she stated flatly. While the appearance fee was indeed generous, the risks involved were considerable. They had already established a relatively safe method of earning money and saw no reason to jeopardize it. In her eyes, no amount of star coins, be it 500,000, 5 million, or even 5 billion, could compare to the value of her elder brother. Zhou, intent on continuing his pitch, was promptly ushered out by Sui, who had received a silent cue from Suyu. After being expelled, Zhou persisted, knocking on the door and calling out for a moment longer. When no response came from within, he had no choice but to depart. Once the outside grew quiet, Suyu exhaled in relief. She entered the kitchen, retrieving unprocessed sugarcane from their storage space and handing it to Sui while she began preparing their meal. Though she claimed to be cooking, it was merely a simple dish. The staple was still potatoes, accompanied by desolate wild greens. Only Sui would consume the medicinal wild vegetables. The natural flavors of the food were delightful. And that evening, the siblings feasted heartily, wasting not a morsel. After dinner, they busied themselves processing the sugarcane until they were ready for rest. At dawn the next day, the siblings boarded a hover bus to the commercial district. With the lessons learned from the previous day, they earned nearly 2,000 star coins within the morning, without once being chased away by drones. During lunchtime, Sui retrieved her pre-prepared wolf-tooth potatoes from storage. Finding a spot to share a meal with Sui, after their lunch, They resumed selling sugarcane strips, wholesaling some to a fruit shop and selling the majority to passersby. By 3 in the afternoon. They had sold all the sugarcane, accumulating over 4,000 star coins. With time still on their side, Suyu took Su-e to a supermarket. The dazzling array of goods nearly overwhelmed her senses, reinforcing her awareness of their financial constraints. Ultimately, she purchased some natural seasonings and grains, not out of extravagance, but to provide better nutrition for the child she carried. Adjacent to the supermarket was a clothing store, where she and Su-e each bought a set of clothes. Since they intended to sell goods on the commercial street for the long term, they needed to present themselves well to avoid negatively impacting their business. After leaving the supermarket, Suyu led Su-e to purchase a medium-sized electric saw and a bulldozer, along with compatible energy crystals. They had already processed the sugarcane they had previously harvested, and with wild vegetables and potatoes currently inconvenient to process, they would need to venture out of the city for supplies once more. The sugarcane grove they had discovered awaited retrieval. That evening, the siblings enjoyed a meal prepared with natural seasonings. Sue, showcasing his impressive appetite, consumed 5 bowls of rice, prompting Suyu to resolve to work even harder. The next day, upon exiting the city, they proceeded directly to the location where they had found the sugarcane. Suu handed the electric saw to Su-e, who began to work diligently. With the right tools, the thick stalks of sugarcane fell easily. Suyu remained vigilant, wary of any onlookers, as the noise of the saw was significant, and the towering sugarcane stood tall above the surrounding grass. However, her concerns proved unfounded, due to the proximity to the safe zone. No one approached. Instead, 3 wild birds as large as ostriches appeared. Startled, they fled without aggression. In the spot where one had run off, Su-e discovered a nest of eggs, 8 in total, reminiscent of ostrich eggs in size, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Suyu took the eggs from Su-e. She realized the toxins within could be purified, nearly causing her to burst with joy. They now had a source of meat. Moreover, if the toxins could be purified, it was plausible that the star beast could also be harvested. A wild notion surged within her, but she suppressed the impulse to suggest hunting star beasts to her brother. The formidable size and violent nature of the star beast posed a significant risk, even for her brother, who, despite his high mental prowess and skills, would struggle without a mech against even the lower-tier beasts. After swiftly clearing the area, Suyu stored the eggs and sugarcane in their space. With time still on their hands, she decided to explore further. Her keen eyesight allowed her to spot wild vegetables along the roadside, which she promptly directed Su-e to harvest. As she joined over delight, she stumbled upon a substantial quantity of potatoes near where they had previously found some. Utilizing the bulldozer they had prepared, the siblings quickly gathered an impressive haul of potatoes. Once their task was complete, Suyu glanced at the time and realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. They shared a meal on site before continuing their journey. After some distance, they discovered a towering orange tree, bearing thin-skinned red oranges as large as basketballs. While Suyu felt exhilarated, she also harbored trepidation. Should one of those oranges fall, it could be quite dangerous. Her concerns were validated, as many oranges lay scattered on the ground, bruised from their descent. Birds, equally large, pecked at the fallen fruit. As Su-e approached the tree, intent on picking some oranges, he had come to understand that his sister could purify even the seemingly inedible. Those massive oranges must be edible as well, he thought. However, Suyu hastily intervened. Let's not go up there. If we pick those, we'll have to return immediately. She pointed to a lower branch of the tree, where several oranges hung. The higher fruit was out of their reach, and approaching the base of the tree was too perilous. Yet, the lower branches were accessible, promising a bountiful yield. All right, Su-e nodded, immediately darting toward the indicated spot. Half an hour later, they had harvested all the oranges and began their journey back. Yes, they walked, so you couldn't help but contemplate their next outing. They would need a hover motorcycle for their expeditions. Perhaps, if conditions allowed, a hover car would be even better, saving them time and energy on their travels. This time, they ventured farther than before and returned to Boundless City just before 5 o'clock. Upon entering, Suyu extracted an orange, purified its toxins, and handed it to Su-e to quench their thirst. The orange was perfectly sweet and tangy, brimming with juice. Just a quarter of a segment was enough to satisfy Suyu. While Su-e devoured nearly 2 segments, Su-e eagerly volunteered for tasks, allowing Suyu to rest a bit longer. She accepted his offer and assigned him the job of processing the sugarcane, while she took a moment to recuperate before preparing dinner. With eggs now available, they would enjoy a meat dish that evening in the kitchen of their rental. Su efficiently began her preparations. Thanks to the convenience of Interstellar kitchen appliances, cooking proved to be effortless. During the meal, the siblings indulged heartily, perhaps due to their exhaustion, consuming copious amounts of food. Notably, Su-yi polished off 6 bowls of rice. Afterward, Su-yu invited her brother to accompany her in purchasing a juicer, milk tea cups, and a sealing machine. She intended to sell orange juice, as well as extract juice from some sugarcane. This would be the quickest means of generating income, although potatoes could be transformed into snacks. The process was significantly more complicated at the appliance store. Su-yu opted for a medium-sized juicer and selected both the smallest and medium sizes of milk tea cups, recognizing that natural fruit juice commanded a premium price. And large cups likely wouldn't sell well. As they exited, she noticed a hover motorcycle shop nearby and decided to take a look. After inquiring about prices, she learned that even a standard hover motorcycle was priced at an astounding 15,000 star coins. This revelation dissuaded her. Su-yi, trailing behind his sister, cast several lingering glances at the motorcycle, filled with longing. Once we sell the sugarcane and oranges and save enough, we will buy one, Su-yu reassured him. They indeed required a means of transportation. A hover motorcycle would significantly reduce the time and energy spent traveling to the commercial district or venturing outside the city. Su-yi's eyes brightened with determination. Upon returning home, the siblings set to work to minimize disturbances. They first peeled the oranges and chopped the sugarcane before commencing the juicing process, collecting the fresh juice in large buckets and bowls. After completing their tasks, they used a ladle to fill cups and proceeded with the packaging. Over the course of 3 hours, the brother and sister managed to produce 100 medium cups of orange juice, over 300 small cups of orange juice, 100 medium cups of sugarcane juice, and more than 400 small cups of sugarcane juice. Su-yi, feeling a pang of concern for his sister, did not allow Su-yu to continue working and urged her to take a break while he continued processing the sugarcane by cutting it into strips. Su-yu readily complied, heading off to freshen up and rest. In the dead of night, Su-yi completed cutting all the sugarcane strips and woke Su-yu, asking her to store the strips in their space. The next day, after having breakfast, the siblings set off again, donning new clothes and taking the hover bus to the commercial street. This time, they focused on selling orange juice and sugarcane juice, primarily choosing locations such as plazas outside shopping malls or bustling streets lined with shops. Su-yu set the prices: 80 star coins for a medium cup of orange juice or sugarcane juice, and 50 star coins for a small cup. Such pricing was quite reasonable for natural juice. Given their mobile sales approach without a storefront, it was prudent not to charge excessively. The siblings were quite attractive, and with Su-yu's radiant smile and warm charisma, many people sought them out for juice purchases. Predominantly couples on dates, younger individuals buying for themselves and their elders, and parents purchasing for their children. Whenever someone bought juice, Su-yu would also promote her sugarcane strips, and many were tempted to buy some, having rarely encountered such fresh and sweet sugarcane. Chapter 8. Purchasing a hover motorcycle by midday, the siblings had reaped considerable rewards, amassing over 8,000 star coins. During lunch, Su-yu found a spot to take out food from their space and shared it with Su-yi. Afterwards, she took him to the supermarket. Previously, she had limited funds and had not bought much food, but now with more money at hand, she was ready to purchase additional supplies. Additionally, she intended to acquire 2 new outfits for herself and her brother. If all went well, they would be selling juice for quite a while, and it would be wise to make their setup more professional to instill customer confidence. After shopping, instead of taking Su-yi to sell juice again, Su-yu opted for the hover bus to return home. That a customer had informed her that the commercial street was even livelier at night, likely attracting more patrons for her natural juice. She made the decision to try selling at night, while spending the afternoon preparing juice at their rental unit. Conveniently, most tenants in the vicinity would be out of town during the day mining energy stones, allowing her and her brother to make juice without drawing too much attention. Upon returning home, the siblings quickly got to work. Su used an electric saw to cut the sugarcane into chunks, while Su-yu peeled oranges. Once they had enough sugarcane, Su-yi concentrated on juicing it. Together, they packaged and sealed the sugarcane juice at T4:30. Su-yu entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Su-yi continued packaging the juice in the living room. By around 5:10, the meal was ready. Su joined Su-yi in the living room to help with the final touches before they began their dinner. After the meal, they set off once more for the commercial street. The outside was vibrant and bustling. The siblings, typically modest, attracted little attention as others were aware of Sue's challenges, allowing them to leave the vicinity of their rental unit swiftly. They boarded the hover bus, heading for the commercial street. The lights there were brighter, and the atmosphere was much less raucous, drawing in the city's most leisurely and affluent individuals. Suu and Sue began their work at the plaza, where the crowd was plentiful. They quickly received their first order, followed by a second and third, with many customers purchasing 2 cups at once. During the hustle, Suu encountered a significant client who ordered 20 cups of juice to be delivered to a nearby restaurant. Naturally, Suu was delighted and eagerly accompanied her brother to deliver the order. Upon arrival, those who had tasted the juice expressed their admiration, leading to an additional 4 cups purchased, hearing of the siblings' natural juice. Patrons in the restaurant bought another 5 cups. This trip proved quite profitable. After leaving the restaurant, Suu decided to stroll around the area, which was filled with several upscale dining establishments. Those frequenting such places were more than willing to indulge in natural juice. Indeed, Suu's decision proved wise. Many patrons opted for a cup upon learning of the natural juice available. Those not dining ordered juice to accompany their meals, while those finished with their meals sought a refreshing drink. By 8:30, the crowd around the restaurant had thinned, prompting Suu to return to the plaza to continue selling juice. They worked until 9:30, when a number of people dwindled further, leading them to conclude their day's efforts and head home. Remarkably, they earned nearly double their morning's income from 3.5 hours of juice sales, totaling over 20,000 star coins for the day. Suu calculated their earnings. Her heart surged with excitement. At this rate, she and her brother would soon attain prosperity. After disembarking the hover bus, the siblings walked home, passing by a store selling hover motorcycles. Suu noticed that the store was still open, and Sue, captivated by the sight, remained transfixed. However, it was too late to make a purchase, and Suu gently urged him, suggesting they return the next day. Suu's face lit up with joy at the prospect of buying a motorcycle. Returning to their rental unit, the siblings enjoyed a light meal to replenish their energy before washing up and retiring for the night, sleeping soundly until dawn. The following day marked the beginning of another busy schedule. Drawing from their experiences selling juice the previous night, Suu resolved that they would make juice at home in the mornings and sell it in the afternoons and evenings. Thus, the siblings devoted the entire morning to their tasks. At 11:30, they shared a brunch before setting off to purchase the hover motorcycle and other necessities that the hover motorcycle shop. Suu skillfully negotiated with the owner, securing a sleek black hover motorcycle for 14,500 star coins. She then spent an additional 2,000 star coins on 2 high-capacity energy crystals to power the motorcycle. The registration process for the hover motorcycle was straightforward and could be completed online. The owner instructed Suu to activate her light brain, and she realized she had forgotten to pay her internet fees. After spending 20 star coins, she renewed the internet for both herself and Suu. The shopkeeper then assisted in registering the motorcycle under Suu's name, as he had obtained a motorcycle driver's license, allowing him to take it for a spin immediately after registration. With the new vehicle in hand, Suu was thrilled. Encouraged by Suu, he took the motorcycle for a short ride on his own before returning to pick her up to sell juice in the commercial street. Since hover motorcycles were prohibited from entering the commercial area, they dismounted before reaching the street. With ample space available, they had no concerns regarding parking. Suu stored the motorcycle in their space, retrieved their juice-selling equipment, and commenced their work for the day, which promised to be fruitful. Days passed swiftly, and after their persistent efforts, Suu had accumulated a considerable sum of money. However, she noticed that the oranges in her inventory were dwindling. Contemplating the massive orange tree outside the city, laden with ripe fruit, she found it difficult to settle down. Having researched the climate of desolate, she discovered it was conducive to rapid plant growth, allowing crops to bear fruit nearly twice a year. The same applied to the orange trees. With the accelerated growth cycle, the oranges would mature quickly that if they did not harvest soon, the ripe oranges would likely fall and go to waste. Selling juice with her brother had proven lucrative, with orange juice proving more popular than sugarcane juice, contributing over 60% to their daily sales. If they ran out of orange juice, their earnings would significantly diminish. Furthermore, if she intended to sustain their juice-selling business long-term, the fruit from just one tree would hardly suffice. Taking advantage of the current ripeness, she should gather a substantial amount of oranges to store in their space. After all, time stood still within that space, ensuring the oranges would remain fresh regardless of how long they were kept. As she perused the information about DQ008 on her light brain, she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. Chapter 9. Almost trampled by a star beast at this stage, her pregnancy was still in its early days, but she knew she needed to earn money to prepare for the months ahead when her mobility would be hindered. The late stages of pregnancy, childbirth, and the subsequent confinement period would collectively take at least 4 months, not to mention the expenses incurred during that time, with her brother unable to work independently. He would need to be by her side, necessitating her advanced planning. Feeling overwhelmed, Suyu scoured the star network for information before forcing herself to close her eyes and sleep. They could not afford to delay any further. The next day, they would venture outside the city, rising early the following morning. Suyu prepared breakfast. After eating, she took Su-yi to procure equipment that would assist in harvesting oranges. She had already researched the necessary tools the night before. In addition to a small chainsaw to cut the orange branches, they needed a hover skateboard to reach sufficient heights for easy harvesting, while a hover motorcycle could also serve a purpose. Its height limit and bulkiness made it less practical than a hover skateboard. Once they had gathered all the supplies, the siblings set off outside the city on the hover motorcycle. With their convenient mode of transportation, they arrived at the location of the orange tree in no time. The tree's height made it easy to spot, and they navigated toward it without difficulty. However, once they disembarked, Suyu pulled out her light brain to pinpoint their location on the map and mark it. Previously, her light brain had been offline, limiting its functions, but now she could utilize its capabilities. Not only would she record this orange tree, but she also intended to document any fruit trees they encountered in the future. After all, fruit trees can bear fruit twice a year. After this harvest, another one can be gathered in half a year. Now let's get started. First, pick the oranges from the top and the outer branches. Be careful while picking, big brother, Suyu reminded, her basket hanging in front of her. Okay, Su-yi replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. He activated his hoverboard, lifting himself into the air. Soaring high, Su-yi was thrilled but remembered his sister's advice to keep his voice down. Mindful of the need to minimize noise in the wild, he maneuvered the hoverboard to the edge of the orange tree, cradling an orange in one hand while he switched on a small chainsaw with the other to cut the branch. The chainsaw was incredibly sharp, easily severing the stem. One orange successfully landed in his basket. Filled with excitement, he began to pick another. Once he had gathered 4, he returned to the ground and handed the basket to Suyu. Then took an empty one and flew back up to continue picking. With practice, Suyi's speed increased, and Suyu received 4 oranges every few minutes from below. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon. After a morning of harvesting, they had barely collected a quarter of the fruit from this tree. When Suyu prepared to send down more fruit, Suyu stopped him, suggesting they eat first. There are so many oranges on this tree. We won't finish today. After a busy morning, Suyu was already quite hungry. Agreeing with his sister, Suyu retrieved the lunchboxes she had prepared in advance, and they settled down to eat. Once their meal was finished, Suyu, hardly taking a break, dove back into work, and Suyu did not stop him. Time was of the essence, and every orange they could gather was valuable. Under Suyu's diligent efforts, the oranges on the tree gradually diminished, while the pile in Suyu's storage space grew into a small mountain. Around 4 in the afternoon, Suyu sat below, as before, waiting for Suyu to bring down more oranges. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing bird call echoed through the air, followed by a terrifying beast's roar and the sound of heavy impacts. Suyu, still on the hoverboard, heard the commotion and turned to see its source, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Yuu. This is bad, he shouted, nearly losing his balance on the hoverboard. However, with considerable driving experience, he quickly steadied himself, without returning to the ground. He ripped off the basket and hurriedly descended toward Suyu. Embracing her, he intended to ask her to retrieve the hoverbike when the sky above them darkened. Suyu looked up to see a massive bird looming over them. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them began to tremble from the cacophony of sounds. Suyu realized that a multitude of star beasts was approaching, and the sheer volume sent shivers down her spine. Help! Help! Suyu's mind raced in a panic when a familiar voice reached her ears. Join. There was no time to think. The chaotic thundering of hooves pounded the ground, flattening the grass and trees ahead of her. As the vegetation was trampled, Suyu could finally see the situation clearly. It was indeed Join, along with his followers, desperately fleeing on hoverbikes, pursued by several star beasts. Seeing Join heading towards them, Suyu quickly urged Suyu to take her up on the hoverbike. She had already retrieved it from her space at the first sign of trouble, but time was running out. Zhou flew overhead, and massive star beasts followed closely behind. A gigantic shadow lunged towards the siblings. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-yi pulled Su-yu into his embrace, bracing for the impending onslaught. A deafening crash followed, accompanied by earth-shattering tremors. Yet the anticipated trampling did not occur. After a brief moment, Su-yu cautiously pushed Su-yi away to assess the situation. To her astonishment, a spaceship had crashed, colliding with a star beast that was about to trample them. The star beast, a massive elk-like creature, was pinned beneath the wreckage, struggling in vain to escape. In the brief reprieve, the other star beast pursued Zhou. Leaving them momentarily safe, Su glanced at the hoverbike not far away, hesitating before deciding against letting Su-yi mount it. Zhou and his group had just left, and the star beast could still be lurking nearby. Departing on the hoverbike might attract their attention, potentially leading to a more dangerous situation. However, her gaze fell upon the immobilized elk beast, larger than a typical elephant, and she felt a flicker of desire. If only she had a suitable weapon. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed nearby. Both siblings jumped at the sound. Another knock followed. Su turned to face the source, spotting a hand pressed against the spaceship's cockpit window. The hand knocked again, and Su-yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was not a star beast at you. Someone is inside, Su-yi said, glancing nervously at the cockpit. Chapter 10. The baby's father, yes. Su-yu replied, suppressing her reckless instincts and deciding to investigate. Although the person aboard the spaceship had not intentionally come to their aid, they had indeed saved them. Moreover, the spaceship bore military insignia, indicating there might be surveillance on board, that if they ignored the situation and left the person to die, they could face consequences later. Given that their exile term was 20 years, Su-yu did not wish to remain on the desolate star or incur a harsher punishment. Thus, she approached the spaceship, with Su-yi closely following. Upon reaching the cockpit, Su-yu finally grasped the situation. There was indeed someone inside, wearing a mask obscuring their features. However, the cockpit showed clear signs of damage, with airbags deployed, and the individual appeared severely injured. When the person gestured towards a glass, Su-yu understood and instructed Su-yi to break it. Following her command, Su-yi shattered the glass, causing the occupant to exhale in relief. Su-yu then directed Su-yi to help pull the person out. 3 minutes later, they laid the individual on the ground. Su-yu stepped forward to remove the helmet, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. What on earth? The man on the ground managed a weak smile at Su-yu, whispering, "Thank you." A wave of panic washed over Su-yu. Oh my goodness, is that really him? The man before her was indeed the father of her child, the one she thought she would never see again. It was true. This was the man with whom her previous self had shared an impulsive night. Afterward, her former self had attempted to uncover his identity, but had found nothing, only confirming that he was not arranged by her stepsister. In any case, her former self had been thoroughly manipulated, but had not faced the fate of being taken advantage of by a 50-year-old man as her stepsister had intended. Fortunately, I did not arrive too late, the man suddenly remarked, his gaze shifting to Su-yu's abdomen. Su-yu followed his gaze, her mind racing. What did he mean by not too late? Surely, he couldn't be implying what she feared. Don't worry, I'll be here from now on. I won't let you and the baby suffer again. What? Su-yu's head spun. Wasn't it customary for men to deny their responsibilities? This man had come all the way to the desolate star to find her. No, to find their child? He had even intentionally crashed his spaceship into a star beast to save her. Did she dare to believe it? And how did he know she was expecting as the man approached? Su immediately leaned closer. The corners of the man's mouth lifted slightly. His name was Jean Fong. That if my elder brother likes it, you could try it out later. Although an S-level psychic power could not fully control a double S-level mecha, executing simple actions was certainly feasible. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's eyes brightened. Really? He asked in surprise. Yes, came the reply. Su-yu, watching from the side, felt a pang of irritation. What elder brother? Was that truly his elder brother? He certainly had a knack for becoming familiar far too quickly. Consequently, Su-yu stepped forward and pulled Su-yi away from the man. Sir, thank you for saving us earlier. However, it's getting late, and we have matters to attend to, so we must be on our way. With that, Su-yu intended to drag Su-yi away. She had lost interest in the deer carcass and merely wished to escape. This man radiated an unsettling danger. Yet, the man had no intention of letting Su-yu leave so easily. He raised a hand to block her passage. Su-yu frowned and met the man's gaze. Why name? is Kun. You may call me Kun, Su nearly choked in disbelief. Observing her reaction, Kun stepped closer, seemingly wanting to pat her back. However, Suyu raised a hand in defense, preventing him from getting any closer. Ahem, Mr. D, we aren't that familiar. Kun's attractive brows furrowed. Not familiar, but our baby is already 4 months along. Suyu felt a sudden thud in her head. Meanwhile, Su leaned in again. Baby, are you saying that the baby in Yu's belly is yours? He exclaimed, astonished. Yes, Kun confirmed. Su's jaw dropped wide open, while Suyu felt an urge to curse. Was this man out of his mind? Apologies, I only learned about the child's existence too late. However, once I was aware, I intended to find you. Unfortunately, I had many pressing matters to arrange and encountered some unexpected incidents on my way here. At this point, Kun glanced at a spaceship. Chapter 11. Marriage. He had previously known that his elder brother had placed someone beside him, but he had not anticipated that this person's connection would be so close that it was fortuitous. The scope of this target was small enough for him to extract the information he needed. How did you know I was pregnant? Were you watching me? Suyu asked dangerously. She had gone to the hospital for a checkup just a month and a half ago to confirm her pregnancy, which aligned almost perfectly with this man's claims that Kun's gaze flickered momentarily. Not exactly monitoring, just showing concern. After all, that day was me. Ahem. After that day, I actually tried to find you, but was unable to ascertain your identity for various reasons. I then left for a while, and by the time I discovered your identity, you had already been exiled to this desolate star. Not long after, I learned of your pregnancy news that I should take responsibility for you. Suyu was taken aback. All right, it's getting late. Let's head back and discuss this later, though. And please help me retrieve the spaceship. That Kun's eyes shifted slightly as he noticed the silver ring on Suyu's hand. Suyu's thoughts returned to focus, and her hand trembled slightly. Did this man know about her spatial abilities? Remembering that he might have been monitoring her all along filled her with trepidation. And you can take the star beast with you, she added. At that moment, Kun supplemented his statement. Suyu's heart raced. What was happening? Had her purification ability also been exposed? Damn it, she definitely shouldn't have detoxified him earlier. Observing Suyu's reaction, Kun felt a twinge of surprise. If he had merely been guessing before, he now had some degree of certainty. The mother of a child was indeed extraordinary. After a moment of hesitation, Suyu ultimately acquiesced. She approached to first store the spaceship in her spatial realm, followed by the deer carcass. Watching this scene, Kun's eyes flickered once more. Let us proceed. Having completed her task, Suyu said, walking towards a nearby, floating motorcycle. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at his brother-in-law, before following Suyu. Kun smiled, retrieving a floating motorcycle from his mecha necklace. After mounting the vehicle, he followed the siblings as they departed. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, Suyu immediately directed Su to the kitchen to chop sugarcane and called Kun into her room. Concerns about societal taboos regarding a lone man and woman were not on her mind. She needed to have a conversation with this man. The moment he entered the room, Suyu felt an overwhelming pressure. Meeting his penetrating gaze, she experienced an unsettling sense of being completely exposed. Suppressing her emotions, Suyu invited Kun to sit. Kun smiled and settled across from her. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, he said. Ahem. Suyu coughed, nearly choking on her words, but quickly regained composure. Mr. D, please address me as Miss Su. We're not that familiar yet. Kun frowned, about to argue that they had a child together. But Suyu cut him off. What exactly is your identity? Why were you at the Huading Hotel that night? And how did you discover my identity in my pregnancy? Suyu was eager to avoid any further mention of their child. Hastily posing her inquiries, Kun's gaze flickered. After a moment of silence, he replied, I cannot disclose my identity due to certain military confidentiality clauses for now. However, once we are married, you will know everything. Regarding my identity, you may consider me a mecha warrior on the front lines. Upon hearing the word marriage, Suyu's eyes widened. Kun, however, continued without noticing. That night, at the Huading Hotel, I, like you, was also caught in a scheme. Yet, the ones who plotted against you and those who plotted against me did not foresee that we would both remember that night, that a hint of suspicion crept onto Kun's face. Ahem, he coughed, quickly regaining his composure. Investigating your identity was not particularly difficult. The reason for the delay was that those who conspired against you and those who conspired against me erased traces from the hotel and set up obstacles to hinder the investigation. Additionally, I was urgently summoned to the front lines and had to leave, which prevented me from finding you promptly. After my departure, I left someone in the capital to continue tracking your whereabouts. By the time I discovered your information, you and my elder brother had already been exiled to DQ008. That I could only order my men to keep an eye on your situation and was unexpectedly informed of your pregnancy. At this point, Dikuin's expression softened as he gazed at Suyu's abdomen. Though we are both victims of deception, I ultimately wronged you. Now that you are pregnant, I will take responsibility for both you and the child. Suyu felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. Let's not discuss responsibility for now. How did you know I had a spatial ring? She wanted to ask directly if he was aware of her spatial abilities, but feared revealing too much and inadvertently exposing herself. Dikuin's gaze flickered again as he looked at the silver ring on Suyu's hand. Are you certain it is a spatial ring? He inquired. Suyu's mind buzzed. Maintaining her composure, she tried not to reveal any signs of distress. What else could it be if not a spatial ring? She retorted, directing her question back at Dikuin. Dikuin smirked. If you say it is, then let's treat it as such. The atmosphere fell into silence. Suyu's heart was tumultuous. She desperately wanted to know how many of her secrets Dikuin was aware of, but was too apprehensive to ask, fearing that she might slip up. After observing Suyu for a moment, Dikuin finally spoke. That I have already requested leave from the military and will stay by your side until you give birth and complete your postpartum recovery. Furthermore, regarding marriage, Suyu's eyes widened at Dikuin's statement. That's not urgent. She quickly interjected. She yearned to express that she did not need his responsibility and had no desire to marry him. However, without a clear understanding of his motives, she hesitated to outright refuse. Additionally, she had her own plans in mind. I have more questions. Without giving Dikuin a chance to respond, she continued, Can you help me and my brother clear our names and rescue us from DQ008? Since you were able to find me and uncover so much information, you must know that my brother and I are both wronged, regardless of whether Dikuin genuinely wanted to take responsibility or had ulterior motives. She wanted to see if she could leverage his influence to extricate herself and her brother from their predicament. She was not overly sentimental. If cooperation was possible, she would not mind bearing the title of Dee's wife. As the current situation could not get any worse, Dikuin fell silent. Just as Suyu felt a twinge of disappointment, he finally spoke. That can be arranged. However, it will have to wait until your child is born. And after we are married. Chapter 12. The bride disparages his poverty after all. Those surrounding him had yet to be dealt with, and it would be safer for his wife and child to remain on the desolate star for the time being. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. All right, she replied, with a foundation of cooperation established, as Suyu perceived it. The atmosphere between them lightened considerably. Suyu began to cautiously inquire about Dikuin's family. She speculated that his deep concern for her and the child, no, primarily the child, must be connected to his family. Perhaps he suffered from infertility. Of course, it was also possible that he was in urgent need of an heir to satisfy his family's expectations. Dikuin flashed Suyu a smile. My parents are both well, as are my elder brother and younger sister. However, my elder brother is from my father's previous marriage. Suyu mentally scoffed. So, he is in a competition with his elder brother for the family inheritance and desperately needs a child to bolster his claim to power. They are all quite approachable. Once you meet them, you'll find them likable, Dikuin added. Suyu shot Dikuin a sidelong glance and responded with a non-committal By the way, you mentioned that you would stay with me until I finish my confinement? Suyu inquired once more. Dikuin smiled gently and nodded. He had decided to take a leave of absence from work, accumulated over the past decade, solely to care for his wife and child. How much money did you bring? Suyu asked. Dikuin's smile froze instantly. Money. The joy faded from Suyu's face. You didn't bring any money. Dikuin's expression turned awkward. My light brain is temporarily unusable. It wasn't that it couldn't be used, but rather that many functions, including his account, were inaccessible due to his recent predicament, having narrowly escaped an ambush and sought refuge on Star 008. Should his elder brother's men discover that he was alive and hiding there, all his efforts would be in vain. Suyu's countenance darkened. So, you intend to stay for free? She asked, displeased that Dikuin felt embarrassed. Not expecting to be deemed too poor by his wife, I can help you sell juice, someone offered. Suyu's expression shifted. Indeed, this person had been keeping an eye on her, and I can assist with picking oranges and other tasks. You haven't finished harvesting the oranges from that tree, have you? Dikuin added. Although he was unsure how his wife transformed toxic fruits into safe ones, it did not deter him from wanting to help her. After all, she was pregnant and should not be overworked. Su realized that her secret had been discovered. With matters at this stage, she had no choice but to keep Di-kun around. After their discussion, they left the room, and Su-yu began assigning tasks to Di-kun, instructing him to work with Su-yi on processing sugarcane, while she went to the kitchen to cook. Upon seeing this, Di-kun made a request for venison. Su dismissed him curtly. "Big brother, why is Yu using such coarse language?" After a moment, Di-kun turned to Su-yi and asked. Before arriving at Star 8, he would often watch videos of his wife, sent by drones in those videos, she appeared radiant and charming, captivating his attention for hours. He had never seen her use such language before. But even if she did, it seemed rather endearing. Su-yi glanced at Di-kun. "Our home is too small. We can't fit that deer in here," he pointed out, observing the crowded area where they processed sugarcane. Di-kun suddenly understood. "You're right. Next time I hunt a star beast, I will cut it into pieces first, then bring it to Yu." Su-yi replied, recalling the scene of his brother-in-law hunting star beasts with a hint of envy. If his brother-in-law was that capable, perhaps they would have meat to eat in the future. In the living room, the two men worked and chatted, quickly becoming familiar with each other. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Su-yu listened attentively to their conversation while preparing the meal. As her brother had mentioned, she couldn't cook venison today and instead used eggs for the main dish, with wild vegetables and potatoes as sides. The rice was the simplest, cooked in a rice cooker. Di-kun, possessing a mental acuity surpassing her brother's and having piloted a mech that day, would surely have a hearty appetite. Indeed, at mealtime, Di-kun transformed into a voracious eater. Consuming more than Su-yu's expression soured, and she resolved to make him work harder when they sold juice later. After the meal, Su-yu tidied the kitchen and set out with the two men to earn some money. Upon reaching the commercial street, Su-yu distributed a total of 100 cups of orange juice and sugarcane juice to Di-kun. With the size of his mech necklace, storing additional juice was not an issue. Besides the juice, Su-yu also handed Di-kun the payment code that had previously hung around Su-yi's neck. As Di-kun's light brain was out of commission, it was convenient for him to use her code for transactions. Naturally, she would continue to work alongside her brother as before. With her brother and the intimidating foam mech necklace around his neck, passers-by would think twice before causing trouble. They split up to work. With Su-yu and Su-yi moving along, Su-yu pondered that although Di-kun lacked money, he could be a valuable labor force. If she could utilize him well, having an extra person in the household would not be a loss. In fact, it might even yield some profit. With that thought, she quickly secured her first order. Not long after, she received a second order. However, half an hour later, she realized that apart from her own earnings, she hadn't received any additional funds. This indicated that Di-kun had sold a single cup of juice. Realizing this, Su-yu felt a surge of frustration. "Let us go see what that guy is up to." After leaving that remark, she headed back to where she had separated from Di-kun, with Su-yi hurriedly following her. Just a few steps later, Su-yu's wrist emitted a sound. "Your star coin account has received 2,500 star coins." Su-yu was taken aback, halting in her tracks to check her light brain. Indeed, her account had received a deposit of 2,500 star coins. She immediately beamed with delight. 2,500 star coins. A substantial amount. That brat Di-kun. Not bad at all. Did he manage to catch a big client? Su-yi said, perplexed by his sister's sudden shift from anger to joy. Su-yu put away her light brain. "It's nothing, brother. Let us continue selling juice." She resumed her calls to potential customers, and Su-yi scratched his head, following her once more. Meanwhile, Di-kun left a small amusement park, feeling quite satisfied. Just moments ago, he had delivered 54 cups of juice to the park's owner. 50 cups were purchased, and 4 were complimentary. With that single transaction, he had completed half of the task assigned by his wife. He settled into an outdoor chair and called his military supplies director, Tao Fu. The recent deal had been arranged by Tao Fu, as the amusement park belonged to a distant relative of his. "Marshal," the voice on the other end answered promptly. "Yes," Di-kun replied, "that I have delivered the juice. Can you reach out to other buyers?" Tao Fu was taken aback by the situation. What was going on? Wasn't he the marshal supposed to be on leave, investigating internal spies? How did he end up selling juice on DQ008? "I still have 48 cups left," Tao Fu stammered. You really are selling juice?" Tao Fu quickly regained his composure. The Di-kun frowned. "Why, yes, my wife needs money." and as her future husband and the father of our child, I must shoulder the responsibilities of our livelihood. Furthermore, this is an opportunity to prove myself to her. How about I get someone to contact the security bureau in Infinite City and arrange for them to buy a batch of juice from you? Tao Fu suggested promptly that Exile was well within their defense perimeter, and the planets in that range were under military jurisdiction, that he could easily arrange for the security bureau to receive some benefits. That Decoin was somewhat tempted. However, he worried that there might not be many personnel on duty at that time. There are people working, he said. Unlike other departments, the security bureau had night shift at 8S for Infinite City. There should be at least 20 to 30 personnel on duty at night. All right, let us provide some benefits to the security bureau. Each person on night duty will receive a cup of natural juice as a reward. That Decoin made a decisive decision. Tao Fu was astonished. The marshal was truly dedicated to selling juice. Yes, despite his surprise, Tao Fu quickly agreed. Also, you should have someone check on other departments. Those who work hard and perform well deserve some recognition from the military. They asked for what kind of recognition. No need to specify. Understood. I will send someone to gather the information and provide you with a response by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tao Fu replied promptly. That Decoin nodded in satisfaction. Aside from these orders, do you have any suggestions for selling juice on the street? After securing wholesale orders, retail sales needed to continue. The more he sold, the easier it would be for his wife. Tao Fu was almost convinced that his marshal had been swapped out. Nevertheless, he swallowed hard and offered his advice that if you truly want to sell juice, you might consider purchasing some glowing toys to attract passersby. If the toys have slogans like selling natural juice, even better. That way, you won't have to shout. As Tao Fu imagined his marshal wearing a glowing headband while selling juice, he found it quite amusing. You could also buy small toys as giveaways, like buy 2 cups of natural juice and get a small toy to potentially boost your sales. Decoin listened thoughtfully, contemplating the feasibility of Tao Fu's suggestions. What about during the day? He asked next. During the day, that's even simpler. Just stand somewhere, hold a sign saying selling natural juice, and you'll have plenty of customers. Tao Fu quickly corrected his slip-up. His statement was not an exaggeration. The Marshal-esque looks could rival the most popular film stars in the Empire, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, stars relied on makeup and editing. While their marshal was a genuine handsome man, Decoin remained silent, still mulling over the feasibility of his supply director's suggestions. That is this what you're suggesting? That I sell my looks? As this thought crossed his mind. Decoin frowned. Or, Marshal, you could showcase Jean Fong and have him hold a sign selling juice. This would require renting a booth in the commercial street, and prime locations would likely be expensive. Decoin acknowledged. Compared to selling his own looks, having Jean Fong do so seemed more acceptable. By the way, Marshal, what exactly is your situation? Are you planning to start business? Tao Fu ventured to ask. Surprised that Decoin had agreed to showcase Jean Fong, that he jested that the marshal should showcase the Windslayer, never anticipating that the marshal would actually comply. The Windslayer, although not the marshal's combat mech, serves as the prototype for the divine mech, the God Slayer. The military's design genius, he won the marshal's favor with the design blueprints of the Windslayer, subsequently becoming the head of the design department in the military supply office. 5 years have passed, and while the God Slayer has ascended to the status of the Empire's foremost mech, the existence of the Windslayer remains known to only a select few. However, this does not diminish its significant value, particularly for the marshal. Decoin paused momentarily. I need to earn money to support my family, he stated. What? He continued. My fiancé, E, and our baby are on DQ008 star. Tao Fu thought he must have misheard. My identity must remain confidential. It is currently inconvenient to provide them with financial assistance. Furthermore, I wish to gradually earn her trust by working alongside her. Does your fiancé not know your identity? Tao Fu stammered. The marshal has a woman, and has fathered a child with her? Good heavens, he was privy to such a secret. The marshal, known for his disinterest in women, had secretly fallen in love. Does the queen know? What do we do? He desperately wished to share this explosive news with someone. She should not know, Decoin replied. This matter ends with you. Do not disclose it to anyone else. Tao Fu's expression stiffened, feeling stifled. Additionally, keep a close watch on those individuals' movements and report any abnormalities to me promptly. Tao Fu immediately became serious. Yes, Decoin offered a few more reminders before hanging up. Recalling that he still had 48 cups of juice in his mech necklace, he decided to heed Tao Fu's suggestion and purchase some glowing toys to attract passersby. However, he could not access the funds in his account, so he resolved to seek out Su Yu in advance. That he had his wife's location, so finding her would not pose a challenge. Following the navigation, Dequan soon spotted his wife, who was busy serving juice. Alongside his brother-in-law, turning off his holographic device, Dequan strode confidently toward Suyu. Yu, he called. Suyu turned around and met the gaze of the man whose eyes sparkled with warmth, causing her heart to skip a beat. That moment, the surrounding bright lights caught the attention of many women nearby, who could not help but admire Dequan's striking appearance. Some even pulled out their holographic devices, preparing to take photos. That Dequan was unfazed. Even if they captured images, they would soon delete them. Nonetheless, it served as a reminder that he would need to employ some disguise when venturing out in the future. "What brings you here?" Suyu asked, feeling slightly uneasy under the watchful eyes of many. Dequan's attention was solely on Suyu. Entirely indifferent to the gazes of others, "I had some ideas regarding assisting with the juice sales and wanted to discuss them with you." Suyu's expression became serious. "What ideas?" Chapter 14. Earning a living. Dequan promptly shared Tao Fu's suggestion of using glowing toys to draw in customers. After contemplating, Suyu deemed it a feasible plan. However, upon realizing that Dequan had come to request money, her expression soured slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she led Dequan to join Suyu in purchasing the glowing toys. On their way to buy the toys, several passers-by approached Dequan to purchase juice. Most of them were young women. Before they even arrived, Dequan had already sold 6 cups of juice. Suyu observed Dequan several times, feeling no jealousy. Instead, she viewed him as a valuable asset. During the evening, fewer individuals noticed this handsome man. If he set up shop during the day, his sales would surely soar. "I must try that tomorrow," she resolved. Unbeknownst to Dequan, while he was busy serving juice, Suyu was already plotting to capitalize on his good looks for profit. The trio soon located a shop selling glowing toys. Upon learning of their needs, the shopkeeper crafted custom sets of glowing toys for them, emblazoned with the words "fresh natural juice for sale." With the toys in hand, they returned to the square to continue selling juice. Suyu initially intended to separate from Dequan as before, but he insisted that, given the crowd, it was unnecessary to split up. Unable to argue against Dequan, Suyu remained by his side. She soon observed that as he walked back and forth in the well-lit area, business flourished for him. While her own sales paled in comparison, Suyu cast concerned glances at his sister, fearing she would be upset by Dequan's popularity with women. However, Suyu was far from angry. Instead, she felt elated. Dequan was helping her earn money, and he was making more than she could on her own. Approximately half an hour later, Dequan sold the remaining juice. A man approached him. Suyu handed him 50 cups of juice. "Oh, those who can do more, I'll treat you all to a feast tonight." Suyu beamed at Dequan. Suyu nodded, grinning broadly. Dequan recalled the meal they had that evening and felt a pang of hunger. His wife's culinary skills were quite impressive. She could even prepare Chinese cuisine. The meals at home, though lacking in meat, were superior to what he consumed on the front lines. Indeed, during the Interstellar age, Western cuisine was predominant, and few indulged in Chinese fare. It wasn't that people disliked Chinese food. Rather, delicious Chinese dishes required natural ingredients and demanded a chef's skill. Consequently, Dequan readily agreed. To further please his wife, he requested an additional 50 cups of juice, bringing his total to 100 cups. Upon hearing Dequan's request, Suyu looked at him with admiration, causing him to feel quite pleased. He became more enthusiastic as they continued selling juice. By 9:30, the crowd in the square began to thin. It was time to wrap up. Suyu glanced at her star coin account balance, reluctant to conclude their sales. The man had proven more capable than she had anticipated. He had sold more juice than she had. However, time was of the essence, considering the limited packaged juice remaining in her space, and knowing they could return to sell more juice the next day, Suyu decided not to prolong their work. On the way back, Dequan suggested that Suyu ride his hover motorcycle, expressing a desire to discuss something with her. After a brief hesitation, she consented, and he joyfully led her on the journey. "You mentioned wanting to discuss something with me," Suyu inquired as they set off. "Indeed," Dequan replied, "we only have one juicer at home, which is somewhat inconvenient. You should buy another one. That way, we can juice sugarcane and oranges separately without the need for constant cleaning. Ideally, we should purchase a larger model. The current juicer can handle oranges, while the larger one can process sugarcane, allowing us to avoid chopping the cane too finely." Suyu pondered for a moment before responding with an Although she was not fond of spending money, she was willing to invest in worthwhile endeavors. Hearing Suyu's agreement, Dequan's lips curled into a smile. "Then we'll buy it today." Afterward, we can work late and prepare more juice. Su felt a flutter of excitement. However, considering the cramped living situation, she declined. It's too late today. Let's handle it tomorrow instead. Tomorrow morning, I'll go out of town with my brother to pick oranges. You can stay home and juice. Quan paused it. No, I should go with you to pick oranges and let your brother stay home and juice. He insisted. This was a rare opportunity to spend time alone with his wife, and he had to seize it. Just as Suyu was about to refuse, Quan added, I'll drive the Windslayer. We can finish picking the oranges quickly. Plus, with the Windslayer, we won't have to fear any star beast. Su hesitated, recalling the dangerous encounter from the previous day, and ultimately agreed. All right. The hover motorcycle traveled swiftly, and soon the trio returned to the vicinity of their rental unit. Su led them to purchase a larger juicer before heading home. Inside the cramped rental space, everyone took on their respective tasks. Bustling with activity, Quan worked diligently while chatting with his brother-in-law, inquiring about Su. He was fond of Quan and answered his questions eagerly. However, the harmonious atmosphere was short-lived. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Open the door. Hurry up. What on earth are you doing all day at home? It's unbearable. The voice belonged to the landlady. Aunt Sue froze, halting his actions, while Quan furrowed his brow. Su emerged from the kitchen, prepared to instruct Quan to tidy up the living room. However, before she could intervene, Quan had already opened the door. Aunt Zhu, brimming with indignation, was about to unleash her fury, but halted upon seeing the handsome stranger. The reprimands caught in her throat as she took a moment to regain her composure, glancing inside the house. However, Quan's imposing figure obstructed her view. After several scrutinizing glances, she confirmed she was at the right place. Who are you? Where are Suyu and that fool? Aunt Zhu demanded. Quan's expression darkened. Who are you calling a fool? He retorted, his displeasure evident. The innate pressure of his authority bore down on Aunt Zhu, causing her to blanch. I leave, Quan commanded. Aunt Zhu instinctively took a step back, but then hesitated, thinking, why should I leave? This is my property. Quan's piercing gaze compelled her to change her tone. I'm a landlord. Where are the tenants? Suyu and Su. Not understanding Quan's background, Aunt Zhu had become considerably more polite. Su prepared to step out and assess the situation, but upon receiving a glance from Quan, she hesitated and remained where she was. Chapter 15. Renting a home. If you have something to say, speak to me. I am Suyu's fiancé. Quan stated unexpectedly. Su felt a sense of being caught in a trap. Upon realizing that she had indeed agreed to marry Kun, Zhu Dan felt a pang of disbelief. She scrutinized Kun several times, her eyes filled with skepticism. How was I unaware of her fiancé? Kun's gaze was sharp, exuding an air of entitlement, as if to say she had no right to know. Zhu Dan's eyes wandered into the room, where she finally noticed the juicer and the disarray within. Her temper flared. And oh wonder there's such a cacophony every day. You've turned my house into a mess. Kun shifted to block her view, about to speak when a voice emerged from behind. Suyu declared. We will be moving out in 2 days. The statement stunned both Kun and Zhu Dan. Kun, regaining his composure, felt a surge of joy, while Zhu Dan's expression soured. Moving out is for the best. Don't expect me to refund any extra rent, she shouted. Suyu approached Kun, squeezing past him, and faced Zhu Dan. Forget the rent, but you must refund my deposit. She had long desired to find a new place to live. Their current rental was situated in a slum, with throngs of people at every corner. Such an environment was hardly conducive to a peaceful life. Moreover, the soundproofing of the apartment was inadequate. Her frequent juicing would undoubtedly disturb the neighbors. Even if Zhu Dan hadn't confronted them today, it was only a matter of time before someone else would. Additionally, with another person in the house and the limited space of a 1.5-meter bed, it felt cramped for two. That you expect a refund. Look at what you've done to my property. Zhu Dan's voice rose as Su turned to survey the chaos in the room. Sugarcane peels scattered everywhere. It is indeed a bit messy, but I will tidy up before we leave. Your furniture and appliances are minimal. We haven't caused any damage. You must refund the deposit. Suyu insisted. Absolutely not. Zhu Dan retorted, her voice raised as she began to curse. Suyu shot a glance at Kun, who understood her cue. He swiftly lifted Zhu Dan off the ground. That if you don't refund the deposit, I might just toss you out, he threatened. That deposit will cover your medical expenses if need be. He gestured towards the courtyard below, noting its considerable height. While a fall might not be fatal, It would certainly inflict pain. You wouldn't dare. I'll report you to the authorities. Zhu Dan stammered, fear evident in her voice. Dikun merely chuckled coldly. Try your luck, not if you dare, I assure you. The next time you're thrown out, you won't land on your feet. Zhu Dan shrank back, utterly intimidated. Fine, I'll return. She cried, let go of me. Refund first, Dikun replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. Zhu Dan hesitated, then reluctantly activated her holographic device, transferring the deposit to Suyu. Feeling a vibration on her wrist, Suyu checked her device to confirm the refund. She nodded at Dikun, who then released Zhu Dan. Get lost, he muttered. Zhu Dan scrambled to her feet, cursing as she exited. Dikun contemplated pursuing her, but was stopped by Suyu. Forget it as long as the money is returned. With that, Dikun closed the door. All right, the supper is ready. You two can stop working now. Clean up and have a meal, Suyu instructed him. Turning towards the kitchen, a smile graced her face. This person isn't too bad. The next day, Suyu rose early, freshened up, and prepared to cook breakfast, needing to make extra for the new big eater in the house. Furthermore, she planned to find a new place after picking oranges outside the city. Upon reaching the living room, she found Dikun and Su-E already awake, intently examining Su-E's holographic device. We've found a house. Come see if it's suitable, Dikun said. Standing up, Su approached them, surprised. The house was not far from their current location, featuring a basement with a sunroom and excellent soundproofing. Curiosity piqued, Suyu glanced at Dikun and then at Su-E's holographic device to review the property details. The description aligned with Dikun's words, but the house was a villa, 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas on the first floor, with 3 additional rooms and a sunroom in the basement. The spacious villa was situated in a pleasant neighborhood, making it less likely to disturb others, thus indeed a commendable choice. However, the rent seemed suspiciously low, only 4,000 star coins per month. Are you certain about this? Suyu inquired, glancing at Dikun. Absolutely, we've already contacted the landlord, who said we could sign the lease and move in today. He confirmed that Su remained skeptical and turned to Su, who nodded in agreement. How will we handle the payment? She asked Dikun, wary of potential scams that required upfront payment for half a year or a year. 1 month as deposit and 3 months rent. Dikun replied with a smile. Internally amused by Suyu's cautiousness, he had arranged for Tao Fu to assist with the rental. There was no way it could go wrong. Su hesitated, contemplating the offer. Let us go check it out. The house comes with a housekeeping robot that can assist in the kitchen, Dikun added, knowing the robot was a last-minute purchase arranged by Tao Fu. Suyu was intrigued. Call the landlord to schedule a viewing, preferably soon. All right, Dikun's eyes glimmered with excitement. He promptly dialed the landlord, who mentioned leaving the city today, urging them to come immediately to view the property. Suyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed, foregoing breakfast preparation and asking Dikun to take her to see the house. Upon arrival, Suyu was pleasantly surprised. The condition of the house exceeded her expectations. With more furniture and appliances than she had anticipated, the kitchen was particularly impressive and spacious, captivating her completely. After reviewing the landlord's property ownership information and other vital details on her holographic device, she confirmed that the landlord was legitimate and inquired about their urgency in renting. Satisfied, she decided to proceed with the rental, signing the lease agreement digitally. The landlord then notified the property management of their arrangement before departing. In the small courtyard before the house, Suyu gazed at her surroundings, feeling somewhat surreal. It wasn't until Dikun urged her to gather her belongings that she snapped back to reality. Yes, let us head back to collect our things. The two set off swiftly. There wasn't much to pack in their rental, especially since Suyu had her space capabilities. Before long, the 3 of them had everything packed. Dikun accompanied Suyu to inform Zhu Dan of their departure. We'll be vacating the property shortly, he stated. Remarkably, Zhu Dan did not create any further obstacles this time. I just realized that. Suyu remarked. Dikun smiled subtly. Knowing that the landlord had already been penalized by the authorities for reporting them, he wasn't a petty person, but the landlord had initiated the conflict. Finn replied, not inclined to elaborate further. Suyu glanced at him, but chose not to pursue the topic. Upon arriving at their new home, Su-E was ecstatic, rushing to his room and rolling on the bed, exclaiming how he had barely slept the night before. Squeezed next to Dikun, Dikun didn't disturb him, instead leading Suyu to the sunroom in the basement. Su retrieved equipment, sugarcane, and oranges from her space for juicing, before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The sunroom was spacious and well lit, providing a significantly better working environment than their previous rental. She considered the message from Tao Fu. Decoin tidied up the area and quickly got to work. Soon, Su-yi joined them, eager to help. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Su-yi had become acquainted with a housekeeping robot, assigning it to assist her in meal preparation. Despite the advanced technology of this era, the robot struggled with Chinese cuisine, only capable of executing simple tasks like cooking rice or frying eggs. Conversely, it excelled at Western dishes. Nonetheless, Su-yi was satisfied. The robot could handle most of the cooking, significantly alleviating her workload. Breakfast was prepared swiftly. Su descended to the basement to call the two men for a meal in the sunroom. Decoin and Su-yi had already juiced a considerable amount of fruit. Decoin, in particular, had efficiently produced over 5 boxes of orange juice and was still busy packaging more. Su-yi was not far behind, having filled nearly 4 boxes with sugarcane juice, with more still to be bottled. Observing their progress, Su-yi offered to assist. Let us work together to package everything and then head upstairs for lunch before registering with the property management. Sure. Both Decoin and Su-yi agreed. As Su-yi joined in, she took on the role of sealing the cups. Their combined efforts drastically improved efficiency. Before long, the tasks in the sunroom reached a temporary halt. Su-yi directed the two men to tidy up the area while she stored the processed juice along with the peels and pulp in her space. After tidying up the scene, the three of them descended to the first-floor dining hall for a meal. The breakfast consisted of millet porridge, fried eggs, and a few stir-fried dishes. While it may not be a traditional Chinese breakfast, it was nevertheless quite sumptuous. The two men transformed into voracious eaters, finishing every last morsel before they ceased their feasting. Once the meal was concluded, Su-yi took Decoin and Su-yi to the property management center to complete their check-in procedures. After all the necessary paperwork was finalized, Su-yi suggested that the two men accompany her outside the city to gather the oranges they hadn't finished picking the day before. Upon hearing this, Decoin promptly mentioned his wholesale order. The owner of that amusement park has ordered 60 cups of orange juice and 40 cups of sugarcane juice for me again. Additionally, the administrative building has requested a total of 240 cups of juice, and the Public Security Bureau wants 60 cups, plus another 10 for tonight. If we go out to pick oranges, we won't be back until at least noon. Most of these orders need to be delivered before 3 in the afternoon, and we also have to sell juice in the evening that if we all leave and no one stays behind to make juice. We might not have enough to sell tonight, that Decoin spoke while glancing at Su-yi. How about we leave the elder brother home to make juice for half the day? Our household robot can also assist him. Su-yi was nearly taken aback by Decoin's earlier remarks. She had not anticipated that he would be so capable, securing such large orders. However, upon hearing his subsequent comments, Su-yi felt a twinge of irritation. It was evident that he preferred not to have her elder brother accompany them. Elder brother, what do you think of my suggestion? Rest assured, once we are outside the city, I will take good care of you. With Jean-Fong by my side, I can handle any star beast we might encounter. Su-yi, initially a bit reluctant, felt his hesitance dissipate upon hearing that Jean-Fong would be accompanying them. You go with you, he finally said. Making juice is actually easier than picking oranges, and given the pleasant environment of the new home, it will be quite comfortable for me. Su-yi glanced at her elder brother, and, seeing he bore no look of reluctance, nodded in agreement. Though she harbored some dissatisfaction with Decoin's intentions, this arrangement was indeed the most sensible. After dividing their tasks, they each set off on their respective endeavors. Su-yi mounted Decoin's hovering motorcycle, and together they journeyed toward the western city. Upon exiting the western city gate, they headed directly to the location of the orange trees that Su-yi had previously pinpointed. However, once they arrived, Decoin did not utilize the hovering skateboard that Su-yi had prepared. Instead, he summoned Jean-Fong. Su-yi watched in astonishment as Decoin commanded Jean-Fong to elevate itself and transform, revealing a gigantic concave area and 8 massive, scissor-like mechanical arms. To her amazement, the transformed Jean-Fong swiftly began to pick the oranges. The 8 scissor arms worked tirelessly, gathering oranges and depositing them into the large concave space. What was unfolding before her was not merely a humanoid combat mech. It was in fact a colossal agricultural machine, specifically designed for harvesting large crops. As far as Su-yi was aware, such agricultural technology did not exist in the interstellar realm. For to all interstellar beings, the wild plants of barren planets were deemed inedible. Amidst her astonishment, Jean-Fong continued to converse with her while efficiently harvesting oranges, soon filling the concave space to the brim. When Di Kun lowered the concave area to present it to Suyu, she quickly suppressed her shock, using her mental powers to select the oranges and store them in her space. Chapter 17. Numerous fruit trees. Di Kun, seated within the mech, observed Suyu's actions with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yet he did not pause, raising the concave area once more to continue harvesting the remaining oranges from the trees. In less than half an hour, the fruit on the orange trees was completely gathered. Returning to the ground, Di Kun retracted Jean Feng back into space and approached Suyu. There is still time. Perhaps we can find other orange trees or sugarcane in the vicinity. Suyu felt a surge of excitement. Her space was vast, capable of accommodating a significant amount of resources, with Di Kun's willingness to assist her in gathering fruit. She was eager to seize the opportunity, especially considering the dangers of the wild. Even if they remained near the safety zone, encounters with star beasts were a genuine threat. Just yesterday, she and her elder brother had nearly lost their lives to one. Given her past experiences in a post-apocalyptic world, combined with her current pregnancy, she wished to stockpile as much fruit as possible. After all, fruits could be juiced and sold. She had never considered that Di Kun would remain by her side, let alone care for her throughout her life. Thus, seizing the moment while he was willing to help, she readily agreed to his proposal. Di Kun looked dashing as he hopped onto the hovering motorcycle. Gesturing for Suyu to join him, she swiftly approached, and they set off at a leisurely pace, searching for more fruit trees. With the hovering motorcycle, locating fruit trees proved to be relatively straightforward, as they could soar above the tall grass, easily spotting trees that towered above the foliage. Before long, they stumbled upon another fruit tree, a magnificent apple tree brimming with gigantic apples, causing Suyu's eyes to light up. Can we eat these fruits? Di Kun halted the motorcycle beside a particularly large, slightly reddened apple and inquired. Absolutely, Suyu replied. However, they aren't fully ripe yet. We can return in a few days to pick them. She noted the extraordinary nature of Barren Star, where fruits that typically ripened in different seasons could all be harvested simultaneously. Not only were the fruit trees peculiar, but other crops exhibited similar traits. I'll mark the location. Let's revisit in 5 days, she stated while locating the spot on her light brain and noting the relevant information. Di Kun glanced at the apple. This one seems to be ripe. He observed, let's pick it. I'll make apple porridge for you guys when we get home. Suyu suggested. Sure, Di Kun cheerfully agreed, plucking the apple and handing it to Suyu. Clutching the large apple, she felt a surge of joy but only glanced at it for a moment before storing it in her space. Let's not waste time. Let us continue searching, she urged. All right, Di Kun responded, and they pressed on. The duo continued their exploration, discovering pear trees, plum trees, peach trees, mango trees, lychee trees, and more. Some were not yet ripe enough for picking, while others, although ripe, did not particularly appeal to Suyu, as not all fruits were suitable for juicing. Nevertheless, she marked the locations of all these fruit trees, knowing that even if some fruits weren't ideal for juicing, they could still be consumed. After all, anything stored in her space would not spoil. Before long, they realized it was already 10:30. Through their diligent exploration, they finally discovered 3 clusters of fully ripened orange trees. Di Kun eagerly set to work, entering the mech and joyfully harvesting the oranges. Today, our haul is impressive. Yu, can we have meat for lunch? Di Kun suddenly asked. With Jean Feng present, his voice was quite audible as they conversed. Su found herself surprised. She felt an immense sense of security while with Di Kun. After a brief moment of contemplation, she considered the feasibility of his suggestion. Given how much assistance Di Kun was providing her, it was only right to reciprocate. Plus, she and her elder brother had been craving meat. The deer they encountered yesterday would suffice, though it was too large to fit in their home kitchen. That deer is too massive. It would be cumbersome to cut, Suyu replied. Di Kun's eyes lit up. That is easily managed. Once you retrieve the deer meat, I can use the mech to slice it up to, as long as the pieces are around 20 to 30 pounds, it should be manageable. By the way, if deer meat is alright, can we also consider other meats? We've encountered several star beasts today. I could directly hunt and prepare some for you to store. This way, whenever you want to eat, you can just take some out and cook. As he spoke, Di Kun felt a pang of hunger. With Suyu's culinary skills, he would be in for a treat if she prepared meat dishes. Naturally, meat was far more scarce than vegetables, and even he couldn't indulge in it often. Suyu felt tempted. While the meat of star beasts might not be easy to sell, it could certainly be consumed by them. Unlike fruits that were unsuitable for juicing, Meat was a long-term food source. If she could stockpile dozens, no, hundreds of tons of meat in her space, they would never need to purchase meat again throughout their lives. Even if Dikuin were to leave, she and her family would remain well-fed. If it's possible, could you help me hunt a pig beast? It's rare to find pork in the supermarkets of Boundless City. Plus, I would like to render some lard. Although the oil we use at home is natural, it's plant-based. For cooking, lard is far more flavorful. Dikuin's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, the thought of hunting star beasts invigorated him, and he hastened the pace of Jean Feng's orange harvesting. Before long, the oranges from the 3 trees were completely gathered. Dikuin instructed Su Yu to retrieve the previously mentioned deer. Su Yu complied, and, following his guidance, stepped back to observe. Once she was at a safe distance, Dikuin transformed the mech back into its humanoid form, armed with 2 swords radiating sharp light. He began to slice through the deer meat with ease. The swords glided through the flesh as if cutting through tofu, and Su Yu couldn't help but admire the spectacle. This mech was simply magnificent. How she wished to possess such a mech and have the skill to pilot it. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought, setting aside the fact that such a double S-grade mech was virtually unavailable for purchase. Even if it were, it would likely cost billions of star coins. Selling juice for a lifetime would hardly suffice to afford it. Even if one can afford it, possessing the mental fortitude to operate such machinery is another matter altogether. After all, I was once deemed a mental capacity underachiever, with a mere E rating for my mental acuity test 2 years ago. After preparing the meat, Dikuin stored the mech away. Su stepped forward, using her consciousness to encircle the meat, subsequently placing it into her spatial storage. With only 10 minutes until midnight, she decided to call it a day. It was time to return and prepare dinner. Specifically meat dishes for everyone. Chapter 18. Stockpiling meat. Just as Dikuin was about to respond, his gaze suddenly shifted in a different direction. Wait, he called out, releasing the mech. Zhanfeng, follow me. He led Su Yu toward the mech hangar. Su Yu was taken aback, but did not resist upon realizing Dikuin's intentions. Some mechs, aside from their pilots, could accommodate additional passengers, and there were even models capable of being piloted by multiple individuals simultaneously. Dikuin's offer to show her the mech was an opportunity she could hardly refuse. Soon, Su Yu found herself inside Zhanfeng, captivated by its intricate internal design. In the age of interstellar travel, mechs represented the pinnacle of advanced technology. You can stay here and observe. There should be a star beast ahead, that I will hunt it and prepare the meat, Dikuin said. All right, Su Yu replied, excitement bubbling within her. Dikuin equipped her with protective gear and initiated the mech's departure. Not long after, a star beast appeared on the large screen before them. It resembled a chicken the size of an ostrich. Startled by the noise produced by the mech, it began to flee. Dikuin maneuvered the mech, raising its mechanical arm, but a small cannon emerged beneath the arm, and the display began calibrating automatically. With ease, Dikuin pressed a virtual switch, and a small projectile was launched. Su gasped as she witnessed the chicken being struck squarely, its head exploding upon impact. That it was remarkably effortless, she mused, considering the minimal impact on the meat. Dikuin turned to her with a smile. Well, it's manageable. Then I'll proceed with the cutting, he declared, continuing to pilot the mech. Su regained her composure, cautioning, be careful not to injure the entrails. They can be cleaned and used in cooking. With household robots at her disposal, cleaning was not a daunting task. Dikuin nodded. Understood. He deftly cut the chicken, and Su Yu stored it in her space before continuing on their mission to procure more meat. As Dikuin expressed his desire to hunt a pig beast, in the end, Dikuin successfully hunted not 1, but 2 pigs, along with a chicken, 2 ducks, and a goose along the way. Just as Su Yu was reveling in their bounty, her brother Su called, prompting her to realize it was already 12:30. Big brother, have some oranges while you wait. We'll be back shortly, she informed him. Feeling a bit hungry herself, Su Yu decided to wrap up their outing for the day, knowing they had ample time to gather supplies later. Let us head back, she suggested to Dikuin, who agreed with a smile. Yes, they made their way back. They had traveled quite a distance from the safe zone in pursuit of the pig beasts. At their current location, traveling by mech was considerably safer, and its speed surpassed that of the hovering motorcycles. Soon, they returned to the relatively secure vicinity of the safe zone. Dikuin stored the mech in his necklace and rode the hovering motorcycle back home with Su Yu. Upon arriving at their new house in the residential complex, they discovered that Su Yu was absent. Hearing noise from the first basement, they realized he was busy juicing fruits. Take some bread to find Big Brother and hold him over for now. I'll whip up something quick for us to eat, Suyu instructed, handing Dikuin 4 pieces of bread. What about you? He asked, hesitating to accept. I have more, she replied, conjuring another 2 loaves. Only then did Dikuin take the bread from her. I'll head out now, that I'll send the household robot to assist you shortly. All right, Suyu acknowledged, entering the kitchen to get to work. Given the time constraints, she decided to prepare noodles. Shortly after, the robot arrived, providing her with much-needed assistance. With a free hand, Suyu began frying eggs. Not just any eggs, but large ones, sufficient for all 3 of them. Soon, a steaming pot of chicken egg noodles was ready. Suyu instructed the robot to serve the noodles and ingredients while she went to the first basement to call Dikuin and Su-yi for dinner. Upon arrival, Suyu was astonished to see a mountain of packaged juice stacked in the sunroom. All 20 boxes she had previously stored were emptied, and the table was laden with juice containers. Big Brother has certainly been busy, she mused. Yu. Both men looked up in unison as she entered. Dinner is ready. Let us eat, she announced, while simultaneously transferring juice and boxes into her spatial storage. I'll need to buy more boxes this afternoon, she noted. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal. Savoring the flavorful noodles and fragrant eggs, that Suyu realized that with more diverse seasonings, the dish could be even more delectable. Unfortunately, seasonings for Chinese cuisine were expensive and hard to come by in the interstellar age. Oh, Yu, this noodle dish is truly delicious, Su-yi exclaimed, devouring a significant portion. Dikuin, though silent, displayed a commendable appetite, finding the noodles to be among the best he had ever tasted. Everyone has worked hard today. Eat your fill, if there's not enough. I'll make more, she assured, fully aware of her 2 brothers' hearty appetites. Perhaps I should visit the supermarket later to stock up on rice and flour. She pondered. Natural ingredients are rather pricey, and I regret not discovering any wild rice or wheat during my outdoor excursions. Maybe in the future, I shall take the time to search for them. Once finished, Su-yi looked at her with wide-eyed excitement. Can we really have more? Absolutely, Su-yi replied with a smile. After they finished their bowls of noodles, she set down her chopsticks and summoned the robot to the kitchen once more. In about 10 minutes, another large bowl of noodles was presented at the table, leaving both Su-yi and Dikuin thoroughly satisfied. As the robot took care of the dishes, Suyu planned to take her brothers to the commercial street to sell juice. You both should rest at home. I'll handle the juice sales, Dikuin suggested. He had just received a message from Tao Fu, who had arranged a spot for him to display the mech and sell juice at the commercial street. With the pre-orders in place, he anticipated a profitable afternoon. Chapter 19. Selling juice at the mech display. I'm not tired. We have indeed gathered a lot today, but only sales can convert our efforts into currency. More hands make lighter work. We should go together, Suyu insisted. No need. I can manage alone, Dikuin maintained, his gaze lingering on Suyu's belly. That you're not alone now. Both you and the baby need rest. I expect 1,000 cups of juice from you. If you don't sell them all, I'll 1 tea return. His last statement effectively silenced Suyu. Are you serious? She asked. Astonished, Dikuin nodded confidently. For you and the baby, I can make it happen. With the arrangements already made by Tao Fu, along with the pre-orders, he was certain he could sell 1,000 cups. Very well, she conceded. However, if you fail to sell all 1,000 cups, you must allow me to sell juice in the future, Suyu asserted. Recognizing their cooperative relationship, that Dikuin's gaze flickered momentarily. If I manage to sell 1,000 cups, you must promise to accompany me for a prenatal checkup. He added, prompting Suyu to pause. That it dawned on her that she had indeed been overdue for a checkup. Previously, financial constraints had hindered her from undergoing many necessary tests, and in recent days, her preoccupation with tasks had allowed her to forget. All right, she agreed, realizing it was essential for the baby's well-being. Dikuin's desire to accompany her was not unwelcome, and regardless of whether he could sell the juice. She kept that thought to herself to ensure he remained motivated. Dikuin smiled as he instructed Suyu to retrieve the juice from her spatial storage before transferring it into his mech necklace. I'll await your good news. With that, he left the house. Suyu chuckled. Not overly concerned with his words, as Dikuin had advised against her venturing out, she decided to prepare a delightful meal for everyone. Having only had noodles for lunch, she resolved not to compromise on dinner. Additionally, she aimed to prepare extra food for storage, ensuring that in future situations like today, she would not need to cook on the spot. Thus, Suyu donned her apron and set to work in the kitchen with the help of the household robot, while Su-yi returned to the sunroom to continue juicing. This time, she had brought back not only oranges. but also apples, pears, and mangoes, all suitable for juicing. By working harder, he could ease his sister's burden. Meanwhile, Dikuan rode his hovering motorcycle to deliver juice to the administrative building, followed by a visit to the safety bureau. Finally, he made his way to the location Tao Fu had informed him of, where he would meet with the contact to gather information. He then took Zhanfeng from his mech necklace and set up a stall to sell juice. In the bustling square, a striking silver mech suddenly made its appearance, boasting an electronic screen that announced, "Fresh natural juice, only 50 star coins per cup." The screen scrolled continuously, soon transforming its message to, "Buy juice and take a photo with me." The dazzling mech quickly captivated the attention of passers-by, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Upon noticing the dashing figure in a mask standing beside the mech, many began to queue for juice. This mech was truly magnificent. Judging by its materials, it was undoubtedly of S-grade quality. That S-grade mechs are a rarity, not only on DQ008, but even on more advanced planets. Only those developed worlds showcase S-grade mechs. Meanwhile, Su Yu's wrist began to vibrate incessantly, indicating incoming funds. Sometimes it was 50 star coins, other times 80 or even 100 star coins and beyond. The Su was astounded, nearly suspecting a malfunction in her light brain. Suddenly, she recalled the words Emperor Kuan had spoken before his departure. Could it be that was he truly capable of selling that many juices? She murmured to herself, perhaps a sudden influx of customers has arrived. 1,000 cups of juice? Selling them all in just an afternoon seems implausible. No worries. Perhaps they will sell out soon. 10 minutes later, Suyu's composure began to waver. Her light brain continued to alert her of incoming star coins. What was happening on Emperor Kuan's side? In just over 10 minutes, he must have sold around 100 cups of juice. Her gaze sharpened. Regardless of how he was selling them, as long as the money kept flowing in, all was well. Resolving to remain calm, she resumed her tasks, having already marinated some meat for roasting. Additionally, she had simmered a pot of meat soup and was now preparing to render lard. 20 minutes later. Her wrist vibrated persistently. Although the frequency had diminished, funds continued to arrive. What exactly was happening with Emperor Kuan? How could he be selling so much juice? So you couldn't help but wonder. She contemplated rushing over to deliver more juice to him. At the current selling pace, 1,000 cups would surely not suffice. However, since Emperor Kuan's light brain was non-operational, finding anyone to assist would likely prove challenging. Regret washed over her as she thought, had she known, she would have given him more juice before he left. She still had over 500 cups in her space. Suddenly, a realization struck. If Emperor Kuan had sold those 1,000 cups, and her stock was limited, would there be enough juice to sell if their business continued to thrive into the evening? This thought spurred her to leave the kitchen. She glanced at the household robot and decided to take it with her to the lower floor. In the sunroom, Su had sealed a large quantity of juice, all mango-flavored, vibrant, and clearly delicious. Brother, Emperor Kuan will soon sell out of those 1,000 cups, and we don't have much juice left in stock. The kitchen is busy rendering oil, so it's best to let it assist you here. All right, Su, he readily agreed, feeling somewhat bored working alone. Even with a robot for company, he was pleased he had previously discovered that the robot could play music and tell stories, providing entertainment. Once Emperor Kuan returns, we'll venture out to buy supplies, and I'll also grab some energy crystals so we needn't conserve energy. A radiant smile spread across Su Yi's face. Sure. Finally, Su Yi returned to the kitchen. The oil extraction process required moderate heat and was lengthy, so she tended to 2 large pots simultaneously. During the intervals, she opened her light brain to browse the online marketplace, in the Interstellar era. Online shopping existed, though DQ008, being a desolate planet, lacked the transportation efficiency of many other star systems, leading to high shipping costs. Nevertheless, purchasing online remained an option. The shipping fees could be likened to those of remote regions before the apocalypse that did not offer free shipping. In essence, shopping on a desolate planet was more expensive than on others. While other planets might include shipping, desolate planets charge exorbitant rates, sometimes exceeding the product's price. This was why Su Yu had previously preferred shopping in physical stores. However, for certain high-priced equipment, online shopping proved more economical, especially for items unavailable in the physical stores of Boundless City. For instance, Su Yu was currently perusing medical pods. Indeed, she wished to buy a medical pod for herself. In this technologically advanced interstellar age, medical pods could perform many tasks typically reserved for hospitals, such as health examinations, surgeries, and even childbirth. Having a medical pod at home would spare her the hassle of hospital visits for prenatal checkups and childbirth. Furthermore, once the child arrived, the pod could monitor their health daily. The hospitals in Boundless City were often overcrowded, consuming much of her precious time. Regrettably, while the idea was appealing, even a basic medical pod would cost upwards of 1 million star coins. Far beyond her means. After perusing the descriptions and reviews for a while, Suyu felt a pang of longing, but ultimately closed the page. This moment, both pots of oil had produced a significant yield. She tucked away her light brain to ladle the oil, adding the chopped pork fat as the oil level decreased. With her tasks momentarily complete, Suyu resumed browsing her light brain for other products. The basic model of household robot was priced at 600,000 star coins. She inhaled sharply. It was prohibitively expensive, and it was simpler to do the chores herself. After all, juicing was not a difficult task. No need to buy it. Reflecting on the household robot at home, she resolved to treat it better in the future, hoping not to damage it as repairs would likely be costly. Then, she decided to check the prices of mechs. The results were shocking. An entry-level D-grade mech commanded a staggering 5 million star coins. The higher the mech's grade, the more expensive it became. Furthermore, only A-grade mechs were available for purchase online. Anything above that was unattainable. To acquire an A-grade mech, one must petition the relevant authorities and pass qualifications that included matching mental energy levels and possessing a certain identity, specifically as a member of a mercenary team or a military soldier. In fact, the military provides soldiers with appropriate mechs for frontline deployment, eliminating the need for them to purchase their own. However, those mechs are not considered personal property, leading some soldiers to wish to buy their own. Mech companies prioritize fulfilling their needs. After absorbing this information, Suyu sighed. She had initially hoped to buy an S-grade mech for her brother, but it seemed unlikely now. Why overthink it? First, I must save up 1 million star coins. She reassured herself. Having money brings peace of mind. One step at a time. With renewed determination, Suyu returned to ladling oil. 1 jar of lard filled. She stored it in her space and set it aside on the countertop before moving on to fill the second jar. When Emperor Kuin returned, she would need to make another trip to the supermarket to buy jars, a juicer, a sealing machine, and cups for the juice, as well as replenish household essentials like rice and flour. An hour and a half later, having filled all the containers for the oil, Suyu paused her rendering process. Checking the time, she noted it was already 4 o'clock, and her light brain had not alerted her to any incoming payments for a while. She surmised that Emperor Kuin would be returning soon, and decided to begin preparing dinner. With meat and lard already on hand, they could enjoy a sumptuous feast that evening. Suyu contacted Su-E to instruct the household robot to return to the kitchen and assist her. She then directed the robot to chop and prepare the meat while she set about cooking. Dishes included stir-fried duck, braised pork ribs with potatoes, red braised lion's head meatballs, red braised pork, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork. With 2 pots in operation, Suyu worked swiftly, and soon the kitchen was filled with delightful aromas. When Emperor Kuin returned home, he caught a whiff of the delicious scents wafting from the kitchen and could no longer restrain himself. Swiftly striding into the house, "Yu," he called out, heading straight for the kitchen. Upon seeing Emperor Kuin, Suyu's face lit up. "That you've worked hard. Please go downstairs and call brother. Dinner will be ready shortly." Emperor Kuin's gaze fell upon the array of dishes prepared on the countertop, and he swallowed hard. "All right," he responded, returning his attention to the lower floor. As he walked, a smile spread across his face. The joy of coming home to someone and a delicious meal was simply unparalleled. That Suyu plated the final dish, directing the robot to serve the food and tidy up the utensils before heading to the dining area. At that moment, both Emperor Kuin and Su-E arrived. Upon seeing the table laden with food, their mouths nearly watered. Suyu gestured for them to sit and begin eating. Neither man hesitated. They sat down and dug in. With their chopsticks in motion, they found it impossible to stop. "Delicious, Yu. This meat is utterly fantastic," Su-E exclaimed, stuffing a piece of red braised pork in his mouth, grease glistening on his lips. "All the dishes are delectable." "I love meat." Emperor Kuin nodded in agreement. As a military marshal, he had tasted these dishes before, often in upscale restaurants, yet none compared to the flavors crafted by his wife. The red braised pork, in particular, was divine. Though his manners were better than Su-Yi's, he devoured his food with equal enthusiasm. "This red braised pork is truly exquisite. Perhaps we should hunt some pig beasts next time," he suggested, catching Su-Yu's gaze. Imagining a blissful future filled with culinary delights, Emperor Kuin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness bubble within him. Su-Yu's eyes flickered momentarily. There was still plenty of pork left. It would be best to pick fruits first. By the way, how did you manage to sell those juices so quickly today? Sue, he turned his gaze towards Dikuin. Dikuin glanced at the siblings and smiled. He had merely rented a spot in the vast plaza of the commercial street to sell juice. Furthermore, he allowed people buying juice to take photos with the mech. Jean phoned. Suu was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Dikuin had done so much. It is quite rare for ordinary people to encounter mechs in real life, let alone those of S-Class or above. Jean phone was a double S-Class mech, and its stunning design would undoubtedly attract a crowd. Who wouldn't want to queue up for a chance to take a photo with it after buying a cup of juice? Numerous thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. How much is the rent for the space? She inquired. That a customer referred him, and it costs only 8,000 star coins per month. I've already signed a contract, but I haven't made the payment yet. Chapter 21. Xiao Chun, I was just about to discuss this with you. The other party provided an account number and said it should be transferred by tomorrow. After speaking, Dikuin opened his holographic device and sent the payment account to Su Yu. Su's expression turned astonished. Oh, my holographic communication has been restored, but other functions remain unusable. In reality, he had established a private communication channel for both Su Yu and Su. Through normal channels, he still couldn't be reached. Of course, he had no intention of revealing this. Su Yu's eyes flickered again. Oh, she replied, promptly making the transfer. After completing the transaction, she suddenly recalled something. That place available at night? She questioned Dikuin. Utilizing mechs to assist in selling juice would undoubtedly yield booming business, at least in the short term. If that was the case, they needed to seize the opportunity while the novelty lasted and sell as much juice as possible. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have spent the afternoon in the kitchen. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about insufficient inventory. No, we can't, Dikuin replied. It wasn't that they couldn't. He could easily arrange it with Tao Fu. However, he didn't want his wife to be overburdened. Su's expression fell. Then, we won't go out at night anymore. We'll stay home to juice fruits and prepare supplies for the next day. That place has good foot traffic. And with Jean Fong as our marquee, selling several thousand cups of juice in a day would be no problem. By the way, I suggest hiring 2 people to help us sell juice there. We can arrange the supplies to be delivered daily. This way, we can free ourselves to venture out for resources while having ample time to prepare juice for the booth, Dikuin proposed. The venue's rental party has already agreed to a simple renovation of the rented space, and there will be a food cart, making juice sales very convenient. Su pondered for a moment. All right, she agreed. Although hiring staff would increase costs, it was worth it compared to her managing everything herself. Their meal concluded in a relaxed atmosphere. After dinner, Su expressed her intention to go shopping. Dikuin and Su both wanted to accompany her, but Su preferred to go alone. Now that they were renting space and hiring help, expenses were considerable. To avoid wasting resources, they needed to build up their inventory. I can manage the shopping alone. You both stay home to juice fruits, she insisted. He couldn't find a counterargument. However, Dikuin interjected, you're carrying a baby, and I'm concerned about you going out alone at night. Besides, when you go shopping, it's for our family. I also have some additional items I need, so it would be convenient for you to pick them up. Su wanted to refuse, but realized that Dikuin had helped them earn quite a bit of money already. It seemed unreasonable to decline his request for a few extra items, so she could only nod in agreement. Su glanced at his brother-in-law, feeling a bit aggrieved. All right, brother, when we go to the supermarket, I'll ensure to bring back some delicious treats for you. Dikuin tactfully remarked. What delicious things could the supermarket possibly have? No matter how good they are, they can't compare to what my wife makes. This comment was merely to appease his brother-in-law, but it nonetheless delighted Su. Thus, Dikuin accompanied Su to shop, while Su stayed home with the household robot to continue juicing. Is it really all right to keep my brother at home juicing? As they stepped out, Su glanced back at their new home. Dikuin rubbed his nose, saying, just bear with it today. Once we hire someone to help us sell juice, we'll manage just find a tea that point. The 3 of us, plus the household robot, will make it easy to build up inventory. That if we truly can't handle it, we can always purchase another household robot. Su immediately objected that a household robot costs at least 600,000 star coins. I don't have that kind of money. She would rather do the work herself, of course. If she had millions in her account, that would be a different story. Noticing Dikuin looking at her, Su reined in her emotions. I think I should buy a medical pod first. Also, I need to save money for my brother's treatment. Su suddenly turned to Dikuin. During our time on Dixing, The doctor who examined my brother mentioned that only Professor Xiao Chun from the Imperial Military District Hospital might be able to cure him. I heard that Professor Xiao Chun is often on the front lines and seldom sees patients at the hospital, but I must give it a try. Once we return to the capital, I will take my brother for treatment. By the way, since you are also from the military, could you help me get in touch with Professor Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun, that kid is the only one who might be able to cure my brother-in-law. Of course, Di Kuan replied directly to Su Yu's astonishment. With a smile, Di Kuan reassured her, "You don't need to worry about the medical fees." Su Yu's expression turned skeptical. Di Kuan felt a bit hurt. Does his wife really see him as such a stingy person? He was only in a special situation at the moment. Yeah, thanks, Su Yu quickly responded, hiding her expression. It was already generous of him to offer to help contact someone. She wouldn't push for anything more. All right. In Su Yu's eyes, Di Kuan did seem a bit frugal that we are engaged, so you don't need to be so formal with me. Di Kuan felt somewhat stifled. Okay, Su Yu replied again, shifting her gaze away. After the two left the house, they quickly arrived at the supermarket. Su Yu first gathered some ingredients and food, then purchased some daily necessities at Di Kuan's request. She accompanied him to the clothing section to buy some clothes. Although he claimed he needed to buy clothing, he only selected one set for himself and chose 3 sets for Su Yu. After learning Su Yi's size, he picked out 2 sets for him as well. After finishing with the clothes, Di Kuan insisted on buying shoes for everyone, with Su Yu getting the most, realizing that the family did indeed lack clothing and that they had made a decent profit from selling juice today. Su Yu readily paid the bill. Due to the quantity of items purchased, she found herself spending over 5,000 star coins upon exiting the supermarket. The thought of needing to buy boxes, cups, and other juicing equipment made her feel that money was too easily spent. Thankfully, with this bulk purchase, she wouldn't need to shop for a while, which brought her some comfort. After returning home, the two arrived at the complex after 6:30. The sky had darkened and the street lights were illuminated. Unlike the previous rental house, their new home was a villa community with bright lights. Inside, the first floor was dark, but she could see the glow from the basement elevator shaft. Upon noticing this, Su Yu felt a pang of sympathy for her older brother. She turned on the lights, then went to the basement to call Su. Di Kuan followed her. During their absence, Su Yu had made quite a bit of juice with the help of the household robot. While Su Yu felt concerned for her brother, Su Yu didn't feel wronged at all. Learning that his sister and brother-in-law had bought him delicious food, as well as clothing and shoes, made him quite happy. Chapter 22. Di Kuan hiring staff leave this to us. Brother, go wash up and try on the new clothes. If they don't fit, we can return them tomorrow. Di Kuan said. Okay. Su Yu replied cheerfully as he took the food, new clothes, and shoes away. Di Kuan turned to Su Yu. You should also go wash up and rest early. Leave this to me. Su Yu glanced at Di Kuan, retrieving the equipment and tools she had purchased that night from her storage. It's still early. I'll help you. Let's wrap things up by 10. Di Kuan furrowed his brow. Let's make it 9. You should go rest. I'll continue working. Also, leave the hiring of staff to me. Su Yu looked at Di Kuan, hesitated, then nodded. We have to leave early tomorrow for the hospital for your checkup. Don't work too late. Di Kuan felt warmth in his heart. Don't worry, he replied. The feeling of being cared for by his wife was truly delightful. The two quickly became busy. The household robot peeled oranges nearby, while Di Kuan and Su Yu worked efficiently, one juicing and the other sealing cups. Once a barrel of juice was finished, Di Kuan took some oranges to prepare a second batch. After juicing a large barrel, they continued to fill cups. About half an hour later, Su Yu returned, dressed in his new clothes and shoes, looking quite pleased. You're no longer needed here. Be careful not to dirty your clothes. Brother, go watch some TV and get to bed early. Tomorrow morning, I need to go to the hospital for my checkup with Di Kuan, so you'll be in charge of juicing, Su Yu instructed. She had hoped to send her brother to the vast plaza to help sell juice with Jean Foam, but realized he would struggle to manage it alone. Hence, it was better for him to stay home. Are you going to see the baby? I want to go too. Su Yi's eyes lit up. The hospital will be crowded, and having too many people accompanying me would be inconvenient. I only need Di Kuan with me. Su Yu explained. She wanted her brother to accompany her, but since she had already made a bet with Di Kuan and agreed to this arrangement, she couldn't go back on her word. Upon observing the dimming light in Su Yi's eyes, Su Yu continued, the hospital is not an entertaining place. If my elder brother wishes to see the baby, there is no need to visit the hospital. Once we save enough money for a medical pod, we can purchase one to place in our home. That way, my brother can see the little one every day. Su Yi's eyes brightened. Great. I will make more juice. My sister and brother-in-law can sell the juice to save up for the medical pod. After saying this, Su-yi approached, dismissing the idea of watching television in favor of juicing, exchanging a glance with Di-kun. Su-yu shared a smile that if her brother was willing to stay, they would work together. Thus, another industrious individual joined the sunlit room. At 9 o'clock, Di-kun gently urged Su-yu to rest in her room. She did not insist, instead storing the freshly made juice and tidying up before returning to the first floor. However, she did not rest. Instead, she prepared a late-night snack for the two men in the sunlit room. Despite having eaten quite a bit earlier, the two men still relished the late-night offerings. Finishing everything Su-yu had brought in her room, Su-yu took a shower and washed her hair. Her hair was short and dried quickly. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, she felt completely relaxed and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in the sunlit room on the basement floor, after Su-yu left, Di-kun and Su-yi worked until 10 o'clock before concluding their tasks. Upon returning to the first floor, Di-kun glanced at Su-yu's room before heading to his own. While washing up, he called Tao Fu to finalize arrangements before retiring for the night. The next day, Su-yu, unusually, had not awakened due to her biological clock, but instead enjoyed a full night's sleep until after 8. Akati must be the comfort of the bed, she mused. After washing up and stepping outside, she found no sign of the two men at home. She went to the basement and, indeed, found both men busy in the sunlit room. After greeting them, she returned to the first floor to prepare breakfast, which consisted of noodles. Once again, that Su thought that during her free time, she could prepare and store dumplings and glutinous rice balls to enrich their breakfast options. Buns, steamed bread, soy milk, and fried dough sticks could also be considered for future storage. During breakfast, Di-kun and Su-yi maintained their reputation as voracious eaters. I've already hired someone to sell juice. They will report to Wubian Square shortly. After breakfast, we can all go together. Then head to the hospital. Di-kun suddenly announced Su-yu was somewhat taken aback. So soon. The person who introduced them to me sells juice. Point 1 is a retired soldier from the front lines, and the other is a military spouse, both locals. I've decided to offer them a monthly salary of 4,000. With a performance bonus of 1,000, they will alternate shifts, totaling 4 days off in a month. Su-yu nodded, agreeing to meet the individuals first. After breakfast, Su-yu and Di-kun set off. Upon arriving at Wubian Square, they found that Di-kun had arranged for a food cart overnight. The cart bore the sign for Yameka Natural Juice. Outside, 2 small screens displayed the types of juice available and their prices, along with a brief introduction to the mecha, indicating that customers could take photos with it. The content on the screens was editable. Inside the cart, there was ample space for operation, and a large area was designated for the mecha. At that moment, the 2 recruits Di-kun had hired stood nearby. Both were men. One was older, around 50, with one blind eye covered by a patch, while the other was younger, with dark skin and a somewhat malnourished appearance. Su exchanged a glance with Di-kun and approached to inquire about their situations. The older man, Kong Hepping, expressed his anxiety, revealing that he was 51 and had been injured 5 years ago on the front lines. His family had faced multiple health issues, and his initial compensation had not lasted long. He had been unable to afford a prosthetic eye. The younger man, Wang Xiaohu, was just 18, having lost his elder brother 3 years prior in combat. With younger siblings to support, he felt immense pressure. Miss Su, please rest assured, we will do our utmost. Even if you pay us less, we will work hard. Kong Hepping nervously looked towards Su-yu, fearing she might dismiss him. Given his circumstances, it was challenging for him to secure stable employment, especially with younger individuals competing for jobs. Yes, Wang Xiaohu chimed in. He had just reached adulthood, but his mental acuity was at the lowest level, leaving his future bleak. Despite his youth, he appeared undernourished and struggled to receive interview opportunities. This chance meant everything to him, as failing would force him to venture out of the city to mine energy stones, exposing him to significant dangers. Di-kun glanced at Su-yu, wanting to advocate for the 2 men. But Su-yu spoke first. Let's proceed as agreed. I will explain the job responsibilities. If you perform well, not only will you receive your salary, but performance bonuses will also be issued. However, if you cannot meet the job expectations, I will have to let you go. Understood. Thank you, boss. Wang Xiaohu was the first to respond, bowing deeply. Thank you, boss. Kong Hepping followed suit. Su then discussed the job details with them and signed the employment contract. Di-kun released Zhan Feng from the mecha necklace, positioning it beside the food cart. Simultaneously, Su-yu retrieved boxes of pre-packaged juice from the cart storage area. The display screen outside required some adjustments. In addition to sugarcane and orange juice, they would also offer mango juice today. The prices for the juice remained consistent. Small cups were 50 star coins, and large cups were 80 star coins. There were a total of 1,500 cups of juice. They would start selling, and once half were sold, they would need to contact her for a restock. Sure. They both agreed. One more crucial point is the payment process. The card is equipped with an audible payment notification. You must pay attention to it. Once you hear the sound, you can prepare the juice for the customer, but if there are any issues, you will be responsible for the cost. Suyu emphasized, and both men grew serious, assuring her they understood. Just as Suyu was finishing the employee training, customers began to arrive, as business commenced, more passers-by were drawn to the cart. Some were genuinely thirsty, while others were captivated by the Mecca, eager to purchase juice and take photographs with it. Initially, Kong Heping and Wang Xiaohu were a bit nervous and clumsy, but as the number of customers grew, they quickly adapted to the workflow. Suyu felt relieved. Let's go. It's almost time for our appointment at the hospital. Dikuan called out to Suyu. All right, she replied, leaving with him. Upon arriving at the maternity ward, they found a considerable queue. Most expectant mothers had prominent bellies, while Suyu's was not yet visible. Thinking she would have to wait a long time, she was pleasantly surprised when she was called shortly after signing in. The doctor, a gentle woman, guided Suyu into the medical pod to check on her condition. Now 17 weeks pregnant, the medical pod allowed them to clearly observe the baby, currently the size of an avocado and weighing around 200 grams. Enlarging the screen, they could see the baby's features, including its eyebrows and nails. That Suyu and Dikuan, under the doctor's guidance, listened to the baby's heartbeat, and a warm, touching emotion spread between them. For the first time, they felt the reality of a child connected to their bloodline. The baby appeared healthy. The doctor informed them that in the coming weeks, Suyu might experience some dizziness, especially when standing up quickly after bending down or when waking from sleep, due to changes in her cardiovascular system resulting in low blood pressure. She advised Suyu to rise slowly to alleviate this. Regarding diet, she encouraged the consumption of natural foods, emphasizing vegetables and fruits while also including meat, though moderation was key. Additionally, the doctor advised Dikuan to be patient and attentive to Suyu's emotions, offering her companionship and support. Understood. Thank you, Doctor, Dikuan said, assisting Suyu in getting up and sincerely expressing gratitude. You're welcome, the doctor replied, her gaze warm as she observed the lovely couple. Suyu's beauty and Dikuan's striking handsomeness, both radiating care. One could only imagine the beauty and happiness their child would embody upon birth. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Suyu left the hospital with a heart full of happiness. As soon as Suyu mounted the hover motorcycle, she received a call from Kong Heping. It turned out that the quantity of juice on the food truck had not yet reached half. We will come over immediately, Suyu replied, instructing Dikuan to drive to Wubian Square. On the way, Suyu expressed her concerns. Wang Xiaohu had called to inform her that the juice on the food truck was running low at this rate. It was likely that only 2,000 to 3,000 cups of juice would be sold throughout the morning. If they were at home, they could promptly deliver supplies, but once they ventured out of the city, the food truck would likely run out of stock. Furthermore, while showcasing the Mecca next to the food truck could indeed attract business, leaving the city would mean they could not be without the Jean phone. Contemplating these issues, Suyu furrowed her brow. Dikuan, however, chuckled softly. Who says the Mecca beside the food truck is the real Jean phone? He suddenly remarked that Suyu was taken aback. The Mecca was a one-to-one replica modeled after Jean phone, and unless it was activated in combat mode, it was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Dikuan explained. Moreover, the model Jean phone also had a corresponding Mecca necklace. Although the interior space was limited, once the model was released, it could easily store several thousand cups of juice that if they were not home. They could ask their older brother to assist with deliveries. He had a hover motorcycle and could deliver quickly. Suyu glanced at the back of Dikuan's head, feeling reassured. When we return, I will first ask my brother for his thoughts, she said. The two soon arrived at Wubian Square. There were still people buying juice outside the food truck, with even more lined up to take photos nearby. Suyu entered the food truck to inquire and check the situation. Upon learning that the mango juice had sold out, she collected the empty boxes and replenished them with 10 boxes of mango juice. The remaining juices were also supplemented accordingly. After restocking, Suyu made a record of the inventory. At the end of the day, the food truck would conduct stock taking and account verification. Any errors in the process would be the responsibility of the staff. After restocking, Suyu called Dikuan to head home. The IT was already 10:40, and it was time to prepare lunch. The Dikuin went to the basement to assist and summoned the household robot to help Suyu. In the sunroom, Dikuin spoke to Su-yi about Su-yu's situation. When discussing the baby, the man's demeanor warmed significantly. I also want to see the baby. Next time, I will accompany Yu to the hospital. Su-yi said somewhat irritably. Dikuin glanced at his brother Dash and Dashlaw, and I need to wait until next time. Let's make more juice to sell and save enough money to buy a medical pod. Then we can see the baby at home. By the way, older brother, can I entrust you with the task of delivering juice to the store in the future? Su-yi looked puzzled. Thus, Dikuin explained the food truck situation to Su-yi. After listening, Su-yi appeared somewhat worried about not performing well. Don't worry. This afternoon, we will need to restock at Wubian Square. I will take you along a couple of times, and you will know what to do. Okay, Su-yi remained apprehensive, yet he agreed. However, they did not have to wait until the afternoon. At 11:30, Su-yi received a call for restocking. Upon learning the situation, Dikuin took Su-yi for a trip. They returned just in time for lunch. In the afternoon, Su-yi had intended to have Dikuin take her out of the city to gather supplies, but Dikuin refused. We have already gone out this morning. You should stay in this afternoon. First, take a nap. If you find yourself restless after waking up, you can prepare some food with the household robot. Earlier, didn't you say you were going to make dumplings? I'm already a bit tempted, Dikuin said, revealing a look of longing. During his time on the front lines, he had not been able to eat dumplings. He had tasted them in the palace. But that was only during the New Year. Hearing Dikuin suggest that his sister cook, Su-yi's mouth watered in anticipation. Yes, Yu, go rest. Once you're refreshed, prepare us something delicious. What could Su-yi do? She could only yield to the majority and follow the arrangement. After all, the doctor had just advised her to pay attention to her rest. A daily nap was beneficial for the baby. Thus, Su-yi returned to her room. She truly adored the large bed in her bedroom. Lying down, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Dikuin took Su-yi back to the basement to make juice. The restocking at Wubian Square would now be directly handled by Su-yi. After receiving the delivery request, Dikuin would accompany him. After a couple of trips, Dikuin encouraged Su-yi to go on his own to deliver the juice. Eventually, he completely entrusted the delivery task to Su-yi. He rather enjoyed making deliveries, which instilled in him a sense of mission. Su slept soundly, and when she awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. It was getting late for dinner, but she still called the household robot to assist with kneading the dough and rolling out dumpling skins. Whenever she cooked, she made large quantities and would set aside some to store. Today, while making dumplings, she could afford to be a bit lazy and take out the previously prepared dishes for everyone. Although the inventory would decrease, it would not affect her work of making dumplings today. Thinking about the need to stock up on cooked food in the space, Su-yi felt a bit of pressure. She was the only one at home who could cook, and with 2 big eaters requiring a substantial amount of food daily. She needed to prepare more meals to stockpile. Once she gave birth, she would need to follow the confinement practices. She certainly could not be cooking for them while in confinement, could she? As for eating out, not only were the prices at natural food restaurants expensive, but the taste was also inferior to her own cooking. Even if she did not consider her family's tastes, she did not want to compromise her own preferences. Right, I need to check the information when I have time. I must prepare my confinement meals in advance. I have heard that many things cannot be eaten during confinement. Well, I will take it slow. Today, I will first make dumplings. Therefore, Su-yi instructed the household robot to play prenatal knowledge while she busied herself alongside it. The dumpling skins did not require fermentation, making the process relatively simple. Su-yi guided the household robot in kneading the dough, then rolling out the skins. The household robot's learning and mimicking abilities were remarkably strong, mastering it after just one demonstration. Thus, Su-yi entrusted the tasks of kneading and rolling the dough to the household robot and focused on preparing the filling. She planned to make several varieties of filling: chives and pork, shepherd's purse and pork, corn and pork, and shiitake mushroom and pork, each in its own bowl. Thanks to the advanced kitchen tools, gathering these fillings was not taxing at all. However, stir-frying the fillings was somewhat more troublesome, requiring her hands-on attention to salt and season. After about 20 minutes, Su-yi had cooked all the various fillings. Next, she retrieved several dumpling trays from the storage space in preparation for wrapping the dumplings. Since she had planned to make dumplings beforehand, she had purchased a substantial quantity of dumpling trays during her last supermarket visit. These trays were specially designed for storing dumplings, with each tray featuring 50 designated slots for dumplings. The trays could be stacked together, forming a neat rectangular box with 6 trays as a unit. Observing that the household robot had already rolled out a good amount of dough, Suyu noticed it was about to knead more. She commanded the household robot to stop kneading and learn how to wrap dumplings from her instead. Wrapping dumplings was not a complicated task, and the household robot worked quickly. Seeing this, Suyu decided to hand over the entire wrapping process to the household robot. By this time, it was already 5:30. She planned to go to the basement to check in and call the two men for dinner in the basement. The sunroom was already illuminated, and Dikuin and Su had produced a large quantity of mango juice. Throughout the afternoon, they had focused solely on making mango juice, a decision made by Dikuin. This was due to the food truck's feedback indicating that customers had a far greater preference for mango juice over the other two varieties. Some returning customers would purchase multiple cups at once upon learning that mango juice was available to increase the average order size. Dikuin had opted to concentrate on producing mango juice. For this purpose, he had even taken Su to buy some supplies, such as waterproof raincoats, rain boots, hoses, a dryer, knives, and so forth. Of course, the funds used were those Suyu had transferred to Sui earlier. When Suyu entered the sunroom, she was greeted by the sight of a damp area covered in yellow mango juice. The two men were donned in raincoats and boots, slicing mangoes larger than basketballs. The mangoes were juicy, and with each cut, a substantial amount of juice flowed out. The prolonged work had resulted in a considerable accumulation of yellow juice on the floor. That's the downside of mangoes. Processing them is considerably more troublesome than oranges or sugarcane, Suyu remarked. But clearly, you two are managing quite well. Perhaps you should take a break and eat first, she addressed the two men. Su immediately looked at Suyu, swallowing. Although Dikuin also wished to have dinner immediately, he refused, saying, "Let us finish this batch of mangoes first. Then we can clean up that. I've bought a hose to connect to the bathroom to wash the machines and the mango juice off the floor. After we have dinner, we will switch to making sugarcane juice. I believe it would be more efficient to concentrate on one type of juice at a time to avoid frequently cleaning the juicer." So you found this reasoning sound. "Oh, you need my help?" she asked, glancing at the situation in the sunroom and realizing she was rather reluctant to enter. Mainly, she was still quite clean, and entering would surely result in her getting dirty. "No need. I will store the waste in the mecha necklace later. You should head up first. We will come up once we are done." Dikuin continued with his work without lifting his head. If this were to reach the ears of Emperor Kuin's subordinates, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. The marshal intends to use the necklace of Zhanfeng to store garbage, and not just any garbage. But Wet refuse. Who could believe such a thing without witnessing it firsthand? "Well then, hurry up," Suyu remarked as she made her way back to the first floor. In the sunroom, two men continued their tasks. Perhaps motivated by the impending meal, as their pace noticeably quickened. Emperor Kuin guided Su in stowing the juice within the mech necklace, then instructed him to remove his raincoat and boots to fetch the water hose from the nearby restroom. Subsequently, Emperor Kuin began the process of cleansing the sunroom with the hose. He started by washing the equipment, ensuring it was spotless before storing it within the mech necklace. He continued by cleaning the tables and chairs in the sunroom, putting away any items that could be stowed after washing. He then proceeded to wash his own raincoat and boots, followed by those of Su before finally rinsing the entire sunroom. The dirty water flowed out through a drain in the corner. Once completed, Emperor Kuin retrieved the items he had previously stored in the sunroom, returning them to their original places, and finally extracted a dryer. After inserting an energy crystal, he activated the dryer, releasing warm air to dry the sunroom thoroughly. Glancing at the now pristine sunroom, Emperor Kuin felt a wave of satisfaction. He hung his raincoat on a hook and removed his boots before exiting the room. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Su and Suyu were busy in the kitchen. Su attempted to learn how to make dumplings from Suyu, but struggled to master the technique, shaping several poorly formed dumplings. When Emperor Kuin found them, he caught sight of the siblings enjoying their playful banter, which stirred a tinge of jealousy within him. "Let's eat once we finish up," he suggested. Su, upon seeing Emperor Kuin, flashed him a smile, instantly dispelling his jealousy. "All right," he replied, his gaze drifting to the dumplings they had prepared. "I'll boil the dumplings for you later during the midnight snack. For dinner, we'll have the meals I stored earlier," Suyu informed him. Emperor Kuin felt no disappointment, responding with a smile directed at Suyu, causing her heart to skip a beat. She diverted her gaze and went to the dining area to retrieve some of her previous meals. Her space was quite unique, where time stood still. Items remained unchanged from the moment they were stored to when they were retrieved. This function differed from the spatial rings of this realm, which preserve freshness due to the vacuum environment within. However, even in a vacuum, hot items would gradually lose heat over time, reaching thermal equilibrium with their surroundings. When Suyu took out the hot meals from her space, she was aware of the suspicion it might arouse. Yet, she understood that Emperor Kuin had already suspected her. If he wished to investigate, she could not hide her secret, but hope to simplify her future life. She chose not to conceal it any longer. After all, if he did not inquire, she would remain silent, but if he pressed her, she could choose to remain mute, barring any coercive questioning. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly developed a trust in Emperor Kun, largely due to his attentive care and their shared responsibility for a child. Additionally, his identity as a mech warrior had garnered him significant trust. Observing Suyu's actions, Emperor Kuin's eyes flickered momentarily, but he refrained from asking further. The meal was abundant, and the three of them sat down to feast. Afterward, Emperor Kuin planned to head to the Infinite Square to collect model mechs, while also arranging for 2 employees to finish their shifts. He expressed his desire to accompany him, which Emperor Kuin permitted. After the 2 men departed, Suyu remained busy, calling for the household robot to clean the dishes while she perused the online market on her light brain from the sofa. With the increasing volume of juice being made at home, she decided to bulk purchase juice cups, straws, and plastic bags. Furthermore, she planned to stockpile prepared foods and convenient pre-made dishes in her space, which would require a significant number of plates and bowls. She also intended to organize her space into sections for easier access and management of stored items, necessitating the purchase of numerous shelves. Given the remoteness and transportation challenges of DQ008, buying in bulk online would be more economical than making multiple trips to physical stores. However, the prospect of spending a large sum made her hesitant. Yet, recognizing the eventual necessity of these items, she steeled herself and made the purchases. Meanwhile, Emperor Kuin and Su-yi arrived at the food truck at Infinite Square. Just 10 minutes shy of the end of their shift, Emperor Kuin guided Su-yi in wrapping up the final tasks and instructed Wang Xiaohu to record the day's sales, to be sent to Suyu after closing. At 7:30 p.m., the food truck closed for the day. With their work included, Emperor Kuin and Su-yi returned home. However, their tasks were not yet complete, in addition to their wives and sister planning to stock up on prepared and pre-made dishes. The 2 men aimed to produce additional juice to ensure they would not run out in case of emergencies. Upon returning home, they found Suyu still busy in the kitchen, having prepared 2 more bowls of dumpling filling for the household robot to wrap. She was also using a meat grinder to mix more pork. Don't forget, we can only work until 9, Emperor Kuin reminded her, prompting the household robot to set an alarm. Understood that I'll wrap up by 9 and prepare some dumplings for your midnight snack. Suyu playfully responded, pleasing Emperor Kun as they toiled. Time flew by. The household robot's alarm signaled that the time had come for Suyu to conclude her tasks. After a moment of hesitation, she swiftly finished what she was doing and boiled water for the midnight snack. Feeling a bit hungry herself, she selected the largest pot in the house. She prepared 30 dumplings, each of 4 fillings: chives and pork, shepherd's purse and pork, corn and pork, and shiitake mushroom and pork. Each type of dumpling was shaped differently, allowing them to be identified by appearance. Unsure of her brother and Emperor Kuin's preferences, she opted for equal quantities of each. In total, she prepared 120 dumplings, planning to eat 20 herself and divide the remaining 100 between the 2 men at home. While 20 might be a bit much for her, 50 would be hardly sufficient for the 2 voracious eaters. Those with high spiritual energy certainly had healthy appetites. Once the water boiled, she delicately lowered the beautifully crafted dumplings into the pot. Before long, the dumplings began to float to the surface. Suyu did not rush to remove them. Instead, she waited until she was certain they were fully cooked before using a slotted spoon to retrieve them. Counting as she went, she filled 3 bowls, 2 large and 1 small. Each large bowl contained 50 dumplings, and the small bowl held 20, with a variety of flavors represented. She also prepared 3 servings of dipping sauce before storing everything in her space and heading to the negative first floor. In the sunroom, Emperor Kuin and Su-yi were still occupied. Upon seeing Suyu arrive, they paused their work and joined her in the small tea room for a late-night snack. The juice they made that evening was orange juice, and their work could be interrupted without much consequence. The dumplings received unanimous praise from the 2 men. Despite having eaten a substantial dinner, they effortlessly consumed all 50 dumplings each. This dumpling would make a great breakfast. How about we have dumplings again in the morning? Emperor Kuin suggested, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Yes, I want dumplings for breakfast too. Su chimed in. Su pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. How many do you want? She inquired. The two men paused briefly. .60. Emperor Cohen declared first. Sue glanced at him and echoed, I want 62. Su looked at the two in surprise. All right, I got it. She replied. They truly were big eaters. Though they appeared slender, standing over 6 feet tall, one could only wonder how their appetites were so large. After dinner, the two men returned to their tasks. Su collected the bowls and utensils and stored them in her space, sending them to the first floor for the household robot to clean. After assigning the remaining chores to the robot, she went to wash up and prepare for bed. Before sleep, Suya reflected on how machines surpass humans. Machines fueled by energy crystals could work tirelessly, while humans, despite being well-fed, would feel fatigued. Due to her pregnancy, she noticed she tired more easily than before. After a restful night, the next day, Suyu decided to join Emperor Kuan in venturing outside the city to pick fruit. The tasks of juicing at home were assigned to Su-yi. After breakfast, the two set off. Let us wrap up by 11:30 today. We can pick fruit until 10:30, and then use the last hour to hunt for some pig beasts. The pork in your dumplings are delicious, Emperor Kuan remarked as he drove. Su felt a twinge of temptation, but, recalling the ample pork still stored in her space, declined. Not yet. The pig beasts are quite large. One would be more than enough for us. Besides, we've been selling juice consistently, so it's wise to stock up on fruit. In the final month before my delivery, I probably won't be able to go out. After the baby is born, I'll need to rest, and you'll likely have to rely on the fruit we store to make juice to make tea that time. It would delay for more than 2 months. I also wish to prepare more meals to store, but unfortunately, time is limited, and I find myself overwhelmed. Dequan paused. Given the current circumstances, my elder brother could manage the juice orders for the food truck alone. Our participation would merely serve to increase inventory. Perhaps it would be best to leave the household chores to you. First, prepare the postpartum meals so that they can be healthy when the time comes. Alternatively, we could consider purchasing another household robot later. Given the current sales situation of the food truck, acquiring a household robot wouldn't impose much financial strain. Having additional manpower would undoubtedly alleviate some of your burdens. Suyi was somewhat swayed by this idea. Taking yesterday's dumpling making as an example, aside from adding seasonings and stir-frying, most tasks could indeed be handled by a household robot. However, as there was only one, she still had to do some other chores. If she could have an additional helper, it would certainly make things easier. If everything is arranged properly, kitchen output could be significantly increased. Let us first gather funds for a medical pod. We could discuss the household robot later. Saying this essentially meant she agreed. Suddenly, a thought surged through Su-yu's mind. Do you think the dumplings I made taste good? She inquired. That Dequan was momentarily taken aback. Yes, they're the best dumplings I have ever tasted, he complimented without reservation. What if we sold them to the food truck? We could make steamed dumplings and sell them by quantity for 10 star coins each. In the Interstellar era, electricity was not used. Instead, energy crystals were employed that we could place an energy crystal pot in the food truck and set a steamer on top. Not only could we steam dumplings, but we could also steam buns. The more Suyu contemplated, the more excited she became. Without waiting for Dequan's response, she continued, the current food truck is a bit small. Why not ask the person renting the space if we could expand it? Or perhaps we could add another food truck next to the existing one to sell steamed dumplings and buns separately. If feasible, we could also search for wild-growing wheat. The flour in the supermarket is quite expensive, and I hesitate to buy it. Dequan felt a bit overwhelmed. He had refrained from operating the food truck at night to spare his wife and brother-in-law from excessive toil. Now, however, his wife had set her sights on expanding the menu. He knew without a doubt that if she sold steamed dumplings at the plaza, it would undoubtedly flourish. The concern was that it would be quite exhausting. Before Dequan could respond, Suyu had already guessed his thoughts. Chapter 27. Stockpiling cooked food. If we could sell steamed dumplings and buns, or if the food truck could continue selling juice at night, we would make money at a faster pace. Then, acquiring a household robot to assist wouldn't be an issue. In fact, if business thrives, perhaps we could even buy 2 more. Her words were sincere. Despite her reluctance to spend, she understood the value of investment. If the input could yield greater output, it would be foolish to hesitate. Initially, she had not dared to dream, but yesterday his earnings from the food truck had exceeded 200,000 star coins. A staggering profit that emboldened her. Before Dequan's arrival, her thoughts had been limited, relying solely on the most primitive methods of juicing and selling juice to accumulate wealth. Now, she could rely on machines to a certain extent and even hire help. Why not further depend on machines and employ more workers? The opportunity was right before her eyes. How could she let it slip away? Who would ever complain about having too much money? Hearing this, Dequan's expression improved somewhat. If there were a few more household robots at home, not only would his wife benefit, but he and Sue would also enjoy a lighter load. Perhaps then, he could take his wife out daily to gather supplies. Compared to staying home to juice fruits, he certainly preferred to venture outside with her. Well, to him, that was a form of leisure. Especially sitting with her in the cockpit of the Zhangfeng, the two of them secluded in a relatively enclosed space. Even if she said nothing, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After a moment of hesitation, Dequan finally said, "Let us not rush into selling dumplings and buns. That I'll first contact the rental party and see if they would allow the food truck to operate in the evenings for a while." Suyu's face lit up with joy. "Thank you. Thank you so much." She excitedly wrapped her arms around Dequan's waist. Dequan felt a jolt, and a flush crept onto his face. Soon, the two arrived at the location they had previously scouted. They continued their plan, retracing their steps to search for fruit trees within a 1-kilometer radius of the safe zone. As before, they paused to pick any ripe fruits they encountered and mark the locations of those yet to mature, estimating their ripening times to return later. Along the way, they stumbled upon some fleeing wild chickens and managed to catch 2 to take home. That'd be why the time their work was done. Suyu had collected a bountiful harvest. At noon, Suyu and Dequan returned home punctually. To ensure dinner was ready on time, Suyu utilized the meal she had previously prepared. After dinner, Suyu's delivery arrived. The delivery person used a spatial ring to transport the goods, which consisted of the supplies Suyu had purchased yesterday: 200,000 juice cups and straws, numerous shelves, thousands of plates and bowls, over 1,000 6-layer dumpling trays, and 30 large energy pots of various types. Although the energy pots were few in number and typically inconvenient to procure, the supplier of the plates and bowls happened to have them for sale, so Suyu ordered them all together. The items were not all from the same supplier, but they were delivered to a single distribution point and finally brought to Suyu by one delivery person. Suyu led the delivery person to the basement, where they sorted the items by category and placed them in several rooms, conducting a brief cleanup of the goods before signing for them. Both Dequan and Su were taken aback by the magnitude of Suyu's purchase. However, realizing that everything she bought would indeed be needed, they refrained from commenting. Well, that not to mention, those 200,000 juice cups are certainly our workload. We just need to make sure to utilize them efficiently. After signing for the goods, Dequan urged Suyu to rest. The shelves still needed to be assembled. Suyu pointed to the unassembled shelf parts and said to Dequan, "You and my brother can help me put these shelves together. I'll send you the assembly video shortly. This is the first batch of shelves. I plan to store them in the space that in the future, once the dishes are prepared, they can go directly onto the shelves. It'll be convenient for selecting ingredients when I'm pressed for time." That Dequan imagined a long row of shelves filled with delicacies and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. "All right, leave the shelves to me and my brother to assemble. You go rest," he replied. "Okay," Suyu cheerfully responded and left. She had so much meat or space that she needed to gradually transform it into culinary delights. While she certainly could use 2 labor forces, making stewed meat didn't require much manpower. With 20 energy pots simmering meat together, the aroma would surely waft throughout the house. Unbeknownst to Dequan, Suyu had these plans in mind. He enlisted Su Yi's help to assemble the shelves for Suyu. With the assembly video and his own adeptness in handiwork, Dequan quickly managed to put together a set of shelves. With the experience from the first set, the subsequent ones were straightforward, and soon the room was filled with assembled shelves. When Dequan retrieved the completed shelves from the mecha necklace, they nearly filled the room. "All right, let us get back to juicing. The food truck needs to operate until 9:30 in the evening, so we need to prepare more stock dough." Su replied, "T3:30. So you woke up, perhaps due to the arrival of her purchased items." She felt a surge of excitement, and, with thoughts on her mind, didn't sleep until 4 like the day before. After a quick freshening up, Suyu went to the basement to meet Dequan and Su. Upon learning that her shelves had been assembled, Suyu felt a wave of happiness. She returned to her room and stored the shelves back in her space. The task of juicing was now the responsibility of the 2 men in the house. She was in charge of preparing meals. With this thought in mind, Suyu ascended to the first floor in the kitchen. The household robot was still busy making dumplings, having purchased over 1,000 dumpling trays. She was not worried about running out of space for dumplings. Additionally, with plans to sell steamed dumplings, she only wished the household robot could produce more. However, stockpiling dumplings was one aspect. She now had some time and wanted to prepare some dishes to store. The pot she had purchased would come in handy. Thus, Suyu instructed the household robot to finish wrapping the existing dumpling skins before moving on to processing the meat, mainly chopping and slicing. She planned to make 25 pots of corn and spare rib stew and 5 pots of braised pork. Stews didn't require constant attention, allowing her to prepare more. However, braised pork required occasional lifting of the pot lid and stirring of the ingredients. So she could only make a smaller quantity. Due to the number of pots in use, the kitchen was somewhat cramped. Suyu decided to move a table to the spacious backyard for a more open workspace. The new home's backyard was quite large and offered decent privacy, at least from outside. One couldn't clearly see inside without peering closely. Suyu arranged the table and cooking utensils. While in the kitchen, the household robot had already chopped a large quantity of spare ribs and corn, equipped with a chainsaw and sharp tools. The household robot made food preparation very convenient. Chapter 28. Cooking in the yard, Suyu collected the bowls of spare ribs and corn into her space, went to the backyard to fill the pots, and then added water before lighting the fire. Once the spare ribs were taken care of, it was time for the braised pork. Suyu quickly ignited the fire in the backyard to begin preparing the braised pork. About 20 minutes later, the enticing aroma of meat began to waft through the air. Dequan and Su-yi, who were in the basement, caught a whiff of the fragrance, as did the nearby residents. Many neighbors stepped out onto their balconies to investigate the source of the delicious smell. Residents from the upper floors and some surrounding houses soon became aware of the situation. Soon enough, someone came knocking at the door, not to cause trouble, but to inquire about the delightful aroma wafting from Suyu's kitchen. "Oh my, what are you cooking? It smells divine. Our family can hardly resist salivating," exclaimed a kind elderly lady. "I'm just making corn stew with spare ribs and braised pork. If you fancy it, I can bring some over for you," Suyu replied, slightly embarrassed. Living in the same community, it was not unusual to not have met each other yet, but she felt her cooking might have disturbed the neighbors. To avoid any trouble and to foster good relations, she thought it wise to offer a little something. Perhaps it would lead to unexpected delights. The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Oh, thank you so much," she hurriedly expressed. "The scent of your cooking suggests you use natural ingredients. A gift from you would be quite generous." "Sure," Suyu agreed. "Please wait a moment. I'll serve you some." After receiving an affirmative from the lady, she went to the backyard to ladle out 2 small bowls of stew and braised pork. "Natural foods are quite precious, so I can't give you too much. Please take these and enjoy," she said. The elderly lady's eyes gleamed as she swallowed several times. "This is already quite a lot. You are such a kind girl. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask me. Oh, we live in Building 5. Apartment 103. "Thank you, ma'am." Suyu smiled as she bid her farewell. Meanwhile, in apartment 202 of Building 6, Mr. Liu's family had also caught a whiff of the irresistible aroma drifting from downstairs. As a seasoned foodie, Mr. Liu was thoroughly tempted. The meal on the table suddenly seemed unappetizing, and he grew increasingly dissatisfied. His wife and son, Liu Yang, were equally distracted by the enticing scent. "Why don't you check which household is cooking meat? That aroma is something else," Mr. Liu declared, slamming his chopsticks onto the bowl. He and his wife were retired employees of a well-known corporation, enjoying generous pensions. Their son held a high-ranking position in the same company, earning a substantial salary. Thus, their dining experience was consistently excellent, with meals prepared from natural ingredients. However, the enticing smell from outside made their home-cooked meal seem lackluster. Mrs. Liu glanced toward the balcony, where the fragrance was strongest. "I'm going to take a look," she said, her curiosity piqued. Seeing his mother head toward the balcony, Liu Yang expressed his own curiosity. "I'll go with you." Mr. Liu, feeling restless yet unable to move easily, chose to remain seated. Mrs. Liu and Liu Yang reached the balcony and discovered Suyu, who was preparing another round of braised pork in the open space below. The scent intensified, causing both to drool in anticipation. "She's cooking so much meat. What is going on down there?" Mrs. Liu wondered, captivated by the delectable color of the braised pork. Having cooked for decades, she prided herself on her skills, yet had never produced anything quite as appealing. She must be running a restaurant. Otherwise, why would she prepare so much food? "Let us buy some," Mr. Liu interjected from the living room. Liu Yang and Mrs. Liu exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them. "Should I ask her?" Mrs. Liu suggested that I'll go. Liu Yang offered. All right, Mrs. Liu agreed. Liu Yang made his way downstairs, where the aroma enveloped him even more. He knocked on the door, and Su Yu, alerted by her household robot, opened it. Hello, I'm Liu Yang. Your upstairs neighbor. I noticed you were cooking. May I ask, who is it? A voice interrupted, belonging to Di Kuan, who stood behind Su Yu turned to meet Di Kuan's gaze, while Liu Yang recognized him too. This is my husband, Di Kuan stated directly, casting a warning glance at Liu Yang. Liu Yang instinctively averted his eyes under Di Kuan's scrutiny. This is Mr. Liu, our neighbor from above, Su Yu clarified, not disputing Di Kuan's introduction. She needed to maintain a harmonious living situation, especially as she was expecting a child. Di Kuan looked down at Su Yu, seemingly pleased with her acknowledgement. Oh, Mr. Liu, is there something you need? He asked, stepping closer to Su Yu and shielding her behind him. Liu Yang adjusted his glasses, pushing aside any other thoughts, and stated his purpose. If it's not too much trouble, could we perhaps buy some of the dishes you've prepared? The price is negotiable. Looking at Su Yu, he added, we have no other intentions. My father has a fondness for fine food, and the aroma has rendered our home-cooked meal unappetizing. Su Yu felt a flicker of interest. Please don't feel shy. Ms. Su. You're using natural ingredients, and with meat included, you know that a portion from a restaurant would cost at least 200 to 300 star coins, Liu Yang encouraged. Su Yu glanced at Di Kuan, feigning inquiry. What could he possibly say? If he tried to stop her, she might ignore him outright. As you see fit, Di Kuan replied, adopting a resigned demeanor before turning away. Su Yu's face brightened. She quickly retrieved a plate of braised pork and a small bowl of rib soup from her storage space, having prepared them in advance. You can take these, she offered. Liu Yang was taken aback by the ample servings, admiring Su Yu's silver ring, realizing her economic standing must be quite good. How much? He inquired, regaining his composure. Su Yu smiled. Let us go by portions, 200 star coins per serving. Totaling 400 for two. That's too little. You've given so much, Liu Yang protested. Indeed, the portions were generous, exceeding those from restaurants by a third, and the quality was remarkable. Even if it were 500 star coins. It would sell, he thought. It's fine. I'll consider an apology for disturbing you with the cooking, Su Yu insisted. After you've tasted it, if you like it, you can come back for more. As for the dishes, you can return them next time you visit. The plates were of little value. Her primary concern was whether her venture would be sustainable. Indeed, Su Yu wished to sell her dishes. Not to open a restaurant, but to cater to the residents of the community. Many affluent individuals lived in the neighborhood, and they would surely be willing to spend on quality food. Perhaps I could also offer juices alongside? Liu Yang pondered, surprised by Su Yu's entrepreneurial spirit. Yes, absolutely, he quickly agreed. After settling the payment, he left with 2 plates of food, eager to share with his family. Upon returning to the second floor, Liu Yang explained the situation while placing the dishes on the dining table. The family of 3 quickly dug in, and once they tasted the food, they could hardly stop. Mr. Liu, seeing his wife and son enjoying their meal, eagerly pulled the remaining braised pork closer. This one is mine. You can have the other, he declared, guarding the pork with his chopsticks as he pointed to the dwindling corn stew. Reluctantly, Liu Yang and Mrs. Liu obliged. Soon, the corn stew was finished, yet both felt unsatisfied, especially as they watched Mr. Liu savor the braised pork. Should I buy another portion? Liu Yang suggested, prompting a glimmer in Mrs. Liu's eyes. That Mr. Liu paused his chewing. 1 portion is hardly enough. Let us get 2. Ask that girl if she has more for tomorrow. If not, we'll order 10. He exaggerated, enamored by the delectable dish. Liu Yang, without hesitation, stood to leave. Meanwhile, after Liu Yang departed, Su Yu approached Di Kuan to discuss her business plan. I'll apologize in the community group for cooking in the yard, which might have disturbed everyone. To make amends, I'll offer a bit of food to each household. While delivering, I can share the QR code for the Star Network group, so they can order meals and juices from us in the future. You think it will work? Su Yu asked, brimming with excitement. She felt optimistic. In her previous life, a similar concept had thrived in her community. With affordable and delicious offerings drawing in customers, Di Kuan gazed at her with a hint of exasperation. His wife was relentless in her pursuit of entrepreneurial endeavors. I just want to earn some money quickly to buy a medical pod and a household robot. Su Yu whispered that Di Kuan's heart softened. All right. However, you should stay home. I'll handle the deliveries and flyers with my brother. Great, Su Yu replied, her face lighting up with joy. Di Kuan's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness as he reached out to stroke Su Yu's head. Just then, the household robot chimed in to announce that someone was knocking at the door. Dikuin asked Suyu to wait as he proceeded to open the door, only to find Liu Yang standing there. Suyu, not waiting inside, smiled and approached Liu Yang to greet him, earning a modest profit of 400 star coins. After Liu Yang's departure, Suyu brimmed with confidence and immediately began to execute the plan she had previously discussed with Dikuin. Suyu was called up from the basement and, together with Dikuin, set out to deliver bowls of braised pork. Indeed, as everyone unanimously agreed on the superior taste of braised pork, Suyu chose this dish for everyone to sample. As dusk settled, Suyu gathered the items from the backyard into her space and returned to the kitchen to continue her culinary endeavors, specifically focusing on the braised pork, with so much already distributed for tasting. The remaining stock at home was limited. Just as she instructed the household robot to cut the meat, her holographic device pinged with a message. It turned out that someone had joined the gourmet group that Suyu had created. Realizing she had not set the group announcement, Suyu hurriedly crafted one. Welcome, dear neighbors. Join us as patrons of Yes Eatery. This group offers a variety of natural delicacies and juices daily, made from fresh ingredients at reasonable prices. Daily updates will be posted regarding the food and juice offerings for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Interested neighbors can place orders through the mini program after selecting their meals. Delivery time and address. Note: orders must be placed within 1 hour before the scheduled delivery time. At the appointed time, the group owner will arrange for the delivery of the pre-ordered meals to each home. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu added some group guidelines, such as only allowing herself and her staff to post food information, prohibiting advertisements within the group, and the consequence of being removed from the group for violations. She then began searching for images to accompany her messages, adding text to them. Once the images were ready, Suyu prepared to send a message to the group. To her surprise, there were already 68 members in the group, with the numbers still climbing. The group chat had accumulated several hundred messages that a quick glance revealed enthusiastic comments. Owner, your braised pork is simply exquisite. I've lived for 25 years and have never tasted such delicious braised pork. How do you make it? Any secret recipes? It's so good I almost swallow my tongue, but there was so little of it. Can't you be a bit more generous? Oh dear, the owner has already been generous. Everyone received a bowl, and there was plenty of meat. The flavor is so overwhelming that it truly leaves one wanting more. Owner, can I place an order tonight? I want your braised pork? Yes. Can I place an order tonight? I want braised pork. Me too. Owner, I added you. Please accept my request. I've added you too, owner. Come on, we strongly demand braised pork tonight. Braised pork? Did anyone else notice that the owner's eatery is called Yes Eatery? Is it related to the Yem Mecca natural juice at the Infinity Square? Chapter 30. Delivery. Could it be a coincidence? But I must say, the Yem Mecca natural juice is indeed impressive. I've bought their juice twice, and it's genuinely natural juice with a delightful flavor. The small cup costs only 50 star coins, while the large cup is 80. I particularly love the mango juice, which even has bits of mango in it. Oh, I'm craving it again. I must go buy some tomorrow. Yes, I also think mango juice is the best. However, the orange juice and sugarcane juice are quite good too. The orange juice strikes a balance between sweetness and acidity, while the sugarcane juice is purely sweet. Oh dear, now I'm tempted. I'll buy juice tomorrow. You made me want to try it too. I noticed that juice shop. There's a cool mecha next to it. That mecha is at least S-Rang material. I wonder what the background of the juice shop owner is to possess such an impressive mecha. It has one thing to have it, but to showcase it is remarkable. What's the big deal? With that mecha on display, it's practically a living advertisement. The juice shop must be thriving. I often see people queuing up when I pass by. If only I had such a cool mecha, I'd put it outside my shop. The conversation soon shifted to a discussion about mechas. But it didn't last long before someone redirected the topic back to food. Oh dear, this is a gourmet group. Let us not talk about mechas. Owner, where are you? I haven't had dinner yet. I want to eat your braised pork. Please come out. Yes. Owner, I haven't eaten yet either. Please show yourself. As Suyu perused the messages while attending to the pot, she couldn't help but chuckle. After determining that it was time, she finally decided to speak up in the group. Hello everyone. I'm Suyu, a resident of Unit 102 in Building 6. Thank you all for your appreciation of my cooking. I was busy preparing dinner and couldn't reply promptly. I apologize for that. After sending the message, Suyu took a photograph of the braised pork in the pot and shared it. The moment the photo was posted, the group erupted with excitement. Messages flooded in like a rapid-fire barrage. The owner is here. The braised pork is ready. Oops, sorry owner. I'm so obsessed with your braised pork that I was nearly losing my mind. Please sell me a portion. Yes. Owner, I'm begging you to sell me braised pork. There were so many messages that Suyu could hardly keep up, so she decided to refrain from reading them. Instead, she uploaded the images she had prepared earlier. The first image showcased the plated braised pork, labeled at 200 star coins per portion. The second image featured a bowl of corn stew with ribs, also priced at 200 star coins. The third image displayed mango juice, with prices of 50 star coins for a small cup and 80 star coins for a large cup. Following, there were images of orange juice and sugarcane juice, priced the same as the mango juice. Having sent all these, Suyu promptly listed these 8 items in the mini program. Before she could even explain in the group, orders began to pour in. Everyone, the mini program is now open for orders. I just bought 2 portions of braised pork, 1 corn stew with ribs, and a large cup of mango juice. I've secured tonight's feast. By the way, I noticed there are only 100 portions of braised pork available. Those who are slow might miss out. I got mine too. Ah, so did I. I'm so happy. I'll soon be enjoying braised pork. I want tea have to cook tonight. After skimming through a portion of the messages, Suyu began to type. Hello everyone. Tonight's gourmet offerings are now available for purchase. Today is the first time I'm selling food in the group. The order period is limited to half an hour. After half an hour, the items will be taken down, and I will arrange for delivery to My family is out delivering tasting samples, so I cannot manage deliveries for the moment. I hope everyone understands that we understand. It's wonderful that the owner is willing to sell us braised pork. However, owner, is the braised pork really limited to just 100 portions? I noticed there were only 30 left when I tried to order. What do you mean 30? They're all gone. Ah, oh no, really? Who bought them all? Would I tell you that I bought 4 portions? I bought 3, haha, I bought 5. It's such a delicious dish. I plan to eat 2 portions myself, and take the remaining 3 to my parents tomorrow. Yuri's such a filial child. Your parents are lucky. Oh, I envy your mother. Alright, Mom. I want to buy you some too, but I couldn't get any. Well, I also want to buy a few portions for my parents. Add 1. Ah, owner, can't you list a few hundred more portions? What is going on? I just joined the group. The ensuing discussion saw enthusiastic neighbors explaining the situation to newcomers. This isn't fair. Owner, I strongly demand that you list another 100 portions of braised pork. We who joined later didn't even get a chance to grab any. Yes, please continue listing braised pork. Owner, Suyu chuckled to herself upon reading the messages. She intended to respond, but the meat in the pot was ready. She hastily turned off the energy crystal and called the household robot to assist her in plating the braised pork. With 100 plates of braised pork to prepare, it would take some time. Just as Suyu and the household robot finished plating the braised pork, Dikuin returned home, shortly followed by Su. Both men followed Suyu's instructions and set off to deliver a portion of braised pork to each household. With the hoverboards as their mode of transportation, the delivery speed was quite efficient. Since they only needed to hang the braised pork on the door handle and knock, the time spent at each residence was minimal. Soon, the order deadline arrived. Suyu transferred the orders to a separate page and began to pack the goods into the mecha necklace, sending the order information to both men. Lacking packaging boxes at home, they could only knock on doors to hand the food directly to the customers, which might slow down the delivery process slightly, but ensured accuracy. You two can head out to deliver. We'll eat once you return. Suyu instructed. The 2 men nodded in agreement and set off once more. Meanwhile, Suyu sent a message in the group. The gourmet items are now being delivered. Please be patient, dear neighbors. Finally, the delivery is here. I've been waiting eagerly. My braised pork is on its way. Is it the handsome guy who just delivered the food coming to deliver now? I only caught a glimpse of his back, but he looked so dashing. Inquire of the group leader, who is the handsome delivery man to the group leader. Shy face. Indeed, the gentleman stands over 6 feet tall. His mere silhouette is enough to captivate me. Oh, he is so charming. Does he have a girlfriend? I'm single, you know. The smile on Suyu's face faded. How did the conversation veer off course again? Chapter 31. All love gourmet food. Suyu typed a response. I wonder who this handsome man you're speaking of is. There are 2 delivery men. One is my elder brother, and the other is my fiancé. After typing the word fiancé, Suyu hesitated, deleted it, and replaced it with husband. My elder brother is currently single, but he was injured on the battlefield and is still in recovery. My brother is not very articulate, so I hope everyone can be understanding. Understanding, indeed. So he is a hero returning from the battlefield. We respect heroes. Rest assured, group leader, we will not trouble big brother. Exactly. Who would dare to trouble a hero? We will collectively seek retribution. By the way, group leader, you are truly fortunate. I have seen both handsome men, and they are both extraordinary. If I had such a handsome partner and an equally handsome brother, I would wake up smiling from my dreams, then hurry and dream away. In dreams, everything is possible. What the heck, Joda? How did you get into the group too? Sorry, I joined before you. Wang Shu, you fickle woman. You clearly said you liked me, yet now you are swooning over another man. What's swooning? Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, all right? I do like you, but that does not prevent me from admiring handsome men. Do you really like me? Oh dear, the scent of jealousy is quite strong. Everyone, my meal has arrived. Let me snap a photo for you. A picture was sent into the group. Wow. Which establishment is this from? Did you order so much? Tell me, is it because you hoarded all the braised pork that I couldn't get any? Wow. It looks so sumptuous. The portions are quite generous. I didn't expect the 200 star coins would yield such a bounty. The group leader is so honest. That corn stew with ribs looks delectable too. Alas, I didn't order it. What a pity. Group leader, will you have that dish again tomorrow? Everyone, did I just notice that the juice cups used at the group leader's place are the same as those from You Use Meccan Natural Juice? Group leader, come out and clarify. Is You Use Meccan Natural Juice from your establishment? You Gourmet. Everyone, I have tasted it on your behalf. The cuisine from the group leader is so delicious, it could ascend to the heavens. The braised pork is tender, the ribs fragrant, and the juice is exceedingly delightful. Please forgive my poor command of language. In short, it is absolutely divine. Ah, dear friends, my delicacies have also arrived. Please look at the photos. Another set of pictures was sent into the group, followed by even more. Those who received their meals savored their food blissfully, occasionally chatting with others in the group while boasting. Those who had yet to receive their meals began to fret, salivating at the mouth-watering images. Meanwhile, Suyu busied herself in the kitchen while glancing at the messages. Upon reading one, she responded, Indeed, You Use Meccan Natural Juice originates from our home. The juice served to you is the same as that in our shop. Thank you all for your support. Additionally, regarding the dishes, corn stew with ribs will be available again tomorrow at noon. If everyone enjoys it, please feel free to place your orders. I will post tomorrow's menu shortly. If anyone is interested, you may reserve your orders. Before every meal delivery, I will notify everyone in the group. To ensure that subsequent neighbors receive their meals promptly. I hope everyone can collect their meals quickly and refrain from chatting with the delivery personnel. Wow, so you are indeed the proprietress of You Use Mecca Natural Juice. Proprietress, is that Mecca yours, or is it your brother S? Is it an S-class Mecca? It looks incredibly cool. It is an honor to have someone with S-class mental prowess residing in our community. Not chatting with the delivery personnel? Haha, group leader. Do you truly mean that is merely to avoid delaying others from collecting their meals quickly? Or are you concerned that the two handsome men at your home might attract attention? Clearly, you are envious. However, should it be me, I would also feel the same. But rest assured, group leader, for the sake of enjoying your culinary creations, even if we admire handsome men, we will not lay a finger on your men. The person above is correct. We will also keep an eye on your man. If he dares to flirt with other women, we will report him to you. I wonder if the report is timely. Will the group leaders still deliver us food? So you couldn't help but chuckle. Quoting the reporting for Food line, she replied with 2 words, of course. Instantly, the group erupted into laughter. Everyone found the group leader amusing. And some even began to contemplate the idea of reporting Di Kuan to Su Yu for culinary favors. Meanwhile, Di Kuan and Su Yi, delivering outside, remained oblivious to how Su Yu's words led to everyone refraining from engaging them in conversation, significantly speeding up their delivery pace. Flirting with handsome men is entertaining, but being suspected is not. It is hard to come by such delicious and reasonably priced food. One cannot afford to lose it all over a flirtation. While the group was buzzing with activity, many were posting on social media, showcasing the food they had acquired that evening. Wang Shuer was among them. After photographing her meal, she opened her social media, uploaded the images, and added text. After 25 years of life, I have tasted the most delectable braised pork and corn stew with ribs that I have decided to indulge for an entire week. As soon as the message was posted, numerous likes and comments flooded in. The dishes truly look impressive. Do they taste that good? Where did Shuer eat? Let us plan a meal together next time. Such generous portions. Surely they aren't cheap? I want to eat too. Please recommend the address. I envy your exquisite lifestyle. May I timidly inquire, how much do these 2 dishes cost? Why are you eating out again? I told you that food outside is unhealthy. Next time, I will buy ingredients to cook for you. Please share the address. Please share the address. +1. Wang Shuer beamed with delight at the comments from relatives and friends. After a while, she finally replied to everyone, clarifying that this is not from a restaurant, but rather from our neighbor's gourmet shop, which is none other than the proprietress of Yu's Meccan Natural Juice at Wubian Square. These dishes are currently available only for our community neighbors, with new offerings each day. As for the price, a plate of braised pork and corn stew with ribs costs 200 star coins. The juice is priced the same as at Yu's Meccan Natural Juice. Everyone, this lady is about to enjoy some culinary delight. You can only envy me. By the way, please refrain from inviting me out for meals recently. I do not fancy the food outside. Oh, and by the way, the proprietress's husband and brother are both incredibly handsome. Their silhouettes could mesmerize anyone. As soon as she sent the reply, someone responded. Wang Shu'er. You fickle woman. Expression, gritting teeth. Oh no. Wang Shu'er exclaimed, realizing she had forgotten to block her boyfriend Joda. She quickly replied. Chapter 32. A plea to increase the braised pork quantity. Hee. They are indeed handsome. However, no matter how handsome they cannot compare to you in my heart. After replying, Wang Shu'er playfully shivered. There was no helping it. Her boyfriend was quite taken by this sort of flattery. As expected, Joda responded again. It's good that you understand. Apart from Joda's reply, others also left comments for Wang Shu'er, mostly envious, with some expressing skepticism. However, it was of little consequence, as Wang Shu'er would continue to flaunt various delightful dishes to silence the doubters in the days to come. Half an hour later, Di Kuan and Su Yi finally returned home after finishing their deliveries. Both appeared somewhat downcast. Su organized dinner, bringing smiles back to their faces, after a while of eating. Di Kuan finally spoke. Yu, the Jew shop is already quite busy. Is it truly necessary for us to engage in the food business at home? Su Yi also turned to Su Yu. Reluctant to go out for deliveries like Di Kuan, he preferred to remain in the sunroom, making juice. It is necessary. We earned over 70,000 star coins tonight alone, coupled with the income from the food truck. We can place an order for the medical pod tomorrow, and we can also save up for a housekeeping robot. Suddenly struck by an idea, Su Yu looked at Di Kuan and Su Yi. If you dislike the delivery work, we can hire someone to do it. Considering the comments in the group, Su Yu felt that it was reasonable for the two men to feel troubled. Regardless of whether one is a man or a woman, being exceptionally attractive can sometimes be a burden. Di Kuan paused slightly, glancing at Su Yi, who similarly regarded Di Kuan, their eyes reflecting agreement. Only then did Di Kuan turn to Su Yu. Then let us hire someone. Additionally, we should buy some packaging boxes to pack the meals. This way, we can directly hang them on the customers' doors, saving a considerable amount of delivery time. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu nodded. Also, since we are embarking on this business venture, we could delay purchasing the medical pod for a few days and instead buy 2 housekeeping robots first. Di Kuan added, You are still pregnant. You must delegate some of the work. Otherwise, I will not agree to this venture. With housekeeping robots to assist, he would feel more at ease. What could Su Yu say? She could only nod. After all, the speed at which money was coming in at home was quite rapid. She could buy the medical pod before her next checkup. Thus, after dinner, Su Yu continued browsing the Starnet Mall, purchasing a large quantity of packing boxes and 2 housekeeping robots. After some contemplation, she also bought 30 small exhaust hoods compatible with the pots she had purchased, intending to install them on the cookware. This afternoon's experience taught her that cooking outdoors was best avoided. The influence of aroma on others is one aspect. Moreover, the sight of her preparing an abundance of dishes daily might raise suspicions. After all, her culinary endeavors are somewhat extravagant, and with the addition of 2 more household robots, the spectacle is likely to become even more pronounced. After ordering a new smoke extractor, Su Yu descended to the basement, where she tidied up the largest room and converted it into a new kitchen. Technically, it was merely a space for tables, as she intended to place pots atop them for cooking, while a substantial area would be allocated for food preparation. Having completed the organization of the room, Su Yu envisioned the possibilities and felt a sense of satisfaction. She then accessed her holographic device to check the group messages. To her astonishment, there were over 2,000 unread messages accumulated within the group. A hasty glance revealed nothing of particular importance, prompting her to disregard them. She proceeded to open a mini-program to upload the dishes for the following day. For breakfast, she noted, small portion of chive and pork dumplings, 10 pieces. 100 star coins, limited to 100 portions. Large portion of chive and pork dumplings, 20 pieces, 190 star coins, limited to 50 portions. Small portion of shepherd's purse and pork dumplings, 10 pieces. 100 star coins, limited to 100 portions. Large portion of shepherd's purse and pork dumplings, 20 pieces, 190 star coins, limited to 50 portions. Large portion of corn and pork dumplings, 20 pieces. 190 star coins, limited to 100 portions. Small portion of mushroom and pork dumplings, 10 pieces, 100 star coins, limited to 100 portions. Large portion of mushroom and pork dumplings, 20 pieces, 190 star coins. Limited to 50 portions. Small and large cups of orange juice, mango juice, and sugarcane juice, priced at 50 and 80 star coins respectively, each with a limit of 500 portions. For lunch, the offerings included corn stewed with ribs, 200 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Shredded pork with potatoes, 180 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Kung Pao chicken, extra chicken, 220 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Stir-fried assorted meats, spicy and sour flavor. 250 star coins, limited to 100 portions. Juice is consistent with breakfast options. For dinner, she planned braised pork, 200 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Sour radish and old duck soup, extra duck meat. 220 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Fish-flavored shredded pork, 200 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Kung Pao chicken, extra chicken, 220 star coins, limited to 200 portions. Juice is consistent with earlier meals, just as Suyu had listed the items. She noticed orders were already coming in. Upon returning to the chat page, the group was abuzz with excitement. Wow, braised pork is back, but it's only available tomorrow night. Come on, everyone. Can we place orders for tomorrow night's dishes already? Oh no, save one for me. There are dumplings for breakfast too. Let us give it a try. Oh no, I missed out on the braised pork. We can't eat it until tomorrow night. Why the rush? Group leader, I see you there. Please increase the quantity of braised pork to 1,000 portions. The conversation was lively and organized. Chapter 33. Hiring delivery personnel, Suyu found it difficult to ignore the clamoring requests. After some contemplation, she decided to increase the quantity of braised pork from a limited 200 portions to 300. Subsequently, she posted an announcement in the group. Due to business needs, we are recruiting a delivery person. Familiarity with the neighborhood and the ability to operate a hoverboard are required. Age between 18 to 40 years. Gender does not matter. Working hours are from 6:30 a.m. to 7:20 a.m. 11:30 a.m. to 12:20 p.m. and 6:00 p.m. to 6:40 p.m. Compensation is 80 star coins per day. Interested neighbors may come for an interview at Building 6, Room 102. After 8 a.m. tomorrow, as soon as the announcement was made, the group erupted in enthusiasm. Despite the modest pay, the short working hours made the job appealing. I'm available. Group leader, can I do it? I am a stay-at-home mom, and my child is in kindergarten, so I have plenty of time. Group leader, may I also have a try? I'm a college student seeking a summer job. My grandson can do it too. Group leader, I'm not particularly interested in the 80 star coin salary that you offer free meals or employee discounts. So you scan through the messages without replying, typing instead, interested neighbors, please come for an interview at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Once her message was sent, Suyu promptly powered down her holographic device. She needed to focus on steaming the dumplings required for the morning, with this thought in mind. She summoned the household robot to assist her in the bustling endeavor. 4 varieties of dumplings, each with 1,000 pieces, totaling 4,000 dumplings, needed to be prepared. This task was no small feat, yet it was manageable given the numerous pots and steamers at her disposal. With 10 pots steaming simultaneously, each pot accommodating 5 layers of steamers, with 20 dumplings per layer, the first round would yield 1,000 dumplings. 4 rounds would suffice to complete the task. While it seemed straightforward, the actual execution proved to be challenging. Suyu began by retrieving the tray of chive and pork dumplings from her storage space. Together with the robot, they placed the dumplings into the steamers. Once the steamers were filled, the robot lifted the stacked steamers onto the pots. As the first pot neared completion, Suyu instructed the robot to carefully remove the steaming hot steamer. Together, they plated the dumplings, small portions of 10 and large portions of 20. After completing the first pot, she replaced it with fresh dumplings while the robot fetched the next pot for plating. The labor-intensive task primarily fell to the robot, while Suyu focused on placing the raw dumplings, plating them, and storing the finished dishes while still hot. Over the course of an hour, all 4,000 dumplings were prepared. Although she considered continuing, she ultimately decided against it. The packaging boxes she had ordered would not arrive until the afternoon, and she preferred to wait until they were available to avoid unnecessary back-and-forth handling of the already plated dumplings. Moreover, although she had listed a total of 4,000 dumplings in the mini-program, she knew they would not all sell. However, This was of little concern. Any surplus could simply be stored in her space. Thus, Suyu instructed the robot to clean the steamers and pots. She then retrieved the filling she had prepared earlier and directed the robot to start wrapping more dumplings for later use. As the evening progressed, preparing 4,000 dumplings was a manageable workload for the robot. As for her, she planned to prepare a late-night snack for the two men in her household before retiring for the night. The following day, Suyu awoke early. Upon activating her holographic device, she discovered over 3,000 messages in the group. Ignoring the group messages, she accessed the mini-program to check the order status, as expected. Various dumplings had not sold out. However, this was inconsequential. Any unsold items could be saved for later. After freshening up and stepping out, Suyu began organizing the ingredients for lunch. Today's menu featured 3 dishes: corn stewed with ribs, shredded pork with potatoes, and kung pao chicken with stir-fried assorted meats. The corn stew was relatively simple, requiring minimal supervision. However, she realized the remaining corn was scarce, and today she needed to use it all up, which meant a trip to the supermarket was necessary. The thought of the supermarket's exorbitant prices pained her. She resolved to find time to forage for corn in the wild. Additionally, she needed to gather wheat and rice, along with various other vegetables. It seemed that with her foray into selling cooked food, meat and vegetables had become increasingly important. Waiting a bit longer, she contemplated accumulating more funds to purchase additional household robots to assist her at home. This way, not only could she lessen her own workload, but her brother and Dikuin could also be freed from the sunroom. After extracting all the remaining corn from her storage, she instructed the robot to begin cutting the corn. Next came the potatoes. She had harvested these from the wild alongside her brother, and they were quite substantial. 5 would suffice, while others hesitated to include too much meat in their cooked dishes. She was willing to be generous, as her storage boasted an ample supply of meat. Finding pig beasts in the wild was far easier than sourcing vegetables, and with a single pig beast weighing several tons, the meat would last her a considerable time. Following the corn and potatoes, she gathered peanuts and various seasonings, feeling a pang of regret at the cost of these natural ingredients. With the vegetarian ingredients gathered, it was time to procure the meat. This was straightforward. She extracted 3 large cuts of pork, a sizable chicken breast, and some unprocessed chicken entrails. If she were to prepare all the ingredients she had gathered, it would certainly yield more than 200 portions of corn stew, 200 portions of shredded pork with potatoes, 200 portions of kung pao chicken, and 100 portions of stir-fried assorted meats. Would exceeding these quantities lead to waste? Certainly not. She simply needs to save the excess that IT can be kept for future sales or for family consumption later. T630. A reminder from the smart device indicated that the breakfast ordering time had closed. Suyu poured out the orders, summoned Dikuin and Su-E, and distributed the food among them, arranging for them to deliver the meals. Before they set off, Suyu notified everyone in the group that the delicious food had begun its delivery. Within 5 minutes of sending the message, breakfast pictures were shared in the group. The dumplings were beautifully shaped, with generous fillings. One photo displayed 9 dumplings neatly arranged, with one bitten into, revealing the mouth-watering filling inside, which stirred appetites. So delectable. Everyone, I have sampled it for you. The mushroom and pork dumplings from the group leader are simply exquisite. Oh, I bought only a small portion. I should have opted for the large one. The large portion is even cheaper by 10 star coins. Chapter 34. Dumplings also enjoy popularity. Another picture appeared. From the filling, it appeared to be shepherd's purse and pork dumplings. These are delicious too. Thankfully, I ordered 2 large portions. I'll save one for lunch. Although it is a pity that I cannot order lunch anymore, the thought of tasting the group leader's dumplings fills me with contentment. Oh, tonight I must order an extra dish to heat up in the microwave for tomorrow at work? How did I not think of that? Is it too late to order now? Group leader, could you possibly make more dumplings available? Any flavor will do. Yet another new picture appeared. A wonderful day begins with indulging in the group leader's culinary delights. I have resolved to work diligently to earn promotions and raises, so I can savor the group leader's exquisite dishes daily. Agreed. Let us earn money for delicious food. Add 1. Everyone, breakfast can no longer be ordered, but lunch and dinner are still available. It just so happens that a few friends are visiting today. They are indeed fortunate to enjoy such delicious food. I must go and order dinner first. Yes, hurry and order dinner. You people, you finished the braised pork, and now you've left no fish-flavored shredded pork for me. Group leader, I strongly urge you to add more braised pork and fish-flavored shredded pork. Give the slower ones like me a chance. Yes, I plead with the group leader to increase the braised pork and fish-flavored shredded pork. Add one, add two. So you couldn't help but chuckle. These food lovers were simply too adorable. Remembering that the meal boxes and household robots would arrive in the afternoon, so you felt a tug in her heart and indeed went to the app to adjust the inventory numbers. She increased the supply of braised pork from 300 to 500. The fish-flavored shredded pork was raised from 200 to 400, after glancing at the sour radish and old duck soup and kung pao chicken. So you hesitated before boosting the supply of those two dishes as well, from 200 to 300. It wasn't long before someone in the group noticed the changes. Wow. The group leader has modified the dinner menu supply. The braised pork is back. Everyone, hurry. Wow. The poor kid finally got some. The unfortunate child who grabbed 5 portions feels so lucky. I have enough for myself and can also deliver 3 portions to my parents and girlfriend. I also got 2. So happy, you all. It's your fault for buying so much that the inventory disappears so quickly. You people, how selfish. Can't you leave a chance for those behind? Next time, just be quicker. If you miss out, let the group leader restock. Yes, let the group leader restock. But judging by the current situation, those who bought many portions will probably rush in again. Can you finish all that food? Rest assured, I bought 15 portions. I can manage. I'll take 2 for my parents, 2 for my elder brother, 2 for my sister, 2 for my in-laws, and 2 for my uncle's family. That is 10 portions already accounted for. The remaining 5 will be 2 for dinner tonight, and 3 will be taken to work. The company is run with a few friends, and those gluttons will likely devour all 3 in no time. Group leader, please increase the inventory again. I'll take 5 more. To the one above, I'm tempted to utter a curse. To the one above, can you give us poor souls a chance to try the delicious food? Oh, don't worry. The braised pork just came out, and everyone is excited. That dish can become overwhelming if eaten too often. Once they tire of it, we won't have to worry about not being able to buy it. While the outside braised pork may be overwhelming, the group leader-esque version is anything, but I believe I could eat it for an entire week. Oh no, a whole month. While a month may be an exaggeration. I truly believe I could manage a week of it. Agreed. After all, natural foods don't easily lead to weight gain. I too wish to indulge for a week. Of course, I'm eager to try other dishes as well. So you put away her device, choosing not to read further. Soon, Dikuin and Sue E returned. SEU took out some steamed dumplings for everyone to enjoy as breakfast. After the meal, Sue E headed to the Endless Square for some mech action and delivery. While Sue began cooking corn and pork ribs. Stewing is the simplest method. Just place the ingredients into the pot, add all the necessary condiments, and let it cook by the time Sue finished. The household robot had already diced the potatoes and meat strips. SEU operated 4 pots simultaneously to stir-fry the potatoes with meat strips. Despite the absence of the robot's assistance, her speed did not falter. Once the 4 pots of potatoes and meat strips were ready, Sue plated them and continued to stir-fry the remaining ingredients. Approaching 8 o'clock, interviewees began arriving at her home, Sue surprise. 3 individuals showed up for the interview. Ultimately, she selected 2. Initially, she intended to hire only 1, but the second candidate possessed a spatial ring, which would facilitate transporting meals, prompting her to hire an additional assistant. Once the delivery personnel were secured, Sue took the opportunity to accompany Dikuin to the supermarket for supplies. They primarily gathered various condiments and ingredients, as many dishes were to be prepared in the coming days. Upon returning with the supplies, Sue continued making kung pao chicken and stir-fried chicken offal. The kung pao chicken would be available for both lunch and dinner, and she planned to make a larger batch. After 10:30, the group buzzed with excitement once more. Everyone, lunch hour is approaching. I ordered the group leader-esque corn and pork rib stew and kung pao chicken looking forward to it. I'm excited too. I ordered stir-fried chicken offal and potatoes with meat strips. Chicken offal is my favorite, truly envious. I'm not home today, so I can't enjoy the group leader-esque culinary skills at lunch. For those who ordered, could you share some food photos and tell us how it tastes? Oh, never mind. I fear I won't be able to control myself. Yes, those who ordered should savor their meals quietly. Please don't post anything that tempts us. I want to see. Even if I can't eat it, seeing it is still a joy. Everyone share pictures and flavors so we can have a reference for when the group leader offers the same dishes next time. At 11:30, the ordering period for lunch closed. Meanwhile, 2 delivery personnel had already arrived at Sue's home, waiting to Sue extracted the orders and allocated 1 to each of them. She then began preparing the meals for the 2. Once completed, the delivery personnel set off, and Sue announced in the group that the delicious food was on its way. As soon as she spoke, the group erupted in excitement. Group leader, you finally appeared. Could you possibly increase the supply of braised pork for dinner? Group leader, why aren't you cooking in the yard anymore? Are these dishes really made by your own hands? Could you upload some videos of your cooking? Group leader, your dishes have completely captivated me. Are you accepting apprentices? I want to be your student. Suyu chuckled and, after a moment's hesitation, shared several clips of her cooking from earlier. After that, she refrained from responding to other messages. Chapter 35. Acquired 2 household robots, though just a few clips. They were sufficient to incite cheers among the food enthusiasts in the group. The group leader is undoubtedly a culinary master. The way she effortlessly directs the robots while personally flipping the spatula is so impressive. To the one above, it's not just impressive, it's beautiful. I never expected the group leader to be so young and so attractive. With a wife like that, what more could a husband seek? I genuinely envy the group leader's husband. Add one, if I could have a wife who cooks so deliciously, I'd be willing to become a.t. Seeing the chat content, Suyu quickly exited. Those people that were far too talkative. After Suyu left, D-kun spoke up. Everyone, while it's delightful to admire, let us keep it to admiration. My wife and I already have a baby on the way. And in less than 6 months, we will welcome our child. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from joking about my wife in the group. With D-kun's statement, the group became even more animated. Wow, the group leader's husband is here. You all who spoke out of turn, prepare for the consequences. Group leader's husband, how should we address you? Can you share with us a few tips on how to find a culinary goddess as a wife? What tips could there be? You just have to stand there. Have you not seen how handsome the group leader's husband is? Oh dear, the perfect match of beauty and grace is truly a sight to behold. Just to clarify, group leader, I have no ulterior motives toward your husband. I believe only a culinary genius and a stunning beauty like you deserve such a handsome man. Yu cuisine that I've typed so much. Seeing how sincerely I wish you well, could you perhaps send me a portion of braised pork? Pleading face. My surname is D. D-kun type. D. Wow, that's a royal surname. Mr. D is not related to the royal family. Is he? By the way, the mech from the Juju Mecha Natural Juice is indeed Mr. D's, right? Does Mr. D possess S-class mental strength? Is he from the Imperial Star? Oh my. Yes, we hail from the Imperial Star. There are many with the surname D from the Imperial Star, but our family has no significant ties to the royal family. If one were to insist on a connection, it would be several generations. Perhaps even a dozen generations back. D-kun addressed part of the inquiries to AS for the truth. It is, of course, a blend of truths and half-truth. He and his wife indeed came from the Imperial Star. But his relationship with the royal family is not as distant as one might think. After all, they are royal by blood. How remarkable. Mr. D, regarding the Imperial Star, a flurry of questions erupted in the group chat. Yet D-kun chose not to respond further. Someone shared a photo of their lunch order, swiftly diverting the conversation. Everyone, I initially believed that the braised pork and corn rib stew were already exquisite. But guess what? I discovered an even more exceptional dish. This stir-fried chicken offal is so delicious it transcends the realm of taste. Moreover, the group owner is incredibly generous, providing an abundance of chicken offal. I'm relishing every bite. This expenditure of 250 star coins was truly worth it. From now on, none of you dare compete with me for it. Next time stir-fried chicken offal is on the menu, I shall order 2. No, 5 portions. I concur with the previous sentiments. I also order a portion of stir-fried chicken offal, and it is absolutely delectable. Of course, Kung Pao chicken is equally delightful. I plan to order another serving of Kung Pao chicken tonight. By the way, the group owner's Kung Pao chicken contains far more chicken than those from outside. It's much more economical. Oh, group owner, won't you suffer a loss like this? Am I the only one who thinks that shredded pork with potatoes is both delicious and the most cost-effective? It's only 180 star coins, with plenty of meat and fewer potatoes. The group owner is truly considerate. Although I may not be as affluent as them, I am still willing to save up to enjoy the delicacies you prepare. I kindly request more dishes priced below 200 star coins. So you paid little attention to these chat exchanges. She descended to the first floor to call her 2 men for dinner. The meals prepared in the Su household are made concurrently with those for external sale, yet the offerings are more sumptuous. After all, Suyu had stored some dishes in her space earlier. I noticed that there were quite a few orders for ingredients this evening. Suu. Can you manage? Suddenly, D-kun inquired of Su why you Su. He also turned his gaze toward her. No problem. The household robots will arrive shortly. I also purchased some takeaway boxes and bags. Once I prepare the dishes and place them in the boxes, it will be more convenient for the delivery personnel. After these busy days, I can store some dishes for us. We can venture out again to gather supplies. That be why the way. If we go out again, let us try to find some vegetables and seasonings. The items at the supermarket are excessively priced, and some seasonings are unavailable, such as Sichuan pepper and star anise. Otherwise, the dishes I prepare, especially the braised pork, could taste even better. This afternoon, you must take a nap. D. Cohen frowned and stated, SUU was taken aback. Sure, I will arrange the task for the robots, and then take a nap. A brief rest will suffice. D. Cohen finally ceased his lengthy remarks. After dinner, the delivery personnel indeed arrived. With 2 additional household robots now at home, capable of working 24 hours a day without rest. Suyu felt exhilarated. After installing energy crystals in the household robots, she performed a simple calibration and began assigning tasks. Robot 1 was assigned to knead dough and prepare dumplings. Robot 2 was to wash and slice the meat. Robot 3 was to clean all the animal entrails from her space and cut them properly. Meanwhile, Suyu placed the duck meat she had chopped earlier into the pot, cooking 10 pots of sour radish and old duck soup. She instructed Robot 1 to monitor the fire and return to her room to rest. However, after about 40 minutes of sleep, Suyu arose and instructed Robot 1 to halt its current task to assist her in preparing braised pork. Next came the fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken. After completing the evening dishes and packaging them, it was still not yet 4:30. Suyu remained busy, using the ingredients processed by the robots to prepare additional dishes. At 6 o'clock, the order deadline for the mini-program arrived. Suyu gazed at the data generated by the system, marveling at the purchasing power of the residents in the community. Without much hesitation, she retrieved the meals from her space and instructed the robots to place each customer's order into delivery bags, labeling them with their respective apartment numbers. Once the meals were packaged, she handed them to the delivery personnel. Before long, messages began to flood the group chat, confirming that customers had received their meals, accompanied by an outpouring of praise. Suyu observed the chat for a while, ensuring there were no negative reviews. Before calling her 2 men to dinner, "What dishes do you desire for tomorrow?" During the meal, Suyu inquired of the 2 men. D. Cohen exchanged glances with Su. "I would like to have braised lioness head and sweet and sour ribs." Su, he stated. Suyu turned her gaze toward D. Cohen. "I wish to have buns." D. Cohen replied. Suyu was taken aback. The thought of buns made her feel a pang of desire. "All right, I understand," she responded with a smile. After dinner, Suyu posted the menu for tomorrow's offerings in the group. Chapter 36. Discovering radishes and corn breakfast. Fresh meat buns, sauce meat buns, various fillings of steamed dumplings, along with assorted flavored juices. Lunch, braised lioness head, sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, sour radish, and old duck soup, plus a variety of flavored juices. Dinner, mushroom stewed chicken, steamed pork with rice flour. Braised pork, stir-fried chicken offal, with the addition of 2 household robots. So you set the quantities for each dish quite high. It was no concern if some went unsold, as she was already stockpiling ingredients. The food group chat erupted with excitement, as those who had experienced Suyu's culinary skills began to anticipate the new dishes. Numerous orders were placed. Suyu barely glanced at the group messages before she became busy. She needed to prepare buns for sale in the morning, and she still had to steam them. Yes, dumplings must also be steamed. Suyu took some of the meat filling prepared by the robots, added seasonings, and began frying the mixture. The bun fillings consisted solely of fresh meat and sauce meat, making the frying process quite simple. Since she had decided to make them, she also resolved to have the robots wrap a few extra buns. Thus, Suyu, along with Robot 1, fried a total of 50 batches of filling for Robots 2 and 3 to slowly wrap into buns. She continued to assist Robot 1 in steaming both buns and dumplings, then placed the steamed buns and dumplings into their respective packaging boxes for storage in her space. After 9 o'clock, Suyu finished her work just in time. She placed the remaining 50 or so unwrapped buns into a basin, stored them in her space, and delivered a late-night snack to her 2 men. Upon learning there were buns to eat, the 2 men were delighted. When they tasted the buns, their eyes lit up. Each of them quickly devoured the buns in the basin. Perhaps influenced by their enthusiasm, Suyu also indulged in 6 buns. Ultimately, she realized her bun supply was insufficient, so she retrieved 2 additional boxes of packaged buns for the 2 men. Meanwhile, one of them drew a conclusion. It seems that in the future, when steaming buns, there is no need to package them all. Remaining buns can simply be placed in a large basin, and then portions can be taken from the basin for family members to enjoy. Yes, they all have hearty appetites in their household. For the next 3 days, Suyu did not step outside. She not only stocked up on a plethora of dishes, but also alongside the 3 household robots. processed all the meat and vegetables stored in her space. The processing mentioned here does not refer to transforming them into cooked dishes, but rather preparing them as ready-to-use ingredients. For instance, 3-layer meat was sliced into pieces or cubes. Lean meat was shredded. Ribs were cut into chunks. Lard was chopped into suitable sizes for rendering fat. Portions of pig head, tail, and entrails were cut into appropriate sizes, ready to be cooked for braised dishes. The large cuts of meat previously stored in the space were now transformed into baskets of ingredients that could be immediately cooked. SUU was immensely satisfied with her labor over the past few days and finally decided to venture out once more. Thus, on the morning of the 4th day, after handing over the meals to the delivery personnel, Su-yu and Di-kun ventured out of the city again. We must return home to prepare meals by 11:30. We need to be efficient. Sitting behind Di-kun on the hovering motorcycle, Su-yu informed him. Di-kun acknowledged. Furthermore, today, instead of specifically searching for fruit trees, we shall explore nearby for vegetables and other crops. Continuously purchasing from the supermarket is not a sustainable long-term solution. It would also reduce our profits. That Di-kun paused momentarily, not responding immediately. The dishes prepared by his wife typically consist of more meat than vegetables. Would finding vegetables for cooking significantly lower costs? Well, whatever his wife says goes. That he would accompany her. And that was enough to be. By the way, have you purchased the medical pod? Di-kun suddenly shifted the topic. Yes, it will arrive this afternoon. Su glanced at the back of Di-kun's head. Di-kun felt relieved. Let us take a half-day break this afternoon, that we can do some prenatal education for the baby together. Su-yu was taken aback. She almost declined, as she had the household robots play prenatal music for the baby nearly every day. After contemplating, she decided against rejecting him. That Di-kun was the baby's father. She should not hinder his desire to bond with the child. Di-kun's heart fluttered slightly. Filled with anticipation for the afternoon's plans, the two soon arrived in the wilderness. Di-kun released the mech, adjusting its height to allow Su-yu to sit with him inside as they began their search. This suitable height enabled both Su-yu and Di-kun to clearly observe the plants growing on the surface. And the mech's swift movement accelerated their quest for crops. Before long, the two discovered a field of radishes. Each radish stood over a meter tall, with diameters of 70 to 80 centimeters. Su-yu's expression lit up with joy as she asked Di-kun to lower her down to inspect the situation. Upon reaching the ground, Su-yu examined the radishes and confirmed her initial observations were correct. She did not believe that, as someone with less strength, she could successfully pull the radishes out. Instead, she turned her gaze to Di-kun, asking with hopeful anticipation, "Can the mech pull out the radishes?" During this period, she had fully witnessed the capabilities of the Zhanfeng. While she did not particularly envy its combat abilities, she was profoundly impressed by its agricultural prowess. Of course, Di-kun replied affirmatively to Su-yu. "I'll show you how it works." "All right," Su-yu responded cheerfully. Once back in the mech, she observed Di-kun deftly maneuvering, and soon, Zhanfeng manifested 8 mechanical arms. These arms accurately reached for each white radish, grasped its leaves, and with a swift tug, uprooted the radishes. Not only did they extract the radishes, but the mechanical arms also returned them to the trough in front of the mech. In no time, the large trough was brimming with radishes. Su gazed at Di-kun's focused operation with admiration. Now, with the radishes harvested, she could prepare pickled radishes herself, which was far more economical than purchasing them. And I can also make some quick pickled vegetables, she thought, as everyone had been complaining about the monotony of just buns and dumplings for breakfast. That a side of quick pickled vegetables would be a perfect addition. Quick pickled vegetables? Di-kun expressed curiosity as the trough filled with radishes. Di-kun paused for a moment. Noticing this, Su-yu activated her abilities to store the harvested radishes in her spatial pocket before turning to Di-kun. "Yes, it's a type of pickled vegetable that can be eaten a few hours after being prepared. It's appetizing and delicious, with a wonderful flavor that I'll make some for you to try when we get back." At this point, Su-yu couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger. Di-kun shared her anticipation, responding with a soft as he continued to operate the mech to collect more radishes. With quick pickled vegetables secured, she hoped to find some yellow soybeans next. The guest wanted soy milk, but the soybeans at the supermarket were too expensive for her to splurge on. Juices, after all, didn't tea quite complement breakfast? Suddenly, Su-yu added, "Let us take our time searching." Di-kun offered a comforting remark. Chapter 37. The desire to purchase agricultural mech. Yes. The two of them sat inside the mech, soon gathering a significant amount of radishes. They proceeded onward, and after a while, they discovered a cornfield. Su was overjoyed. She disembarked from the mech to assess the situation and found that the corn was tender at that moment, which delighted her even further. She eagerly urged Di Kuan to collect the corn. Once again, Zhanfeng took on the role of an agricultural mech, snapping the corn stalks and gathering the corn into the trough. Continuing forward, they also harvested a patch of tomatoes and pumpkins, gathering numerous eggs along the way. The sheer size of the largest pumpkin astonished Suyu. It likely weighed no less than a ton. Her spirits soared, and had it not been for the reminder from her brain interface that it was already 11 o'clock, she would have insisted on continuing the search for more resources. They returned home before 11:30, and Suyu had plenty of tasks to assign to the household robots. After lunch, the delivery personnel arrived with the medical pod she had ordered, along with other items. The two men lost all motivation to work, eager to see the baby Suyu lay down in the medical pod for them to see. The two men, however, found themselves engrossed in discussions about the unborn child. Talking and teasing for quite some time. Be good, little one. When you're born, Uncle will make you fresh juice. What do you like? Uncle will make it for you. Suyu interjected, Big brother, the baby will only drink milk when they're born. Not juice. Oh, then I'll prepare some juice to store for the baby. They can have it when they're older. Look, big brother, my son smiled at me. Oh my, what a good boy. You must stay well-behaved in your mother's belly. When you're born, your father will get you the coolest mech. Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit speechless, thinking to herself that with two men so doting on the child, she hoped they wouldn't spoil the baby. Despite her thoughts, a smile crept onto her lips. After lying in the medical pod for over 40 minutes, and once her health was confirmed to be fine, she allowed the two men to look at the baby for a little longer before finally getting up from the pod. Di Kuan, seizing on the excuse that Su-yi was meant to prepare juice for his nephew, sent him to the sunroom to work while he stayed by Su-yu's side, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, engaging in prenatal education. Initially, Su-yu felt a bit awkward, but as he spoke in a soft tone directed at the child, she gradually acclimated to it. After about an hour, Di Kuan finally ceased the prenatal teaching and suggested taking Su-yu out for a stroll. After considering it, she decided to invite Su-yi along. Di Kuan felt a bit disheartened, but acquiesced. The three of them strolled along the bustling street, enjoying their first leisurely moment in quite some time. How about I buy another household robot? We could have it in the sunroom to make juice. That way, both you and Big Brother can have an easier time to or well, maybe two. Then you both could be freed from the sunroom. From now on, our family will take 2 days off each week, Suyu suddenly declared. The juice and prepared food business was thriving, almost making her a fortune daily. Now that she had purchased the medical pod, she felt much less anxious than before. Di Kuan glanced at Suyu, a hint of joy in his heart. It was rare for his wife to actively suggest everyone take a break. Su-yi, overhearing this, was equally delighted. Can I go out of the city with you, Yu? He asked eagerly. He longed to venture out with her. Even if he didn't have a mech, he could still ride his hover motorcycle and help her gather fruits on his hoverboard. Suyu's expression stiffened slightly. Seeing her big brother's eager face made it hard for her to refuse. However, the reality was that while she could enter the mech with Di Kuan to harvest crops or gather fruits, her big brother could not. Having a thought, Suyu turned to Di Kuan. Earlier, you mentioned you had a friend who was a mech designer? She inquired. Di Kuan paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, well, he had indeed mentioned it. When his wife expressed the desire for a special agricultural mech, ideally like Zhanfeng, which could facilitate the harvesting of gigantic crops in the wild, he had suggested the name of He-Ran. The head of the design department at the military supply office that He-Ran was a genius in mech design. A significant portion of the formidable mechs used in the military had been designed by him, including the one Di Kuan utilized on the battlefield, the Zhan Shun. However, He-Ran had never actually designed an agricultural mech, especially not one for harvesting gigantic crops, because wild crops were all toxic, and the cost of detoxification exceeded that of cultivating natural crops. The Empire had never considered harvesting those massive crops. Could you possibly design a custom agricultural mech for my big brother? If the mech isn't of high grade, would the cost be lower? Suyu asked. While she had contemplated purchasing an S-class mech for her brother, it was unrealistic at the moment. Firstly, she lacked the funds. And secondly, she did not possess the qualifications or channels for such a purchase. An agricultural mech, being large and capable of harvesting crops, while also providing some defensive capabilities, would be suitable for her brother. Di Kuan hesitated momentarily. Unable to bear seeing Suyu disappointed, he nodded. I'll inquire and let you know the outcome. Both Suyu and Su-yi's faces brightened with joy. Thank you, brother-in-law. They returned home just before 6 o'clock. The delivery personnel arrived promptly, and Suyu invited them inside. Once it turned 6, she retrieved the food from her spatial pocket and instructed the robot to pick and pack it. Prepared food sales thrived at dinner, which was the most lucrative meal of the day. After all, people tended to reward themselves after a long day of work, and many liked to buy prepared food in advance to take to the office the next day. Some even bought for colleagues or friends. Suyu noticed one order today that requested 5 portions, each of 4 different dishes. A substantial order from a major customer. She had stored plenty of prepared food in her spatial pocket and hoped for more orders to come in, eager to earn more profit. After dinner, Suyu found it difficult to relax. After bulk purchasing several items online, she summoned household robot number 1 to assist her in making quick pickled vegetables. She now cooked in bulk. So, when making quick pickled vegetables, she prepared 10 large bowls at once. The method for making quick pickled vegetables was quite simple. First, sprinkle salt to marinate. Second, after half an hour, drain the excess moisture. Third, add an appropriate amount of mountain pepper. Sliced small chili peppers and ginger slices, so you had no Sichuan peppercorns, so she omitted that. Fourth, add white rice vinegar and sugar. Fifth, store in a cool place or refrigerate. Generally, they could be consumed after a few hours. Suyu delivered the 10 completed bowls of quick pickled vegetables to a separate room and set the temperature below 10 degrees before leaving. Chapter 38. Entering the late stages of pregnancy before sleeping. She would check on them. If they were ready, she could store them in her spatial pocket. After completing the quick pickled vegetables, Suyu refrained from further tasks and began planning the vegetable supply for the following day. Initially, she intended to incorporate the vegetables harvested today into her menu, but reconsidered. She had sufficient stock in her spatial pocket for tomorrow. Maybe she should continue venturing out with Kuan to find more vegetables? There were radishes, tomatoes, pumpkins, and surely other vegetables as well. She could also search for seasonings if only she could find Sichuan peppercorns or star anise. Yes, going out of the city was the best option. Suyu quickly made her decision at T10:30 that night. Kuan finished washing up, towel drying his hair, while dialing he ran's video call number. He ran connected swiftly. After inquiring about the current state of his marshal, he shifted to gossiping about the marshal's wife. Unfortunately, the marshal revealed nothing, leaving he ran with no information to gather. All right, let us get down to business. Yu desires a specialized agricultural mech capable of harvesting colossal crops. The mech does not need to be of high grade. It should merely withstand attack from 3rd-tier or lower star beasts. Could you assist her in designing and subsequently constructing such a machine? An agricultural mech? Surely, I misheard that. He Rant's expression twisted slightly. He is the esteemed chief designer of the Imperial First Army's logistics department, a master mech craftsman who has designed numerous mechs of the highest grades. Yet now, he is tasked with creating a rather simplistic agricultural mech. You heard correctly, Kuan replied calmly, sending he ran a video. This is a recording of me and you using the wind cutter to gather crops and fruits. You may find it useful for reference. Upon hearing this, he Rant's expression resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. Nevertheless, he opened the video and was taken aback by the sight of their marshal transforming the wind cutter into a rudimentary bulldozer. Harvesting radishes, corn, and tomatoes from the fields, as well as picking fruit from trees in an absurdly awkward manner, he Ran felt a surge of disbelief. As the designer of the wind cutter, he had never considered it could be repurposed as an agricultural mech. But what could the marshal possibly want with the wind cutter to harvest such giant vegetables and fruits? They are inedible. Was this merely for some whimsical joyride with the marshal's wife? What peculiar taste do they possess? Surely, utilizing the wind cutter to slay star beasts would be far more exhilarating. The wind cutter is a double S grade mech, and the marshal's spiritual energy is at a staggering 3S level. Even if the wind cutter is somewhat diminutive, it would be a trivial task for the marshal to use it against 4th-tier star beasts. After all, a 4th-tier star beast yields a crystal core worth a staggering 10,000 star coins. Did that lad Tao Fu not claim that the marshal was short on funds? Hunting star beasts for crystal cores would surely be profitable. Although on planet DQ008, 4th-tier star beasts are unlikely to be abundant. Marshal, he Ran felt the necessity to remind his superior. Having experienced such matters himself, he knew that women generally prefer powerful men. Taking the marshal's wife to hunt star beasts would undoubtedly be more engaging than harvesting fruits and vegetables. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Kuan interrupted him. Hasten the mech design. If it proves effective, I shall personally arrange for the logistics department to procure 100 units. He Rant's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Marshal, are you serious? He asked, anxious, The implications of a single mech versus 100 are vastly different. Assisting the marshal with one mech is a personal favor, while 100 units represent a departmental transaction. Although he holds a military position, the majority of his income does not stem from military stipends, but from mech revenue. This is true not only for their design department, but for others as well. Besides fulfilling regular tasks for free, they often engage in side businesses for profit. While most of the earnings must be submitted to the finance department for distribution, a portion remains for departmental benefits. This is an unavoidable reality. The Frontline's primary economic source is the sale of crystal cores, which, despite their high value, are not easily obtained. Moreover, hunting star beasts incurs costs. Mech consume energy, and during combat, they risk damage from star beasts, leading to expensive repairs. Additionally, with so many personnel on the front lines, food and drink expenses mount, particularly for natural food, rendering the military quite impoverished. 100 mechs, even if agricultural, under the martial specifications, would likely cost upwards of 1 billion star coins. Indeed, D. Cohen affirmed, "Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed." With a firm resolution, he ran promptly agreed. D. Cohen nodded in satisfaction. Strive to design it well. If possible, test on a barren planet. The crops harvested should not only include those mentioned in my video, but also other varieties essential for human life. Specifically, their giant versions. He ran paused, sensing something amiss. He intended to inquire further, but D. Cohen had already initiated a video call. Abruptly severing the communication, he wished to reconnect with D. Cohen for clarification, but found it impossible to reach him. The marshal communicates through clandestine channels. He could only contact D. Cohen, who was unreachable. The following day, Suyu enthusiastically served a small portion of pickled vegetables to each guest who ordered breakfast, earning widespread acclaim. Diners expressed their intent to continue supporting the group leader. Many who had not ordered breakfast declared their determination to do so the next day, after sampling the pickled vegetables. D. Cohen and Su E were utterly enamored, both consuming an extra bowl of porridge. Post-meal, Su requested D. Cohen to escort her out of the city as they continued their search for vegetables and spices. This time, they discovered several delightful finds, including red carrots and lettuce, along with previously found potatoes. To Suyu's delight, they finally located Sichuan pepper, star anise, green onions, and yellow soybeans. She was positively overjoyed. However, when the alert from her device sounded, she insisted D. Cohen take her home. With an assortment of spices and vegetables at her disposal, Suyu finally unleashed her culinary ambitions. Preparing pickled vegetables and crafting various seasonings, she expanded her recipes to incorporate more vegetarian dishes, catering to diners' cravings for plant-based cuisine. Time passed swiftly in this fulfilling and busy manner, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. Today, Suyu is 28 weeks pregnant, with only 84 days remaining until her due date. Her belly has swollen significantly, resembling an inflated balloon, causing her frequent discomfort and a feeling of fullness. The baby's movements have become more pronounced, and both D. Cohen and Su E ensure Suyu visits the medical bay daily to engage with the little one. Chapter 39. Queen Jinna. After adding 6 more household robots to their home, D. Cohen and Su E were liberated from the sunroom. D. Cohen dedicated ample time to accompany Suyu on walks or to assist her in prenatal education. Although Sui wished to join her, he often found himself overshadowed by D. Cohen. Furthermore, storytelling was not his forte, so he willingly relinquished the opportunity to D. Cohen, due to her increasing bulk. Suyu has not been as busy as before. Nevertheless, with the abundance of household robots, she still manages to store a significant amount of prepared and pre-cooked meals in their space daily. As she approaches the late stages of her pregnancy, Suyu adheres to her agreement with D. Cohen and refrains from venturing into the city for supplies. However, she remains untroubled, as her vast storage space is nearly full of the fruits of her labor. Additionally, her Starcoin account boasts a staggering balance of over 40 million star coins, and no one dares to dispute her status as a minor fortune holder. T11:35. The household robots prepared meals and handed them to the delivery personnel. D. Cohen approached Suyu, assisting her as she settled at the table. "Please transfer the permissions for the app to me, that I will handle the meal preparation and delivery from now on." D. Cohen stated, "Your belly is quite large, and you should not be burdened with cooking and managing the app while the robots assist in cooking. I can oversee the process, so it is manageable. However, managing the app is far more intricate than cooking, and I can take that responsibility off your hands." Suyu looked at D. Cohen and noted his earnest expression. After contemplation, she agreed. This man had been living in their home for several months. Although he had not contributed financially, he had supported her in numerous ways that it could be said that she could amass such an abundance of supplies and wealth largely due to his assistance. Thus, she trusted him, but Dikuin's face lit up with joy. Rest assured, I will manage everything efficiently, so you need not worry, he assured her. All right. So you replied, by the way, you mentioned that the agricultural mech would soon be completed. What is the current status? She suddenly inquired. Dikuin's expression faltered. His wife certainly has a remarkable memory. Regarding the agricultural mech's completion, he could admit that the product had actually been ready for some time. Yes, Ran had contacted him earlier, yet he had not pressed for the mech's delivery. Nor had he considered acquiring additional units. It was not due to a lack of funds, but rather the need to prevent his pregnant wife from overexerting herself. Now, all plans must be postponed. Nothing is more important than the birth of his wife and child, and friend has been rather busy lately, which may have caused a delay. But do not fret. The mech will arrive before your confinement ends. Your belly is growing day by day, and extra caution is warranted during this late stage of pregnancy. We are not venturing into the city anymore. So even if we receive the mech, we won't need it immediately. Patience is key. Dikuin comforted her before she could respond. I see you glance down at her belly. All right. However, I must encourage him. Although her storage ring is nearing capacity, the upcoming 3 to 4 months without venturing into the city will lead to significant consumption. Once she completes her confinement, she will need to resume her activities. Moreover, with her newfound wealth, she aspires to open a restaurant on the commercial street. Dikuin gazed down at his wife, who hastily averted her gaze. Well, if we're idle, we might as well earn some extra money for a more comfortable future for our baby, right? Forget about the restaurant for now. Once the baby is born, I will present you with a grand gift, enough to last you and our son a lifetime. Dikuin replied. He had been planning this for quite some time. But due to his elder brother's scrutiny, he had refrained from taking action. However, recently, the spies planted by his brother have been disposed of by his men, and he has gathered incriminating evidence to hand over to his father. Although the evidence may not be irrefutable, it is sufficient to demonstrate that the elder brother harbors considerable animosity towards him and is highly suspected of intending harm. The father, in a fit of rage, has dispatched the elder brother along with the Second Army to the Western Front. Among the various defensive lines, the Western Front is where the most formidable star beasts and insectoid factions reside, making the battles there particularly intense. The elder brother is stationed at the Western Front for a term of 5 years, leaving little opportunity for him to deal with the situation in the near future. As for sending gifts for the daughter-in-law and son, that could be arranged leisurely. You turned his gaze towards Is this enough for me and my son to live off for a lifetime? He placed his hand on his belly, wearing an expression that seemed to say, how can I possibly believe this? Dikuin offered no explanation, merely smiling as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind Su Yu's ear. A wave of happiness washed over Su Yu. That evening, within the confines of the Empress's chamber in the Imperial Palace, Empress Jina was applying a facial mask when a video call request suddenly came through. Initially annoyed, she considered ending the call, given the late hour, but upon recognizing the caller as Dikuin, she hastily dismissed her attendant. Quickly rising, she tapped the answer button. You little rascal, finally getting in touch with your mother. Where on earth have you been hiding? As soon as she answered, Jina began to scold him loudly. Dikuin instinctively leaned back, waiting for her to finish her tirade before addressing the screen again. Indeed, he was the second prince of the empire, the sole son of Empress Jina. His mother was the emperor's consort, which meant he and the eldest prince were not on the best of terms. The eldest prince was wary of him, fearing he might vie for the position of heir, despite having made it clear that he had no interest in such ambitions and maintaining a low profile. The eldest prince still schemed against him. Having been outmaneuvered on several occasions, he now found himself with a wife and child, leading to new considerations. Alone, he could fend for himself. Retaliating against plots was manageable. However, now he had a family to protect, especially his wife, who carried her own secrets. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he ensure her safety. You ungrateful little rascal. Boo. Jina exaggeratedly dabbed at her tears. You've disappeared for so long, not even leaving a word for your mother. The First Army said you were on leave, yet not a whisper came my way. That brat DC was dispatched to the Western Theater by your father. And only then did I realize he has once again schemed against you. That biased old man, I'm tempted to divorce him. At this point, Jina's tears flowed more freely. her son had been plotted against so many times. She refused to believe that the old man was truly unaware. Chapter 40. A trillion in inheritance. So, his son with his ex-wife is a treasure, while her son Jin-na is seen as mere fodder. I am fine, just taking a long break. Di-kun smiled at Jin-na, hoping to lift her spirits. You know well that I've served for 12 years and rarely take time off. This time, with your daughter-in-law pregnant, I decided to take an extended leave to accompany her. Jin-na paused in her tear-dabbing. What? She abruptly raised her head to look at Di-kun, only to see him grinning brightly. You little rascal, what did you just say? Di-kun's smile widened, I said. In less than 3 months, you'll be a grandmother. Jin-na's eyes widened in shock, followed by a squeal of excitement. You little rascal. Ah, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Aye, Jin-na, I'm going to be a grandmother. Is it a grandson or granddaughter? Or perhaps twins? Regardless, I'll cherish either, she exclaimed joyfully. Dada, I'm going to be a grandmother. Where's my little darling? Ha, I'm finally going to have a darling grandchild. Once the grandchild arrived, she would flaunt it among other women, proving them wrong about her lack of grandchildren. Her son was handsome. Surely her grandchild would be too. She could not wait to show off. Di-kun found himself somewhat speechless at his mother's exaggerated expressions. It's a grandson. Also, your daughter-in-law's due date is in 84 days. So naturally, your darling grandchild is currently in her womb. Jin-na finally grasped something. Wait, where did this daughter-in-law come from? You little rascal, when did you get married? How come I didn't know? Her son was already 28. Yet he had rarely shown interest in women, causing her much concern about his future. She had previously worried about his orientation, but now it seemed those worries were unfounded. However, when did he tie the knot? How could this mother have been left in the dark? The shock of hearing he had married and was now expecting a child was overwhelming. We haven't married. My plan is to wait until the child is born. After you completes her confinement, and then take her to register. Di-kun explained somewhat sheepishly. Jin-na's eyes widened. Nonsense, she exclaimed. Di-kun felt a bit startled. You little rascal! How could I have raised such an irresponsible child? You've gotten her pregnant, and still haven't taken her to register. It's only because your daughter-in-law has a good temperament that she hasn't made a fuss. If it were me, I would have kicked you out in a heartbeat. Di-kun felt a pang of guilt. It's not that serious, is it? Not serious. If you had decided to terminate the pregnancy, you would have been the one thrown out. Jin-na retorted. What are you waiting for? Tomorrow, you must take you to register for the marriage. By the way, where are you currently? With only 84 days until the due date, she must be in her late pregnancy now. How can you not have anyone by her side to care for her? Send me your address. I'll set off to find you both tomorrow, and I'll take care of you and help with her confinement. This isn't a trivial matter. We cannot be careless. Jin-na's urgency escalated. Unable to sit still, she stood up, ready to rush out. Di-kun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at her words. But as a marshal of the First Army, he quickly regained his composure. About your coming over, perhaps we should discuss it later. Right now, I'm staying at U.S. place. Her elder brother is also there. And there are plenty of household robots to assist. I have a lengthy leave, enough to last until you complete her confinement. When I marry her, I can also take additional leave for both the wedding and childcare. Giving me over a month off. My plan is to bring you and the child back to the Imperial Star to visit you and father. The reason I called was twofold. First, to let you know that the elder brother has been sent to the Western Theater, and second, to discuss the inheritance left to me by my grandfather. His grandfather had only one daughter, who, upon passing, left a small portion of her inheritance to her, while the majority was bequeathed to him. The grandfather had made such arrangements out of frustration at his daughter's insistence on marrying the emperor, not wanting the wealth to fall into the royal family's hands. Additionally, he wanted to provide a safety net for his grandson, knowing that Di-kun had no interest in being the heir. The grandfather had hoped that providing him with funds would allow him to live more freely. Upon hearing Di-kun's earlier words, Jin-na was initially eager to retort, but her attention shifted upon hearing the latter part. Your grandfather's inheritance? That was always meant for you. If you wish to access it, feel free. However, what do you intend to do with it? She inquired. Her son was the Empire's war god, having spent years on the front lines amassing impressive achievements. While he had to surrender most of the cores he obtained, he kept a portion for himself. Despite only retaining a fraction, he had never lacked for funds. The inheritance her father left was worth several billion, and if her son intended to access it, It was clear he had grander plans in mind. That Decoin raised an eyebrow slightly. Purchase a suitable gift and propose to your daughter-in-law. Jean Na instantly brightened. Now, that's more like it. Good. You can contact Secretary Jean for the inheritance. The businesses and savings left by your grandfather can all be handled by him. She encouraged him to propose to his fiancée swiftly and finalize the marriage. Furthermore, she added, all that inheritance you inherit, along with your wealth, can be managed by your wife. I wouldn't interfere. She had no fears about her daughter-in-law scheming for her son's wealth. They were family after all. And what was there to calculate? Moreover, she had confidence in her son that he was capable, handsome, well-positioned, and wealthy. Only a fool would be interested in just his money. Decoin nodded. Understood. Mom thought he acknowledged her statement. Jean now wanted to say more. But Decoin interjected. Mom, it's getting late. I wouldn't want to disrupt your beauty sleep, so I'll hang up now. Just as Jean Na was about to speak, Decoin hastily ended the call. Staring at the disconnected screen, she was infuriated. Immediately, she redialed. She hadn't finished speaking. That little rascal hadn't confirmed when he would take his fiancée to register. He hadn't even told her where they were. Yet, when she tried calling again, the line was dead. After 2 failed attempts, Jean Na stomped her foot in frustration. You little rascal, she ground out through clenched teeth before dashing out of the chamber. Soon, the attendants witnessed Jean Na, resembling an enraged rabbit, storming toward the emperor's chamber. Di-chun, you old fool. Jean Na bellowed as she burst into the emperor's quarters. Chapter 41. Quarreling with the old man at that moment. Emperor Di-chun was sifting through emails when he looked up to see his queen charging towards him like an irate rooster. Di-chun, you old fool. I want a divorce. Jean Na glared at him. Her fury palpable. Protect your son. My son can fend for himself. I am divorcing you. And from now on, Decoin will carry the Jean surname, severing all ties with your D family. Your so-called throne holds no interest for us. Whoever desires it may take it, for it no longer concerns us. Jean Na unleashed a torrent of words at Di-chun. He dismissed the luminous screen before him, furrowing his brow as he gazed at his irate queen. What troubles you now? He inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jean Na activated her holographic device, sending him a divorce agreement. I've already signed it. You must sign it promptly. Once you do, I will vacate the palace at once. No longer a thorn in your side, or your son, S. She had reached her breaking point. Her son had endured too much for her sake, nearly paying with his life this time. Now that he was on the verge of marriage and expecting a child, he hesitated to appear due to the implications of DC's actions. If she did not take a stand for her son now, it would be an unforgivable betrayal. Di-chun rubbed his temples and opened the document Jean Na had sent. Upon confirming it was indeed a divorce agreement, and seeing her signature, he realized she was not jesting this time, that DC's behavior had indeed crossed a line. I have dispatched him to the Western Front. He will not return for 5 years. Upon Decoin's return, I shall provide him some compensation. Not make a fuss. Make a fuss? Jean Na's fury turned to laughter, laced with rage. If you consider this a fuss, then I shall make it one. And I am determined to do so. Your Majesty, you would do well to sign this divorce agreement. A peaceful separation is in the best interest of all. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. Di-chun was taken aback by her audacity. What of me? When I cared for you, you were cherished. Now that I do not, you are merely an old piece of meat. You do not care for our son. But I do. Hurry and sign it. Do not delay my plans for a new life. Jean Na's temper flared, emboldening her words. Di-chun, witnessing her wrath, forced himself to contain his irritation. How could I not care for our son? I have already sent DC to the Western Front. You know the situation there. The casualties from the Zerg attacks surpass those in other regions by 3 to 4 times. I've given him a 5-year sentence. Is that not punishment enough? Not enough. Jean Na interjected sharply. He has repeatedly attempted to harm Decoin. Had it not been for Decoin's cleverness, he would have perished. Now, Decoin is too afraid to return to Dixing, hiding away at his wife's home, even hesitating to register their marriage. In less than 3 months, my dear grandson will be born. I will not allow him to enter this world without a name. You may not care for our son, but I do. Sign the divorce agreement, and I will ensure Decoin carries my surname, forever severing ties with your D family. There will be no more suspicion that Decoin aims for the crown prince position. When my grandson is born, he shall bear the Jean name, as the heir of our family. What did you say? Di-chan regarded Jin Na with astonishment that I said, sign the divorce agreement. She reiterated loudly. No, I meant about the grandson. Did you say Di-kun has a child? He asked, bewildered. Jin Na's expression faltered, as if realizing her slip of the tongue. Did I say that? I never disclosed such information. Now sign, she urged, eager to find her son. You did, Di-chan insisted, fixing his gaze on her. As he noticed her chagrin, a broad smile spread across his face. That lad has indeed become a father, and in less than 3 months. The child will arrive. Ha! Jina, not only will you be a grandmother, but I shall also be a grandfather. Who needs you as a grandfather? My grandson will bear the Jin surname. What relation do you have? She shot back with irritation. Despite her tone, the lack of volume revealed her insincerity. Di-chin's smile widened once more. How can it not matter? That child is the first grandson of our Di family. Is it a grandson? Di-chan suddenly recalled something and asked Jin, and it is my grandson. She corrected him sharply. Hearing this, Di-chin's smile deepened to a grandson. Yes, a grandson. Let us have a grandson, and then perhaps a granddaughter. Or more grandsons. I previously thought Di-kun rather unreliable, but it appears he is more dependable than his elder brother. Heaven knows how much I worried about their futures. Now, at least the younger one will have a son. Who is unreliable now? It is your son who is unreliable. What has that to do with mine? Jin Na retorted, hands on her hips, ready for another quarrel. Enough? Are we to bicker over whose son is whose? Both DC and Di-kun are our sons. I shall find an opportunity to discuss matters with DC and provide Di-kun with clarity. Di-kun not cause a scene. By the way, from what I gather, Di-kun has yet to register his marriage with the mother of my grandson. What is the situation? The child is about to be born. How can he delay giving her a name? If this becomes public, it will reflect poorly on our royal family. How could he delay giving her a name? How dare you ask? Had it not been for DC, would Di-kun have dared to hide from me? He called to inquire about his grandfather's inheritance, intending to use it to propose to my daughter-in-law. He was ready to entrust all his assets to her. Do you not see how much he values the mother of my grandson? Di-chan's expression froze. All to his wife? He asked incredulously, of course. What else would he keep it for? He has been on the front lines for years and has little expense. The First Army is not his personal army. Does he wish to finance it himself? Jin Na cast a scornful glance at Di-chan, who seemed to be contemplating the inheritance from her father. Thankfully, her father had been wise enough not to bequeath it to her, but to her son instead. Di-chan averted his gaze, feeling guilty. Where is Di-kun now? He inquired, attempting to shift the topic. How would I know? Jin Na replied curtly. Hey, why are you changing the subject? Hurry and sign the divorce agreement so I can move out of the palace. My son will contact me sooner or later. I will live with my son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Chapter 42. The queen truly wanted to divorce Di-chan frowned. What do you mean, sign? Give me Di-kun's private contact number. I will call him first. Private contact number? My son is terrified of your son and barely dares to show his face. If he does not call me today, I will have no idea of his situation. That number is unreachable. Fine. If you refuse to sign, do not think that I will not divorce you. Expect a court summons. With that, Jin Na stormed out, furious. Hey, Jin Na. Di-chan reached out, hoping to stop her. But she stormed out of his chamber with great haste. He could only lower his hand helplessly. Moments later, seated in his office chair, Di-chan found himself smiling. That boy Di-kun has certainly done something remarkable. As for the Jin family's inheritance, it is only fitting it was given to Di-kun by his grandfather, so I have no say in it. Regarding DC, that I can no longer turn a blind eye to the conflict between my two sons. After Jin Na burst out of Di-chen's chamber, her face lit up with joy. She hurried back to her own quarters to pack her belongings, including her beautiful clothes, skincare products, and valuable jewelry. Stuffing them into her spatial ring, Di-chen's refusal to sign the divorce agreement would not hinder her from leaving the palace. She would seek out Secretary Jin and then hire a lawyer to file for divorce from him. Although she could not reach her son, she was certain he would contact Secretary J. That point, she would have an opportunity to reconnect with her son and join his family. Given that she was now suing his father for divorce and would be left homeless, her son would surely take her in. Having quickly gathered her belongings, Jin Na retrieved a hovering vehicle from her spatial ring and drove straight toward the palace gates. The guards recognized the queen's vehicle and dared not stop her. They knew their queen harbored a fiery temperament and bore grudges. Ordinary people would avoid provoking her. Although they did not dare to intervene, someone reported her actions to Dichun. Realizing he could not stop his own queen, he refrained from issuing any orders. Thus, Jean Na smoothly exited the palace and made her way to the Jean family villa. Meanwhile, Secretary Jean had just finished a conversation with Di Kun when he received a video call request from Jean Na, who summoned him to the Jean family villa. Upon hearing Jean Na's intention to hire a lawyer to sue the emperor, Secretary Jean was taken aback. "Miss, is it really necessary to escalate matters to such a level with His Majesty?" Since the establishment of the empire, no emperor had ever been a defendant. Although being a defendant in a divorce case was still being a defendant, there had never been a case of an emperor and empress divorcing during their reign. Just because there hasn't been, it does not mean it cannot happen. I offered him the chance to sign the divorce agreement, but he refused. Jean Na replied, frustrated. That old fool thinks I am jesting. This time, let him see that I am serious. Secretary Jean regarded her with a complex expression, but chose not to respond. Back when my father was alive, he did not approve of you marrying His Majesty. The reason lies in the fact that the elder had long foreseen the financial strain on the royal family, with His Majesty being heavily constrained by the influence of the former queen's family, the Qian clan. Yet, the young lady seemed bewitched by an obsession to marry, resulting in both she and the young master enduring considerable hardships due to the Qian family. Although the Qian queen is no longer present, her family continues to support the eldest prince, actively opposing the couple. The young master enlisted at the age of 18 and spent a decade in the First Army, largely due to these circumstances. Moreover, despite being the esteemed second prince, he has always chosen to remain low profile, with very few within the First Army aware of his royal identity. This is also attributed to the machinations of the Qian family and the eldest prince. For the sake of the young lady, the young master has consistently compromised, but instead of gratitude, he has received nothing but the Qian family's relentless demands. Now, with the young lady deciding to divorce His Majesty, perhaps this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Moments later, Secretary Jean finally nodded. I shall instruct the legal department to draft the lawsuit for you. Jean Na appeared momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement. All right. Furthermore, Di Kun will certainly reach out to you again. Please inform him of my situation. Let him know that I no longer wish to remain on Di Xing and desire to join them. Jean Na added, given Di Chen's unique status, even if she were to file a lawsuit, a ruling would not be forthcoming anytime soon. She sees no reason to linger on Di Xing with her daughter-in-law in the late stages of pregnancy. She wishes to care for her and welcome the arrival of her precious grandson. Secretary Jean glanced at Jean Na. Understood. On the other side, at planet 08, Di Kun was unaware that his phone call had stirred such considerable turmoil. 3 days later, a report from the secretary nearly rendered the emperor unable to eat. 10 minutes ago, Your Majesty, there's been an incident. The secretary entered and bowed to Dichun. What has happened? Dichun did not look up, engrossed in a book as he pondered names for his grandson. In recent days, he had taken to perusing these tomes during his free time, hoping to select a suitable name. However, after much deliberation, he had yet to find one that truly resonated with him. The secretary's expression was somewhat complicated as he raised his head. Dichun sensed something was amiss. What is it? He inquired again. It is the queen. She has filed a lawsuit against you in court. The secretary stammered. Dichun's expression stiffened momentarily before furrowing his brow, a hint of panic flashing through his mind as he recalled his wife's earlier proclamation about seeking divorce. Initially believing it to be a mere jest, that she would soon return to the palace, he was taken aback to discover her determination this time. The court, hesitant to accept the case, had sent someone to inquire about the situation. The secretary cautiously informed Dichun. Frowning deeply, Dichun pinched his brow several times. Tell them to hold off for now. You may leave, he ordered, waving his hand to the secretary. The secretary cast a worried glance at Dichun before responding. Understood. Once the secretary departed, Dichun raised his head and activated his hollow computer, searching for Jean Na's contact information to send a video call invitation. However, as soon as he sent the request, he was notified that the recipient was busy. After a brief pause, he attempted again, but the same message appeared. The emperor, who had never experienced rejection, assumed his queen was genuinely occupied. After a while, he tried once more, only to receive the same result. It finally dawned on him that something was amiss, prompting him to search the StarNet for answers. The top result indicated that he had likely been blocked by her. Panic surged within Dichun. Chapter 43. The desire to purchase planetary development rights. However, as the reigning emperor for decades, he quickly regained his composure. After organizing his thoughts, Di-chun retrieved the secretary's contact information and sent a voice message asking him to find Jean Na's contact details. The secretary soon replied, promptly providing the information. Di-chun hesitated for a moment before dialing the number. "Hello," came the immediate response. "Greetings, Secretary Jean. I am looking for my wife, Jean Na," Di-chun stated directly. On the other end. Secretary Jin's expression froze. Could it be His Majesty himself? Today, the legal department of the Jin family had submitted the lawsuit to the court, and he had anticipated a call from the palace, but never thought it would be the emperor himself. Secretary Jin felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of how to respond. "Is Jean Na available? If so, please let her take the call." Just then, the voice on the other end spoke again, perhaps out of deference to the emperor's status. Secretary Jin acquiesced. "Please hold." The young lady was indeed still at the Jin residence. The young master had not called again. She had been waiting. After a brief hesitation, Secretary Jin sent Jean Na a text explaining the situation before transferring the emperor's call. At that moment, Jean Na was in her room, inspecting the small clothes and shoes she had purchased for a future grandson. Feeling her hollow computer vibrate, she took a moment to check the notification. Upon reading Secretary Jin's message, her expression darkened. Finally decided to reach out, she thought. After a moment's deliberation, she chose to decline the call and sent Secretary Jin a voice message stating, "If he tries to contact you again, just say, I'm not available." Secretary Jin watched the voice message appear and pressed play, relaying Jean Na's words to the emperor. The atmosphere became awkward. "Your Majesty," Secretary Jin addressed tentatively. Di-chun remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. "If Di-kun contacts you, please have him call me." He spoke, realizing that with his wife so resolute, he could only turn to his son for assistance. The thought of Di-kun stirred feelings of guilt within Di-chun. He felt he had neglected this son far too much. "Understood," Secretary Jin replied. Di-chun ended the call. After hanging up the transfer request, Jean Na found herself disinterested in continuing her tasks, as her mood had been considerably dampened by Di-chun's call. After waiting for a while without receiving further messages, she angrily thumped her bed twice. That insufferable old man. Later that evening, Di-kun finally reached out to Secretary Jin again. "Secretary Jin, how has the matter we discussed progressed? Have the properties been liquidated? Is the Resource Bureau interested in selling the development rights for DQ008? Indeed, Di-kun intends to purchase the 200-year development rights for DQ008 to propose to sue you. His wife has mentioned that crops can be cultivated in the wild, and the native star beasts can be raised as well. That if DQ008 can be transformed into an agricultural planet, it would yield immense wealth. Yes, the Empire's planetary development rights can indeed be bought and sold. The reason the Qian family supports his elder brother so robustly stems from their ownership of several agricultural planets' development rights. As interstellar food is precious, the Qian family has profited enormously from the natural produce of these planets. The Di-kun has a hunch that acquiring DQ008 and placing it under his wife's management could ultimately yield greater produce than the Qian family's agricultural planets combined. Although the Empire has not sold planetary development rights for many years, he wishes to make an attempt. Given the escalating threat of the insectoid invasion and the increasing military expenditures, the pressure on the finance department is considerable. At this juncture, trading planetary development rights for funds, especially for a barren planet, might pique the Resource Bureau's interest. The elder left behind numerous properties that have yet to be fully handled, but most have been taken care of. It is expected that the remaining properties will be resolved within a week. As for the Resource Bureau, they have yet to agree, citing an edict from 40 years ago during the reign of the late emperor, which forbade the sale of planetary development rights exceeding 50 years. Given that Di-kun seeks to acquire the 200-year rights for DQ008, this exceeds the stipulated time frame. They will need to consult the emperor before providing a response. Di-kun fell silent, having been unaware of such a regulation. However, upon reflection, he realized its validity, and he suspected that the rule was indeed tied to the Qian family. Years ago, when the Empire had only recently been established and was still unfamiliar with the conditions of its planets, his grandfather's father had faced financial difficulties at that time. The Qian family approached his great-grandfather, inquiring about the purchase of several barren planets' development rights, trusting the Qian family and in dire need of funds. His great-grandfather sold those rights, even extending the period to 500 years. Ultimately, his great-grandfather did use the fund from the Qian family to help the Empire through its crisis. However, it later became clear that the Qian family had not acquired barren planets, but rather fertile ones capable of producing natural crops. Yet the contract had been signed, and the royal family could not backtrack, leaving them to swallow this bitter loss. Reflecting on this, Di Kuan's disdain for the Qian family intensified. Perhaps, young master, you should contact His Majesty directly. He just called me, asking you to reach out to him. With this, Secretary Jin informed Di Kuan about Jin Na's intention to divorce the emperor. Di Kuan was taken aback, astonished that his mother was genuinely taking action this time. Indeed, my mother is quite the fiery temperament, often mentioning divorce during arguments with my father. However, after all these years, she has only ever spoken of it without following through. This time, she is resolute, His Majesty attempted to call her. But she rejected his communication. Secretary Jin added, Di Kuan remained silent. I understand, he replied after a moment. Additionally, she wishes to speak with you. She wants to come to you and the young mistress. Jin's secretary continued. And Di Kuan fell silent once more. You will continue handling the real estate matters. The Resource Bureau is keeping an eye on it, he stated. After a brief pause, Di Kuan added, I will call them in a couple of days. With that, he ended the call. After standing in place for a moment, Di Kuan dialed the emperor's number. At this hour, his father should be awake. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the call was answered. Hello, came a familiar voice on the other end. Father, it's me, Di Kuan replied. Di Chen paused for a moment. You brat, you finally called. Where are you now? The usually composed emperor was momentarily flustered. Di Kuan did not respond directly. Instead, he said, I've arranged everything regarding the front lines. I'm currently on leave, implying that he had no obligation to report his whereabouts. Di Chen rubbed his temples, realizing he could not extract the information he sought from his son. He shifted the topic. You are aware of the situation between your mother and me, right? Di Kuan fell silent for a moment. He acknowledged. Please persuade her. At her age, there's no need to make a fool of herself in front of the public. Di Kuan remained silent again. I can advise her to withdraw the lawsuit against you, he finally said after a long pause. Di Chen sighed in relief, but Di Kuan continued. However, if she insists on divorce. I hope you will agree. Di Chen's expression changed abruptly. What do you mean, you little rascal? Are you wishing for your mother and me to divorce? This was the second time that day the emperor lost his composure. Di Kuan remained silent. He understood his father's predicament while sympathizing with his mother. Yet, since neither was willing to compromise, perhaps separation was indeed the best course of action. Of course, he did not genuinely believe they would divorce. Not because his father forbade it, but because he knew his mother, despite her harsh words, loved his father deeply. Otherwise, she would not have endured all these years. Seeing his son silent, Di Chen closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain his composure. This incident was caused by your elder brother's recklessness. However, I've reassigned him to the Western Theater, where he will serve for 5 years. That he won't be returning during that time. I know that I have let you down regarding the matters between you and your brother. But there are many things that I cannot control from this position. D, oh, you think your mother does not understand this. Or you. This was the first time Di Chen had opened up to his son, his tone heavy with fatigue. His eldest son was born of a political marriage, while his youngest was from the woman he loved. Even if there was favoritism, he would only show it towards his youngest. Yet, as both a father and an emperor, he could not simply act on his whims. Have you spoken to mother about this? Di Kuan countered. Not answering his father's question, Di Chen was taken aback. How could I express that to Jin Na? Wouldn't that make me seem weak? He shook his head inwardly. Di Kuan sighed. Father, have you considered that what mother cares about is merely your attitude? He reminded. Di Chen did not respond. I will persuade mother to abandon the lawsuit. Just then, Di Kuan suddenly interjected. Di Chen exhaled in relief, but whether mother returns to the palace is her own decision. Di Chen fell silent for a moment before nodding. Additionally, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Go ahead. I wish to purchase the developmental rights to a planet using my grandfather's inheritance for a duration of 200 years. Di Kuan stated. Di Chen was taken aback. 200 years. But currently, the Empire only sells planetary developmental rights for a period of 50 years. Indeed, that's why I reached out to you to seek your approval. Di Kuan clarified. Di Chen fell silent. Which planet? He inquired. The Empire had already explored and developed most planets under its jurisdiction, making it possible for the Resource Bureau to ascertain their prices accurately. DQ008. Di Kuan replied honestly. DQ. Di Chen murmured. He was unfamiliar with the specific location of DQ008, but from the first 2 letters, he could infer that it was an energy planet. Switching to the holographic interface, Di Chen began to search for information. He discovered that DQ008 was situated near the Southern Theater, close to the First Army, and a guess began to form in his mind. Your mother mentioned that you have a fiancé, and that a child is soon to be born, Di Chun stated suddenly, with an air of certainty. Yes, Di Kun acknowledged. Di Chun understood that he realized that his son intended to secure the developmental rights to DQ008 to provide a safe haven for his wife and child. Given its proximity to the front lines, while he felt a sense of relief, a pang of sorrow struck him. Had his youngest son grown so wary of his elder brother? Did he no longer trust him as a father? Even planning to keep his wife and child away from the Imperial Star? Recalling his wife's words about wanting to stay with their son, Di Chun felt a surge of anxiety. If his son truly settled on DQ008, his wife's intentions might become a reality. He was reluctant to grant the developmental rights to his son, yet he knew it was the right decision. The threat of the Zerg had escalated, straining the various theaters, and the Empire relied heavily on the few naturally cultivated planets managed by the Gene family. He felt that as long as he remained in good health, he could hold the throne for another decade or so. During this time, he could protect his wife and youngest son. However, once he stepped down, the throne would inevitably pass to the elder son. Before that time arrived, he needed to secure a future for his youngest son and wife. Very well, that I will instruct the Resource Bureau to assess the price and report back to you, Di Chun finally said after a prolonged silence. Thank you, Father, Di Kun expressed, a genuine smile gracing his handsome face. Di Chun smiled warmly. Once the child is born, bring your wife and child back to the Imperial Star for a visit. I will arrange a wedding ceremony for you. Di Kun was momentarily taken aback. He replied softly. Di Chun's smile grew even warmer. I've thought of a few names for the child. I will send them to you later for your consideration. Thank you, Father. The father and son continued their conversation for a while longer before ending the call. Di Kun put away his holographic device. A faint smile illuminating his handsome face. It seemed that both his parents were fond of Yu, as they had not even inquired about her details. This was for the best, as it spared him much trouble. After standing for a moment, Di Kun dialed Gina for a video call. The moment the call connected, she answered eagerly. Little brat, you finally called back. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. Gina exclaimed angrily. Di Kun stepped back slightly, observing that Gina was not prepared to scold him further before he spoke. I had no idea you were waiting for me. Upon hearing his cheeky remark, Gina prepared to reprimand him again. Di Kun quickly interjected. I've been busy taking care of your daughter-in-law and grandson. Gina's anger evaporated instantly. Where are you and the little grandson? Let me see them first, she said, her face filled with anticipation. They're already asleep. Di Kun replied evasively. Gina's expression fell. Where are you, little brat? Send someone to pick me up tomorrow, or give me the address. And I'll come over on my own. I can't stand being in this wretched place any longer. Di Kun's gaze flickered. I es it because of father, he asked. Gina paused. You know about that? Her expression darkened slightly. Yes, Di Kun replied helplessly. You should withdraw the case from the court. Gina immediately turned to Di Kun, ready to chastise him for not siding with her. But he continued. I spoke with father. You two can separate for now. He won't force you to return to the palace. Gina felt a wave of relief wash over her, but simultaneously, a tinge of disappointment crept in. That old man is planning to abandon me. Oh, she replied, after a moment of silence. Since your father won't take care of me, you must. The Imperial Star is my place of sorrow. I don't want to stay here any longer. Please let me come to find you. Her tone shifted from commanding to pleading. Di Kun felt a pang of sympathy, but he still refused. Not for now. Why not? Gina's mood soured instantly. Did the old man tire of her, and now his son too? I've been asking Gene's secretary to inventory your grandfather's inheritance, and there are still many properties left to handle. Besides the real estate, there are companies and factories that cannot be easily relocated. I want to clean those up as well and convert them into cash. It's challenging for Gene's secretary to make decisions alone, and handling it is not very convenient that you're currently on the Imperial Star. Why not help me with these matters? Gina was astonished. You want to handle the companies and factories too? Most of the companies and factories left by your grandfather are profitable. Yes, Di Kun affirmed. For companies where we only hold shares, regardless of market conditions, we will sell the shares for cash. If it's wholly owned, we will evaluate whether relocation is feasible. Father has already agreed to sell me the developmental rights to DQ008. Gina's eyes widened. You are in DQ008? She quickly grasped the significance of this information. Di Kun glanced at his mother. Yes. Once you and Gene's secretary have liquidated the assets, you can come to DQ008 to reunite with us. The current DQ 8-star resembles a desolate wasteland. Upon acquiring the rights for its development, substantial financial resources will be necessary for the undertaking. Jean Na's expression turned serious. She was well aware of her son's intentions. He was establishing a stronghold. Located within the southern battle zone, near the 1st Army, DQ 8-star indeed presented a fitting location. Rest assured, my son, your mother knows what to do, Jean Na responded swiftly, her heart finally settling into a sense of security. With a base established, even if the emperor ascended to power and sought to confront them, they would possess a degree of self-protection. After conversing for a while longer, they concluded the call. Di Kun then retired for the night. His heart filled with a clear vision for the future. A month later, Su Yu's belly had grown considerably. She was now 32 weeks pregnant, with less than 2 months until her due date. The size of her abdomen rendered her movements increasingly cumbersome, and her body had become swollen. Her previous footwear no longer fit. Nightly awakenings became more frequent, disrupting her sleep. Di Kun proposed moving into Su Yu's room to provide her with close care. Initially, Su Yu was opposed to the idea, but she couldn't resist Di Kun's insistence, especially since he had no romantic intentions towards her due to her condition. Thus, she acquiesced. Each time Su Yu awoke during the night, Di Kun would rise alongside her. Patiently attend, Su Yu felt a twinge of guilt. Her gaze momentarily averted, Di Kun reached out, supporting her lower back as he guided her forward. If possible, I wish you would cease the business of the mini-program. Su Yu glanced at the striking profile of DKUN. Why mother adores culinary delights. Trust me, after tasting the dishes you prepare, she would be reluctant to see the food sold off, with a smile. Di Kun continued, moreover, I believe your unique spatial ring might not escape her notice. Su paused, suddenly recalling that her space differed from the spatial rings of this world. Within her realm, time stood still. The spatial ring, however, merely constituted a vacuum. The warm food she stored remained hot upon retrieval, requiring no reheating. Yet, with a spatial ring, hot items would cool down, albeit at a slower rate, with her future mother-in-law moving in and caring for her. It would be exceedingly difficult to hide the secret of her space. Di Kun patted her back reassuringly. Rest assured, Mrs. Jean Na is trustworthy. He then offered her a comforting glance. Su Yu responded, yet she remained unprepared to unveil her heart to her future mother-in-law. If she could conceal it, she would. If not, she would address it later. Even with Di Kun, she had never revealed her secret. At 6:20 p.m., Di Kun bid farewell to Su Yu to fetch Jean Na. With a heart full of anticipation, Su Yu awaited her future mother-in-law's arrival. Before 7 p.m., Di Kun returned with Jean Na. Chapter 47. The meeting gift from the mother-in-law. Oh my Yu, my dear daughter-in-law. I finally get to meet you. Upon their first encounter, Jean Na enthusiastically approached Su Yu, arms wide open for an embrace. Su Yu complied, feeling unexpectedly warmed by Jean Na's affection as she noted the size of her belly. You've worked hard carrying this little one. It's all because of this little rascal that I couldn't come sooner. Quickly, let us go inside and talk. Having observed Su Yu's belly, Jean Na personally supported her as they made their way into the house. Su Yu looked questioningly at Di Kun, who merely smiled without offering an explanation. This must be Xiao Yi, right? He truly is tall and handsome. At that moment, Jean Na turned her attention to Su Yi, who shyly scratched his head. Hello, Annie. Hello, Xiao Yi. Your sister has been pregnant during this time. It must have been tough on you from now on. Whenever Annie comes over, just leave everything to me. Jean Na's warmth took Su Yu by surprise, gradually dispelling her concerns. The group chattered merrily as they entered the living room. Di Kun suggested taking Jean Na to meet the family doctor in another room. But Jean Na declined. My luggage is in the spatial ring. I can unpack later. Just take Dr. Yang to the room. I want to chat with you for a while. Dr. Yang, unwilling to let the second prince escort him, suggested allowing the household robot to guide him instead. Su Yu, not wanting to neglect her guests, asked Su Yi to accompany Dr. Yang. Ignoring the commotion, Jean Na had already seated herself on the sofa with Su Yu, inquiring about her current situation. When a woman is pregnant, she must be pampered. Whatever you wish to eat, just tell me, and I will prepare it for you, even if the ingredients can't be found on DQ 8-star. Don't worry, I can procure them from outside. From the moment she entered, Jean Na seemed to see no one but Su Yu, her focus unwavering. Su Yu wished to mention that she currently had no shortage of ingredients and had already prepared meals for the family for several months, enough to last until after her confinement. Just as she was about to speak, Di Kun interjected. All right, Mom, There's no need for you to cook. Yu has already prepared all the meals, he continued. In the future, we can simply have the household robot reheat them. Without waiting for Gina's response, Dikuin conjured 2 glasses of freshly made mango juice. This is homemade juice, exceptionally fresh. Please do try it. He inserted a straw into one of the glasses and handed it to her. Gina, feeling parched and finding the juice appealing, accepted it, deciding to take a sip before inquiring further. Upon tasting it, her eyes lit up. The juice was indeed fresh mango, and the pulp was delectably sweet. Seeing his mother enjoy it, Dikuin inserted a straw into the other glass and offered it to Suyu. Drink slowly, he advised. Gina, observing this exchange, felt a sense of contentment. This juice is delightful. Yu, you should indulge in some fresh fruits. By the way, you mentioned earlier that Yu has prepared all the meals. How did that come to be? Suyu looked towards Dikuin, entrusting him with the explanation. Thus, Dikuin recounted the story of Suyu selling cooked food through the mini-program and informed Gina that Suyu had stocked up on months' worth of meals for the household. Gina was taken aback. So, you've been relying on Yu to support you during your time on DQ008 She then blurted out, causing Dikuin's expression to stiffen and Suyu to feel embarrassed. Her future mother-in-law certainly had a way of leaving her son without dignity. Annie, it's not quite accurate to say that I support him, Suyu attempted to defend Dikuin, but before she could finish, Gina interrupted ponto call me mom. Feeling somewhat shy, Suyu hesitated. Hurry, call me mom, Gina urged. With Dikuin looking at her expectantly, Suyu's cheeks flushed. Mamba, she finally whispered, her voice barely audible. Gina exclaimed joyfully. What is your StarNet account? Gina then activated her holographic device. Suyu, not suspecting anything, assumed her future mother-in-law wished to add her as a friend. She also brought out her holographic device. Indeed, Gina added her and then transferred 10 million star coins to her account. Suyu was taken aback. Under Gina's scrutinizing gaze, Suyu quickly corrected herself. Mom, you really don't need to. This is a meeting gift. Just accept it for now. I don't know what you like. So I thought it best to give you some cash. Buy whatever you fancy. But this is too much. It's merely a token of my affection. Furthermore, let me handle the household expenses from now on. Once the baby arrives, I will help take care of him or her. Rest assured, I have the means. Dikuin cast a sidelong glance at his mother. He had never witnessed such generosity from her before. Suyu looked at Dikuin, who nodded in encouragement. Well then, thank you, Mom, she said hesitantly. So, had she encountered a wealthy and generous mother-in-law? It felt quite agreeable. After chatting for a while longer, Su, E, and Dr. Yang returned. Noticing the time, Suyu suggested they eat. Approaching the dining table, she retrieved dish after dish from her space. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork, ginger duck stir-fry, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, sour radish and old duck soup, mushroom chicken stew, and tomato scrambled eggs. The table was laden with a feast of visual and culinary delight. Gina and Dr. Yang were left speechless, staring at the spread. Yu, did you prepare all of this? Gina asked incredulously. Suyu nodded. Mom, please try it and see if it suits your taste. Gina eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Once the food touched her palate, her expression transformed. This is simply exquisite. She had always believed her cooking skills were commendable. However, in comparison to her daughter-in-law's culinary prowess, she suddenly understood why her daughter-in-law could manage the household single-handedly. Indeed, to her, it seemed that Suyu was the one holding the family together, while her son had contributed nothing during his time there. Reflecting on this, Gina felt even more appreciation and sympathy for Suyu. As she praised Suyu's cooking, Gina also filled her plate while playfully chastising her son. After the meal, Gina even took over Dikuin's seat, personally guiding Suyu for a stroll around the neighborhood. Dikuin, feeling somewhat sidelined, followed behind, observing the two women chatting and laughing together. Although he felt a twinge of neglect, seeing his wife and mother getting along gave him peace of mind. That evening, with Gina's persistent encouragement, Suyu finally announced in the chat group that due to her approaching due date, she would temporarily cease selling cooked food. Chapter 48. The identities of the future mother-in-law and Dikuin. The news sent the group into a frenzy. No way. This day has finally arrived. I knew that the group leader would pause the mini-program due to childbirth, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Oh no, please, group leader, could you extend it for just one more day? Just one more day so I can stock up on some groceries. Yes, group leader, this news is too sudden. It's caught us off guard. If I had known, I would have bought more ingredients tonight. All right, everyone. The group leader is pregnant. She deserves to rest. So let us not make it difficult for her. But how long do you plan to take a break? When can we order your delicious dishes again? Suyu read through the messages and contemplated before replying. Thank you all for your support and understanding. The timeline for resuming food sales is yet to be determined, but it will certainly be after my confinement period. Please rest assured, I will notify everyone in advance when the food is back on the menu. Thank you once again for your support. After sending her message, Suyu closed the chat group. Later that night, after completing her evening routine, she activated her holographic device and browsed the internet for a while, leaning against her headboard as she awaited Dikuin's return. He had gone to see Ji Na off. When he entered and noticed Suyu was still awake, he approached her. What is the matter? Why aren't you asleep yet? The man settled at the bedside, softly inquiring, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Suyu felt a flutter of apprehension. What is it? Dikuin's voice was gentle, that I asked your mother the Empress. As she spoke, Suyu activated her holographic device, displaying an image of the Empress attending a significant event alongside the Emperor. The close-up of the Empress's face was not very clear, yet sufficient to discern her features. Remarkably, the Empress bore an uncanny resemblance to her future mother in Dashlaw. It was no wonder that upon meeting her future mother-in-law, Suyu felt a sense of DJVU. Dikuin's smile broadened. You've caught on to Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. You are the illegitimate son of the Empress. The words slipped out before she could reconsider. However, she soon realized the incongruity. Dikuin shared the Emperor's surname, which would not align with the status of an illegitimate child. Dikuin reached out, drawing Suyu into his embrace, and she heard a soft chuckle emanating from above her. Where did your thoughts wander? The royal family does not consist solely of the crown prince. It is merely that the identity of the second prince has been kept confidential and not publicly disclosed. Suyu was taken aback. She recalled that there was indeed a second prince in the royal family, but he was said to be frail and rarely mentioned. This man beside her was the second prince? Yet, Dikuin did not appear to be frail in the slightest. Dikuin sighed, gathering his thoughts before finally revealing his circumstances to Suyu. After she listened, her astonishment was palpable. So, the one who plotted against you at the Huiting Hotel was the crown prince? Yes, Dikuin replied solemnly. It was my mother's birthday that day, and I had returned to the imperial capital to celebrate with her. DC probably suspected I had ulterior motives. For years, he and his mother had been yielding, even sacrificing his identity as the second prince. Yet, DC continued to doubt that he would not contest at this point. A trace of helplessness flickered in Dikuin's eyes. Suyu's mind raced. But your position in the military as the Empire's second prince, with a mental prowess reaching SS rank, it is hard to believe you are merely an ordinary soldier. Could an ordinary soldier secure the natural juice contracts with the Public Security Bureau and the administrative building on the very next day? Could an ordinary soldier negotiate a food truck at the Boundless Plaza in just one night? The food truck was freshly prepared, and there are countless other doubts surrounding your renting of this place. If your identity as the second prince is confidential, you must rely on another identity. Dikuin was momentarily taken aback. Do not speak to me of confidentiality. Our child is soon to be born, and we still have a wedding to plan. Although I'm not technically your family yet, I am effectively family. Suyu continued, harboring some discontent regarding Dikuin's concealment of his identity. They shared a cooperative relationship, albeit a rather unique one, and understanding each other's backgrounds was essential. Moreover, even if he chose not to disclose it, such information would eventually surface. That Dikuin hesitated. What if I told you I am the Marshal of the First Legion? Would you believe me? He ventured cautiously. Suyu's eyes widened in shock. The war god. The true identity of a Marshal of the First Legion was unknown, yet universally referred to as the war god across the Star Network. The title was attributed to the Marshal's undefeated record since ascending to that rank, as well as the name of his mech, Godslayer, which was currently the most advanced 3S class mech in the Empire. The mention of the war god sent a jolt through Suyu. Godslayer, Windslayer? One was 2S class, the other 3S class, and their names were remarkably similar. Suyu recalled the videos she had seen online. Godslayer, Windslayer, they bore a striking resemblance. Furthermore, the masked marshal and the man before her, aside from their differing auras, their physiques were remarkably alike. After a prolonged silence, Suyu managed to quell her astonishment. And oh wonder the crown prince felt uneasy about you. After a moment, she spoke. If I were the crown prince, I wouldn't trust Dikuin either. He is the son of the current empress. the marshal of the First Legion, the war god. Though the war god has never revealed his true identity, he consistently topped the interstellar polls for the most popular male, far surpassing even the most renowned male stars. As for the Crown Prince, if memory serves, he barely made it into the top 10. Moreover, the war god is adored not just by women, but also has a significant following among men. In fact, the admiration men have for the war god seems even more fervent than that of women. It is said that the First Legion attracts higher quality recruits each year, thanks to the war goddess' presence. If one day he were to publicly announce his identity as the second prince of the royal family, what would happen then? I fear that 80%, if not a greater proportion, of the star citizens would support the second prince. How could the crown prince possibly believe that Di Kuan harbored no ambition? Or how could he dare trust that Di Kuan would not contend with him? Di Kuan gazed down at Suyu. Now that you know everything about my situation, are you afraid of the complications? His tone was calm, yet only he understood the trepidation that churned within him. Over this period of interaction, he could not claim to fully comprehend his future wife, but he had gleaned some insight into her character. Perhaps a different woman might be thrilled by his identity, yet his wife was not that kind of person. She was risk-averse. Otherwise, she would not have always called for her brother whenever she went out before his arrival. Even now, when selling juice, she brought her brother along. Although DQ008 was a barren planet, the security zone was well guarded by drones, and the crime rate was quite low. Yet, she never complained about the inconvenience of having her brother nearby. His identity and circumstances could potentially bring her danger and trouble. Suyu furrowed her brow. After a moment of silence, she spoke. There are indeed some complications, but I have no choice, do I? Di Kuan is the father of my child, and that fact cannot be altered. Even if we do not establish a partnership, the Crown Prince will not spare me or my child, unless the Crown Prince remains unaware of the child's existence. But can we hide it for a lifetime? Certainly not. Moreover, I do not wish to live in fear and evasion with my child for eternity. Di Kuan's expression stiffened before a smile graced his face. Although Suyu's words carried a hint of resignation, she did not seem angry, which caused a flicker of hesitation within him. Suddenly, Di Kuan released Suyu and knelt on one knee, presenting a beautiful ring. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "You, marry me." The man spoke deeply, his eyes fixed solely on Suyu, as if she were the only person in his world. Suyu felt a rush of nervousness. Avoiding Di Kuan's gaze, remembering that she had already accepted his proposal long ago, she suppressed the flutter in her heart and extended her hand. Di Kuan's expression lit up with joy as he hastily slipped the ring onto her finger. As soon as the ring was in place, Suyu noticed something peculiar. The ring Di Kuan had given her was, in fact, a space ring, and it contained items within. "This is your engagement gift," Di Kuan said with a smile, encouraging Suyu to take a look. Suyu glanced at Di Kuan and complied. With a mental wave, a stack of documents appeared in her hand. A mere glance. Suyu felt her heart race, though she maintained her composure and perused the entire stack. After a lengthy silence, she finally looked up at Di Kuan. "These," after what felt like an eternity, she spoke. "Most of this is the inheritance my grandfather left me, with a small portion being my savings from these years that I have transferred all that can be transferred into your name, that I in the future. You shall manage the family's finances." That Suyu felt a surge of emotion. Disbelief mingled with the necessity of acceptance. She wanted to caution herself that Di Kuan was only treating her well because of their cooperation. Yet his current actions suggested that his intentions were far beyond mere cooperation. "You really do not need to go to such lengths," Suyu said, her heart racing. Di Kuan grasped Suyu's hand. "My mother once said, where a man's wealth lies, so too does his heart. Although I do not wholly agree, there is truth in it. I merely wish to convey that my heart belongs to you and our child. I want to use these gifts to express my sincerity, hoping to earn your peace of mind and trust. But how could we possibly?" She had only known him for a few months, and their acquaintance was not even a year old. Was he truly a romantic fool? The thought crossed her mind, only to be dismissed. The interstellar war god, decisive and ruthless, could hardly be described as a romantic fool. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he was imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. His love for the child translated into love for her as well. Yes, that must be it. She concluded, "Yu, I love our child, but I love you even more," Di Kuan suddenly added. Suyu felt her mind whirled that Di Kuan embraced her once more. To be honest, my initial search for you stemmed from a sense of duty, a desire to make amends. Upon discovering your pregnancy, My thoughts remained rooted in responsibility. However, after witnessing your daily resilience and the opportunity to share life with you, along with your intelligence and capability, I found myself utterly captivated. I wish to build a family with you, to be together for eternity. Suu felt her words falter. Who would not find themselves speechless upon receiving such a declaration from a handsome man? Dikuin patiently awaited her response, showing no signs of urgency. This revelation was rather abrupt. Several minutes passed before Su's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. It is indeed sudden. You may take your time to process it. Take your time, Dikuin said gently, as Su fell into silence once more. After a considerable pause of over 10 minutes, she finally spoke, uttering a simple, "All right." In truth, there was little to deliberate upon. She had entrusted her entire fortune to him. Even if their relationship were to falter one day, with the economic reins firmly in her grasp, the initiative would remain with her. Moreover, there was a crucial factor to consider. Dikuin was the father of her child. Their bond was further solidified by the presence of their offspring, weaving an additional layer of connection amidst their emotional ties. Additionally, she had harbored a genuine interest in this man that Dikuin shuddered slightly. Yu, I am truly elated. His voice was laden with restraint as he gently held Suyu's hand, applying just enough pressure to convey his feelings without causing discomfort. Suyu felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her gaze lowered to the floor. Dikuin glanced at his beloved wife and, unexpectedly, removed his shoes before stepping onto the bed, pulling Suyu into his embrace once more. Once the baby is born and you have completed your confinement period, we shall register our marriage. By the way, my father mentioned that upon our return to Dixing, he would arrange for a wedding ceremony. Would you prefer to hold it on DQ-08 star or back in the imperial capital? Or perhaps have one on DQ-08 star first, followed by another in the imperial capital? Dikuin was already envisioning the scene of their wedding. It was then that Suyu recalled something. I just saw a document regarding the jurisdiction and development rights for DQ-008 star. Dikuin looked down at her. Yes, from 3 days ago, DQ-008 star is yours, with a total duration of 200 years. Aside from adhering to certain significant imperial edicts, you hold full authority over DQ-008 star. Su was astounded that IT can be like this. This is a planet, comparable in size to the Earth I lived on in my previous life. Now, it has become my property. Well, technically, it isn't private property. I only possess the jurisdiction and development rights for 200 years. But this is hardly different from owning a planet. May I inquire how much you spent to acquire these rights? Without awaiting Dikuin's response, she pressed on. Just over 200 billion. I believe that I had my mother and Secretary Jean liquidate any easily convertible assets from my grandfather's estate. Most of the funds were allocated to cover this expense. Suyu's eyes widened, feeling as if she were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Oh wait, I'm the wealthy one now. Chapter 50. Planet development. Did she agree? Suyu suddenly recalled something and asked Dikuin. Yes, he replied without a moment's thought. Mother and father had a quarrel. She even instructed a lawyer to file for divorce against him. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. Although I stopped her, she no longer wishes to stay in the imperial capital. We could settle down on DQ-008 star, and she could join us here. Dikuin lowered his gaze, noticing Suyu's bewildered expression. Boldly, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. From now on, DQ-008 star will be our home. With this planet and the First Army present, I will ensure your safety. Even if my elder brother ascends to the throne, you will find it difficult to impose upon you. Su felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Finally grasping Dikuin's intentions behind acquiring DQ-008 star. Understanding his plans diminished much of her unease. However, after a moment's contemplation, she furrowed her brow. DQ-08 star is a barren planet. The cost for development will likely exceed the purchase price. Yes, Dikuin sighed. That we will take it step by step. That I intend to first establish secure zones and then deploy troops to eliminate the nearby high-tier star beasts. Some factories and enterprises from the Gene family that meet the criteria will subsequently relocate to DQ-008 star. Their presence will not only enliven the planet, but also attract some attention. Su's interest was piqued. What factories does the Gene family own? She inquired, recalling having seen some information in the documents, but not paying it much attention. Dikuin glanced at her. Quite a few. There are numerous food factories, as well as those related to mecha materials and energy. As he spoke, Dikuin's gaze met Suyu's. The Gene family's canned food factory is quite substantial. Suyu felt a spark of inspiration and turned to him, their eyes locking. This time, It was Di Kun who averted his gaze first. Su smiled. You want me to supply the food factories? She stated, framing it as a certainty. Yes, Di Kun responded awkwardly. Avoiding her gaze, he had to admit that a part of his decision to purchase DQ008 Star was influenced by his wife's unique abilities. If others acquired DQ008 Star, they could only develop it as a barren planet. However, with his wife at the helm, the situation would be markedly different. Noticing Di Kun's expression, Suyu smiled again and, unexpectedly, took his hand. Supplying is not an issue. However, the toxins I can purify are limited. Di Kun's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her. Purify toxins? He asked. Yes, Suyu nodded. Did you not suspect as much? She continued that I have some conjectures, but I never anticipated. He paused. Could you explain how you purify toxins? Since they were already discussing it, he decided to ask directly. Su hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shared details about her abilities. Omitting her journey from a post-apocalyptic world, that Di Kun was astounded. Realizing his wife truly possessed extraordinary powers, he allowed her to take her time to digest this information. How much toxin can you purify each day? After a while, Di Kun inquired, his grip on Suyu's hand unwavering. This cannot be quantified merely by the amount of toxin. She replied, put it simply, if I were to store toxic substances in my space, I could purify all the items in one go. However, I usually do not do this, as it would exhaust my mental energy, leaving my body unable to cope. Generally, if my mental energy falls below 20%, I begin to feel unwell. The energy consumed by my abilities will gradually recover at a rate of 20% of my total mental energy per hour. Thus, the amount I can purify daily is significantly substantial. Di Kun listened intently. How large is your space? He asked. It spans 8,000 square meters, with a height of 10 meters. In terms of volume, that totals 80,000 cubic meters. Di Kun's eyes widened in disbelief. So large? He exclaimed. Suyu's expression brightened with a hint of pride. She could mention that her space and purification abilities could indeed be upgraded. The more she employed her powers, combined with absorbing crystal nuclei and her inherent talents, the faster her upgrades would progress. Unfortunately, in the cosmos, there were no zombies. Thus, she suspected upgrading would be quite challenging. Di Kun chuckled and gently tapped Suyu's head. Deep in thought, Suyu remained quiet, leaning into his embrace, waiting for him to speak. After a considerable pause, Di Kun finally broke the silence. In that case, we should slow down the development of DQ-08 Star. Coincidentally, we don't have much funding left. After deducting the costs of acquiring the jurisdiction and development rights of the planet, excluding the assets of other relocatable companies and factories, I have just over 100 billion star coins in cash to give you. While this sum appeared substantial, it was nowhere near sufficient for developing a planet. Suyu squeezed Di Kun's hand. Though the funds are limited, they can still be earned. There are so many valuable resources outside. As long as we can find a market, our revenue will surge swiftly. Previously, it was because there were only the three of us in the family, and the items needed processing to remain inconspicuous, making it difficult to find a market, which slowed our earnings. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that, given our previous model, our earning speed was already quite rapid. Di Kun gazed down at Suyu. Actually, the agricultural mech you inquired about have been produced. I've ordered 100 units. Suyu's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's bring them to Boundless City immediately. Di Kun, however, wore a troubled expression. We haven't settled the payment. Why, Suyu's expression turned to surprise. How much is it? She quickly asked. Just over 12 million. Suyu frowned. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, she decisively stated, then we must buy them. What's the other party's account number? She inquired. Di Kun, however, embraced Suyu and no need to hurry. Perhaps we won't have to pay at all. Suyu looked puzzled. Di Kun then explained, this batch of agricultural mech was developed by the design department of the First Army, and the manufacturing department is also under military procurement. If the military procurement department agrees, we can offset the cost of these mech with materials, and we won't have to pay in cash. Di Kun looked at Suyu, adding, moreover, if the price is reasonable, we can also negotiate future orders with the military procurement department. That lad Tao Fu loves to lament about being broke, often bringing up the issue of natural food supplies. He claims that the soldiers are fighting hard on the front lines, yet they can't even afford to let them have a few more meals of natural food. Chapter 51. Our Own Business. No need to involve outsiders. The tension surrounding the First Army's natural food supply issues stems not just from budget constraints, but a significant factor is the Jin family's deliberate obstruction against the First Army, preventing Tao Fu from making large-scale purchases of natural food. Consequently, the military procurement department is forced to buy natural food from other suppliers at inflated prices, leading to increased costs, with over 20 million soldiers in the First Army. Even if each soldier consumes just one meal of natural food daily, the total expenditure is astronomical. SUU's eyes sparkled. This deal must be secured. There was no need to involve outsiders in our own business. As for the prices of natural food, I can offer you a direct discount of 50% off the market price, which is indeed more advantageous than wholesale rates. That D. Cohen's gaze shifted thoughtfully. This matter needs to be discussed with Tao Food. He then introduced his chief of logistics to Suyu. Since it was already evening, Suyu did not rush to make contact with the other party. The two of them continued their conversation. Upon learning that the First Army Corps could not only design and manufacture mechs, but also create spatial rings, Suyu became even more eager not to miss out on the logistics orders. Whether it be hunting or gathering vegetables and fruits, having a spatial ring was essential. Perhaps you could have the manufacturing department produce another batch of spatial rings for us. The larger, the better. Additionally, we need to procure some machines or mechs that can assist in processing and packaging food. Many of the items found in the wild are too large and require processing before they can be sold. D. Kuan nodded along as he listened to Su Yu's enthusiastic plans. The manufacturing department can also take care of drones and some mechanical equipment. That D. Kuan suddenly added, we need those as well. He then raised the issue of manpower. Those agricultural mechs require operators. The wilderness can be perilous. If you have any soldiers interested in gathering work, I can offer compensation here. By the way, about those star beasts. Their meat is more expensive than vegetables, and they are massive in size. Hunting star beasts is likely more profitable than gathering. That D. Kuan nodded. That I will dispatch troops to station at DQ008. Additionally, we will recruit a batch of soldiers to assist in the development of the wasteland. Let's first expand and develop the boundless city, relocating Jin's factories and enterprises. That we should prioritize moving the food processing plants, such as food factories, with so many star beasts and fruits on the wasteland. Canning them would be ideal. If time is managed well, we could purify no less than 400,000 cubic meters of materials daily. Converted into weight, it would likely amount to no less than 350 tons. The First Army Corps may not necessarily be able to consume all of that. Right? That D. Kuan reached out, pulling Suyu back under the covers. It's getting late. We should rest. We could discuss the development of the wasteland tomorrow. He realized he had acted hastily in proposing marriage and had inadvertently sparked Su Yu's excitement. It's not late. It's not even 9:30 yet. I have so many thoughts on my mind. Let's continue our conversation. Su Yu firmly disagreed. She was now a woman of a planet, and in its developmental phase, wasting a day felt like losing money to her. D. Cohen sighed in resignation. Then let us agree on this. By 9:30, we sleep. All right. Thus, they continued their discussion. By 9:30. Not only was Su Yu wide awake, but she also grew increasingly animated in their conversation. Unfortunately, D. Kuan did not grant her the opportunity to continue, insisting she close her eyes and sleep. At first, Su Yu found it difficult to drift off, but eventually, she succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned transforming DQ008 into an agricultural planet, with neatly arranged fields outside Boundless City, growing various vegetables and vast orchards laden with fruit. She was piloting her mech, ready to harvest when the urgency of nature woke her. Desiring to return to her lovely dream, she found the need to relieve herself too pressing and had to rise from bed. As soon as Su Yu woke, D. Kuan stirred as well. Thanks to last night's confession, he had successfully climbed into Su Yu's bed and experienced a significant elevation in his status. Need to use the restroom? D. Kuan reached out to assist Su Yu. Yes, Su replied, slightly annoyed. The frequent urination in her late pregnancy was disrupting her sleep. I'll help you. Be careful, D. Kuan said, getting up to support her as they made their way to the restroom. After answering nature's call, Su Yu thought of her beautiful dream and returned to bed to continue sleeping to her delight. The dream resumed, where she piloted her mech and harvested an abundance of fruits, nearly filling her spatial ring. When dawn broke, Su Yu awoke with a smile. Upon opening her eyes, she found D. Kuan gazing at her intently. The man's striking beauty, observed from such proximity, only intensified his allure. As Su Yu found herself captivated, D. Kuan's laughter startled her awake. She felt her cheeks flush, cough. Time to get up. She turned over and sat up. Di-kun rose from the bed to help her, and together they washed up before heading out. In the yard, Jin-na and Dr. Yang were already up, and Su-yi had joined them in the living room. Su-yi called everyone to gather for breakfast. After last night, she decided not to conceal the secret of her spatial ring any longer. As for whether Jin-na and Dr. Yang would discover it or how long it would take, she chose not to concern herself. Sure enough, when Su-yi retrieved a significant quantity of buns, steamed dumplings, porridge, and soy milk from her spatial ring, Jin-na paused in surprise. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. She soon dismissed it. After tasting the buns and dumplings, she nearly showered Su-yi with praises. After the meal, Jin-na requested Dr. Yang to examine Su-yi's health. Dr. Yang brought a more advanced medical pod to conduct a thorough checkup. The final results indicated that both Su-yi and the baby were doing well, and her delivery date would likely adhere to the expected timeline. Everyone felt a sense of relief. However, after the examination, Su-yi found herself unable to exit the medical pod because Jin-na, Di-kun, and Su-yi were all gathered around, eager to see the baby, and she had no choice but to comply. After about 40 minutes and prompting twice from Su-yi, she finally managed to step out of the medical pod. All right, I'll take you for a stroll around the community. Jin-na held on to Su-yi. Catching sight of the diamond ring on Su-yi's hand, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that her daughter-in-law hadn't worn that ring the previous night. Looks like our little bunny has made significant progress. Su-yi wanted to say he was fine and planned to follow along, but Di-kun held him back. The design department has recently released a new S-Class mech. Come take a look with me. Brother Di-kun said. Before the incident, Su-yi had been an S-Class warrior, and he had long wanted to equip him with an S-Class mech. Previously, the timing wasn't right, but now not only mechs but spatial rings could also be provided for him. Chapter 52. Is my daughter-in-law delusional? Oh, and we need to invite that kid Xiao-chun over to take a look at my brother's head. Upon hearing about the S-Class mech, Su-yi was captivated and lost interest in following Su-yi. Easily being led away by DKU and Su-yi and Jin-na strolled around the community. Jin-na soon casually brought up Su-yi's diamond ring. Oh, this was a gift from Di-kun. He proposed to me last night. Su-yi admitted openly. While Di-kun wouldn't allow her to develop the wasteland until after her confinement, she was not willing to let time go to waste. If she couldn't develop the wasteland herself, surely her mother-in-law could. Coming from a Jin family, and having been a businesswoman before marrying into the royal family, it would be most suitable for her mother-in-law to communicate with the logistics department and arrange for the relocation of those factories. Jin-na's eyes lit up. Oh my, that little bunny finally did something impressive. Let's stop walking and head home now, she urged, appearing anxious that Su-yi might run away. Su-yi chuckled. There's no rush. Let's wait until after the baby is born to take care of the registration. Jin-na was not willing to agree. Just as she was about to say something, Su-yi continued, besides, we can't register now anyway. I'm still considered a criminal. According to imperial law, I cannot marry Di-kun. Di-kun, being the marshal of the 1st Army Corps, cannot marry someone with a criminal record while still unmarried. Jin-na was momentarily stunned. Her gaze shifting to Su-yi filled with concern. I completely forgot about that. But don't worry, I'll have someone investigate your and your brother's case and hire the best lawyer. We will definitely help you overturn it. Su-yi smiled, realizing her mother-in-law was aware of her and her brother's situation. No need. Di-kun has already arranged for someone to gather evidence. Once my confinement is over, we will file an appeal. Jin-na nodded, her eyes glancing at Su-yi's belly. Given your situation, I suppose we can only delay until after your confinement. She sighed. Su-yi stepped forward and took Jin-na's hand. That I have something I need your help with. What is it? Just tell me, Yu. I will definitely help you. Jin-na said excitedly that it was the first time her daughter-in-law sought her assistance. She couldn't let her down. That I would like to ask you to help me contact the logistics department of the 1st Army Corps to discuss a collaboration. Jin-na's eyes widened in surprise. What? Di-kun has already acquired the jurisdiction and development rights for this planet. Now we need to procure a large quantity of machinery, mechs, spatial rings, drones, and other equipment. The logistics department just happens to have these services. If we purchase from them, we should be able to negotiate a favorable price. Jin-na contemplated for a moment, agreeing with her daughter-in-law's reasoning. However, she wondered if this was something Su-yi should be considering at this stage. Just as Jin-na was about to refuse and advise Su-yi to focus on her pregnancy, Su-yi spoke again. Although they will offer us relatively favorable prices, I do not wish to pay in cash. After all, developing a planet requires a substantial amount of financial resources. Jin-na was taken aback. not pay. Although she is a queen and Decoin's mother, she could not imagine getting something for free from the logistics department. Upon noticing Jean-Na's expression, Suyu understood her mother-in-law's misunderstanding. She chuckled softly and explained, "What I mean is that we can trade goods in exchange, though." Jean-Na sighed with relief, but then grew tense again. "Goods? Do we even have any goods?" "Indeed," Suyu nodded and then whispered her secret to Jean-Na. Upon hearing this, Jean-Na almost doubted Suyu's sanity. Yeah, perhaps we should head back. I'll have Dr. Yang examine your head." Dr. Yang is a general practitioner. While not a specialist in neurology, he can still assess some conditions. Suyu chuckled. Seeing this, Jean-Na's expression grew more tense. Suyu dare not tease her mother-in-law any longer. "All right then, let us return. However, what I mentioned earlier is not a fabrication. The meals you had last night and this morning, including breakfast, were largely made from wild crops and star beasts. Furthermore, Decoin is also aware of this. If you doubt me, you may inquire with him later. Additionally, I can retrieve some unpurified vegetables, fruits, and meat to demonstrate the purification process right before you." Jean-Na glanced at Suyu, her mood unsettled. "Decoin knows too. Oh no, my daughter-in-law is truly delusional," Suyu acknowledged, realizing she could not persuade her mother-in-law any further, choosing instead to await the evidence that would convince her. After returning home, Jean-Na prepared to call Dr. Yang to examine Suyu's mind. However, Suyu halted her, insisting on seeing Decoin first. Jean-Na, fearing to provoke Suyu, acquiesced. The duo sought Decoin and found him engaged in a video call. From a conversation, it appeared he was speaking with someone from the military. They exchanged glances and decided to wait. Upon noticing the two women, Decoin hastily concluded his call and approached them. Before he could speak, Suyu directly stated her purpose, while Jean-Na looked at him anxiously, casting several worried glances at Suyu. "You must reassure Mom that my mind is perfectly fine." Suyu finally smiled at Decoin. Upon hearing this, Jean-Na's tension escalated. Decoin stepped aside. "Please, come in," he invited. The two women entered the room, each harboring their thoughts. "Son," Jean-Na spoke nervously. Decoin did not respond but assisted Jean-Na to the sofa before guiding Suyu to another small sofa beside her. Then he sat next to Suyu. Grasping her hand, Suyu felt somewhat uncomfortable and attempted to break free, but Decoin held her fast. Jean-Na, observing this scene, felt a pang of sentiment. What a lovely pair they were. Yet her daughter-in-law's mind was, after struggling a couple of times to no avail. Suyu ceased her efforts and urged Decoin to testify on her behalf to Jean-Na. Only then did Decoin turn to his mother. "What ye have said is true." Jean-Na was taken aback, her gaze towards Suyu shifting to one of concern. She assumed her son was lying to shield his wife from distress. Suyu, feeling helpless, implored Decoin with her eyes to continue explaining. Consequently, Decoin recounted the events since their arrival on DQ008 star and what he and Suyu had been doing together. "Why don't you take out some oranges and show Mom?" he suggested to Suyu. Suyu complied, retrieving two large oranges from her space. In front of Jean-Na, she proceeded to purify the oranges. She then gestured for Decoin to peel one and share the segments. Jean-Na, witnessing this, quickly intervened. Decoin chuckled, took a segment for himself, and ate it. Chapter 53. Keep it confidential though nervous. Jean-Na refrained from stopping him. Her son's health was robust. Even if the oranges were toxic, a small amount would not be lethal. Soon, Jean-Na saw Decoin consume half a segment, and he handed her the remaining half. "Tea tastes delightful, Mom. You should try it." Skeptical, Jean-Na hesitated but, encouraged by the nods from her son and daughter-in-law, took it. With their encouragement, she bit off a small piece of the orange and was astonished to find it devoid of any bitter or strange taste. It was refreshingly natural. Jean-Na's eyes sparkled with realization. Without needing further prodding, she quickly devoured the small piece of orange, then shared another segment to savor. "Is this truly natural food? How can that be?" Jean-Na exclaimed in disbelief. A smile blossomed on Suyu's face as she exchanged a glance with Decoin. "Now, do you believe me, Mom?" she inquired of Jean-Na. Jean-Na regarded Suyu, her expression serious. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "What on earth is going on, and how many people are aware of this?" Curiosity mingled with concern in her eyes. The ability to purify wild giant crops into natural food was extraordinarily powerful. The implications were monumental. If this knowledge fell into the wrong hands, Suyu could be in danger. Suddenly, Jean-Na connected the dots. It made sense why her son had been so reserved for years. Never wishing to contend with DC, yet suddenly decided to purchase a desolate star and establish a base. It was all for this reason. Her son aimed to protect his wife and perhaps even utilize her abilities to confront the Qian family. After all, the Qian family relied on their few agricultural planets to maintain their dominance. They controlled over 70 of the empire's natural food supply, rendering even the royal family powerless against them. But what if that 70 gap could be filled? Through her daughter-in-law's abilities, they could potentially supplement that 70 of natural crops and even provide more. This realization dawned on her. Jean Na's heart raced with excitement. If that were indeed possible, what could the Qian family do? Suyu continued, "It's a power I awakened after fainting here for over 3 months. Not only the purification ability, but also spatial abilities." She proceeded to inform Jean Na about her powers. "There aren't too many who know. Only you, Dikuan, and my elder brother." Jean Na exhaled in relief. "Your abilities must remain confidential. Only we should know." Suyu agreed. After a moment of reflection, Jean Na continued, "You're right. Given your abilities and the fact that using them does not harm your health, we should not waste time. Dikuan and I will handle the matters concerning the First Army Supply Department. You should focus on nurturing your pregnancy and occasionally purifying some ingredients." Jean Na turned her gaze to Suyu. "Your secret must be kept hidden. No one else can know." "Understood," Suyu affirmed. Jean Na then looked at Dikuan. "Next, have Dr. Yang spend more time with Ia. You will assist me with the development of DQ-008. Dikuan glanced at Suyu, reluctant to agree. Yet Suyu's pleading gaze left him with no choice but to comply. With the decision made, Jean Na sprang into action, summoning Dr. Yang to guide Suyu through prenatal education before calling Dikuan into another room. In that room, under Jean Na's watchful eye, Dikuan dialed Tao Fu's video call. "Hey, Marshal, why are you contacting me at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be out for a stroll with your wife?" Tao Fu greeted as soon as the call connected. Noticing Dikuan's serious demeanor, Tao Fu sensed something was amiss. Then he saw Jean Na step into the frame. "Director Tao." Jean Na greeted warmly. Startled, Tao Fu immediately stood to attention. "Your Majesty," he replied, saluting Jean Na respectfully. Jean Na smiled and nodded, and no need for such formalities. "Please sit." As he settled back down, Tao Fu scrutinized Dikuan's reaction. What was happening? Was the Marshal supposed to be with his wife on DQ-008? Why was he with the Queen? Had the Marshal's actions been discovered by her, and was he being summoned back to the Imperial Star? Dikuan, however, offered no hints to Tao Fu. The latter, feeling awkward, sat down and dared not look at Jean Na, awaiting her words. Previously, the Queen had called the military to inquire about the Marshal's whereabouts. He had refrained from disclosing the truth at the Marshal's request. Now, with the Marshal seemingly in the Queen's grasp, he feared her wrath. "Director Tao, please do not be alarmed. The purpose of this call is to discuss a potential collaboration with your supply department." Jean Na spoke with a smile. Tao Fu was taken aback, confusion flickering in his eyes as he looked at Jean Na. "Collaboration?" His gaze shifted back to Dikuan, but the Marshal remained inscrutable. "Yes," Jean Na continued. "The Jean family has acquired the rights for the development of DQ-008 Star and requires a substantial number of mechs, spatial rings, and other mechanical equipment that I heard that the First Army Supply Department is involved in such dealings. And I would like to discuss this with you. Why changing the ownership of DQ-008 Star to the Jean family, she aimed to protect Suyu from undue attention. Additionally, she sought to leverage her status as the Empire's most esteemed queen. Still married to that old man. Tao Fu's eyes widened in realization, then brightened with enthusiasm. "Of course. Our supply department does handle commercial orders. The equipment you mentioned is all within our purview, I can assure you. The equipment produced by the First Army is top-notch in both performance and quality. You've heard of the genius designer he ran, right? He is currently in our design department. If you wish to place an order, I can have Iran personally assist you in designing the equipment." Jean Na nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "I have heard of Iran. Besides, your First Army's Marshal is my son. Our relationship is naturally special. The collaboration seems only logical." Tao Fu glanced at Dikuan, estimating that the Queen's order might not yield them much profit. However, even a little gain was still a gain. Tao Fu maintained a positive demeanor. "That is indeed the case. The Queen can rest assured that, in terms of pricing, we are undoubtedly more cost-effective than external companies, that we will complete the work with guaranteed quality and quantity." Jean Na felt quite satisfied with Tao Fu's words. As for the payment, she continued. However, Tao Fu paused, awaiting her next words. Could we possibly have a credit period? Tao Fu's expression froze. Chapter 54. Bargaining. Dong Di Kuan cast a pleading glance, but unfortunately, Di Kuan averted his gaze, pretending not to see. With no other choice, Tao Fu could only muster the courage to decline. This, Your Majesty, you should be aware of the situation in our first army group. The circumstances across the major army groups are quite similar. Military funds are tight, and the situation at the front lines is critical that we sigh. Our logistics department had no choice but to accept commercial orders in order to increase our income through this means. It is not that I don't want to give you a credit period, but rather we simply cannot afford to buy materials. Without the materials, even if we wish to manufacture equipment for you, we cannot produce anything. Tao Fu's face was turning increasingly forlorn. Ji Na had anticipated this and remained unhurried that a credit period of just 1 month would suffice. What do you think? She inquired. Your Majesty, I genuinely wish to accommodate you. However, the circumstances simply do not allow it. You have no idea how immense the pressure is on our logistics department. When a great war looms, the front lines will lose vast quantities of mechas. The cheaper mechas cost hundreds of thousands of star coins, while the more expensive ones can reach billions. In addition to the destroyed mechas, there are also those in need of repairs. The materials for mechas are exorbitantly priced, and even minor repairs can cost tens of thousands or even millions of star coins. Moreover, the allowances and food expenses for the soldiers are considerable, especially regarding natural food resources to ensure the soldiers maintain stable mental fortitude. A daily serving of natural food is imperative. Yet those rascals act as though they were reborn from famine, scrambling desperately for their daily ration of natural food. The logistics department spends exorbitant amounts on their natural food, and they still complain of hunger. Your Majesty, do you think this is easy for me? Tao Fu lamented, on the verge of tears. Perhaps, Your Majesty, you could speak to His Majesty and request an additional allocation of military fund for our first army group. Upon hearing this, Ji Na immediately abandoned her pursuit of the credit period. With the current meager military funds allocated, even the old man finds it challenging that it would be remarkable if he could provide more. But would she truly give up so easily? Certainly not, if it concerns natural food resources. Perhaps I could be of some assistance, Ji Na proposed. Tao Fu's eyes brightened, but then his expression shifted to one of skepticism. 70% of the empire's natural food resources are controlled by the Qian family, and the remaining 30% is largely related to them as well. The queen is the marshal's mother. If she could help, she would have done so already. How could you assist? Although skeptical, Tao Fu still asked, showing the respect due to his superior. If you promise me a 1-month credit period, I will supply your military with natural food at 50% of the market price. The supply will be limited to 80,000 tons per day. Tao Fu was taken aback, looking incredulously at Di Kuan. Di Kuan seemed hesitant to speak, caught between family and duty, remaining silent, observing Di Kuan's reaction. Tao Fu understood that the queen's words were likely genuine. But 50%. Tao Fu ventured cautiously. 50% of the market price should be comparable to the wholesale price. It might be slightly lower than the direct wholesale price, but it would certainly be significantly lower than the price they are currently paying. However, the queen's willingness to be so forthcoming, surely there must be room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Ji Na raised an eyebrow. Only 50%. Is Director Tao able to procure even cheaper natural food resources? She inquired, slightly displeased. I only offered 50% because the first army group is commanded by my son, if Director Tao wishes to negotiate further. No. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, and do not hold my loose tongue against me. Tao Fu interjected, slapping his hand over his mouth. Ji Na's expression softened somewhat. Tao Fu then suggested, how about this, Your Majesty? I can guarantee a credit period of 10 billion per month, and you supply us with natural food at 50% of the market price, limited to 100,000 tons per day. Ji Na nearly choked. Before becoming queen, she had engaged in numerous business dealings, encountering many who dared to propose terms, but none had been this audacious. Glancing at her son, she found Di Kuan had averted his gaze, unwilling to involve himself. With no other option, she returned her attention to Tao Fu at a credit period of 100 billion and a supply of 60,000 tons. Tao Fu displayed a pained expression. 100 billion is far too much. How about 20 billion? 60,000 tons of natural food is insufficient. Could you provide 100,000 tons instead? 90 billion for 60,000 tons, Ji Na continued. 30 billion for 100,000 tons. Tao Fu's expression grew serious. 90 billion for 60,000 tons. Jean Na stood firm. Tao Fu appeared increasingly distressed. 40 billion for 100,000 tons. I truly cannot concede further. Your Majesty, 90 billion for 60,000 tons. Jean Na remained steadfast. Tao Fu was nearly beside himself, his head bowed in silence for a moment. Fine. 90 billion for 80,000 tons. Jean Na's eyes flickered. 6,000 tons is truly too little, Your Majesty. At that moment, Tao Fu exclaimed. Jean Na regarded him. Deal, she stated coolly. This young man. 60,000 tons is no small amount. Although the First Army Group comprises over 20 million personnel, they only consume 1 meal of natural food daily. Even if each person consumes 2 kilograms, that totals less than 50,000 tons. Offering them 60,000 tons is certainly ample. Nevertheless, if it must be 80,000 tons, so be it. As long as we can gather sufficient resources, my daughter-in-law can purify no less than 35,000 tons of food daily. After accounting for these 80,000 tons, we still have at least 27,000 tons available. Securing a credit period of 100 billion, Jean Na proceeded to discuss the details of their collaboration with Tao Fu. After some bargaining, they agreed that the credit period would commence today, while the supply of food resources would begin 3 days hence. This was primarily due to the fact that Jean Na had placed an order worth over 300 billion on the spot, necessitating that the logistics department commence preparations immediately and initiate some equipment production as for the food resources. Jean Na assured Tao Fu that she would stabilize the supply starting in 3 days. And if she failed to deliver, the credit period would be voided. The 300 billion order required a deposit of 30%, amounting to just over 90 billion, nearly 100 billion. This meant that before delivery and final payment, Jean Na would not need to provide any additional funds to Tao Fu. Accepting the order, Tao Fu cast several glances at Di Kun before finally bidding farewell to Jean Na. Once the video call ended, Jean Na disregarded Di Kun's thoughts and began discussing her plans with him. That young man, Tao Fu, will send over 100 agricultural mechas along with some spatial storage devices tomorrow. I will inquire with you about the final payment, and you should devise a plan for those who will operate the 100 agricultural mechas. Chapter 55. Busy. Additionally, it would be best to recruit 10 or so high-ranking warriors to hunt some star beasts. The meat is far more valuable than vegetables and fruits. Although I informed Tao Fu that we would commence supplying him in 3 days, if we can prepare the natural food resources ahead of schedule. We can sell them early as well. By the way, the food factory, I must arrange for it immediately. I will call Secretary Jean shortly to have him come over and assist me. Jean Na patted Di Kun's shoulder. Let's split up. Without waiting for Di Kun's response, she exited. Di Kun rubbed his temples, just as he was about to take action when Tao Fu's video call came in. Reluctant to answer, he ultimately did. Marshal, the Queen isn't by your side this time, is she? Tao Fu inquired cautiously. She stepped out to Di Kun's side. Tao Fu breathed a sigh of relief. What just transpired? Can the Queen truly provide us with such a large quantity of natural food at a low price? He asked. Di Kun affirmed. Tao Fu looked at Di Kun. Just that one? He appeared to be waiting for more information, but alas, disappointment awaited him. Di Kun offered no further words, realizing he would not glean more information. Tao Fu did not press further. At least, it was confirmed that the logistics department could indeed procure natural food at a lower price. So, is the development of DQ008 star also genuine? Tao Fu continued to inquire, and Di Kun nodded again. After pondering, Tao Fu asked once more, to what extent does the Queen intend to develop DQ008 star? Will His Majesty be involved in this? DQ008 star is quite expansive. Comprehensive development would require an astronomical sum of star coins. Although the Qian family is wealthy, relying solely on their resources to develop a planet seems insufficient if His Majesty were to support this endeavor. The development of DQ008 star would certainly be feasible. However, if His Majesty is involved, the implications would be entirely different. No. Di Kun replied directly. DQ008 star has no connection to the royal family. Tao Fu was taken aback. After a brief pause, he grasped the situation. The Marshal has actually begun establishing a base. This is excellent. The First Army Group has faced difficulties for years, and it is high time to retaliate against those who have wronged them. Di Kun glanced at Tao Fu. The order provided by the Queen can be freely accepted, without concerns over payment. In the future, the military could directly procure natural food from the Queen, using the funds allocated for natural food to offset those order payments. Tao Fu was astonished. His eyes lit up. Perfect. With your assurance, I feel reassured. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. After ending the video call, Di Kun hesitated for 2 seconds before reaching out to his subordinate, Liao Fei, who was currently on vacation. Marshal, what brings you to call me? Liao Fei, a young man with tousled hair, was lounging on the beach, basking in the sun. There's a task for you. You may choose to accept or decline. Di Kun stated directly. What task? Liao Fei replied nonchalantly. You're to be temporarily reassigned from the front lines to lead troop stationed at DQ-008 star. Liao Fei was taken aback that DQ-008 star. The Baron star near our military headquarters? What's the situation? The Jean family has acquired the jurisdiction and development rights for DQ-008 star, and it is now under private control. That and why Mother has already planned its development, and we need to station some troops there. Additionally, we need to gather certain crops from the planet and eliminate some star beasts. Liao Fei's expression turned to one of astonishment. Finally, Marshal, you have decided to retaliate. This is excellent. DQ-008 star, right? I'm all in. I fully support the establishment of a base and leading our first army against those scoundrels. The Crown Prince and his clan, they've been scheming against us openly and secretly. Everyone is holding their breath. If it weren't for your reluctance to clash with the Crown Prince, they would not have dared to act. Di Kun nodded. Prepare yourself, cut your vacation short, and report with your men tomorrow. He had intended to discuss their remuneration. But since Liao Fei had agreed so readily, he decided to postpone that conversation. Understood. Liao Fei rose, saluting with vigor. Concurrently, Jean Na was in contact with Secretary Jean, instructing him to relocate the canned goods factory to Boundless City by tomorrow. She then reached out to the mayor of Boundless City to arrange for a site for the factory. The tasks were intricately organized and proceeded methodically. In the following 2 days, Di Kun and Jean Na became engrossed in their respective duties. Di Kun, though often away, spent most of his time by Su Yu's side, continuing to accompany her on walks and providing prenatal education for their child. Jean Na, however, was out early and returning late, not even coming home for dinner the next evening. The busy schedule yielded gratifying results. That morning, Jean Na delivered 100 spatial rings filled with supplies to Su Yu. Dear Yu, please transfer 400 billion funds to me, and keep the remaining amount for yourself. From now on, I will send you spatial rings daily. You just need to purify the ingredients inside of toxins when you have the time. Our startup capital will be derived from these natural ingredients. Jean Na said, her expression slightly excited. Her son had already arranged for people to gather wild fruits and vegetables and hunt mutated beasts. The sourcing of food was well underway. The logistics department of the First Army had provided a substantial number of spatial rings, and she was temporarily not planning to arrange any other infrastructure, focusing solely on acquiring more spatial rings. Whether for storage or transportation of supplies, a significant quantity was required. All right, Su Yu agreed without a second thought. She proceeded to transfer funds and began purifying the contents of the spatial rings. Picking up one ring, she put it down after a second, moving on to the next. Jean Na, unaware of the details, observed Su Yu with her eyes closed, seemingly in concentration, and refrained from interrupting. Before long, Su Yu had completed the purification of all the spatial rings. All done, Mom. You can take them now, she smiled at Jean Na. Jean Na was incredulous. You finished so quickly? Yes, Su Yu nodded. You can use them, but by the way, I still have over 60% of my ability remaining. You could bring me more unpurified ingredients next time. She pondered. The more, the better. That I will manage my powers to keep them above 20%. That I can gradually recover my abilities. I can regain 20% in an hour. If you bring me more unpurified ingredients, I can purify even more. Chapter 56. A steady flow of supplies. Jean Na's eyes brightened, realizing she had underestimated her daughter-in-law. All right, I will send these to the processing plant and bring you more spatial rings shortly. She had already received several types of cutting and processing mechas from the logistics department, and the batch of ingredients she currently held was the first set to be processed. Okay, Su Yu replied. Jean Na hurried off. Upon reaching the processing plant, she found the head of the facility, a trusted employee of the Jean family, and assigned the work. Here, the employees would cut, classify, and package the ingredients she delivered, transforming large items into smaller portions to disguise their original forms. For instance, oversized vegetables like radishes and potatoes would be chopped into smaller pieces and bagged in 25-kilogram portions. Similarly, meat would be cut based on the type of star beast and its parts. also packaged in 25-kilogram bags. Gina observed the operation for a short while before leaving. Next, she visited the military procurement station, recently established and only operational since yesterday afternoon. Her son had deployed 2,500 troops to Boundless City, and she requested daily assignments for at least 200 personnel to gather supplies. She organized them into two teams. One for collecting fruits and vegetables, equipped with spatial rings and agricultural mechas provided free of charge by the procurement station, and another for hunting star beasts, with only spatial rings provided, while soldiers were responsible for the mechas and energy costs. The procurement station directly purchased the retrieve supplies from the soldiers at a price of 0.5 star coins per kilogram. Although this price might seem low, it was in fact quite high considering the oversized nature of the crops and the substantial yield they provided. As for star beasts, a single first-level beast could weigh 1 to 2 tons. For seasoned soldiers, gathering fruits and vegetables or hunting low-level star beasts posed little danger. Many soldiers who had completed a task experienced the rewards firsthand, leading to an increase in those accepting tasks, with several more soldiers than the previous day. Upon inquiring about the situation at the management office, Gina learned that the procurement station had acquired 50 spatial rings filled with supplies, putting her in high spirits. Collecting the 50 rings, she instructed, continue monitoring. Once you gather another 50, send them to my home. Understood, the supervisor replied. However, the empty spatial rings would likely be insufficient. Those hunting mutated beasts were exceedingly ferocious, quickly filling the rings again for task completion. After receiving payment and realizing the task's viability, they requested additional empty spatial rings to continue. The back-and-forth process was rather time-consuming, leading many to request a larger initial allocation of spatial rings. Gina frowned slightly. For now, each person will receive one. I will expedite the distribution of additional spatial rings. Indeed, 500 rings were far from sufficient. After a few more reminders to the supervisor, she departed. Upon returning home, Gina first handed the spatial rings to Su Yu and then contacted Tao Fu. Queen, Tao Fu's radiant smile appeared on the screen as the video call connected. Despite not having received the first installment from the Queen regarding the 100 billion payment term, the final payments had been consistently deposited. Tao Fu, the Queen represented a source of fortune. Director Tao, Gina greeted. You still have 300 cubic meters of spatial rings available. Tao Fu's eyes flickered. Yes, how many do you need? 2,000, please, for 195 billion. That the military department's discounted price for the 300 cubic meter spatial rings was 1 million star coins each. For 2,000, the total would originally amount to 200 billion. If this sum were to be dispersed, it would consume half of the 400 billion funds she had requested from her daughter-in-law. Nevertheless, she felt that even 2,000 spatial rings might not suffice. Tao Fu paused. Done. When would you like the delivery? Today, Gina replied succinctly. Please deliver the goods this afternoon, and you can also purchase some natural ingredients from us. After deducting the payment for those ingredients, I will pay you the remaining balance. By the way, I recommend you come in person to inspect our goods and select accordingly. Tao Fu's eyes lit up. All right, Queen, please hold on. I will check the inventory of the 300 cubic spatial rings right now. Good, Gina acknowledged, refraining from further comment. Tao Fu promptly began operating on his holographic device. Shortly after, he turned to Gina. We have 1,400 300 cubic spatial rings in stock. However, that's not an issue. We have the raw materials ready. I've already arranged for them to produce everything at full capacity, and we can have it ready by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Gina nodded. I will wait for you at DQ008 star. Understood. After ending the call, Gina reached out to Secretary Jean once more to inquire about the progress of securing an assistant. I've found someone for you, and they will be here shortly, Secretary Jean replied. Gina felt relieved. How is the installation of the canned goods factory? When can we begin production? The machines have been calibrated, and the staff has settled in. If the raw materials arrive, production can commence as early as tomorrow. By the way, regarding your suggestion to acquire new equipment and expand the workforce, I would recommend a more measured approach. Procuring natural ingredients has proven challenging lately, and there may be some complications with sourcing the necessary materials, expressed Secretary Jean with concern. Although the Jean family owns several food processing plants, the most profitable one does not specialize in natural food processing. In fact, since the young lady became the queen, the scale and market share of the Jean family's natural food processing plant have been steadily declining, primarily due to the Qian family's influence. This time, The young lady urged him to facilitate the relocation of the food processing plant to DQ008, and he initially assumed it was for the synthetic food plant, only to realize that she was anxious to reopen the natural food processing facility. There is no need for concern regarding the raw materials issue. I have already resolved the supply problem. Why noon tomorrow? I will arrange for someone to deliver meat and fruits to you. Please collaborate with Manager Wong to set up the production lines. Produce as many canned meat products and fruit preserves as possible. Housekeeper Jean expressed some skepticism. Understood, he replied nonetheless. After reiterating a few points to Housekeeper Jean, Jean Na ended the call. Meanwhile, so you had already purified the supplies from her spatial ring. Chapter 57. Tao Fu and he ran come to visit Jean Na, arrived to converse with Su Yu, but did not leave. They continued their discussion until Jean's secretary and the two assistants Jean Na had sought arrived. With capable individuals at her disposal, Jean Na delegated the task of sending supplies from the spatial ring. The other assistant stayed close to heed her instructions. The arrival of the assistants saved Jean Na considerable effort, allowing her to work remotely from home. Su, on the other hand, remained leisurely. When she received the spatial ring from Jean Na's assistant, she purified it and handed it back to them. During her free time, she browsed the star web and watched television, since it was the first day of officially gathering supplies and hunting star beasts. The number of spatial rings delivered by the assistant was limited, and Su Yu's abilities were not significantly taxed. Therefore, she asked Assistant Jean Lan to convey to Jean Na if more spatial rings could be sent her way. After some discussion, Jean Na agreed to store part of the purified supplies in Su Yu's space, freeing up additional spatial rings, which indeed allowed Su Yu to purify a considerable amount of materials. Around 6 o'clock, the Su family gathered for dinner. Jean Na's two assistants, Jean Lan and Jean Hua, remained to partake in the meal. Both Jean Lan and Jean Hua were the epitome of elite individuals in their appearance and attire. Yet surprisingly, during the meal, both nearly lost their composure. The dishes prepared by their young lady were simply exquisite. Jean Lan and Jean Hua unconsciously quickened their eating pace, knowing such delicious food was a rare treat. Observing this, Jean Na understood their reaction, recalling her own first experience tasting her daughter-in-law's cooking, which was similar to that of the two younger generations. Her daughter-in-law's culinary skills were truly commendable. Su however, was somewhat taken aback by the quantity consumed by the two. She could understand the substantial appetites of Dequan, her elder brother, and her future mother-in-law, as their mental levels had reached S rank or even higher. But did Jean Lan and Jean Hua possess the same level of mental prowess? Adhering to the principle of ensuring her guests were well fed, Su Yu retrieved more dishes from her space. These are home-style dishes. Feel free to help yourselves. There's plenty, she said warmly. Meeting the astonished gazes of the two, future mother-in-law had mentioned that these two were trustworthy, so she felt no need to be overly reserved. Jean Lan and Jean Hua gazed at the dishes with shining eyes. Thank you, young lady, they exclaimed in unison. Su smiled, assuring them to feel at ease. Jean Lan, please expedite the search for a new residence. Once you relocate, you can comfortably move in with us. After a moment, Jean Na suddenly interjected, our current house has become somewhat cramped, and since my daughter-in-law is quite popular in the community, many are curious about her family. With her striking looks, it could be rather conspicuous. Seeking a standalone or more private villa would be more suitable for us. She had already discussed this with her daughter-in-law, who had agreed to Jean Lan moving into their home. Jean Lan, upon being named, straightened her posture. Understood, madam. I can finalize the villa tomorrow and will report back to you as soon as the house is ready. Though finding a house was not the most pressing matter on her agenda, she now felt it deserved priority. The thought of living with a madam and sharing meals with the family was delightful. Jean Hua glanced at Jean Lan with a hint of envy. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Jean Na and Su Yu. Madam, young lady, may I also apply to reside in the villa? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, seeing Di Kuan's gaze shift toward him. Jean Hua felt a wave of nervousness. It's not convenient for me to find a place on my own, that if I could live in the villa, I would be able to assist the madam more effectively. Di Kuan, casting a glance at Jean Na and Su Yu, considered the situation. If the villa was spacious enough and the presence of this individual did not interfere with his wife, he was indifferent. Jean Hua exhaled in relief and turned back to Jean Na and Su Yu. Is that all right with you? Yu? Jean Na inquired of Su Yu. With many tasks at hand, having only Jean Lan by her side at night might be overwhelming. Since Jean Hua was willing to take on extra work, she naturally welcomed him living at their home. However, as the lady of the house was her daughter-in-law, it was ultimately her decision. Su nodded. I have no objections. Jean Lon, you can choose a larger villa. She smiled brightly. Rest assured, young lady. Jean Lon promptly responded, casting a look at Jean Hua that suggested he was fortunate. Thank you, young lady. Jean Hua quickly expressed his gratitude. Just as Suyu was about to tell him not to mention it, Jean Na's wrist communicator vibrated. Oh, it's Director Tao calling. Jean Na remarked, opening her holographic device to answer. Tao Fu's figure appeared on the screen, accompanied by another individual, with a military spacecraft visible in the background, clearly indicating the boundless city airport. Director Tao, Jean Na greeted first. Your Majesty, he replied. Please address me as Madame Jean. Jean Na interjected from now on. Call me Madame Jean. Tao Fu's expression momentarily stiffened as he glanced at Di Kuan on the screen. Di Kuan, averting his gaze from his mother, continued to eat. Of course, Madame Jean, Tao Fu responded, a smile spreading across his face as he complied. Jean Na shot a glance at her son before returning her gaze to Tao Fu. I assumed you would not be able to contact me so late. Did you bring the batch of goods I ordered? Her eyes were fixed on Tao Fu's hand, which bore a ring. If he was delivering goods, they must be contained within it. Following her gaze, Tao Fu looked at the spatial ring on his hand, a grin forming as he raised his hand to show it to Jean Na. I have brought them. Oh no, Madame Jean, where are you now? I will personally deliver the goods to you. As he spoke, Tao Fu's eyes were drawn to the dishes displayed on the screen. Braised pork, lion's head meatballs, stewed pork knuckle, stir-fried shredded meat. There was an abundance of meat dishes. The meals at the marshal's residence looked delightful, making him feel quite hungry. Jean Na chuckled inwardly as she noticed Tao Fu's gaze on the food. We are at Building 6, Apartment 102 in Sunshine Community. Come on over to... Yet another who would be captivated by her daughter-in-law's culinary skills. All right, Tao Fu responded eagerly. Before the video call ended, he retrieved a hover vehicle from his spatial ring. Jean Na then ended the call. Yu, please bring out some more dishes. Make it a generous amount. Jean Na instructed Suyu. Jean Hua and Jean Lon, being members of the Jean family and her juniors, could be trusted with some matters, but caution was still necessary with outsiders. Suyu's gaze flickered momentarily. Understood, she replied, and began retrieving more dishes from her space. Each dish was placed in bowls or large plates, steaming and aesthetically pleasing. Chapter 58. Goods inspection. As long as Jean Na did not call for a halt, Suyu continued to bring out dishes. It wasn't until she had retrieved 20 servings that Jean Na finally instructed her to stop. That should suffice. Now, let's prepare 2 pots of rice, she added. Oh, Suyu acknowledged, complying. Once the meals were ready, Su-Yi, Dr. Yang, and Jean Lon and Jean Hua set down their chopsticks. Jean Lon and Jean Hua took their leave. Suyu instructed the household robots to tidy up the tableware in anticipation of their guests. Shortly thereafter, Tao Fu and he ran arrived. Di Kuan went to greet the two, as the sounds from outside indicated their arrival. Di Kuan ushered in 2 men, each exceeding 6 feet in height. Madame Jean, Marshals Madame, Tao Fu, leading the way, along with he ran, both saluted Jean Na and Suyu. When their gaze fell upon Suyu, they lingered for a moment, admiring her beauty and grace. Is this the woman who has captured the heart of our esteemed marshal? Suyu exuded confidence, her face adorned with a warm smile. You must be exhausted from your journey. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal, Jean Na offered, with Suyu nodding in agreement, proceeding to set the table for their guests. The household robots sprang into action. Thank you, Madame Jean, Marshals Madame. Tao Fu and he ran expressed their gratitude as their eyes were drawn to the array of dishes. Previously, they had admired the food on the holographic screen. But witnessing it up close, they realized it was even more enticing than they had imagined. The sight of it made them feel hungry. Once seated, they eagerly began to eat. The moment the dishes touched their tongues, their eyes brightened, and they swiftly entered a rapid eating mode. And no wonder the marshal chose to remain in this desolate, boundless city. It must be because of these delectable meals. What a divine delicacy this is. How can it be so delectable? Di Kuan had initially intended to engage in a light conversation with his 2 subordinates, only to discover that they were utterly oblivious to his cues. Ravenously devouring their meals like famished wolves, the thought crossed his mind, prompting him to cautiously glance at his wife. Seeing her calmly seated, occasionally sipping her juice, he felt a measure of relief. However, when he turned his gaze back to his subordinates, his brow furrowed. These 2, who usually did not care for their image in the military, appeared no different when visiting someone else's home, resembling gluttons who had just returned from the brink of starvation. Eat slowly. There's more than enough food. Jean-Na suddenly interjected, casting a glance at her daughter-in-law. Yes, once the business deal is finalized, these two must be sent away. Tao Fu finally snapped out of his food-induced stupor. The dishes were simply too delicious. Unable to restrain himself, he lifted his head and dabbed his mouth with a napkin before addressing Jean-Na. Noticing that Iran was still engrossed in his meal, Tao Fu felt a flicker of irritation. This fellow was still eating. Iran, however, paid no heed to Tao Fu's discontent. As a technician, he had merely accompanied him today. There was no need for him to be involved in the business discussions. With such exquisite food before him, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to enjoy it. Indeed, the food was exceptional. Not only were they made from natural ingredients, but they had also been prepared by the marshal's wife herself. Oh, Tao Fu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Suyu. The marshal's wife was the head chef? Goodness, what extraordinary luck had the marshal stumbled upon to find such a woman for a wife. She possessed both beauty and grace, and she was also a masterful cook. Her culinary skills were truly superior to those of chefs from five-star restaurants. Earlier, she had prepared some dishes and stored them in her spatial ring. These dishes had just been heated, and as long as they were not picky, it was perfectly fine. Suyu calmly fabricated a lie. The spatial ring was indeed a vacuum, preventing food from spoiling. And apart from the heat dispersing, it was not inferior in preservation capabilities. Tao Fu glanced at Suyu's belly and understood. Who could possibly mind? Being able to taste the marshal's wife's cooking is a blessing for us. Indeed, it was a blessing, and he wished to enjoy this fortune indefinitely. He pondered whether it would be feasible to have the marshal bring his wife to the military for a prolonged stay. If it were possible, as the head of the logistics department, he could frequently discuss military matters with the marshal and then stay for meals. Yes, the food prepared by the lady is the best I have ever tasted. Thank you for your hospitality. Hiran suddenly raised his head from his meal and exclaimed to Suyu. His expression was somewhat silly, conveying the sincerity of his words. Suyu chuckled. You flatter me. Minister, if you like it, please help yourself at Hiran grinned widely and continued to eat. Tao Fu shot a glance at Hiran, cursing him under his breath for being such a glutton. Did he not think to leave some for his superior? The natural products produced by the Jean family were of superior quality and taste. Director Tao, please eat first. After you have eaten, we can inspect the goods together. Jean-Na said. Tao Fu's face brightened. I appreciate that, he replied. Now, let's proceed to discuss the next matter in the study. Thus, Jean-Na invited Tao Fu to the study set up in the basement. While Di Kuan led, he ran to another room. Suu, as the behind-the-scenes mastermind, remained behind. In the basement study, Jean-Na first examined the spatial rings brought by Tao Fu. There were a total of 2,000 rings, each with a volume of 300 cubic meters. Before we set off, I had my subordinates conduct a thorough quality inspection, and all are in order. Tao Fu handed one spatial ring to Jean-Na. She accepted it and, using her consciousness, extracted other spatial rings from within. Selecting a few at random, she inspected them and found no defective items. Not bad, she remarked, satisfied. Tao Fu's eyes flickered. What about the payment? No rush, Jean-Na replied. Director Tao, you are not just here to deliver goods, but also to purchase some natural ingredients to take back, correct? Inside this is a selection of our recent natural produce. Feel free to take a look, Jean-Na said, handing a spatial ring to Tao Fu. He accepted it, and, upon inspecting it with his consciousness, discovered numerous bags of ingredients labeled with their contents. Chicken pieces, duck pieces, goose pieces, pork pieces, and more. In addition to the meats, there were also vegetables and fruits. Tao Fu's eyes brightened as he took out several bags. Almost immediately, Jean-Na handed him a pair of scissors. He accepted the scissors and opened one of the bags of chicken pieces. The chicken was indeed cut into small pieces. After inspecting, Tao Fu confirmed it was natural produce but felt a tinge of regret. It didn't really need to be processed like this. The pieces were so small that, without careful examination, one might not discern which part of the chicken they came from. Jean-Na's eyes flickered with understanding. Of course, the intent was to make it indistinguishable. It's either meat or bone, and what significance is there in discerning? All of the meat products from the Jean family are rich in meat and low in bones. You can only profit from purchasing them. This chicken is priced at 8,000 star coins per 25-kilogram bag. If you want it, that's the cost, Jean-Na stated directly. Tao Fu's eyes lit up as he turned to another bag marked pork. After a moment's hesitation, he used the scissors to open the bag of pork. Upon inspection, he found it was indeed natural meat. The same applied to the other vegetables and fruits, all of which were fresh and natural. Rest assured that we are in a long-term partnership, and both sides must ensure the quality of our product for the cooperation to endure, Tao Fu nodded. That makes sense. How much stock do you have? Jean Na smiled, pulling up her light brain and sending a small program link to Tao Fu. The inventory has already been uploaded to the program. Moving forward, we will update the types of products and stock levels daily. Whatever you need, Director Tao, simply place your order directly in the program. If you order in the morning, your people can come and pick up the goods within 8 hours. AS for the payment. Direct deduction, Tao Fu replied while browsing the items in the program. The variety of products was limited, yet the stock was ample, and the prices were reasonable. When did the Jean family establish their own planting and breeding bases? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jean Na's eyes. Then, Director Tao, please select your items now. Once you are done, we can settle the accounts, and we will adjust for any excess or shortfall. There's no need to complicate things. We can exchange our spatial rings for your natural produce, can't we? If you plan to develop the planets, a few thousand spatial rings won't suffice. Our first army can provide you with ample spatial rings. And in return, you can give us an equivalent value of natural produce. What do you think? After considering, Tao Fu added, in that case, I will have someone create a program for you as well. It will be one with unlimited stock. You can place a bulk order for the goods you need, and when I send someone to deliver, they will bring the corresponding value of goods to exchange with you. Jean Na thought it over and found it feasible. All right. They both happily concluded their negotiations. Tao Fu once again accessed the program to begin selecting items. He had sent 2,000 spatial rings, valued at a total of 19,500,000,000. Taking his time to choose, he hoped to bring back a substantial amount of natural produce. White radish chunks were priced at a mere 500 star coins per bag. With a total stock of 200,000 bags, he took them all. Pumpkin chunks were slightly more expensive at 600 star coins per bag, totaling 300,000 bags. He took all of those as well. Potato chunks were priced at 800 star coins per bag, with 60,000 bags in stock. He cleared them out too. Red carrot chunks, also 800 star coins per bag, with 120,000 bags gone. Packaged tomato chunks at 1,000 star coins per box, with 15,000 boxes. He took them all. Corn chunks, priced at 900 star coins per bag, with 20,000 bags. He cleared those too. This was the extent of the vegetables available. Adding up the total, Tao Fu checked the bill and found it amounted to 75,400,000,000. He felt a twinge of disappointment that the vegetable selection was so limited, and continued to browse, arriving at the fruit section. Duck pear chunks were priced at 4,000 star coins per box, with a total of 100,000 boxes. Apple chunks were 5,000 star coins per box, with 20,000 boxes available. Peeled watermelon chunks were also 5,000 star coins per box, with 20,000 boxes in stock. Peeled cantaloupe chunks were the same, as were peeled sugarcane chunks. Seeing these fruit options made his mouth water. However, the prices for natural fruits were not significantly lower than those for meat. He was hesitant to clear out all the stock. One must spend wisely, especially in financially tight situations. Quantity had to take precedence. He decided to take all the duck pear chunks and a modest amount of the other fruits. 1,000 boxes each would suffice. After checking the total, he was taken aback to find it had already reached 135,400,000,000. Tao Fu hesitated, contemplating whether he should just purchase the duck pear chunks. However, considering the many soldiers in the First Army, he steeled himself and decided not to remove any of the fruits he had added to the cart. Now, it was time to select the meats. Pork chunks were priced at 7,000 star coins per bag, with a total stock of 100,000 bags. Chicken nuggets, priced at 8,000 star coins per bag, with a total inventory of 2,000 bags. Tao Fu glanced briefly and unhesitatingly filled the inventory for pork chunks. Just as he was about to add some chicken nuggets, he discovered that the total amount due had already reached 54 billion, exceeding the total value of the goods he had brought. Tao Fu checked his shopping cart, reluctant to delete any of the selected items. Naturally, he was also reluctant to part with his money. Thus, he turned to Jean Na. I seem to have overshot by over 1 billion coins in my order. Would you consider deducting this portion from tomorrow's payment? After all, I will be sending someone to deliver goods tomorrow. It's just a matter of a day, Tao Fu added. Jean Na's gaze flickered slightly. 10 billion is not a trivial amount, but once this precedent is set, it could lead to complications. Submit your order first. And I'll take a look, Jean Na replied, neither directly agreeing nor refusing. All right. Tao Fu's eyes brightened as he quickly submitted the order. Jean Na immediately received the order on her light brain and opened it to review. Indeed, Tao Fu's order matched her expectations. Let us do this. I'll prepare the goods for you tonight. You can arrange for someone to deliver the next batch tomorrow morning. However, our goods can only be dispatched after 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The factory is just relocated, and many arrangements are still incomplete, so the shipping speed will be slower for a few days, Gina explained. She had not fully prepared the inventory in the mini program, but the corresponding quantities had been sent to the processing plant and were in production. The factory operated over 100 machines, with more than 300 robots, and personnel were present for supervision and management. If the factory operated without interruption through the night, the output would exceed Tao Fu's order, but of course, the goods produced were not solely for Tao Fu. A portion would also be sent to the canning factory for processing. Additionally, she now had 2,000 space rings, and as the harvest of resources increased, the output from the processing plant would rise even further. Apart from acquiring more space rings, she needed to purchase some processing equipment and robots. Furthermore, 100 agricultural mechas were insufficient. Perhaps she could order another 100 or even more. Tao Fu hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Please let me know what goods you need recently. This way, I can have my subordinates check the inventory and send a batch over to you. In another room. He agreed to accept the Jean family's employment and stay at DQ008 Star to assist in the development of mechas. But he had one request. He looked towards D. Cohen. You may speak that I want to live here, or rather, I want to live with all of you. D. Cohen's brows furrowed slightly. Another person wanted to stay in his house? Marshall, I have no particular hobbies. I love researching mechas and, well, good food. He licked his lips at this thought. If he could enjoy meals from the Marshall S. kitchen every day, he would gladly work for the Jean family without pay. If it's about meals, I can provide you with some natural ingredients. The natural ingredients produced by the Jean family, when cooked, tasted superior to ordinary natural ingredients. If you find a skilled chef, the dishes will not be much inferior to what my wife makes. Those ingredients, having absorbed energy essence and purified of toxins, indeed boasted a better taste than regular natural ingredients. Furthermore, after a period of observation, he noticed that these ingredients also had a more pronounced stabilizing and enhancing effect on mental strength compared to ordinary natural ingredients. However, such benefits were not immediately apparent. One would need to consume these ingredients over time to notice the difference. That he looked at D. Cohen, his expression clearly conveying skepticism. The two stared at each other, locked in a silent standoff. After a while, he finally relented. Fine, I want to stay at your place, but you must provide me with some of your wife's cooking. Earlier at the dining table, hadn't the wife mentioned that she had prepared some dishes during her free time and stored them in a space ring? Please ask her to share some with me. Seeing D. Cohen's expression darken, he quickly added, It doesn't have to be much, just enough for myself. I am the head of the design department and have the authority to refuse external hires. I was quite content at the military supply department, researching and designing my favorite battle mechas daily. Now, I am called to this desolate star to design some inferior non-combat mechas that you've stripped me of my first interest. You must at least satisfy my second. D. Cohen sighed inwardly. All right, T finally relented, relieved that his wife didn't continue to serve dishes. She likely had plenty in her space. That Rand's eyes lit up. I knew that mixing with you, Marshall, would never lead to loss. D. Cohen glanced at Rand and pulled up his light brain, sending over an address. This is your new laboratory address. You can move in shortly. I will arrange for someone to bring you meals tomorrow. Rand glanced at the light brain. He acknowledged, as if in agreement. At T9:30, Suyu, lying in bed and browsing the star network, awaited D. Cohen's return. Upon seeing him, she quickly stowed her light brain away. How did it go? Did Mom manage to secure the military business? And what about Minister He? Has he agreed to stay and help us design mechas? It was negotiated successfully. Rand agreed to stay. However, I refused his request to live in our home. As Yu's expression faltered, a new house would be found soon. If it were spacious enough, having an extra person wouldn't be an issue. But that S.E. Rand, the genius designer of mechas in the star realm, wouldn't it be inappropriate to send him away? D. Cohen climbed into bed and pulled Su Yu into his embrace. That guy is a mecha enthusiast. Once he gets in his zone, he can work tirelessly for 3 days and nights without taking a break. I prepared a laboratory for him at Wubian City. It is spacious and has ample materials, perfect for his research and development. That D. Cohen's tone turned serious. The military personnel are complex. Having him design and research 4 S-level mechas at Wubian City would be far more beneficial. So he was taken aback. 4 S-level mechas? ISNT, the highest level in the Star Realm 3S. The most powerful 3S level mecha, known as God Slayer, was in Dikuin's possession. Indeed, Dikuin replied, glancing down at his wife. The 4S level mecha is merely a concept. It has never been designed before. However, after Godslayer was manufactured, he ran applied to me, expressing his desire to design and manufacture a 4S level mecha. For 8 years, he has been designing and simulating. Recently, he informed me that the model is nearly complete. SUU was once again astonished. What does a 4S level mecha look like? She asked curiously. Dikuin shook his head that I'm not entirely sure either, but he ran as named it Miracle that SUU's heart skipped a beat. Miracle, such a remarkable name. Dikuin held Suyu a little tighter. By the way, Xiao Chan will also be coming over in a few days. By then, he'll be able to see the big brother S mecha. I've already prepared the mecha for him. Tomorrow, I plan to take him out to the wilderness for some practice. SUU felt a surge of emotion. She responded softly. Regarding the case for you two, the evidence has been handed to the lawyer, and the procedures should commence in the next few days. SUU's heart trembled. After a moment, she embraced Dikuin. Thank you, she murmured. Healing her brother and overturning the case were her two greatest hopes. Although there were no results yet, both matters were being addressed. It would have been exceedingly difficult for her to accomplish these alone. If you wish to express your gratitude, then let us get married sooner rather than later. Dikuin suddenly suggested. SUU looked up, her gaze meeting Dikuin's handsome eyes. The man's expression was gentle, and his striking features were captivating. I've thought it over. Mom is right. I should secure you with the identity of Mrs. D as soon as possible. Once you are cleared of charges, imperial law will no longer restrict our registration that I wish to be your rightful husband, to protect you and our child. The man's gaze grew fervent. SUU instinctively touched her abdomen, her cheeks flushing as she avoided Dikuin's gaze. She replied softly. They were already in this together, and Dikuin had shown her enough sincerity. She had no reason to be coy. Dikuin's expression was one of elation. Thank you. You. I will be the best husband and the best father. Seeing the man's childlike joy, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Dikuin, brimming with excitement, stayed awake talking to Suyu. When the topic of her stored dishes came up, she offered to share 3/4 of her meals from her space with him for their home. Tomorrow, Jean Mama will come by, and I will give her the space ring, Suyu stated. Jean Mama was also a member of the Jean family, having entered the palace alongside his mother and later becoming the steward of his mother's chamber. Due to her employment in the palace, Jean Na could not take Jean Mama with her when she left. Now, Jean Mama could come to them, thanks to his father's permission. SUU had previously learned about Jean Mama and nodded in agreement. The next day, as Tao Fu ascended from the basement guest room to the first floor, he was greeted by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Marshall's wife, Mr. Su, good morning. Is the kitchen making steamed buns? Tao Fu gazed in the direction of the kitchen, unable to pull his eyes away. The aroma is truly delightful. The Marshal is living a life of indulgence. Earlier, I prepared some buns and dumplings for storage. And this morning, I steamed them for breakfast, SUU remarked with a smile. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Dikuin. Please call Mom out for breakfast. It seemed that the matriarch had risen even earlier than them, likely preoccupied with business calls. Elder brother, could you please fetch Dr. Yang for breakfast? Suyu instructed Su-E. The two men nodded and departed. SUU then directed the household robot to bring out the breakfast from the kitchen. This scene unfolded before Tao Fu as a portrait of a hostess gracefully managing affairs with composure. He silently marveled at the discerning eye of his marshal. A steamer filled with buns and dumplings was served on the dining table, accompanied by fried dough sticks, glutinous rice cakes, sesame balls, spring rolls, assorted pickles, congee, and soy milk. Upon witnessing such a lavish Chinese breakfast, Tao Fu could not help but swallow twice, noticing that the others appeared quite accustomed to this. He felt an even greater envy. Director Tao, please feel free to take whatever you like, so you gestured, inviting everyone to begin. Jean Na, who was already hungry, completely disregarded Tao Fu and swiftly grabbed a bun to eat. The others, equally famished, eagerly joined in. Seeing this, Tao Fu could hardly contain his excitement and picked up a soup dumpling. As the director of logistics for the First Group Army, he had certainly enjoyed soup dumplings before and still reminisced about the last time he had them, which was at a 5-star restaurant in the imperial capital of Dixing, renowned for its Chinese cuisine. That restaurant's soup dumplings were exceptionally delightful. After returning to the military base, he regretted not buying more to store in his spatial ring. However, This particular soup dumpling he had just taken smelled even more fragrant than those from the restaurant and appeared more fluffy and appetizing. Without a second thought, Tao Fu stuffed the dumpling into his mouth. Ouch, it's hot. Yet, the flavor was exquisite. It surpassed even the dumplings he had eaten at the five-star restaurant. Resisting the urge to spit out, Tao Fu chewed through the heat and swallowed it. Then, disregarding the temperature, he reached for a second soup dumpling. This time, however, he was wiser. Rather than immediately stuffing it into his mouth, he placed the dumpling into the warm congee, allowing the heat to dissipate quickly. Noticing Di Kuan enjoying a plate of pickles, Tao Fu thought that pickles wouldn't burn his mouth, so he too reached for a piece of pickled vegetable. To his surprise, the pickled vegetable was both sweet and spicy. The taste was delightful. Without hesitation, he helped himself to several pieces and then took a sip of the congee. He discovered that the pickled vegetable paired perfectly with the congee. Why this time? The soup dumpling had cooled considerably, and he devoured it in one bite. After savoring the soup dumpling, he began to sample other dishes: fried dough sticks, glutinous rice cakes, sesame balls, spring rolls, and dumplings. All were simply delicious. Tao Fu relished every bite, thoroughly enjoying the meal. It was only when everyone had set down their chopsticks and he felt quite full that he finally paused. After the meal, Jinna invited Tao Fu to her study. As they chatted, they awaited Jinhua to deliver the goods Tao Fu had ordered yesterday. Jinhua arrived shortly after, and the two promptly sought out Jinna, while Tao Fu was counting the goods. The logistics team also delivered today's supplies, which mainly consisted of spatial rings and some mechanical equipment. Everything seems fine. I shall take my leave now that I will place the new order on the way, and send someone to collect the goods after 4 this afternoon, Tao Fu announced, bowing slightly to Jinna. She nodded and instructed Jinhua to escort Tao Fu out. As they stepped outside, Jinlan approached them. Madam, the villa has been secured, and the necessary furnishings and cleaning have been arranged. The moving process, what do you think? Jinna was somewhat surprised but did not inquire further. It was indeed a good sign, indicating that Jinlan was diligently organizing the matter with commendable efficiency. Please take me to see it shortly. Of course, I will notify everyone to move over. The daughter-in-law is still pregnant. We must not be careless. Understood. Jinlan felt a sense of joy as he continued to report on other tasks. Around 9 o'clock, Jinna requested Jinlan to take her to tour the villa. Shortly after Jinna left, Grandma Jean arrived. So you had initially felt some apprehension about meeting Grandma Jean, considering her background from the palace, fearing she might be stern. However, upon their meeting, she found Grandma Jean to be exceedingly amiable and warm. When a young lady was expecting the second prince, I was the one tending to her. I assisted during the delivery. With me here, madam, you can rest assured. Under the kind gaze of Grandma Jean, so you felt considerably at ease. Childbirth in the Interstellar era was not as daunting, particularly with a medical pod at home. Yet, having never given birth herself, she still harbored some concerns. The presence of an experienced attendant who could assist during delivery greatly alleviated her worries. I'm grateful for your help. So you expressed, oh, madam, you are too kind. It is my honor to witness the birth of a second prince's child and assist in caring for them. Grandma Jean replied with satisfaction. So you nodded and soon began discussing family matters with Grandma Jean, handing over the spatial ring containing the meal for safekeeping. Grandma Jean was astonished at the quantity of food within the ring. Upon learning that all the dishes were prepared by Suyu, she was both amazed and concerned. Madam, you are still pregnant. You mustn't overexert yourself. Rest assured, I will take care of all household chores from now on. With the assistance of the household robot, I can manage quite well. Yes. Meanwhile, outside the boundless city, in a valley, Di Kuan piloted the Zhanfeng, accompanied by Su Yi, who was maneuvering an S-class mech, as they engaged in battle with a group of star beasts. Di Kuan had taken Su Yi out of the city to practice piloting the new mech he had prepared for him, not intending to confront too many star beasts. However, as they trained, they inadvertently wandered into the territory of a level 5 star beast. Chapter 62. Selling star beast corpses. Su Yi was becoming increasingly excited and considering the valley's proximity to Boundless City. He decided to eliminate some of the star beasts, given that their presence could affect agricultural mech collection operations. The two mechs soon unleashed a flurry of attacks within the valley, with Zhanfeng showcasing its capabilities. Though relatively small among mechs, it was exceptionally agile, equipped with various weapons. The longsword and chains proved particularly effective, swiftly dispatching several star beasts within minutes. Suyi's mech was also formidable. although it lacked Zhangfeng's agility. Its larger size exuded a commanding presence, and its powerful weaponry allowed Su Yi to dispatch star beasts with ease. Prior to his brain injury, Su Yi had been an excellent mech warrior, and battling star beasts was second nature to him. Despite his injury, the maneuvers and reflexes remained instinctual, as this was the same mech he had previously piloted on the battlefield. As they continued to slay star beasts, Su Yi became increasingly adept at controlling his mech. The two men worked in tandem, growing more enthusiastic, and managed to eliminate all of the level 5 star beast minions. They solely utilized cold weapons to avoid significant damage to the star beast corpses, as these could be returned for star coins at the recycling station. Upon witnessing the ferocity of the two mechs, the level 5 star beast, after several unsuccessful ambush attempts, contemplated fleeing. However, Dikuin and Su Yi's objective was precisely that beast. They would not allow it to escape. Seizing the moment, they trapped the creature. The star beast roared and launched an attack on the smaller Zhangfeng, attempting to break through its defenses. This decision, however, was utterly foolish. Zhangfeng stood firm, and in an instant, a rocket launcher appeared in Dikuin's hands. One shot of the red arrow cannon decapitated the star beast. Su Yi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. Didn't my brother-in-law say to only use cold weapons? How did he end up using hot weapons? Level 5 star beasts possess high defensive capabilities, making cold weapon combat less efficient. Moreover, this particular beast was a turkey, offering little culinary value. Keeping it was of no use. Understanding his brother-in-law's reasoning, Dikuin remarked, then exited the cockpit to assist Su Yi in cleaning up the battlefield. On this outing, each of them had brought 15 spatial rings, each capable of holding 300 cubic meters, ample enough to store the spoils of their recent hunt. However, their original plan was to remain in the wilderness until the afternoon, which now needed to be adjusted. After all, once they cleaned up this batch of prey, even with usable spatial rings, there would be little room left. Su Yi exited his mech, stored it within his mech necklace, and joined the cleanup efforts. Together, they gathered 32 star beast corpses and 1 level 5 crystal core. Su Yi suggested continuing their sweep of the valley to eliminate more star beasts before returning. Dikuin pondered briefly and agreed. Thus, the two mechs roamed the valley once more. Before long, they managed to slay a few lower-level star beasts. Su Yi, fueled by his bloodlust, wished to continue hunting, but Dikuin halted him. But we don't have enough spatial rings left. Let us head to the recycling station to sell the star beast corpses first. Then return this afternoon. Su Yi felt a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately nodded in agreement. They then piloted their ship back. On their return journey, they observed numerous mechs engaged in hunting and gathering tasks in the wilderness. Dikuin mused that, at the current pace, the area surrounding Boundless City would soon be thoroughly cleared. Once a barren planet, it has transformed into a land of abundance due to the presence of a daughter-in-law. She is indeed remarkable. The spacecraft traveled swiftly, and soon, Dikuin and Su Yi arrived at the recycling station. As they entered, they encountered someone exiting after selling their goods. The words of the boss were indeed true. They actually accept the corpses of star beasts here, at 0.5 star coins per kilogram. I have slain 3 star beasts, earning over 13,000 star coins, and these were all low-level star beasts, not even reaching level 3. The profit is even greater than when I defeated a level 4 star beast on the battlefield. One exclaimed excitedly. I asked that even question. It's not easy to kill level 4 star beasts. A careless move could damage the mecha, incurring repair costs. Although the military supply department provides us with a repair quota each month, any excess must come from our own pockets. That if we mishandle it, we could end up at a loss. But here it's different. The wilderness is filled with low-level star beasts. We can easily take down a large number of them. It's like picking up money. Another chimed in. Aha, you're absolutely right. Let's hurry up, since we're here to make money. Let's grab a little more, Dikuin remarked, glancing back at the two departing figures, his mind racing with thoughts of brother-in-law. At that moment, Su Yi called out to him. Dikuin snapped back to reality. Let's go sell our goods, he said, entering the recycling station. The staff greeted them warmly. When they produced a total of 30 spatial rings, there was a hint of surprise. Please hold on. I will arrange for the weighing right away. The staff member promptly got to work. He picked up 1 spatial ring, using his consciousness to inspect its contents. Once assured there were no issues, he placed it on a specialized instrument. The moment the ring was set down, the reading displayed 16.37. The subsequent unit was tons. As the staff placed the second ring, the reading increased to 33. 65. Not pausing. The staff continued to add rings until all 30 were on the instrument, resulting in a final reading of 498.2 tons. For the Star Beast corpses, our current recovery price is 0. 5 star coins per kilogram, equating to 500 star coins per ton. This batch is valued at 249,100 star coins that, if there are no objections, I can settle the payment immediately. The staff member smiled at the two. That's fine, Dikuin replied, pulling up his payment code. In an instant, the payment was transferred, and the system confirmed the return of the 30 spatial rings they had borrowed. Would you like to borrow more spatial rings? Given the substantial quantity of prey you brought back, you can increase your borrowing limit to 50 rings. The staff member kindly suggested that Dikuin turn to Su E, who eagerly nodded. Then please provide us with 50 spatial rings. Dikuin requested. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The staff member smiled and retrieved 50 spatial rings from his own ring, counting them before handing them to Su E. Please remember that the borrowing period for spatial rings is only 24 hours. Kindly return them on time, or else rental fees will be incurred. Understood, Su E replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Dikuin led Su E out of the recycling station. Once outside, he retrieved their spacecraft and invited his brother-in-law on board. It was only after boarding that Su E regained his focus. Brother-in-law, did we really just earn over 240,000 star coins? Though his understanding of money was not vast, he grasped that more digits meant more wealth. His account now reflected a significant sum. Yes, a total of 249,100, not including the star core we obtained. Dikuin stated that a level 5 star core has a recovery price of 50,000 star coins from the military. But it can fetch over 80,000 in the market. He would take the star core and his brother-in-law the money. He didn't mind this arrangement, as he was merely accompanying his brother-in-law to practice with the mecha today. Not intending to work for money. Su E agreed without hesitation, unaware of the vast difference in value between money and the star core. In a villa complex, Jean Na, guided by Jean Lon, completed her tour of the villa. The location was excellent, and the space ample. This will do. Half an hour earlier, Granny Jean had sent a message stating she had arrived home. Please inform Granny Jean to tidy up the house and bring you over. Also, remind her to take care and ensure you does not become overly stressed. Yes, Jean Lon promptly acknowledged. Jean Na regarded Jean Lon once more. As for housing arrangements, she would leave that to Granny Jean upon her arrival. Later, you and Jean Hua can go find Granny Jean to arrange the rooms. Understood, Jean Lon replied again, and Jean Na departed. The Su family soon received Jean Lan's message. With Granny Jean present, moving became a breeze. Following Su Yu's instructions, Granny Jean stored the luggage to be taken in a spatial ring. After stepping outside, Dr. Yang fetched a hover vehicle to transport Su Yu and Granny Jean to their new home. The environment of the new home exceeded Su Yu's expectations. Surrounded by gardens, the second and third floors also featured small gardens. Su Yu occupied the second floor, with a small garden just outside her bedroom. The soil and plants in the garden were imported from a planet capable of growing natural crops. Due to the influence of planet DQ008, the plants thrived more than natural crops, yet remained within normal bounds. Accompanied by Granny Jean, Su Yu toured the second floor, then settled in the small garden outside her bedroom, reclining on a soft sofa to bask in the sun. The climate on DQ008 was pleasant, resembling spring year-round, and the morning sun was particularly comforting. After enjoying the warmth for a while, Su Yu prepared to activate her holographic device to browse the internet when Jean Lon arrived, carrying 350 spatial rings filled with supplies. The quantity exceeded what Su Yu could process in one go. I'm afraid I can't handle them all at once. I'll need to process some for you now. And you can come back for the rest in an hour or later, Su Yu informed Jean Lon. She needed to ensure her mental energy remained above 20%, allowing her to handle a maximum of 64,000 cubic meters of supplies at a time. Even though the supplies in the spatial rings weren't completely filled, the total from over 300 rings exceeded her capacity. Understood, Jean Lon replied. Madam mentioned that the processing plant will send daily shipments of supplies that have been initially processed, such as cutting and peeling. You do not need to handle everything at once. Just process them as you have time. Madam also reminded you to take care of your health. Currently, the supplies from the processing plant are abundant, and the canning factory and First Army cannot consume them all. Su nodded in understanding. I will process a batch for you first, she said, then began to purify the supplies from the spatial rings. As each ring was set down, Su Yu's mental energy gradually diminished. After processing over 250 rings, she finally paused. That will be all for now. I will handle the rest after a break. You may continue to send me more spatial rings. I will manage according to my capacity. With her mental energy now just above 20%, she knew it could be restored with some food or rest. Regaining 20% of her total energy in an hour, a short break would allow her to continue working. Okay, Jean Lon said, collecting the processed spatial rings before departing. You retrieve a cup of juice and a few buns from her spatial ring, eating while accelerating her mental recovery and browsing online. Around noon, Di-Kun and Su-Yi return home. Their first order of business was to find Su-Yu, my brother-in-law, and I killed a lot of star beasts today. We earned a ton of money. Su-Yi excitedly showed Su-Yu his account balance on his holographic device. Su-Yu glanced at her brother's StarNet account, surprised to see it had over 400,000 star coins. Did you two stumble upon a star beast nest? She inquired, smiling at the two. Sort of. There are plenty of star beasts in the Grand Canyon, making it a perfect training ground for my brother. Most of the star beasts were taken down by him, Di-Kun explained. Hearing this, Su-Yi beamed with pride. My mecha is incredible. He added, patting the mecha pendant around his neck. Ha ha. Su-Yi laughed, caught up in Su-Yi's joyful spirit. Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you soon. I'll be able to hunt star beasts and earn money to buy you things. And for the little baby, when he arrives, I'll get him new clothes and toys. Su-Yi's smile widened. Actually, I've had my eye on a particular outfit that I'll send you the link, big brother. Can you buy it for me? As for the baby, haha, can you get him something nice after he is born? She graciously accepted her brother's generosity, knowing that the amount of money was secondary to the happiness it brought both of them. Of course, Su-Yi replied without hesitation, then received the link from Su-Yu. He opened the link and made the payment with enthusiasm. The cost of the clothing, including shipping, amounted to 510 star coins, evoking a sense of extravagance within him. However, our classmate Su-Yi has little understanding of money. Di-Kun interjected. Besides the star beast corpses, we also acquired 2 crystal cores, one of level 4 and the other of level 5. Su-Yi expressed her curiosity. Where are they? She had not previously paid much attention to mech-related news due to her previous life's limitations and spirit power, which rendered her unqualified for the Mecha Academy. Consequently, she had little knowledge of the energy crystal cores used in mechas. Recently, however, she had taken an interest and researched some information online. She discovered that the star beast crystal cores in this world bore a resemblance to the zombie crystal cores from the apocalyptic era. Now, with the star beast crystal cores in Di-Kun's possession, she was eager to see them. Di-Kun smiled as he handed over the 2 crystal cores. Su-Yu's eyes lit up when she noticed that these 2 crystal cores indeed resembled the zombie crystal cores she was familiar with. As she held the cores, feeling their gentle warmth and a resonance with her own spirit power, she was astounded. This familiar sensation. Indeed, these are the crystal cores that can replenish the spirit power of ability users and promote the enhancement of their abilities. Suppressing her excitement, Su-Yu grasped the 2 cores in her hand. They were quite beautiful. I want to see them again this afternoon, she remarked, glancing at Di-Kun. You keep them if you like them. I'll save any future crystal cores for you. Had he known that his wife had such an affinity for these items, he would not have wasted the crystal core obtained from the level 9 star beast he had previously slain. The higher the star beast's level, the larger the crystal core produced, with fewer impurities within, rendering them even more exquisite than gemstones. Just a few more will suffice. Some level 5 cores would be perfect. Su-Yu added, sensing that the level 5 core had a significantly greater effect on her than the level 4 one. In her previous life, her ability level was 5, and if the star beast crystal cores corresponded with the zombie cores, the level 5 core would yield the best results for her. Di-Kun paused for a moment. All right, he nodded and could see that moment. Granny Jean arrived, announcing that lunch was ready and inviting everyone downstairs to eat. Initially, Granny Jean had intended to cook herself, as her culinary skills were commendable. She had taught Jean not to cook. However, due to the abundance of food Su-Yu had stored in her spatial ring and the appealing presentation of those dishes, Granny Jean lacked confidence in her ability to surpass Su-Yu's cooking. After discussing it with Su-Yu, she ultimately decided to use the meals prepared by her. The dishes were ready to eat. All they needed was to be heated by the household robot, making it exceedingly convenient. Let us go eat, Su-Yu said as she stood up, despite having consumed a glass of juice and several buns earlier to replenish her energy. She still felt a bit hungry. The group took the elevator down to the first floor, where Jean Na and her 2 assistants were already waiting, along with Dr. Yang. They all sat together for their first meal in the new house. How are you feeling today, Yu? Are you satisfied with the new environment? Gina inquired with concern shortly after taking her seat. Thank you for your concern, Mom, that I'm doing well, Suyu replied warmly. That's good to hear. Make sure you get plenty of rest. If you need anything or want to do something, just let Granny Jean know. She will take care of it, Gina continued. MHM, Suyu felt a warmth in her heart. As Gina resumed her meal, she turned to Dikuin. You should stay home this afternoon to keep you company that you're on leave anyway, and Liao Fei is handling the military matters. Dikuin was momentarily taken aback, but felt a surge of happiness. All right, I'll ask Liao Fei to come over and take my brother out for hunting. He preferred to stay at home with his wife. But he couldn't back out of the commitment made to his brother. With Liao Fei's spirit power reaching SS rank, it would be safe for his brother to go hunting under his guidance. Moreover, he had intended to recruit his brother into the First Army, so having him accompany Liao Fei was a commendable choice. Upon hearing Dikuin's words, Su Yi's anxious expression calmed a bit. He had met Liao Fei, who was quite powerful. Although he would not have the same convenience as being with his sister-in-law, he felt assured about safety. After the meal, Dikuin took Su Yu's hand and returned to the second floor. While Sui followed closely behind, Dikuin found his brother-in-law somewhat bothersome. But Liao Fei arrived soon after. It's fine to bring someone along. However, I cannot guarantee that I will have time every day, Liao Fei said after hearing Dikuin's request. How about this? I'll arrange him in one of my hunting teams. Marshal, didn't you say his spirit power is S rank? I can assign him a competent deputy leader to guide the team on outings. Haha, a former special operations team member with S rank spirit power. Even though he has suffered an injury to his mind, his combat capability remains largely intact. Such talent would be a gift I would not refuse. Dikuin mused. After considering it, he added that the team should not be too large and should be well selected. Liao Fei stood at attention. Yes, sir. He saluted. However, he quickly reverted to his previous nonchalant demeanor. Haha, Marshal, I heard that the recycling station is run by your mother. Not only does it recycle Star B's corpses, but it also collects oversized vegetables and fruit from the wild. Why would the Queen collect things that can't even be used to make fertilizer? Especially at such high prices, Dikuin shot him a warning glance, causing Liao Fei to fall silent. Yet he still seemed reluctant to let it go, merely wanting to inquire. Mind your own business. The affairs of the Jean family do not concern you. Relay to Tao Fu to refrain from prying into matters regarding Star DQ008. That also, do not forget the military order I issued when we moved to DQ008. During our stationing, you're prohibited from disclosing any information about the conditions of DQ008 to the outside world. This military order also applies to Tao Fu and his associates. Dikuin spoke sternly. Liao Fei's expression shifted. Marshal did not mention anything about DQ008 to Tao Fu. He shared some information with me, urging me to clarify. However, before he could finish, Dikuin raised his hand to interrupt. Just remember the military order. Yes. Liao Fei stood upright again, saluting. All right, take Sui with you, yes? Liao Fei took Sui away, while Dikuin took Suyi's place, accompanying Suyu. However, he did not sit in the same spot as Sui. Instead, he settled beside Suyu. The man wrapped his arm around Suyu's shoulder, and she gently leaned into his embrace. Have you arranged things for your brother? Suyu looked up and inquired, gazing at the handsome profile of the man beside her. And he nodded. Let him accompany Liao Fei for now. Liao Fei had agreed to find suitable team members for Sui. With Suyi's abilities, he would be fine going out hunting. That Su nodded. Tea would be dull for her brother to stay at home. So it was perfect for him to go out and utilize his strengths. As they spoke, Suyu retrieved some spatial rings, continuing to chat with Dikuin while purifying the resources within. After resting for a while, her spirit power had significantly recovered. Dikuin watched in amazement as Suyu worked her magic. To this day, he still found her abilities remarkable. After purifying over 80 spatial rings, Suyu finally paused. The portion of her spirit power that had been restored was now depleted. Just as she was about to contact Jean Lan to retrieve the spatial rings, Jean Lan appeared on her own, bringing a new batch of spatial rings filled with resources, totaling over 300. Suyu handed the purified rings to Jean Lan, who reminded her to act within her limits before departing. Are you tired? Why not take a nap in your room? Dikuin asked with concern. Let us replenish some energy first, Suyu replied. Then a glass of mango juice appeared in her hand, just as she was about to insert a straw. Dikuin took the juice and straw from her hands, expertly inserting the straw for her. Though it's natural food, the juice is quite sweet. It wouldn't be good for you to consume too much right now, he said, Bringing the glass to her lips, Su accepted it with joy and began to sip. "MHM," she acknowledged. Suddenly remembering something, she produced a level 4 crystal core in her hand. The methods for ability users to replenish their spirit power include consuming food to enhance physical strength, which subsequently boosts spirit power, but there is also a more effective method: absorbing the energy from crystal cores. Absorbing energy from crystal cores that are of lower levels than 1's own can rapidly restore depleted spirit power. In contrast, absorbing energy from crystal cores that match 1's level not only replenishes lost spirit power, but also contributes to raising 1's spirit power level. The energy contained within lower-level crystal cores is generally milder than that of higher-level cores. Unsure if the effects of the Star Beast crystal cores were entirely consistent with those of the zombie cores, she decided to attempt absorbing the energy from the level 4 core, as it would be safer than attempting to absorb from the level 5 core. After a moment of hesitation, Suyu closed her eyes and began to absorb the energy from the crystal core in her hand. As a level 5 ability user, even if there were issues with the level 4 core, it should not harm her. Nevertheless, Suyu was cautious, drawing only a minimal amount of energy. The gentle energy from the crystal core slowly permeated her body through the contact. Suyu soon felt an increase in her spirit power. Not sensing any abnormalities, she grew bolder and slightly increased the amount of energy she was drawing in. The absorption effect of the Star Beast crystal core was still consistent with that of the zombie core, resulting in a surge of joy in her heart. She increased the energy draw once more. After several attempts, she successfully restored her depleted spirit power to 100 to Dikuin, suppressing her excitement. Suyu turned to the man beside her. His heart raced under her unwavering gaze. He responded, "I may be able to purify resources infinitely." Containing her exhilaration, Suyu spoke in a restrained tone that Dikuin was taken aback, momentarily puzzled by her words. "I have discovered a swift method to replenish mental energy. Moreover, my abilities can be enhanced." Dikuin was taken aback, while Suyu smiled brightly as she presented the level 4 crystal core to him. "The energy within the crystal could swiftly restore my mental strength. If it were a level 5 crystal core, it would not only aid in recovery, but also promote the elevation of my abilities. DQ008 star holds immense potential for development." Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Due to her limited mental energy, despite acquiring DQ008 star, they had not intended to develop the entire planet. After all, the planet is vast, with crops growing at an astonishing rate and sizes that are overwhelming. Even if they managed to cultivate it and harvest more resources, purification would remain a challenge. However, the situation has now changed. As long as she possesses crystal cores, she can endlessly purify resources. Furthermore, as her abilities enhance, her mental energy threshold will also rise, reducing her reliance on the crystal cores. Dikuin was momentarily speechless, astonished by her words. "Will this have adverse effects on your body?" he finally asked, his gaze fixed anxiously on the crystal core in Suyu's hand. The implications of her ability to infinitely purify resources were profound. Previously, he only desired to find solace with his family on DQ008 star. With Suyu's revelation, he felt emboldened to stand against his elder brother and the Qian family behind him. If he dared to dream bigger, perhaps even overthrowing them was not out of reach. It would be disingenuous to say he was not excited. Yet, after the initial thrill, fear began to creep in. The greater Suyu's abilities, the greater the danger she would face in the future. The rise of DQ008 star would inevitably impact the interests of the Qian family, leading to an eventual confrontation. While he could manage the overt and covert threats, Suyu might not be able to. The plan was already in motion, and there was no turning back. All he could do was keep her abilities hidden for as long as possible. "There is no harm," Suyu replied with a radiant smile. "The energy within the crystal is pure. Besides, let us not forget that my ability is purification. Even if the energy were impure, I could cleanse it." This was one of the reasons she had dared to attempt absorbing the crystal core earlier. Dikuin sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. Please call Mother over. I would like to offer some suggestions regarding the planet's development." Suyu suddenly said. Dikuin hesitated for a moment before responding affirmatively and departing. After he left, Suyu continued purifying the spatial ring. With the crystal core serving as a power source, she effortlessly purified the accumulated energy within the ring. Minutes later, Dikuin returned with Jin Na. Jin Na, visibly excited, plopped down beside Suyu, occupying Dikuin's previous spot. Dikuin just told me that Jin Na held your hand. Is that true?" Jin Na asked, her eyes fixed on Suyu with a mix of anxiety and eagerness. Suyu glanced at Di Kuan and smiled, nodding at Jean Na. Taking a deep breath, Jean Na suddenly stood up. Let me catch my breath first. She fanned herself with her palm. The daughter-in-law has unlocked extraordinary powers. She can purify natural ingredients infinitely. Our family is going to flourish. Suyu watched her mother-in-law pace around the small courtyard in a comical manner, waiting for her to calm down. After several minutes, Jean Na finally settled down and returned to Suyu's side. From now on, you will be responsible for purifying ingredients, and I will gather resources for you that I will ensure you become the wealthiest in the empire. Jean Na declared, grasping Suyu's hand with unwavering determination that a chuckle escaped Suyu's lips. Jean Na's expression momentarily faltered. Suyu then took hold of Jean Na's hand. Acquiring resources is simple. DQ008 Star has plenty of star beasts, and there are even more on the front lines. Right now, our biggest issue is not resources, but sales, Suyu explained. Jean Na contemplated this and nodded. The Jean family actually has quite a few distribution channels. Plus, we can sell some goods to the First Army. Initially, I thought our sales channels were sufficient. However, now, with your infinite purification ability, those channels are indeed inadequate. Suyu's gaze shifted slightly. Have you considered live streaming to sell products? She inquired. Jean Na paused for a moment. Live streaming? Suyu nodded. Your StarNet account boasts over 50 million followers, surpassing many top streamers. If you choose to live stream and sell products, the sales will undoubtedly be remarkable. Observing Jean Na deep in thought, Suyu continued, we could promote products produced by ourselves. Canned meats, canned fruits, bottled juices, and pre-prepared dishes. Especially for pre-prepared and cooked foods, you could personally demonstrate how to cook during the live stream. Your culinary skills are exceptional, and I'm sure many would be eager to order pre-prepared meals or our ready-to-eat dishes after watching your stream. In her previous life, she had witnessed the limitations of food preservation technology, which greatly hindered the online sales of pre-prepared and cooked foods. However, in this interstellar era, the existence of spatial equipment could perfectly resolve food preservation issues. Not only pre-prepared meals, but cooked foods could also be sold online. So you had observed numerous streamers selling cooked foods with impressive sales volumes. The only drawback was that cooked foods might require reheating upon delivery, but nearly every household possessed heating equipment, making this issue easily manageable. Jean Na pondered, feeling somewhat intrigued by Suyu's suggestions. Though she was the empress, she too enjoyed browsing StarNet and shopping during live streams. She had previously ordered some items from food streamers. But while the flavors were decent, they were not memorable enough to leave a lasting impression. Suyu's purified ingredients would naturally taste superior to ordinary natural ingredients, giving them a distinct advantage in the market. Your suggestion indeed warrants consideration. Jean Na finally spoke. Great. Let us select products and start preparations that we also need to address the delivery issue. I will reach out to someone about that. DQ008 Star is remote. And with fewer online shoppers here, shipping costs have been steep. However, as we develop the planet, we must streamline logistics and reduce costs. Suyu nodded. Thank you for your hard work, mother. Hard work? No, my dear, you are the one who bears the greatest burden. Focus on your pregnancy. For now, don't worry about anything else. DKUN and I will handle everything. Jean Na reassured her with a smile, glancing at DKUNAS for the remaining matters. You could discuss them with him. I'm going to take a nap. DKUN quickly assisted Suyu to her feet. That I will escort you back to her room. After exchanging a few words with Jean Na, he helped Suyu walk away. I will be in the office downstairs shortly, Jean Na said before departing. Busy with her tasks, she did not wait for her son. Upon returning to her office on the first floor, Jean Na took a moment to work before DKUN arrived, bringing with him the spatial ring Suyu had purified. Jean Na stored the spatial ring and immediately laid out her plans. The development of DQ008 Star must accelerate. The current garrison in Boundless City is insufficient. Arrange for an additional 5,000 personnel to be dispatched. We need to expedite the elimination of the wild star beasts and begin cultivating the land. At the very least, we should clear an area of 100 kilometers around Boundless City, Sky City, Square City, and Star Universe City. DKUN looked at Jean Na. Shifting personnel is feasible, but with so many people gathering resources and hunting simultaneously, the speed of resource acquisition will significantly increase. You have enough spatial containers. Jean Na fell silent, then raised her gaze to her son. What do you suggest? Consult father. We can mortgage some of the Jean family's assets to secure a loan from the Royal Bank. With the funds, allocate half to Tao Fu for procuring materials to create spatial containers and machinery on a large scale. The remaining half should be used for factory expansion and infrastructure. While also covering the costs of resource acquisition, D. Kuan suggested, his eyes flickering with thought. Additionally, I recommend acquiring star beast carcasses from Tao Fu. The yield from the front lines is quite substantial. Gina frowned. We have to deal with that old man. Very well. It seems I could expedite things that I will discuss it with your father and revisit the acquisition of star beast carcasses from the First Army once we secure funding. After a moment, Gina added, if it means obtaining sufficient funds, I could manage to sweet-talk that old man. Agreed. Dikuan nodded. All right, you may leave now. Ensure everything is settled, and try to spend more time with you. Understood, Dikuan replied, bowing slightly before exiting the room. Once he left, Gina grappled with her thoughts before finally removing Di-chun from her blacklist. She then initiated a video call with him. In the Imperial Palace, within the Emperor's chambers, Di-chun was reviewing an important document when a video call request suddenly appeared. He considered ignoring it, but stopped when he saw it was from his Empress. His heart raced, and he quickly closed the document without a second thought, anxiously accepting Gina's call. Her image appeared on the screen, her expression a mix of pride and annoyance. Di-chun gazed at his beloved wife, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you in your chambers? Gina finally queried after a pause. She was still angry at the old man, but what good would that do? Regardless of her frustration, the other party remained unresponsive, leaving her to stew in her own anger. Today was devoid of other arrangements, so she returned early. Typically, a simple hum would suffice, yet this time, Di-chun added another comment. He wished to converse with his wife a bit more, but his nature made it challenging to find a topic that I need to discuss something. Gina, having lost the desire to continue chatting with Di-chun, began to address the matter at hand. Di-chun did not respond, but inquired with his eyes about Gina's situation. Feeling a bit stifled, Gina continued, I require funds to develop the Q008 star and would like to take out a loan. I can use some of the Jin family's existing assets as collateral, requesting a loan of 1 trillion star coins. Di-chun was taken aback. Even he, who was usually unflappable, widened his eyes in astonishment. 1 trillion, he asked, furrowing his brows. His wife certainly had the audacity to make such a request. Yes, if you grant me this loan, I will pay a 5 annual interest and repay it within 2 years. Gina stated with a tone that left no room for negotiation. Di-chun's frown deepened. Knowing his wife's temperament, he understood that if he refused her now, she would undoubtedly be upset. Yet he had no choice but to decline. Sighing, Di-chun replied, the royal bank cannot provide such a high amount, and furthermore, the bank does not possess that much capital. While the money does exist, it is not significantly more than what you have requested. It is impossible to lend you the entire sum. As expected. Upon hearing this, Gina's expression soured. With an 8 annual interest rate, I can approve a maximum of 200 billion for you, with a 1-year term. Di-chun stated under pressure. Gina's eyes widened in anger, questioning why he did not resort to theft. Chapter 67. Marriage registration. However, Di-chun continued, although the royal bank cannot lend you that much, it can assist with rating and connecting you to securities companies. The remaining funds can be sought through brokerage firms. The interest may be higher, but they will offer a substantial financing limit. Gina paused. Seeking funds through brokers who would then connect with wealthy private investors indeed could yield more capital. Initially, she had not considered this route due to the high interest rates, but with the royal bank backing her, the interest could be significantly reduced. Very well. Please arrange this for me as soon as possible. With that, Gina acquiesced. Di-chun let out a sigh of relief. I will contact President Zhao immediately to facilitate your connection. On your end, Di-chun was about to inquire about Gina's situation when she abruptly ended the video call. Di-chun's expression froze on his face. After a brief moment of shock, he sighed and proceeded to call President Zhao. His wife's anger had left him in a difficult position, and he could only do his utmost to alleviate her frustration. Meanwhile, Gina hung up the video call and leaned back in her office chair. Feeling vindicated, the funding issue should be resolved swiftly. With capital at hand, many endeavors could be pursued. Contemplating this, Gina instructed Jean Lan to notify some senior executives of the Jean family for a meeting. On the other side, Di-kuan initiated a video call with Tao Fu. Marshal. Upon receiving Di-kuan's call, Tao Fu appeared invigorated. Yes, I have something to discuss. Please, Marshal. Tao Fu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, observing the marshal's expression. He sensed that good news was on the horizon. The corpses of the star beasts on the front lines should no longer be discarded. gather them, and send them to BL003 star for storage. Dikuin stated directly that BL003 star, being an oxygen-deprived planet with cold weather, would preserve the star beast corpses. Tao Fu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Once he regained his composure and intended to inquire further. Dikuin had already ended the call. Tao Fu, perplexed for a moment, eventually issued the order. The marshal would not issue commands without reason. After contacting Tao Fu, Dikuin reached out to Liao Fei, requesting the transfer of an additional 1,000 personnel from the front lines. Liao Fei gladly complied and began making arrangements. 2 days later, the 200 billion loan from the Royal Bank was deposited. And Jina promptly allocated half to Tao Fu, while investing the remainder into demolition and the construction of factory equipment. That a week later, the financing from the securities company also arrived, amounting to 800 billion, with interest slightly higher than Jina had anticipated, reaching 10, with a 2-year loan term and quarterly interest payments. The influx of capital allowed Jina to fully unleash her ambitions. She then approached Tao Fu again, transferring an additional 400 billion to him for factory expansion to increase production. Recently, Jina's orders alone had surpassed the total orders received by the First Army Group over the past 2 years. Naturally, Tao Fu was eager to fulfill the orders. When it came time to collect payments, his eyes sparkled with joy. Jina and the entire boundless city became busier than ever. In contrast, Suyu remained quite leisurely. As Jina acquired more spatial rings, the number of individuals venturing out for resource gathering and hunting increased, resulting in Suyu purifying more materials each day. However, this posed no pressure for her, as she could absorb crystal core energy to replenish her depleting mental strength. Whether it was thousands of spatial rings, or even tens or hundreds of thousands, she could purify them effortlessly, provided she was given sufficient level 5 crystal cores. 1 day. While Suyu was engaging in prenatal education with Dikuin, he suddenly received a video call request that IT was from a lawyer, indicating that there had been progress in the case. Wait a moment. I will take this call, Dikuin said. After receiving Suyu's consent, he stood up and moved aside. He had no intention of hiding from Suyu. Remaining close, Suyu reclined in the medical chamber, observing as Dikuin conversed with the lawyer. Marshal, the lawyer began. Yes, the verdict for your wife's case has been delivered. Due to the ample evidence we provided, your wife has been acquitted. The verdict will be issued within 3 working days, and she will have her charges lifted no later than 6 working days from now. Additionally, some of the enforcers who initially deemed your wife guilty have been found to have engaged in bribery. Given your wife's circumstances, you may apply for state compensation, though the amount will be modest. Do you wish to proceed with the application? Suyu, now filled with excitement, opened the medical chamber and sat up. She nodded at Dikuin, signaling her desire for compensation. Why not? Even if it's only a few thousand or tens of thousands of star coins, it is rightfully hers. She thought to go ahead and apply. Dikuin instructed the lawyer. Understood, the lawyer replied. What about Suyu's case? Dikuin inquired next. The lawyer paused for a moment. That Suyu's case is somewhat more complicated. IT involves the 4th Army Group, and the judge is yet to issue a ruling. However, the witness testimonies we provided should suffice to prove that Su Yi did not defect at the time, but a reversal of the case should not be problematic. Dikuin nodded, quickly concluding the video call. He took several strides back to Suyu's side, assisting her out of the medical chamber. Once your acquittal notice arrives, we will go register our marriage, he declared, holding her closely, his gaze intense. Suyu responded, feeling a sense of stability and reassurance. The notice of Suyu's acquittal arrived sooner than expected. Within just 1 day, reaching DQ008 star, Dikuin personally accompanied Suyu to the administrative building. After completing the paperwork on the 6th floor, lifting all restrictions and restoring her freedom, they proceeded to the 9th floor to register their marriage. The staff responsible for marriage registration cast odd glances at Suyu, who was visibly pregnant, but this did not dampen the newlywed spirits. They completed the process swiftly and received a small gift and some discount coupons from the marriage registration office, leaving with hearts filled with sweetness. Exiting the administrative building, Dikuin, filled with anticipation, turned to Suyu, raising the coupons in his hand. Shall we explore a bit? It's still early, he suggested, having been in the Desolate Star for quite some time. It seemed they had yet to enjoy a proper outing together. Although Suyu was now quite pregnant, she could still go out. Suyu hesitated for a moment. All right, let us take a stroll. Staying at home has indeed become a bit tedious. Dikuin extended his hand to support Suyu, who smiled back at him, willingly placing her hand in his. Thus, the couple walked hand in hand towards a blissful life together. Around noon, Ji-na discovered that Su-yu and Di-kun were not at home and, upon inquiry, learned they had gone out. Anxiously, Ji-na quickly called Di-kun via video. They could see that moment. The couple had already entered a natural ingredients Chinese restaurant and had placed their order. When Di-kun noticed Ji-na's video call, he suddenly remembered that he had not informed his family about their outing to register their marriage, in order to avoid his mother's incessant chatter. "Where have you taken Yu? Don't you know she's in her late pregnancy and shouldn't be wandering about?" As soon as the video connected, Ji-na began to scold him. Chapter 68. A desire to open a hot pot restaurant. Su-yu, observing Ji-na's expression, could not help but share a sympathetic glance with Di-kun. Realizing Su-yu was seated beside her son, Ji-na quickly composed herself, concerned not to frighten her daughter-in-law. "Where are you now? I can send Jinhua to pick you up," she offered. Di-kun glanced at Su-yu, expressing a you're still smiling demeanor before turning back to Ji-na. "No need. After we finish eating, we plan to explore a bit more. The marriage registration office provided some discount coupons, and your daughter-in-law mentioned it would be a waste not to use them." Ji-na was taken aback, but her expression quickly transformed into delight. "You two have registered?" "Yes," Di-kun replied with a smile, casually pulling Su-yu into his embrace. "Now, she is officially your daughter Dash-law," as Su-yu's cheeks flushed slightly at the term. Well, Ji-na exclaimed repeatedly. "Finally, you've done something right. All right, continue to enjoy yourselves. Take good care of Yu. Don't let her overexert herself, and be careful not to let her fall." Ji-na beamed with joy. "Understood," Di-kun replied. Only then did Ji-na end the call. Shortly after, Su-yu received a transfer notification. The amount received was a staggering 10 million star coins, with a note reading, "To my precious Yu. Congratulations on your marriage." A smile spread across Su-yu's face. "Mother is truly generous." As he spoke, Di-kun glanced at Su-yu's incoming funds and then at his quiet wrist. Indeed, he was quite generous. Su-yu followed his gaze to his wrist, her amusement growing. "Mother must have given you my share as well," she remarked, recalling his earlier declaration. "In our family, I managed the finances. This man had retained all the wealth for himself." The jurisdictional development rights of planet Q008. The 70 shares of the Gene Group, all inherited by Di-kun, and substantial cash assets. It was a rather delightful thought that Di-kun turned his head and, seizing an unguarded moment, pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Not just the money. You are mine as well," he whispered softly. As Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a jolt of electricity at the point of contact. This man, just as she was about to retort. The server arrived with their meal, shattering the intimate atmosphere. "Let us eat first," he said, redirecting his attention to the dishes. Pregnant women have significant appetites, and she felt a bit hungry. Di-kun felt a twinge of disappointment, but still handed Su-yu the chopsticks. After a few bites, however, Su-yu set her chopsticks down. Di-kun realized what she meant. "Shall we just head home to eat?" he inquired. This restaurant had a decent reputation and ranked well among local Chinese eateries. Yet it paled in comparison to the meals his wife prepared. Su-yu glanced at the food before her, relieved she hadn't ordered much. She replied. Though it felt wasteful, she didn't want to settle. Firstly, she had the means. Secondly, she was eating for two now and hoped the baby would enjoy the meal as well. Thus, the couple departed the restaurant. They found a place to unpack some of the food from their space and resolved to have lunch. As they savored the delicious meal, Su-yu's appetite improved. "Nothing compares to the meals I prepare," she declared. Not only were the ingredients superior, but the seasonings were also more complete. In the Interstellar era, people generally preferred Western cuisine, often opting for convenient nutritional liquids. Eating Chinese food was considered somewhat extravagant, akin to dining out before the apocalypse. Few could master the art of Chinese cooking, and even fewer had access to the necessary spices. Many ingredients for the meals she cooked were foraged by her in the wild. Given the quality of the ingredients, the final dishes she created were undoubtedly far superior to those served in restaurants. "Indeed, your cooking is the finest I have ever tasted," Di-kun remarked. Su beamed and offered him a chopstick full of food. "Eat up if you like it. You're in for a treat from now on." "Good," he replied, his smile radiant. After a moment, Su-yu suddenly spoke. "What a pity I'm still pregnant. Otherwise, I'd love to open a few hot pot restaurants." Despite being pregnant with a boy, she had developed a fondness for spicy food. "Hot pot?" Di-kun inquired, puzzled. Yes, just a pot of rich, spicy broth with various ingredients added. Of course, if one dislikes spice, a clear broth can also be used. Although chili peppers were available in the Interstellar era, and many enjoyed spicy food, ingredients like Sichuan pepper and star anise were scarce, and hot pot restaurants were non-existent. SUU had previously gathered the missing spices from the wilderness and felt confident about preparing hot pot broth. She had also contemplated making braised meat, especially since the production of star beast meat was increasing. She had wanted to suggest this to her mother-in-law, but refrained due to her busy schedule. Perhaps I'll wait until the baby is born and I've finished my confinement, that I want to contribute to the Jean family, especially as the largest shareholder now, she thought. Dikuin held Suyu's hand. UVE made me anticipate that. But let us wait a bit. There will be plenty of time later. After lunch, Dikuin took Suyu to stroll through the commercial street, having not visited for a while. Suyu noticed many changes. Several shops had new names, and some street scenes had transformed. Upon seeing the mecha model of Zanzfeng and the mecha natural juice food truck, a smile graced her face. Dikuin wrapped his arm around her waist. Would you like some juice? He asked playfully. This shop was a testament to their joint efforts, a symbol of their love. Suyu smiled and declined, producing 2 cups of apple juice from her space. I already have some. No need to trouble Xiao Hu and the others. Dikuin accepted a cup of apple juice, inserted a straw, and switched it with the one in Suyu's hand. Actually, I've thought about opening a few branches of the juice store. As they sipped their juices, Suyu mused. The scope of Yameka natural juice was rather limited, given the vastness of Wubian City. Dikuin shot her a slightly forlorn look. Yeah, we're supposed to be having fun, he remarked. Suyu chuckled. All right then. Yet feeling a bit fatigued, she suggested, how about we call it a day? Dikuin's expression tightened slightly. Okay, he replied, that he summoned a hover car to take Suyu home. Upon entering their home, Granny Jean greeted them enthusiastically. Oh, young master, young mistress, you're back. Congratulations. Her face beamed with joy. Suyu exchanged glances with Dikuin, quickly deducing the situation. It seemed Ms. Jean Na had already spread the news of their registration today. Chapter 69. Sales lagging behind. Thank you, Granny. Dikuin responded with a smile, retrieving a gift from his mecha necklace. Please enjoy some wedding candies. He handed it to her with a grin. His wife's thoughtfulness was commendable. She was truly astute. Granny Jean accepted the gift with a wide smile. Thank you, young master. She beamed, accepting the present. The couple ascended the stairs to their room. Dikuin went to summon Dr. Yang for Suyu's checkup, while also sending out a few gifts. Before long, not only did Dr. Yang arrive, but Gina also made time to visit. She expressed her excitement and congratulations before fussing over Suyu, ensuring she was well, before reluctantly allowing Dikuin to escort her out. Back in the office on the first floor, Jean Na's exhilaration remained uncontained. Her son was finally married, and soon they would have a child. She was overjoyed, practically bursting with the news. During lunch, upon learning that her son and daughter-in-law had registered, she excitedly called Secretary Jean and others to share the good news. Many within the Jean family extended their congratulations. Yet, it still felt insufficient. She wanted everyone to know. Hours passed as a restless heart urged her to share the news further. After a moment of hesitation, Jean Na couldn't resist pulling out her holographic communicator. After a brief struggle, she called Di-chun for a video chat. Her son, the older man, should also contribute to the wedding gifts. It shouldn't be her alone footing the bill that moment. Di-chun was in a meeting with several cabinet ministers when he received the video call request. Initially, he planned to decline, but upon seeing his wife's name flash on the screen, he cleared his throat. Let us pause for today. You all can deliberate and present a proposal for my review later, he instructed the ministers. Although they were reluctant to end the discussion, they complied with a yes and exited the chamber. Di-chun maintained his posture and demeanor until they left, then hurriedly opened the holographic communicator to connect the video call. What are you up to? Why did it take you so long to answer? Jean Na shouted as soon as the call connected. Di-chun's heart skipped a beat, but he remained composed. I was in the conference hall, he replied. Jean Na fell silent, glancing around and confirming the surroundings indeed matched the conference hall. Is there anyone there with you? She asked, slightly nervous. That Di-chun smirked inwardly. I just sent them away. Jean Na sighed in relief, but upon noticing the upward curve of Di-chun's lips, she felt a sense of defeat. I called to tell you that your son and daughter-in-law have registered, she stated, watching Dikuin closely, prepared for the older man's reaction to her surprise. Di-chun merely nodded in acknowledgement. the swift re-examination of her daughter-in-law's case, and the quick issuance of her acquittal verdict to Planet K08 were due to his directives. Furthermore, he had known about their registration earlier that morning, as he, like his wife, had eagerly anticipated their marriage. Jean Na frowned, disappointment evident in her gaze. "I asked that all you have to say?" she asked, perturbed. Di Chun realized something was amiss. "I learned of their marriage earlier today. Moreover, Di Kun contacted me last night and informed me about it." Jean Na's eyes widened, anger flaring within her. That little rascal. He shares such significant news with the old man on D-Star, but not with me? Don't be upset. Di Kun didn't tell you because he feared you'd be too emotional and create complications. Di Chun explained, noting Jean Na's displeasure. His marriage is a good thing. He has a wife now and will soon have children. He is becoming a man capable of shouldering family responsibilities. Jean Na shot him a disapproving glare. Having a wife and child means he can take on family responsibilities? Then why did I have to endure so much after marrying him? Di Chun felt uneasy, avoiding Jean Na's gaze. After the baby's full month, I plan to host a wedding ceremony on D-Star to formally introduce Di Kun, his wife, and our little grandson to the subjects. Suddenly, Di Chun declared. Jean Na was taken aback, her heart racing with excitement, yet worry gnawed at her, considering the Gu family and to protect her son. The second prince had a very low presence within the royal family. Even after enlisting at the tender age of 18, the identity of the second prince remained undisclosed. Only a handful within the military were privy to his royal lineage. The subjects of the empire were aware of the existence of a second prince, yet they did not even know his name. "Have you made up your mind?" Jean Na finally inquired of Di Chun after a lengthy pause. Yes, Di Chun replied affirmatively. He had consistently chosen to compromise regarding the Qian family issue. Over the years, his wife and younger son had endured much hardship because of it. Now that both his son and wife had departed from him, he realized he needed to take action lest he become utterly isolated. Since his younger son had decided to develop the Q008 star and confront the Qian family directly, he, as a father, would lend his support. At the very least, he could no longer allow his younger son to suffer in silence beneath the weight of his elder brother and the Qian family. Jean Na fell silent, eventually nodding after a while. "Very well, I will return to the Imperial Star with them." Di Chun's gaze shifted, and an uncontrollable joy surged within him. Just as he was about to inquire about his wife's well-being, their communication was abruptly terminated. After hanging up, Jean Na leaned back in her office chair, remaining still for quite some time. Eventually, she activated her holographic device and initiated a video call with Secretary J.I.S. soon as the connection was established. Jean Na spoke. "The demolition work on Sky City has been completed, and the renovations in Fangfang City and Xingyu City are progressing steadily. The initial plan for Sky City was to allocate half of the area for a primary food processing plant. After careful consideration, I have decided to convert the entire Sky City into a primary food processing facility. In the future, we will relocate the recycling station directly to Sky City, allowing materials to be processed in the factory for the first stage of production." Secretary Jean was taken aback. "Sky City spans over 3,000 square kilometers. Are you truly suggesting that we convert the entire area into a primary food processing plant?" He nervously inquired. Previously, he had thought that using half the space would be ample. But now the proposal had doubled. "Indeed," Jean Na affirmed. "However, I understand that the current output from the recycling station cannot sustain the full operation of the processing plant. Yet, as our material resources increase, I will reach out to Tao Fu to procure star beast carcasses from the First Army. The resources from the recycling station, combined with the battlefield gains of the First Army, should enable us to activate more than half of the machinery in Sky City. As the development of DQ008 star progresses, I fear that even the territory of Sky City may become insufficient." Chapter 70. Procurement of star beast carcasses, the resources of a planet, along with the battlefield gains from the First Army. How could the territory of a mere city suffice for processing? Secretary Jean gasped. However, this would significantly increase both the construction of the factory and the funding for the recycling materials. Jean Na paused momentarily. "I will discuss this with Tao Fu. I will strive to convert the collected star beast carcasses into materials for them. The issue of cash flow certainly required attention. Therefore, the canning factory and juice factory in Fangfang City must expedite their construction and production. The Jean family possesses established sales channels and partners. Once the goods are available, they can quickly be converted into cash." Yet, Secretary Jin's expression remained grim. Present. "The goods produced by our canning factory and juice factory are indeed selling well. However, The majority of sales are to our own Gene family supermarkets. Miss, have you reviewed the market department's report? Currently, only 30 of our products are sold to a few small and medium-sized wholesalers. The underlying reason for this, of course, was that wholesalers with a modicum of strength had fixed supply channels for natural foods. Furthermore, the Chien family monopolized 70 of the Interstellar market for natural ingredients, resulting in a scarcity of supply channels for natural foods. Some smaller wholesalers might decide on suppliers based on price and quality, but larger wholesalers would not easily alter their supply chains. If a long-term partnership were disrupted and a new supplier could not provide stable goods, the wholesalers would likely face significant losses. Ultimately, it was the Chien family's monopoly on the natural ingredient market that had led to this predicament. I have reviewed the market department's report, yet I do not believe that the offline market cannot be expanded. Additionally, you had previously suggested that I conduct live commerce on the Star Network. Yesterday, Gene Lawn submitted a plan for establishing an online store that contained data on the sales performance of leading streamers across various live streaming platforms, whether we choose to host our own live commerce or pay top streamers to promote our products. The feasibility is quite high. Proceed as I say. Be bold and produce more inventory. In half a month, the online store will launch, and I will personally host a live stream to drive traffic. Secretary Gene was somewhat moved. What about logistics? The logistics issue is already being addressed. Gene Hua has negotiated with a representative from the Lightspeed Logistics Company, promising them some orders in return for establishing a ship docking station at DQ008 Star. Lightspeed Logistics Company is one of the largest logistics firms in the galaxy. Not only is it known for its speed, but it also offers excellent value for money. Only then did Secretary Gene relent and agree to Gene Na's plans. After ending the video call, Gene Na exhaled deeply. The pressure is immense. After resting for a moment, Gene Na initiated a video call with Tao Fu. Madam Gene. Upon connection, Tao Fu greeted her with a beaming smile. Who wouldn't he be happy to see the wealth bringer? Director Tao. Gene Na replied with a smile. Our factory has recently produced some meat cans that are delicious and generous in portion. Would you be interested in purchasing some? We also have an ample supply of ingredients. Our daily output has significantly increased. Director Tao, wouldn't you be interested in buying more to improve the soldiers' meals? Tao Fu's expression stiffened momentarily. Thus, it was not a business opportunity, but a sales pitch. He immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. Oh, Madam Jean, it's not that I don't want to buy more. It's just that our first army's budget is quite tight. As you are well aware, our group has received the least funding among the 4 armies. Not only do we receive less, but the situation remains tense. It was only due to the Marshal's adept leadership in recent years that we managed to push back the insect race, leading to a more tranquil border. Otherwise, even a single meal of natural food each day would be beyond the capabilities of our supply department. Unlike the 4th Army, where the eldest prince currently commands, providing 2 meals of natural food daily and distributing natural products weekly. To have wealth is indeed a blessing. Gina gazed at Tao Fu. What if we exchange materials instead of cash? She inquired. Even then, we can't exchange that much. The machinery, mechs, and space rings we produce all require costs. Tao Fu immediately declined, thinking Gene Na was suggesting a trade for those items. Not those, but rather the star beast carcasses. In response to Tao Fu's astonishment, Gene Na continued, aren't there numerous star beast carcasses on the frontline battlefield? Disposing of them would be wasteful. Collect them and sell them to me. I will exchange them for natural ingredients or food. Tao Fu was taken aback that he recalled what Di Kuan had previously mentioned. The Marshal had instructed him to collect the star beast carcasses from the battlefield and send them to BL003 Star for storage. So, it turns out that star beast carcasses do hold value. Remembering the mountain of star beast carcasses piled up at BL003 Star, Tao Fu swallowed hard. What price can you offer for the buyback? He inquired. Gina pondered for a moment. 100 star coins per ton, she quoted. The current buyback price at the recycling station is 500 star coins per ton. However, the star beasts and materials sourced by the recycling station come from DQ008 Star. The soldiers and mercenaries hunting to eliminate star beasts in the wild contribute to the development of DQ008 Star, so it is reasonable to offer a higher price. Yet on the battlefield, the star beast carcasses themselves hold no intrinsic value, and there is no need for her to offer an excessively high price. Moreover, the primary reason is that her funds are quite strained. Although the previous loans and financing have come through, the costs of development are exorbitant. Thus, she must minimize expenses wherever possible. Tao Fu felt a jolt. 100 star coins per ton. That is not a low price. There are many high-level star beasts on the battlefield. And each star beast typically weighs around 40 to 50 tons, 8 T100 star coins per ton. A single star beast carcass could fetch 4 to 5,000 star coins. That is quite a profit. However, the battlefield is fraught with danger. Hunting star beasts is not as easy as you might think. 100 star coins per ton is a bit low. Could you raise it? Tao Fu implored Jean Na. Satisfied as she was, Jean Na knew that direct transactions rarely occurred without negotiation. 120 star coins. She stated flatly 300. Tao Fu thought he was being clever, but Jean Na simply paused. 150. She countered coldly, though inwardly she felt somewhat relieved. 250. Tao Fu gritted his teeth, lowering his offer. Jean Na frowned. 200 at most. That if we continue negotiating, it will no longer be necessary. This price must be reported to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th armies. I am confident they would be very willing to engage in this business with me. Agreed. Tao Fu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th armies have no relationship with you, quite like our 1st army does. Chapter 71. Xiao Chun arrives. Moreover, selling the star beast carcasses to you means we will also be purchasing natural ingredients from you. This is a win-win situation. Jean Na glanced at Tao Fu. I will add the new products to the mini-program shortly. If interested, feel free to purchase more. Rest assured, I will not hold back this time. However, Jean Na's expression was displeased, but we have quite a few star beast carcasses on the front line. Look, I can send more over tomorrow. What does that sound? Jean Na felt a surge of caution. How many? She inquired. Her primary food processing plant was not yet fully operational, so she could not handle too many star beast carcasses at the moment. About 80 to 90 billion tons. Tao Fu suppressed his excitement, attempting to downplay the number to avoid startling Jean Na. Jean Na's heart raced. The situation on the front lines was that dire? She hadn't heard anything about it. We won't need that much for now. Just send over 1 billion tons tomorrow. Later, when we need more, I'll place another order. 2 billion tons of star beast carcasses, valued at 400 billion star coins at 200 star coins per ton. Could be exchanged for a substantial amount of natural ingredients and food. Tao Fu indeed had such a large quantity of star beast carcasses. It seemed he would need to prompt Secretary Jean again. Just 1 billion tons. Tao Fu felt a twinge of disappointment. He truly had plenty of star beast carcasses. He was in dire need of natural ingredients and food. It's just 1 billion tons for now. Rest assured, I will place another order soon. Jean Na smiled. Tao Fu, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. After the video call ended, he contacted Di Kuan. Marshal, the Queen just contacted me, inquiring about purchasing 1 billion tons of star beast carcasses. She also mentioned that she would continue to buy from us. What does the Queen need star beast carcasses for? What exactly are you doing on DQ008? Tao Fu was nearly consumed by curiosity. Just ensure the star beast carcasses are well stored at AS for DQ008. It's not your place to inquire. Di Kuan replied sternly. Tao Fu's expression tightened. Oh, that I won't pry further. But the Queen mentioned she would be asking us to recycle more star beast carcasses in the future. Is this true? Various signs indicated it was, yet he still felt a twinge of disbelief. Yes, store the star beast carcasses well. Moreover, with the Jean family providing you with so many orders, the military's funding situation should have improved. Right? Don't hoard the earnings. Use them to enhance the soldiers' living standards. Tao Fu's expression stiffened. We haven't made much to least add 1 more meal of natural food every 2 days. The 4th Army is currently providing 2 meals of natural food daily. And they are well fed, that we have no reason to lag behind. Di Kuan interrupted Tao Fu. Marshal, how can we compare ourselves to the 4th Army? They have the backing of the richest family in the galaxy. The Qin family. What do we have? We've only just started making some profit, and now you want more. A glance from Di Kuan silenced Tao Fu. Fine, we'll add the meal. After a moment, Tao Fu finally relented. Di Kuan's expression softened slightly. By the way, I got married. Suddenly, Di Kuan made a statement. Tao Fu was taken aback that I said, I got married. Di Kuan looked at Tao Fu and reiterated. Tao Fu nodded. Oh, congratulations, Marshal. He continued. Getting married? That's only natural. Your son is about to be born. After all, that Di Kuan frowned. What about the wedding gift? He asked, disgruntled. Was this brat trying to play him? When he got married, he had gifted 100,000 star coins. Now, he wasn't asking for a return on that, but surely he should at least get back the 100,000 star coins, right? Tao Fu's expression was somewhat pained out of course. There is a wedding gift. But, Marshal, won't you and your wife hold a wedding ceremony? Suppressing his emotions, Tao Fu inquired. That Di Kuan was momentarily taken aback. But of course we will. But not so soon. My father suggested we return to the capital for the wedding. And I agreed. Tao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Since you plan to hold a ceremony, I shall wait until then to present my gift. At least I can expect a return gift. Right? Di Kun looked at Tao Fu. That works. He then ended the video call. The next day, Di Kun was at home with Su Yu when a video call suddenly came in. They had been waiting for this call. Indeed, Xiao Chun finally contacted Di Kun. Marshal, congratulations on your marriage. This must be the Marshal's lady by your side. She truly resembles a celestial being. Xiao Chun, resembling a friendly neighbor, surprised Su Yu. She had researched him online. At the tender age of 25, Xiao Chun had become the youngest neurosurgeon in the empire. Subsequently, he achieved numerous breakthroughs in the field, including the development of mental abilities WY-27. He was hailed as the most promising neurosurgeon in the empire. This was the person most likely to heal her elder brother. You flatter me, Professor Xiao. Su Yu replied, somewhat reserved, as one tends to be when seeking assistance. The Di Kun tightened his embrace around Su Yu, smiling at Xiao Chun. Has your visit to the capital concluded? He inquired. Yes, I just returned and heard about your situation. When will the Marshal be inviting us to your wedding feast? The formal wedding banquet will be held in the capital, but not for a while. When do you plan to come over? Di Kun posed a question that Su Yu was curious about. I don't have much to do here at the military, so I will come to see you tomorrow. And, of course, meet the Marshal's lady. As Xiao Chun said this, he looked at Su Yu, his eyes filled with warmth. Di Kun could not help but shift his body slightly to block Xiao Chun's view. Someone was feeling a bit speechless. What was the Marshal implying? Did he think Xiao Chun was the kind of person who would steal away someone else's partner? Su Yu noticed Di Kun's reaction and gently nudged him. You're welcome to visit. I will rely on Professor Xiao for my brother's situation, she said to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun chuckled. Hearing someone call him Professor, Xiao did not elicit a strong reaction from him. But being addressed as such by the Marshal's lady was quite delightful. You're too kind. Marshal's lady, I will do my utmost, Xiao Chun replied while Di Kun shifted again to shield Su Yu from view. All right, we'll discuss this further when we meet tomorrow. With that, he ended the video call. Once the call was terminated, Su Yu felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, lightly punching Di Kun's shoulder. What was that about? I intended to ask, but my tone turned lighthearted instead. That guy is a smooth talker. Don't let him fool you, Di Kun muttered. Su Yu burst into laughter. The next day, Xiao Chun arrived at DQ008 before noon. Su Yu and Di Kun had deliberately left Su Yi at home. Once Xiao Chun arrived, after some pleasantries, he began examining Su Yi's condition. Xiao Chun brought a specialized medical helmet for brain examinations. And once Su Yi wore it, Xiao Chun assessed his brain condition thoroughly. After inquiring about Su Yi's situation, Xiao Chun provided his diagnosis. Chapter 72. The Queen is going live. His condition is indeed due to external trauma leading to hippocampal damage, which in turn caused amnesia. Su looked at Xiao Chun anxiously. Can it be treated? She asked urgently. Although she wouldn't mind caring for her brother like this for a lifetime, she still hoped he could regain his faculties and become a mecha warrior once more. Pursuing his dreams. Yes, Xiao Chun confirmed. By stimulating the corresponding hippocampus with fine surgical needles, coupled with medicinal treatment to promote its repair, there's a significant likelihood of recovery. However, the treatment may take a considerable amount of time. Su Yu's eyes lit up. As long as there's a chance to recover. That's good. The lengthy treatment is manageable. How long will it take? Di Kun interjected. Xiao Chun looked at Di Kun, suppressing a chuckle. About 2 months. If all goes well, perhaps just 1 month. He wore a smug expression. The Marshal clearly did not want to keep him around. What can I say? The surgery can only be performed by me. Seeing Xiao Chun smile, Di Kun found it rather irksome. Then Professor Xiao, please stay here. I will have Jean Mama arrange a room for you. Su immediately chimed in without hesitation. Yes, thank you, Marshal's lady. Xiao Chun responded with a grin. Su quickly urged him not to be so polite, and then contacted Jean Mama to arrange accommodations for Xiao Chun at noon. During lunch, Xiao Chun completely fell in love with the Su family. He decided he needed to stay at the Marshal's home for a while longer. Fast forward to more than half a month later, DQ008 experienced tremendous changes. The wilderness reclamation work outside Boundless City had commenced. The initial food processing plant in Sky City was halfway constructed and began production smoothly. Both Square City and Xinyu City had also seen a significant number of factories established and operational. The inventory in various safety zones was rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, the date for Jean Na's live broadcast was fast approaching. Early that morning, Jean Na posted an update on her social media account. Ms. Jean Na. Executive President of the Jean family warmly invites you to join her live stream tonight at 8 o'clock to enjoy delicious food together. The moment the message was sent out, thousands of comments flooded in, and it was rapidly shared hundreds of times. The first comment quickly garnered over 1,000 likes. Executive President of the Jean family? ISNT this the Queen's social media account. Your account hasn't been hacked. Has it? Immediately, discussions began to emerge beneath the comments. Seriously? You don't know that before marrying His Majesty, the Queen was a senior executive at the Jean family. The Jean family, ISNT that the conglomerate behind Interstellar synthetic food? Exactly. That's the Jean family. I work for Jean family. Under Ms. Jin's leadership, we established a significant presence in the synthetic food sector, but we've drastically reduced synthetic food production and shifted to natural food now. The Jean family is producing natural food now. Is that feasible? Natural ingredients in the empire are nearly monopolized. Of course it's feasible. Ms. Jean has already resolved the supply issue for natural ingredients. The natural food produced by our group is undoubtedly the finest on the market. Wow, the Queen is truly impressive. How could she not be impressive? With the Queen around, I have confidence in the product from the Jean family. By the way, does the Jean family have its own Star Network store? I wish to take a glimpse at the products they currently offer. Of course, there is. The website link is provided here. The blue text at the end represents the link. This message quickly garnered likes. Propelling it to the top of the comment section, .it became the most lively comment. There are many more comments below. Has the Queen received an invitation for a culinary live broadcast? How exciting. Our Queen is indeed a gourmet. She has declared it to be exquisite food. Undoubtedly, it is delectable. I must watch. I want to go too. I want to work overtime today. Supporting the Queen, let us watch the live broadcast. Soon, the media took notice. Various media accounts shared Jean Na's updates and reported on them. The news of Jean Na's appearance in the live broadcast rapidly spread throughout the Star Network. Jean Na surprise. Her older partner even shared her post, liking it and leaving a comment of encouragement. The Emperor's actions only heightened the excitement across the Star Network. Countless media outlets began reporting on the Queen's live broadcast and the Emperor's supportive gesture. The romantic history between the Emperor and Empress was unveiled. Their love story proved to be immensely popular, allowing the public to learn more about the Queen. Many were astonished to discover that their Queen was a powerful woman before marrying the Emperor. This surge of interest attracted a wave of new followers for Jean Na, as her fan count skyrocketed from over 50 million to over 80 million. Upon realizing this, Jean Na felt a sense of assurance regarding the evening's live broadcast. By the afternoon, Jin's Star Network shop had already generated significant sales. It turned out that some individuals found the link to Jin's group shop through comments on Jean Na's post, noticing the reasonable prices and promotional offers in the shop. Numerous people placed orders. Amidst the applause and praise, there arose voices of skepticism and dissent. Before 8 o'clock that evening, critical opinions and speculative reports swept across the Star Network. Initially, some questioned whether Jean Na was a mistress who had entangled herself with the Emperor while the previous Empress was still alive. Subsequently, more so-called insiders revealed that Jean Na had not been well regarded prior to meeting the Emperor. This included, but was not limited to, her rebellious behavior during her school years, and later, her leveraging her identity as the daughter of the Jean family to bully others. The deluge of negative reports cast doubt on the Queen's character from many uninformed individuals. Additionally, there was public discontent regarding Jean Na's actions. Many believed that as the nation's mother, she should fulfill the responsibilities and obligations of an imperial queen. Instead of diligently assisting the Emperor with state affairs and diplomacy, she was pursuing profit as a high-ranking executive in a private company, which was deemed unworthy of a proper queen. Jean Hua and Jean Lan were frantic upon seeing the reports. Yet Jean Na instructed them to remain silent and focus on preparing for the evening's live broadcast. The rapid shift in public opinion, with netizens vehemently attacking her, made her skeptical of the idea that the Qian family was orchestrating anything behind the scenes. Regardless, if they wished to criticize her, so be it. Negative attention is still attention, is it not? As long as her live broadcast attracted viewers, even if they were detractors, she would not fear. Finally, the clock struck 8. In the villa's kitchen, Jean Na began her broadcast. Yes, soon as it started, countless individuals and media flooded into the live room, immediately elevating it to the top of the culinary live broadcasts. Simultaneously, the live streaming platform highlighted Jean Na's broadcast in a prominent position on their site. After all, this was the Queen. Her presence on their platform was akin to free advertising. The Queen's live stream was not only bringing in massive traffic. Even without it, they would still promote her broadcast, Observing the rapidly increasing number of viewers, Gina felt a sense of calm and began to delve into the subject matter. Hello everyone, I am Gina. Long live the Queen. The Queen truly is approachable. The nation's mother is so dignified. I asked at the kitchen behind the Queen. Is she going to cook herself? The Queen can cook? Is this Chinese cuisine? How impressive. As the mother of a nation, how can she engage in such activities instead of assisting His Majesty? Does she not feel ashamed to be a queen? The nation's mother has so many responsibilities. Charity, education. Is it for profit? You are already the nation's mother, yet you partake in such endeavors. Do you love money that much? Please consider His Majesty. His lifetime of reputation may be tarnished because of you. Gina glanced at the barrage of comments, her eyes betraying no emotional fluctuation. Welcome, dear fans, to my live broadcast. The Queen calls us dear. The Queen is so down to earth. She is completely different from what we saw in the news before. So, this is the true essence of our Queen. There is no trace of regal demeanor. How could someone like this become the Queen of our empire? His Majesty must have been bewitched by her. I'm delighted to meet you all in this manner, which is quite different from before. For a long time, I've only held the identity of His Majesty's Queen. However, over a month ago, I took on another role as the executive president of the Gene Group that I understand that many of you are surprised and perhaps puzzled by my appointment as the executive president of Gene Group. Today, I shall explain the reasons behind this. Gene is actually my maiden family. Before marrying His Majesty, I was an executive and heir of the Gene family. After marrying His Majesty, I resigned from my position in the Gene Group and voluntarily relinquished my inheritance. The comments flowed rapidly. The Queen actually gave up being the heir of the group? I feel that being an heir would be more lucrative than being a queen. Now that she's a queen, is money still significant? What does it matter to be an heir? If it were me, I would also give it up. No, have you all missed the point? The key is that the Queen said she voluntarily gave up her inheritance. Voluntarily, everyone. Thus, this was not a choice between two paths, but rather, our Queen voluntarily relinquished her claim to better fulfill her duties and obligations as a queen. Enlightening. Who accused the Queen of being money-hungry? She even gave up her status as an heir. Those who maliciously speculated about the Queen should be held accountable. Is the Cybersecurity Bureau merely idle? How can they allow such malicious slander against our Queen? The internet is not a lawless domain. The Cybersecurity Bureau has so many netizens watching you. Why the urgency? Do you believe everything the Queen says? If she indeed voluntarily gave up her status as an heir, why is she now returning to serve as executive president? Those who defame the Queen have appeared again, already reported to the Cybersecurity Bureau. Prepare to be taken in. Add 1. Everyone click to report. Such scum is the disgrace of our empire. Report? Nonsense, all brainless. Oh, the brainless are panicking. Everyone hurry and report. Let the criminals have nowhere to hide. At this moment, Jean Lan and Jean Hua were leading the charge. Countering the hired trolls or online haters. Jean Lan served as the administrator, silencing some when the trolls became too numerous as a result. Under their guidance, the just side quickly gained the upper hand. Jean Na occasionally glanced at the screen, feeling quite satisfied with her assistant's capabilities. Upon receiving the invitation to become the executive president of Gene Group, I was indeed surprised. Yet more than that, I felt joy. Because the one inviting me was none other than my daughter-in-law, who is also the president and chairwoman of Gene Group. Daughter-in-law. When did the eldest prince get married? What does the eldest prince have to do with this? The eldest prince is not the son of the Queen, all right? The Queen has her own son. Yes, I just checked. The Queen has given birth to a second prince. However, the second prince has been frail since childhood and has never appeared in the media. The second prince should be about 28 years old now. It is indeed time for him to marry. So, have we finally witnessed a royal wedding? Is it possible that good news will soon emerge from the royal family? How exciting! If the frail second prince is getting married, then when will the eldest prince marry? The eldest prince is already 38, isn't he? What Star Network reported, could it be true? Is the eldest prince gay? Jean Lan's eyes lit up at this news. She quickly directed everyone to steer the conversation. He is 38 and still unmarried, and he has never had any gossip with women. If he is not gay, then what is he? I think we should not pin our hopes on the eldest prince. Let us rely on this second prince, who has never shown his face. The task of royal succession now rests upon the second prince. I once saw a report stating that the eldest prince spent lavishly at a hotel for a male celebrity. The moment the news broke, it was quickly removed from trending searches. The eldest prince. Could he truly be gay? So what if he is gay? Has he eaten your family's rice? We merely have different orientations and have not committed any wrongdoing. By the way, I am single and looking for a partner. Oh my, are today's gays so audacious? Well, as long as there is no marriage deception, it really is not a big deal that I am somewhat curious. Is the eldest prince a 1 or a 0? Need I say more? The eldest prince is so valiant. He must be a 1. Ah, the eldest prince is my dream lover. I am pure 0. I actually believe the eldest prince is a 0.5. If the eldest prince were interested, I would willingly take on the role of a 1. Goodness, what outrageous remarks are these? Is it appropriate to discuss such matters in the Queen's live broadcast? Warning, you are defaming and insulting the eldest prince. I have already reported this to the Cybersecurity Bureau. You should brace yourselves. The Grand Prince's sexual orientation is entirely normal. The reason for his late marriage lies in the fact that fate has yet to align. How dare you all maliciously doubt the Grand Prince? Jean Lan exchanged glances with Jean Hua and decided to change the subject. The discussion regarding the first prince's alleged homosexuality has been sufficiently addressed. Continuing on this topic may attract unwarranted attention from the Cybersecurity Bureau, leading to complications. With such attractive parents, it is certain that the second prince's future offspring will also be remarkably handsome. Oh, how I long to see the little imperial grandchild. Count me in for wanting to see the little imperial grandchild. The Empire's little grandchild will undoubtedly be extraordinarily charming. Jean Na's lips curved into a slight smile as she continued to speak. Just over a month ago, I learned that Yu is pregnant. Natural conception places a significant burden on the mother's body. Yu has just assumed the role of president of the Jean Group and is struggling to manage everything, which is why she sought my assistance. At this point, Jean Na sighed. Although I'm the Empress of the Empire, I'm also the grandmother of the child, when my son and daughter-in-law are facing difficulties. I must step forward to support them. I always knew the Empress did not pursue the presidency of the Jean Group out of greed. It was truly for the sake of her daughter-in-law and little grandson. The Empress's daughter-in-law is named Yu. How fortunate she is. I found it. The second prince's wife is named Su Yu. She has just taken over the shares of the Jean Group from Di Kuan. The second prince is named Di Kuan. I can't believe I have discovered the second prince's name. Indeed, the previous largest shareholder of the Jean Group was Di Kuan, and it is now Su Yu. So, after the Empress relinquished her status as heir, did the second prince inherit the Jean Group? Then the second prince presented the Jean Group to his wife? My goodness, could my speculation be correct? The Empress gave up her claim to the Jean Group for His Majesty, and the second prince, in an effort to please his wife, willingly bestowed the Jean Group upon her. What kind of romantic mindset do these two possess? Who said the Empress was greedy? If this is considered greed, is there anyone in the world who is not? Though the term romantic mindset may not be flattering, if someone were to adore me in such a manner, I would be utterly blissful. The second princess wife is truly fortunate. How enviable. Jean Na felt a sense of relief. Thus, after discussing with His Majesty, I agreed to Yu and Di Kuan's request to assist them. Of course, my help is not without its merits. Yu has already pledged to donate 1% of the Jean Group's total online sales to a charitable foundation to aid disabled soldiers returning from the front lines. 1% of sales, it may seem like a small amount. However, given the Empress's immense influence, a single live stream could yield astronomical sales. Even 5,000ths of that is still a staggering figure. The second princess wife is truly thoughtful. And to the Empress and His Majesty, your tireless efforts for the people of the Empire are commendable. That on behalf of everyone, I thank you. Undoubtedly, our Empress is not only competent, but also magnificent. What will the Empress be selling in the live stream? Regardless of the price, I shall purchase one today. I am willing to contribute to the disabled veterans. Count me in. I will also buy one. If the price is reasonable, my whole family will purchase one each. As expected of the executive president of the Jean Group. She truly knows how to market, only donating 1% of sales. Yet it feels as if she is donating 11%. Who are these critics? How dare they criticize? If you have wealth, why not donate 10 or 80,000? The second princess wife's commitment to donate 1% of sales vastly outweighs what you could ever offer. Do they have the audacity to impose moral obligations? Exactly. Critics, dare you showcase how much you have donated or how much love you have shared? Jean Lan personally took to the front lines to confront the critics, relishing the opportunity to respond. Now, let us get to the main topic. Allow me to introduce the products currently available for online sale from the Jean Group. After a brief pause, Gene Na continued. Some of our beloved fans may already know that the Gene Group previously focused on synthetic foods. However, we have now completed our production chain reform, primarily producing natural foods. By clicking on the store link below the live stream. You may view the items we offer online. As she spoke, Gina brought up the online store window, showcasing it to everyone while explaining. Currently, our product line is somewhat limited, mainly offering various canned meats, fruit preserves, and freshly squeezed juices. Each product is available in 3 sizes: large, medium, and small, each corresponding to different prices. Presently, we are running a promotion. Spend over 1,000 star coins for a discount of 5%. Over 2,000 star coins for a 10% discount. Over 4,000 star coins for a 15% discount. And over 6,000 star coins for a 20% discount, due to the low pricing. The 20% discount is the maximum available. Additionally, during today's live stream, the Gene Group has prepared 2 million units of each product for this event. The live stream flash sale price is set at 50% of the original price. That's right, 50%. Furthermore, the flash sale items will also count towards the cumulative spending promotion. For instance, a 3-kilogram large can of beef is regularly priced at 1,000 star coins, with a flash sale price at 50%. It becomes 500 star coins that if you then purchase an additional 500 star coins worth of items in the store, you will receive a further 5% discount, resulting in a total payment of 950 star coins. Of course, it is also permissible to purchase just one flash sale item without any additional items. All products in the Gene Group's online store come with free shipping and will be delivered to your home the following day. Gina glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen, ignoring the audience's discussions, and continued with her presentation. Next, let me explain the flash sale rules. First, after I finish introducing the products, I will manually list the flash sale items. Each product will be available in large, medium, and small sizes, with 2 million units of each size, totaling 6 million units. Second, each individual may only purchase one of the same flash sale item. For example, if you manage to purchase a large can of beef, you cannot purchase a medium or small can of beef. However, when it comes to the second product, such as lamb, you can participate in the flash sale once again. Third, the purchased flash sale items will be based on what can be added to the shopping cart. If you can add it to your cart, it means you have successfully secured the flash sale item. However, after adding an item to the cart, payment must be completed within 10 minutes. Otherwise, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Hence, those who wish to combine their orders may add their desired items to the cart in advance and make a collective payment. Gina reminded everyone that there will be more than a 10-minute interval between each flash sale product. Therefore, it is impossible for any single order to contain 2 flash sale items. Thus, Gina advised those who successfully snag flash sale items to promptly complete their payment to avoid missing out on this fortunate opportunity due to time constraints. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the introduction of our first product for today. A radiant smile adorned Gina's face as she produced 3 cans of beef, large, medium, and small. Starting with the beef I just mentioned, Gina opened the can, directing the camera towards the succulent meat inside. The meat within the can was beautifully colored and generously cut, making one's mouth water at the sight. To provide a clearer view for the audience, Gina used chopsticks to lift the meat from the can. The beef currently supplied by Gene Group is of spicy flavor, and we plan to consider adding other flavors in the future. Beef is generally lean with a firm texture and exquisite taste. As she spoke, Gina popped a piece of beef in her mouth, savoring the flavor while describing it possesses an excellent chewiness. It's delightful as a snack or paired with a meal. As she continued, Gina lifted another piece of beef, and the camera zoomed in on the delectable morsel. The spiciness is moderate. However, since I can handle spicy food, I suggest those who are not accustomed to spice start with the small can to test the flavor. Oh, it looks absolutely delicious. I am so tempted. I also love spicy food. Your Majesty, I desire the meat in your hands. For such exquisite beef, a 3-kilogram can priced at just 1,000 star coins is a steal. What should I do? Even without the flash sale, I find it incredibly worthwhile. It is indeed a great deal, but let us wait a moment. After all, there are 6 million units available for the flash sale. Who knows, we might just snag one. Right, let us hold off. Regardless, if we place an order now, it won't arrive until tomorrow. Let us continue watching our beautiful Empress live stream. Such quality meat. How could 3 kilograms possibly be only 1,000 star coins? Using logic, the canned goods the Empress consumes are surely not the same as those purchased by the rest of us. Critics are seeking attention again. The one live streaming is our empress. How dare anyone question her? Exactly. If the products do not match, wouldn't that mean the empress is delivering subpar goods to the citizens? I trust our empress. Yes, trust in the empress's choices. Jean Na glanced at the comments with a sense of delight and continued with her live stream presentation. In the interim, she showcased some videos of the canning process at the factory. After several minutes, Jean Na finally concluded her explanation of the beef can. The first product, the beef can, has been thoroughly discussed. Now, we arrive at the segment you're most concerned about, the flash sale. 300,000 large cans of beef, 200,000 medium cans, and 100,000 small cans. The countdown begins. 10.9.8.7. The barrage of comments rapidly dwindles. Viewers are fixated on their screens, poised to snatch up the products. 6.2.1. As the final number echoes, Gina deftly initiates the launch. The three sizes of beef cans are made available simultaneously. However, the large cans vanish almost instantly, followed closely by the medium cans. Even the small cans are gone within a minute. Aha! I got the large beef can, 3 pounds? What a deal! I snagged a medium can. Thank you, Queen. I couldn't get one. What speed are you all using? It just launched and it's gone. AH003's network department, can you not be more reliable? Why is your signal worse than other planets? I got one too, though it's just a small can, but at half price, it's only 200 star coins. Such a bargain. Let me share a secret for snatching items. Don't focus on the large cans. Go for the small ones. Everyone wants the large ones, so they're harder to get. The small ones are much easier. As Gina retrieves the poor cans, she begins to explain the next product. While Jinlan and Jinhua are nearly stunned by the order influx in their online store's backend. Just moments ago, they received over 20 million orders. Most orders included multiple products to qualify for discounts. With only a few purchasing a single item, Jinlan wastes no time orchestrating the factory to prepare the shipments. Even though robots handle the packing, processing such a vast number of orders will still be challenging. Acting swiftly will prevent backlog and expedite shipping as anticipated. Once Gina concludes her presentation of the second product and releases the limited stock, another surge of over 20 million orders floods in. Nearing 30 million as the live stream continues, Jinlan and Jinhua transition from joy to concern as they realize their online stock is insufficient. Moreover, their offline shipping robots are inadequate. Recognizing the urgency, Jinlan quickly messages Gina about the situation. Gina glances at the message but remains unconcerned, replying with an I got it emoji before continuing her stream. Jinlan feels anxious but can only urge the factory to increase production and ensure shipping remains uninterrupted. An hour later, Gina completes her introduction of the various canned goods. Some products in the online store are now sold out. Queen Sob, how much stock did the Jean family prepare? I wanted to buy beef cans to complete my order. But they're gone. The beef cans are sold out. Your Majesty, please restock them. Not only are the beef cans gone, but so are the pork cans. I saw there were still over 80 million medium beef cans available when I first placed my order. How can they be gone so quickly? Who's snatching these items? I checked half an hour ago, and there were still over 9 million medium beef cans. How do they disappear so fast? Many viewers lament the lack of stock. And Gina quickly addresses the situation. During today's live stream, we prepared 100 million of each product. If you can't buy them now, don't fret that in half an hour, when new stock arrives, our staff will replenish the inventory. Additionally, those who have already placed orders, please be patient. Our robots are busy packing and shipping your items that you'll receive your purchases tomorrow. Logistics are operating through the night. Delivery will be arranged for the daytime. The robots will efficiently handle the orders overnight, especially since a new batch of robots that Tao Fu ordered is already en route. Completing the orders tonight is not an issue. As for the stock, I hadn't anticipated such remarkable results from the live stream. This single event has nearly cleared out the inventory I had been accumulating. This is, without a doubt, a positive outcome that I've been considering expanding the canned goods and juice factories. And the space is already available, with the machinery having been ordered from Tao Fu. After the stream, I can call him to have the equipment delivered. The payment will mostly be covered by the ingredients, as well as the canned goods and juices. The First Legion's demand for Jean family ingredients is immense, and their appetite for canned goods and juices is equally significant. Canned goods, in particular, are incredibly popular among the soldiers. I've heard that Tao Fu resells the canned goods to the First Legion at a markup. Although the profit margin is slim, the volume is substantial. Before this live stream commenced, the First Legion had already become the largest customer of the Jean family's canned goods. Chapter 76. Launching pre-sale products, the favorable conditions arise from the fact that the soldiers of the First Legion have begun to enjoy more financial freedom. This is, of course, due to the Jean family's acquisition of star beast carcasses from Tao Fu, who sources them from the soldiers. While the price offered is only half of what they would receive selling to the Jean family, it still represents a significant income for the soldiers. Especially during times of star beast waves. To stimulate spending among the soldiers, I recently made substantial purchases of star beast carcasses from Tao Fu. The planet I currently use for storing them and vegetables was recommended by Tao Fu. Now, with the incredible success of the live stream, the online sales channel has opened up, and the Jean family will surely see a surge in profits. More flavors of canned goods need to be arranged, as well as plans for prepared foods, snacks, and pre-made dishes can slowly be rolled out. As Gina resume speaking, the live stream becomes lively once again. What? 100 million of each product. My goodness, how much did the Jean family group sell today? I'm not good at math, so I can't calculate it, but I'm certain it's an astronomical figure. Even 1% of an astronomical figure is still astronomical. The Jean family group's donation amount is unimaginable. Who said the Jean family is just putting on a show? With so many enterprises in the empire, I doubt any has ever donated such a large sum at once, including the Qian family. The Jean family truly deserves to be the Queen's family. They are generous. Support the Jean family. They are a conscientious enterprise. Next order, supporting the Jean family. Let us show some love for the retired heroes of the empire. Thus, the Jean Family Group's online store welcomes another wave of orders. Gina continues her live stream. After introducing the canned goods, she begins to present bottled juices. The explanation for the juices is much simpler. Gina plays a portion of the production workshop video for the audience. At the end of the video, she personally tests the juice quality, proving that the Jean family's juices are 100% natural, rich in vitamin C and other nutrients, and have the lowest pesticide residue level of it is well known that cultivating natural ingredients is not easy, and most naturally grown vegetables and fruits on the market have pesticide residues. Achieving a C grade for pesticide residue in natural produce is commendable. The Jean family's juice remarkably achieves an E grade. With such a healthy beverage, what is there to hesitate about? Before Gina even begins the flash sale for the first juice, viewers eagerly fill their shopping carts. The stock of juices diminishes rapidly. By the time the apple juice flash sale concludes, the inventory of various juices has already dropped to half of its original amount. Observing this situation, Jeanlon's anxiety resurfaces. What to do? Fruits are not like meats. We don't have much stock. Even if we transport all the fruits from the warehouse to the canned goods and juice factories for processing, we'll hardly be able to produce a significant amount of canned goods and juices. Jeanlon expresses her concern. Don't worry. My dear has a plan. Jinhua reassures her, with the live stream performing so well. Opening up online sales channels means the Jean family can directly engage with customers, bypassing wholesalers who are hesitant to offend the Qian family, effectively solving their sales issues. Yes, Jinlon responds, steadying her nerves and continuing her work. At this moment, Gina begins describing the second juice. After a few minutes, as the flash sale for the second juice commences, the online store experiences another explosive surge in orders by the time the fourth juice flash sale concludes. Most products in the Jean family online store are sold out. Fortunately, new stock has finally been released. The viewers, eagerly monitoring the online store, soon discover the news that the beef cans are back in stock. I got 3 cans. Pork cans mine. I bought 10 large ones. I got 1 too, you tentacle monsters. Why are you so ruthless? The beef cans are gone again. There wasn't even a flash sale. Were you all snatching? Even without a flash sale, the prices are quite reasonable. The 3-pound beef cans are only 1,000 star coins each. Plus, there's a 5 discount for orders over 1,000, making it just 950 star coins. Buying it is a win. Exactly. The prices are fantastic. Just the inventory is a bit low. How much stock did they put up this time? Some with faster internet saw the initial inventory numbers. Right, when I looked, it was around 50,000 that I saw it, at over 80,000 that I saw it at 92,000. No one has seen stock numbers exceeding 10 million. It seems the Jean family only launched an inventory not exceeding 10 million units this time. It appears to be a sum of 10 million, Your Majesty. Would you kindly restock some inventory? The number of viewers in your live stream is nearing 1 billion. Such a small amount of goods cannot possibly satisfy everyone's demands. I humbly beseech you, Your Majesty, to list more beef canned goods. Let it be another 10 million. Your Majesty, look at me. I desire pork canned goods. I implore you, please restock. Your Majesty, Let us have more varieties of products. We still wish to purchase. The demand is so high that it is difficult for Jean Na to ignore it. I have observed the desires of my dear viewers, and my assistant has taken note. However, the factory's production capacity is limited, and there truly is not enough inventory to meet the current demands. Jean Na paused for a moment. How about this? I will arrange for my assistant to list some additional pre-sale products at a price of only 95 of the regular price. Furthermore, these pre-sale products will also be eligible for the discount activities, although the shipping time will be 110 working days. What do you think, dear viewers? Excellent. Splendid. Your Majesty, what are you waiting for? Please give the order. I need to gather 4,000 star coins, and with a 95 discount, I want an additional 85 off. Ah, no one stopped me. I am hoarding goods. What a bargain. Although we may have to wait a few more days. It is certainly worth it. Your Majesty, please have your assistant list the products. I also wish to gather a pre-sale order for 4,000 star coins. Oh no, make that 10,000 star coins. 4,000 star coins 1T by much. Such activities don't happen every day. Let us buy more this time. The comments were filled with fervor. Jean Lan and Jean Hua were nearly left speechless. Truly, she is their lady. Such tactics. A smile graced Jean Na's lips. She had changed her mind. For now, let us pause listing other products and focus on expanding the production of the existing ones. Orders that are already in place translate directly into profit. With a continuous flow of orders, how could she possibly worry about developing DQ008 star? A surge of ambition filled her heart as she glanced at Jean Lan. Let us add a pre-sale section to the online store and include all products. Each item will be priced at 95 of the regular price, and each pre-sale product will also participate in the discount activities. We will list 200 million pieces of each pre-sale product. She arranged this all in front of the live stream audience. Jean Lan was taken aback. The live stream had reached a boiling point. Chapter 77. The Minister of Finance's attention. Ah, the Queen is so generous. I adore you. Your Majesty is magnificent. I am ready to start snatching up products. What are you preparing for? Didn't the Queen say that 200 million pieces of each item will be listed? That is plenty for everyone. 200 million pieces, is that a lot? At such a low price, they might be gone in a flash. I think it's wise to prepare. There are many eager buyers. And with such a favorable price for pre-sale products, I fear many will hoard goods. I am ready. Where is the assistant? Hurry and stock the goods. At this time, Jean Lan's face was filled with concern. Yet she followed Jean Na's orders and began listing the pre-sale products. She swiftly operated on her light brain, and soon enough, the pre-sale items were laid out on the page. The pre-sale products are live. Rush in. The beef can goods are mine. Do not compete with me. I'm coming. Jean Na scanned the comments and continued her live stream. She felt that today should be recorded in the annals of the Jean Group's development. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Di Kuan were also watching the live stream. They had not gone to help in the kitchen, but were instead spectators from their room on the second floor. So you clicked into the Jean Group's online store and watched as the pre-sale stock dwindled, feeling a wave of admiration. Mother is truly remarkable. She conceived the idea of pre-sale products. After today's live stream, the orders generated would keep the factory busy for quite some time. That Di Kuan chuckled as he glanced at his wife. Not necessarily. Mother has ordered quite a bit of equipment from Tao Fu, and they will surely expand the existing processing plant. Once production capacity increases, these orders may be consumed rapidly. The new product plans you mentioned earlier will likely need to be postponed. Su nodded in agreement. Let it be postponed. With the market for existing products now open, it is only natural to prioritize their production. The smile graced Su Yu's face as she gently caressed her belly. I wonder if the new product will be launched by the time the baby arrives. Looking at Su Yu's belly, Di Kuan's expression softened. Let mother worry about those matters. We shall simply take care of him. Su felt a wave of contentment. At 11:30. Jean Na's live stream finally concluded. As the stream drew to a close, the number of viewers still hovered around 1 billion, reflecting Jean Na's immense popularity. Even after the live stream ended, the online store continued to thrive, with orders being placed every moment. Jean Na finished the last sip of juice in her cup, summoned Jean Lan and Jean Hua, and headed to her office. In the office, Jean Lan and Jean Hua presented the organized data to Jean Na. Upon seeing today's sales figures, Jean Na's eyes nearly sparkled. She had anticipated high sales, but not to this extent. Including pre-sale orders, the online store's sales had reached an astonishing 25 trillion, surpassing the amount she had borrowed initially. Payment for the orders would only be processed after customers confirmed receipt. If customers do not confirm, the automatic confirmation occurs 7 days after delivery. Although there are many online orders, the speed of payment is relatively slow, Jinlan noted. Jinna nodded. Once the packages are sent out, attach a message for the customers. Inform them that if they confirm receipt within 24 hours and leave a positive review, we will return 5-star coins. Jinlan was taken aback. Is that even possible? Jinhuan nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Jinlan finally acquiesced. Yes. Jinna stored her light brain and looked at the two to Jinlan. For the time being, you will oversee and maintain the online store. Jinlan's face was tense. Yes, she replied again. Jinhua, you will follow up on the factory's expansion and production, as well as the packaging and shipping of online orders. As Jinlan mentioned, online orders have a slow payment speed. We must ship promptly to ensure we receive the funds sooner. This applies to pre-sale orders as well. Ship what can be shipped early, and do not wait until the last possible moment. We must secure this 25 trillion in revenue as soon as possible. Both Jinhua and Jinlan's expressions turned solemn. Yes, they answered firmly. Jinna nodded, conversed with them for a while longer, and then allowed them to leave. At this point, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Jinna finally felt fatigued. After a brief wash-up, she prepared to retire for the night. To her surprise, Di-chan sent a video call request. More than an hour earlier, after Jinna had concluded her live stream, the Minister of Finance had entered the palace to speak with Di-chan. Your Majesty, I have reviewed the sales figures from the Jin Group's online store. The Queen's live stream alone generated over 25 trillion in sales, even if the profit margin is only 10%. The Jin Group has earned over 25 trillion tonight. The Minister of Finance gazed at Di-chan with excitement, but Di-chan, however, maintained a stoic expression. And what of it? That is wealth amassed by the Jin Group. The Minister of Finance was undeterred by Di-chan's demeanor and continued to express his enthusiasm. Indeed, it is the Jin Group's profit, but is it not the Queen's family? Such a staggering sales figure corresponds to hundreds of billions of orders. How many products does that entail? The Jin Group previously dealt in synthetic foods, yet this time, they're selling entirely natural products. Just how many natural ingredients are required for such a volume of produce? When did the Jin Group transition? How did they resolve the supply issue for natural ingredients? Your Majesty, do you know anything about this? The Minister of Finance inquired fervently. The supply of natural ingredients is tight in the empire, and the Qian family is exceedingly arrogant, nearly monopolizing the empire's natural food sources. The Qian family is aligned with the crown prince and would not supply the Queen's family. The Jin Group. How did the Jin Group secure their natural ingredients? Did they source from existing suppliers, or have they discovered new planets suitable for cultivation? Just recently, the second prince acquired DQ008 star. Could it be that DQ008 star has arable land for natural crops? But ISN TQ008 a barren star. There are still many star bees present. Is it possible for such a planet to have land suitable for natural cultivation? At least within the current territories of the Empire, such a situation has yet to arise. But just because it hasn't happened does not mean it cannot occur. If DQ008 star can indeed yield natural crops, it would signify that barren stars might also produce natural crops. This holds monumental significance for the Empire. Di-chan felt a jolt of realization. He had been so preoccupied with joy for his wife and second son that he had overlooked this matter. Indeed, where did the Jin Group's natural ingredients come from? Could it be that DQ008 star harbors an issue? Noticing Di-chan's contemplative state, the Minister of Finance seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to contact the Queen as soon as possible. If DQ008 star can truly yield natural crops, it would be a boon for our entire empire. Chapter 78. Su Gang and Xiao Ying. Even if we cannot reclaim the planet, we can still conduct research and exploration. The second prince would likely allow it. If we can uncover the patterns of natural crop production on barren stars, perhaps the Empire's supply issues could be resolved. With natural crops, Your Majesty, will you still need to worry about military expenditures at the borders? Di-chan's heart raced once more. I understand the situation now, he replied. His wife and son had stirred up such a commotion. Clearly, there were matters being concealed from him. His wife had approached him seeking a substantial loan, which he now suspected was connected to this live stream. The Minister of Finance's expression softened somewhat. Aside from this matter, Your Majesty, I wish to discuss the phenomenon of live stream selling with you. Emperor Di-chan paused momentarily. The recent success of the Empress's live stream can largely be attributed to her esteemed status. As the Empress, She already boasts over 50 million followers on her social media accounts, and with the media's promotional efforts amplifying the topic's popularity, a significant influx of traffic was drawn to the Jean family's live stream. I believe, perhaps, you could also follow the Empress's example and dedicate some time to live stream selling. Noticing the displeasure in Emperor Dechen's gaze, the Minister of Finance hastily quickened his speech. The royal enterprises are numerous, yet few are truly profitable. That if you were to engage in live stream selling, the sales would surely see an increase. Moreover, the service industry could also benefit from live stream promotions, showcasing that these are royal enterprises deserving of the citizens' trust. Emperor Dechen was, in fact, somewhat tempted. Though his expression remained solemn, he did wish to earn money through live streaming. Yet he was the emperor. How could the calm and composed sovereign in the people's hearts stoop to such endeavors? The mere thought of addressing the citizens as dear ones, like his wife, sent shivers down his spine. The Minister of Finance, recognizing the emperor's demeanor, felt a wave of disappointment but refused to concede. If you truly cannot bring yourself to lower your dignity, perhaps you could seek the empress's assistance. Emperor Dechen glared discontentedly at the minister. Oh, not seek. What I meant was, perhaps you could consult with the empress. Currently, her social media following is nearing 1 billion. Even a simple post promoting the royal enterprises could yield substantial economic benefits. Emperor Dechen remained silent. He finally replied. Asking his wife to post something promoting the royal enterprises should not be an issue. Right? The Minister of Finance sighed with relief. He wanted to say more, but Emperor Dechen began to dismiss him. It was getting late, and he needed a rest. You should leave the palace promptly. With that, Emperor Dechen pinched the bridge of his nose. Tonight, his wife was live streaming, and he had diligently attended to state affairs earlier, remaining in her live stream for the entirety of the event. His wife was radiant, astute, and capable, as if she had reverted to the person she was before marrying him. It dawned on him that marrying him had not improved her life. Rather, he had subjected her to considerable pressure and grievances. The Minister of Finance was reluctant to depart, but eventually left. As soon as he did, Emperor Dechen initiated a video call with Jean Na. He missed her and yearned to share in her joy. Upon seeing the video call, Jean Na hesitated for only 2 seconds before answering. Faced with Emperor Dechen, she instantly felt invigorated, shedding any exhaustion. What brings you to call me at this hour? Jean Na inquired, a hint of pride evident in her tone. Observing his wife's expression, Emperor Dechen couldn't help but smile slightly. Congratulations on your successful first broadcast, he said. Jean Na's eyes flickered. Thank you, she replied. After posting a live stream announcement on her social media, the older gentleman had liked it and even shared her announcement, thus assisting her. Acknowledging his support was only courteous. Emperor Dechen's gaze softened. It's late. You should get some rest. Jean Na was somewhat surprised. Is that all? You called not to discuss the Jean family supplies? She questioned. Oh, you should sleep early as well, she added before abruptly ending the video called. It was better not to ask. Otherwise, she would be left grappling with whether to reveal her daughter-in-law's situation to him. Knowing the older man's character, she believed he would not harm her daughter-in-law upon learning her secret. However, given the stakes involving her daughter-in-law's safety and her son's lifelong happiness, she preferred to avoid taking risks. Currently, things were satisfactory, with her daughter-in-law safely sheltered behind their protection, accompanied by their son, and the First Army. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Under Jean Na's guidance, the construction of urban factories in Boundless City, Sky City, Square City, and Star Universe City was nearing completion. The production output on DQ008 Star was markedly increasing. During this period, the Jean family group not only fulfilled all pre-sale orders generated from the live stream, but also sold numerous additional items from both available stock and pre-sale. The sales from the Jean family group's online store indeed aligned with expectations, as orders continued to flow in daily, undeterred by the conclusion of the live stream. With the first batch of goods dispatched, customers experienced the delectable flavors and many returned to repurchase. Consequently, the Jean family group expanded its factories and incorporated several new machines. Otherwise, they could not have produced sufficient inventory to fulfill pre-sale orders. As DQ008 Star was rapidly developing, back on Emperor Star, Su's family faced their own turmoil. That Su Gang, confronted by his wife Chiu Ying's tearful pleas, felt a wave of frustration. Since Ying is innocent, the Public Security Bureau will eventually release her. Why the urgency? My daughter is my flesh and blood. Of course, I am anxious. Chiu Ying wept. Ying has never faced hardship. How can she endure the likes of the Public Security Bureau? You are the president of the Su family. With your extensive connections, Can't you pull some strings to get Ying released? Last night, the Public Security Bureau had barged into their home without warning, taking their daughter away while accusing her of bribery and false accusations. My daughter is so well behaved. How could she do something like that? Haven't I tried? I've made countless calls. Did you not hear? Now that a case has been established and there are people watching from above, who would dare to intervene? Su Gang's expression turned furious. Did you not say she was innocent? If she is truly innocent, the Public Security Bureau will find no evidence and will naturally release her. Qiu Ying fell silent. She understood that if the Public Security Bureau found no evidence, they would release her daughter, but she was uncertain whether her daughter was genuinely innocent. In fact, she suspected that her daughter might not be innocent at all. Otherwise, why would the Public Security Bureau have opened a case and taken her away? My lord, Qiu Ying's voice softened, tinged with tears. Seeing this, Su Gang's heart softened, and his expression eased. I am anxious about Ying's situation as well. However, at this moment, our anxiety is futile. I've already asked someone to investigate. Let us await the news. Qiu Ying wiped her tears, but at my lord, Ying is our only daughter. Weeping, she leaned into Su Gang's embrace. He held her close. That I understand. While I am here, nothing will happen to Ying. Chapter 79. What business do you have with me, Mr. Su? After comforting his wife for a while, Su Gang instructed someone to escort her out. Once Qiu Ying had departed, he accessed his holographic brain and reviewed the documents he had received earlier. The matter he had asked someone to investigate had yielded results. The current president of the Jin family group, Su Yu, and the mysterious second prince's wife turned out to be his eldest daughter, who had been exiled. Furthermore, not long ago, his eldest daughter's case had been overturned. Now, the Public Security Bureau was also investigating his youngest daughter. Although he trusted his youngest daughter, the facts were evident. His eldest daughter had been wronged, and the one who framed her was none other than his youngest daughter. Su Gang rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to reach out to Su Yu, sending a video call request. Meanwhile, on DQ008 star, Su Yu was engaged in prenatal education with Di Kuan when her wrist suddenly buzzed with an incoming video call. Upon seeing that it was Su Gang, her expression stiffened. Since her arrival in this world, her memories and emotions had intertwined with those of her predecessor, and over time, she had come to realize that she and her predecessor were likely the same person. The sensation was enigmatic, as if a soul had been split into two parts, each occupying a separate body. In the apocalyptic world, her soul was stronger, comprising 70%, while in this timeline, it was weaker, accounting for only 30%. Why did she harbor such doubts? Because she discovered that her predecessor's feelings, joys, and sorrows, as well as some palpable sensations of her body, were experiences she could still feel in another timeline. For example, when her predecessor was drugged by her stepsister and coughed in front of Decoin, she initially thought she had merely fallen asleep and dreamed a spring dream. But enough of that. She should first deal with Su Gang. With that thought, Su Yu signaled Decoin to sit still and answered Su Gang's video call. It wasn't that she held any affection for this father. On the contrary, she had no expectations of him and even felt some resentment. Although her predecessor had once hoped to gain her father's attention and affection, after being framed by her stepsister and receiving no care from her father, she had lost all hope for her. She felt no familial bond with this man who favored his stepmother and stepsister while allowing them to bully her and her older brother. When the video connected, Su Gang appeared on the screen, his middle-aged face weary, clearly having had a sleepless night. Su Yu laid eyes on him. Su Gang also observed her, seeing Su Yu in a quaint garden. He was convinced that the information he had received was accurate. Where are you now? Su Gang intended to speak to his eldest daughter with the same attitude he had previously held. But upon uttering the word "you," his tone softened. The identity of his eldest daughter was no longer what it once had been. What business do you have with me, Mr. Su? Su Yu replied coolly, not addressing Su Gang's question, but rather countering with one of her "OWN." Su Gang furrowed his brows. What did you call me? He almost thought he had misheard. Su Yu smiled lightly. Did you not declare that you would expel me? A murderer from the Su family? Since I am no longer a member of the Su family, is there any reason for you to question how I address you? Her tone suggested that she regarded Su Gang as a complete stranger. Su Gang felt his anger choke him. Previously, I was unaware, he began, only for Su Yu to lift her hand, interrupting him. It is of no consequence, Mr. Su. Let us get straight to the point. Su Gang's face flushed with indignation. He longed to scold Su Yu, yet remembering that he was the one who needed assistance, He suppressed his anger once more. I have heard that your case has been overturned, since you have been acquitted. Why do you not return home? Su Gang inquired. Su displayed a look of astonishment. Home. She then quickly shifted to a look of sudden realization. Su referring to the Su Manor in the Imperial City? Just as Su Gang was about to speak, Su Yu continued. If that is the case, then Su has misunderstood why elder brother and I are no longer members of the Su family. It would be inappropriate for us to return to the Su Manor. Su Gang felt a pang in his chest, almost doubting that the person before him was indeed his daughter. His eldest daughter had always been obedient and compliant, yet this one before him was sharp-tongued and confrontational. Nearby, Dequin, witnessing his wife's demeanor, nearly burst into laughter as her husband. He had certainly looked into Su Gang and the Su family. He harbored no good impressions of the man who had strayed with a mistress while his mother-in-law was alive and then married that mistress. Treating his wife and brother-in-law poorly. The Su Manor is your home. How could it be inappropriate for you to return? It was my negligence as a father that led to my disbelief in you. However, now that the past is behind us, why hold on to so much resentment? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's gaze turned icy. Behind us? That is merely Mr. Su's perspective, is it not? Never mind, is there anything else, Mr. Su? If not, I shall hang up. Speaking with such a person affects my mood. Su Gang's expression changed. Not hang up just yet. He hastily urged. Su Yu's eyes reflected impatience, urging Su Gang to quickly say what he needed to. Your sister was taken away by the authorities last night. They claim she is implicated in bribery and false accusations. There must be some misunderstanding. Speak to the authorities and clarify that your sister is not involved. And have them release her as soon as possible. Su Yu nearly laughed. When she had been wronged by Su Ying, Su Gang had slapped her without hesitation. During the trial, he had openly declared that she was to be expelled from the Su family. Now that Su Ying was apprehended and suspected of having framed her, he was contacting her to facilitate her release. Such treatment truly reflected a disparity of circumstances that Su is jesting. I have no involvement with the authorities. Moreover, have you not always held faith in Miss Su? Surely, a pure-hearted and kind girl like her would not commit a crime. Since Miss Su is innocent, the authorities will undoubtedly release her once they have clarified the situation. Su Gang was finally infuriated. You've grown wings, have you? Is this how you speak to me? Before Su Yu could respond, Dequin leaned into the camera's view. You must be Mr. Su? I advise you to choose your words carefully. He warned ominously. Having enlisted in the military at 18, Dequin had protected the borders for a decade and emerged as a formidable warrior. His darkened expression and piercing gaze subdued Su Gang instantly. However, Su Gang had seen his fair share of the world and soon regained his composure. Who are you? Suppressing his fear, he inquired. He suspected the man across from him was the enigmatic second prince of the royal family. He dared not act recklessly in the presence of the second prince. Dequin glared at Su Gang, pulling Su Yu into his embrace. I am Ye's husband. Su Gang's eyes lit up. Your Highness, he exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 80. Insufficient military funding. Dequin's expression darkened. This man had somehow discovered his identity. Su Yu's demeanor also turned unwelcoming. In a wonder, she felt Su Gang's attitude had softened. It was likely due to this revelation. Su has sought the wrong person regarding his daughter. Goodbye, Su Yu said coldly, abruptly ending the video call. She then blocked Su Gang's contact information. Angered by the abrupt termination, Su Gang felt a surge of frustration. Yet upon realizing that Su Yu had indeed become the second prince's consort, his anger dissipated swiftly. He raised his hand to call Su Yu again via video. Unfortunately, the line indicated she was busy. Initially, he thought she might be engaged in another call. However, after several attempts, the persistent busy signal finally clued him into something amiss. Upon realizing he had been blocked by Su Yu, he slammed the documents on the table in frustration. After venting his anger, he forced himself to calm down, taking a moment of silence before summoning the butler to contact Su Yu. Just as the call connected, she hung up. Upon trying again, the call also ended up in the blacklist. Ungrateful daughter, Su Gang cursed vehemently. Meanwhile, Su Yu on DQ008 was oblivious to these events. After blocking the butler's contact, her expression was far from pleasant. Was Su Ying's situation arranged by you? After sitting in silence for a while, Su Yu turned to Dequin. Not exactly, Dequin replied. Seeing Su Yu still gaze at him, he elaborated. I merely had the lawyer from the 1st Army Group reach out to the relevant departments. Su Yu smirked. That hardly qualifies as not exactly. Di Kuan wrapped his arms around her once more. As for Su Ying, she deserves to face the consequences of her actions. After all, she has wronged you many times. My restraint in not taking action against her is already a form of mercy. Indeed, Su Ying was due for a reckoning. However, if Su Gang discovered her identity, it would likely bring us trouble. Do not worry, T is not capable of stirring up any real trouble, Di Kuan assured, glancing down at Su Yu's belly. Your due date is in just a few days. It could happen at any moment. For now, do not burden yourself with bothersome matters. Su Yu looked down at her rounded abdomen and simply replied, in the afternoon, after ensuring Su Yu was asleep, Di Kuan contacted the lawyer. Keep a close eye on Su Ying's situation. Expedite her conviction and incarceration. Additionally, arrange for an investigation into Su Gang to gather some leverage against him. I do not wish for my wife to be disturbed by Su Gang, that Di Chun instructed in a low tone. Understood, came the prompt reply from the other end. Di Kuan then ended the video call. 8T that moment. Within the imperial palace of Di Xing, the Minister of Finance sought an audience with Di Chun once more. Ever since the Empress's live stream, he had been visiting the palace daily, urging Di Chun to inquire about the source of the Empress's natural ingredients, as well as requesting her assistance in promoting the royal family's enterprises. Unfortunately, Di Chun consistently responded that he was aware, but took no action. Just moments ago, he had seen the Empress announce that she would host a second live stream tomorrow evening at 8. Since the Empress's first live stream, the Jin Group's online sales had skyrocketed to billions daily. The minister was envious and could no longer contain his impatience, hence his return to the palace. Your Majesty, there's only 1 month left until the next allocation of military funding for the 4 major military groups. Many planets are currently engaged in development and construction, after deducting expenses. The tax revenue from various planets is quite limited, with some even failing to report taxes and borrowing considerable amount from us. You're aware of the situation at the front lines. The military funding for each group is astronomical. The Finance Ministry is simply unable to gather such a sum. The Minister of Finance remarked, a hint of frustration in his voice. He was merely the Minister of Finance, responsible for managing the Emperor's funds. Why was he the one who always had to rush when military funding was discussed? It was as if the Emperor was unconcerned, leaving him to fret. He certainly was not a eunuch. Di Chun operated the holographic device. Understood, he replied tersely, not looking up from his work. The Minister of Finance felt a wave of frustration rise in his chest. Your Majesty, we genuinely do not have enough funds. Military funding is still short by half. Before he could finish, Di Chen's piercing gaze silenced him. The Emperor's eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure that compelled the minister to remain quiet. I will find a solution to the military funding issue. You may leave now, Di Chun said indifferently. Frustration welled within the Minister of Finance. He wished he could raise his chin defiantly and declare that he would resign, then storm out. Yet, the words caught in his throat. Very well, he replied, exiting the room. Once the Minister of Finance had departed, Di Chun sat for a moment before locating Jean Na's contact information to initiate a video call. The call was quickly answered. What do you need from me? Jean Na appeared radiant on the screen, her entire being seemingly aglow. Di Chun was momentarily taken aback. Observing his reaction, Jean Na could not help but stifle a laugh. Regaining his composure, Di Chun maintained an impassive expression, as if his earlier moment of distraction had been an illusion. Jean Na noticed this and ceased her laughter, thinking to herself that the older man was rather dull. How had she ever found him appealing? Why the silence? She inquired, slightly perturbed. Is Kuan's wife in labor yet? Di Chun suddenly asked. Jean Na's expression brightened. Today is her due date, and while she has not yet gone into labor, Dr. Yang has indicated that it is highly likely to occur tonight. Di Chen's eyes finally sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Jean Na smiled more broadly. You are about to become a grandfather. Shouldn't you show some enthusiasm? She asked. Di Chun hesitated, contemplating, before responding. Then let us gift the Rose Manor on Di Xing to the little one as a present. It will be the perfect venue for Kuan and his wife to hold their wedding ceremony. The Rose Manor, with its expansive grounds and prime location, was valued at nearly $2 billion and was one of his few prized properties. Jinan nodded in approval. All right, I will take care of that for a little one. Di Chun mused that his wife was intent on teasing him. One more thing, he said, shifting the topic without lingering on his previous thoughts. Jinan looked at him without prompting for clarification. Experience had taught her that whatever Di Chun wanted to discuss was likely not favorable to Di Chun. feeling a twinge of disappointment at her lack of inquiry, resigned himself to speak in 1 month. It will be time to allocate military funding. Jin amused herself. Indeed, it was not a good omen. The finance minister had just approached her, stating that the current funds in the treasury were barely sufficient to cover half of the military expenses. Oh, Jinna replied nonchalantly. The inadequacy of military fund was a concern for the emperor and the finance minister, not for her. Chapter 81. Conditions. Di Chun sighed. The military funding must be secured, and I have heard that you have developed planet Exile 8 quite well. Developing one planet or several is still development. If the Gene Group is willing, the royal family is prepared to sell the jurisdiction and development rights of several barren planets. Jinna's eyes sparkled. Several barren planets near DQ008 bore similar conditions. If she could acquire and cultivate them for growing fruits and vegetables, would the Gene family ever need to worry about food supply again? Due to the excellent sales from the online store, their fruit stock was insufficient, and she was even considering sending her son to gather fruits from other barren planets. However, despite her excitement, Jinna quickly regained her composure. Developing a planet was no trivial task. DQ008 was vast enough to keep them occupied for several years. Currently, the Gene family lacked the funds to develop other planets. The jurisdiction and development rights for the barren planets DQ004, DQ005, DQ006, DQ007, and DQ009 were available for 200 years each. I only require 60 trillion star coins, Di Chun stated, disregarding Jinna's concerns. Jinna was taken aback. Such an enticing price left her at a loss for words. Of course, I have conditions, Di Chun continued, noticing her reaction. Jinna frowned. What conditions? She inquired. I wish to know the source of the Gene family's natural ingredients. Di Chun replied. Change the terms. Jinna directly refused. Di Chun, unfazed, continued. Then I require the Gene family to sell me a batch of natural ingredients at a low price for military supplies. Natural ingredients accounted for a significant portion of the military expenditure of the four major groups. If he could purchase them at a lower price, it would substantially offset military costs. Furthermore, the royal family owned numerous supermarkets. If they could introduce natural ingredients at a low cost, the supermarkets would also profit. Over the years, not only had the Gene Group faced pressure from the Qian family, but the royal family's related industries had also been targeted. If his wife could provide sufficient natural ingredients, he would not have to be overly concerned about the Qian family. The price of natural ingredients must not exceed 4/5 of the market price. Di Chun added. Jinna's expression darkened. Team most. I can offer you half the market price. 4/5 is impossible. She only offered the first group of armies half the market price. If a deal could be reached, all four major groups would utilize the Gene family's natural ingredients. Additionally, the royal supermarkets could stock the Gene family's products. However, you must provide the royal family with the lowest prices. Jinna was deeply tempted. The cunning man had set such stringent conditions that she found it difficult to refuse. If the four major armies relied entirely on the Gene family for supplies, and with the royal supermarkets stocking Gene products, even doubling their current output might not suffice. Do not rush to answer me. Consult with Kuin and his wife first. After all, the current president of the Gene family is Kuin's wife, Di Chun suddenly remarked. Jinna was instantly awakened. All right, I will give you a response tomorrow. After saying that, she ended the video call. Di Chun gazed at the operating screen in resignation, sighing. His wife's temper was quite formidable. Even after all this time, she was still upset with him. After his sigh, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. That Kuin's wife was about to give birth, and they would return to the Imperial Star to hold their wedding ceremony. His wife would surely accompany him. Although she did not disclose the source of the Gene family's goods today, she had revealed considerable information. He was now convinced that the Gene family possessed an abundance of natural resources, sufficient to meet the demands of the online natural food market and the consumption of all natural ingredients by the four major armies. Selling at 4/5 of the market price likely indicated that his own supply was secure. It appeared that DQ008 indeed held secrets. Meanwhile, after hanging up with Di Chun, Jinna paced restlessly in her office, filled with excitement and frustration. After a considerable time, she finally went to find Di Kuin and Su Yu. The conditions proposed by the old man seemed harsh, but were within a reasonable range. After all, if they agreed, he would instantly become the Gene family's largest client. Moreover, this move would strengthen ties with the Gene family while distancing themselves from the Qian family. A boon for her and her son. More importantly, despite her dissatisfaction with the old man's leniency towards the Qian family, she trusted him. Cooperation, in essence, equated to an alliance that on the second floor, when Jinna arrived, Suyu had just woken up. The three of them went to the courtyard to discuss the matter. There is no need to hesitate, Mom. Please agree with Dad, Suyu said directly after hearing Jinna's account. As the reclamation work on DQ008 progressed, the yield of various crops and star beast meat continued to rise. Coupled with the First Army's near-endless supply of star beast corpses, they had amassed a substantial stockpile. Furthermore, the primary food processing plant in Wubian City was fully operational, capable of producing enormous quantities of processed ingredients daily, unrecognizable from their original forms. There was no concern about supplying the royal family. However, Jinna felt somewhat awkward about the price her husband had set. After all, he was her spouse, and discussing this with her daughter-in-law felt inappropriate. The quantity Dad has determined is considerable, and 4/5 of the market price is an LOW.IN fact. If it's even lower, we can manage, Suyu replied with a smile. Dad isn't merely a businessman. His purchases are for the soldiers on the front lines. Moreover, the profits from the royal supermarkets are ultimately used to supplement military funds. She had heard from Di Kuan that the emperor's private treasury had long been merged with the national treasury. Her father-in-law, the emperor, had a challenging role to fulfill. Di Kuan looked at Suyu with gratitude, feeling that her words stemmed from his own situation, being the second prince and a frontline commander. Jinna observed the young couple, reassured that her daughter-in-law had no ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I believe your father's approach may be a test. Suyu and Di Kuan turned to Jinna. He also wishes to break free from the Qian family's constraints that if he realizes that the Jin family possesses the capability to contend with the Qian family, even overthrow them, he would likely stand unconditionally by our side. If this collaboration between the royal family and the Jin family succeeds, the Qian family will undoubtedly take action, Di Kuan added. Jinna nodded. Let them act. Sighing, she remarked, have their actions been few lately? Live broadcasts to disrupt us. Malicious returns or negative reviews after online purchases, fabricating stories, and spreading rumors about the Jin family's products. Such incidents have occurred countless times. Their upcoming actions will likely be even more radical. Di Kuan frowned. A glimmer of battle spirit appeared in Jinna's eyes. Let them be radical. If they dare to strike, we shall retaliate fiercely. Whether openly or covertly, we shall face them head-on. Eventually, they would confront each other directly. And there was no need for hesitation. Chapter 82. The baby's birth. During this time, she had reported to the authorities and employed various means to deal with numerous individuals. If the Qian family dared to extend their reach, she would not hesitate to retaliate. The market for natural ingredients was firmly in the Jin family's grasp. I concur with what Mom said. Additionally, I believe we can collaborate more closely with Dad, Suyu stated. Jinna regarded Suyu. Although the Jin family had grown rapidly, their strength still paled in comparison to the Qian family. If Dad could fully align with us, we would have no reason to fear the Qian family. Jinna remained silent. Let us discuss further collaboration later, Di Kuan interjected. The fewer people who know about the Jin family secrets, the better, Suyu pondered for a moment before nodding. After dinner, Suyu suddenly felt a tightening in her abdomen and experienced contractions. Upon noticing the situation, Di Kuan immediately contacted Dr. Yang and took Suyu to the medical pod. The medical pod had a delivery mode that significantly alleviated Suyu's pain. Jinna, who had been busy, rushed to the second floor upon hearing the news that in the room. Di Kuan held Suyu's hand, breathing in sync with her as they labored together. Finally, at 9:30 in the evening, they welcomed a baby boy weighing 6 pounds and 2 ounces. After Dr. Yang attended to the newborn, he presented the child to Suyu and Di Kuan. The freshly born infant was wrinkled and somewhat unattractive, yet Suyu and Di Kuan were utterly smitten, especially Suyu, whose tears flowed as she gazed at her son. Finally meeting him in the waiting area, Jinna anxiously inquired about the situation, prompting Di Kuan to allow Dr. Yang to bring the child out while he remained with Suyu. In the waiting area, Jinna cradled her grandson, her face nearly splitting with joy. His eyebrows resembled Di Kuan's, and his mouth looks like this little one is as charming as his mother. Suyu, observing from the side, expressed some dissent. I think his eyebrows are more like Ye's. The baby resembles Ye a bit more. After undergoing treatment from Xiao Chan for some time, he had regained his intellect, though his memories were not fully restored. However, as fragments of his memory returned, his recovery was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Jinna was not angered. Instead, she began to scrutinize the baby closely. His eyebrows do indeed resemble ye, yes. It's wonderful that he takes after his mother. He will surely be a handsome lad. Oh, my dear little grandson. Jinna's eyes were glued to her grandson, unable to look away. Sue-yi pleaded several times before he finally managed to hold the baby from Jinna. Unfortunately, they could not hold him for long, as Dr. Yang soon took the child back to Su-yu. Dr. Yang returned the child to Su-yu, who was already fast asleep. Dikun gestured for silence to Dr. Yang and took the child into his arms. Having completed numerous parenting courses, he had learned the art of childcare. Although he felt slightly tense while holding the baby, he managed quite well. After offering a few gentle reminders about caring for the child, Dr. Yang departed. Dikun remained by his wife and son, his heart brimming with joy. Meanwhile, after Dr. Yang left with the baby, Ji-na retreated to her own room and initiated a video call to Di-chun. She had news to share with the older gentleman. Their grandchild had been born. She also intended to evoke a hint of jealousy, for he could only gaze at the little one, but not hold him. Di-chun, still awake and preparing to call Ji-na to inquire about his daughter-in-law's condition, was taken aback when she called first. As soon as Ji-na's image appeared on the screen, Di-chun inquired about Su-yu. Has Koen's wife gone into labor? Ji-na smiled. She already has. The child was born at 9:30, weighing 6 pounds and 2 ounces. Di-chun's face lit up with joy. Where is the child? Let me see, he demanded. Ji-na rolled her eyes. The baby has just been born and shouldn't be disturbed. Dr. Yang has already returned him to Yu. Di-chun expressed his disappointment with a soft Ji-na continued. The child bears a striking resemblance to Yu. His eyebrows are a bit like Koen's, but I think they resemble Yu's more. When you see him next, you can judge for yourself. Di-chun nodded. Yes, the little one is so adorable, red and soft. I mentioned wanting to help care for him. But that little rascal, Di-kun, insisted on doing it himself. Alas, I can only assist from the sidelines for now. However, that little rascal won't be able to stay long. His accumulated leave, along with his marriage leave, paternity leave, and parental leave, gives him a maximum of 3 months. After that, he must return to the military, and the baby will be under my care. A glimmer of envy flickered in Di-chun's eyes. When do you plan to return to the Empire? He asked. Ji-na, feeling quite pleased, replied, in 2 months, once Yu completes her confinement and takes some time to recuperate. The baby is still too small. It's best not to disturb him too much. Later is fine. I will have someone look for an auspicious date and postpone their wedding. Ji-na shot Di-chun a glance, wanting to retort, but finding no suitable words. Seeing the older man so happy, she felt a sudden urge to let bygones be bygones. Regarding what you mentioned this afternoon, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. I can provide you with an answer now. After a brief pause, Ji-na addressed Di-chun. His demeanor shifted to seriousness. The 5 barren planets DQ004, DQ005, DQ006, DQ007, and DQ009 will be governed under our control for 200 years at a cost of 60 trillion star coins. We, the Gene family, will take them. Di-chun was taken aback. So, the acquisition of these barren planets means that your Gene group's natural food supply is indeed linked to them. Earlier, you mentioned selling military-grade natural food at a discounted price. We are agreeable to that. However, the supply will be limited each day. I will send you a small program shortly, which you can pass on to your finance minister. You can place orders directly for the required natural ingredients. Each type of ingredient will have a daily supply limit, and the inventory will refresh daily. The 4 major military groups consume a significant amount of natural ingredients daily. It is unlikely you will be able to purchase everything in one go. I suggest you acquire a portion in advance. Additionally, we can offset the value of the 5 barren planets, totaling 60 trillion star coins, directly with natural ingredients. Although the Gene family is currently thriving, Ji-na had little cash on hand. The money she earned was either invested in machinery for development or used to procure ingredients. Currently, she had amassed a considerable stockpile of goods on a particular planet, especially the remains of star beasts, but she was not worried about surplus inventory. After all, the older gentleman's substantial order had just come through. Chapter 83. His Majesty is quite adorable, agreed. Di-chun replied without hesitation. That 60 trillion was intended for purchasing natural resources anyway, so exchanging it directly for them was entirely reasonable. Regarding supplying the royal supermarkets, Di-chun continued. Natural foods will also be listed on the small program, priced at half of the Gene family's online retail price, akin to a flash sale. Ji-na responded promptly. Di-chun's eyes brightened. However, the Gene family has pricing requirements for your retail outlets. The retail price in all major supermarkets must not be lower than that of the Jean family's online store. Dichen's expression faltered with disappointment, yet he acquiesced. The online prices were indeed cheaper than in-store, but the latter had its advantages. Customers could take the products home immediately. Jean Na's expression softened at last. Let us leave it at that. I need to check on the baby. Dichun swiftly agreed. Go ahead. Jean Na paused momentarily, a smug smile appearing on her face before she abruptly ended the video call. Oh, you want to see him? Not a chance. Dichun stared at the screen, feeling disheartened as he slumped into his office chair. He tried to call his wife again, but she had hung up. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he decided to call Dikun. After all, that was his grandchild. He simply must see him. At that moment, Dikun was tenderly gazing at Su Yu and their child when he felt a vibration on his wrist. He saw it was a video call from his father, hesitated for a moment, then rose to take the call in another room. Son, let me see the baby, Dichun urged as soon as the call connected. His tone filled with urgency, a stark contrast to his usual imperial authority. All right, but please keep your voice down or refrain from speaking. Yu and the baby are asleep. We don't want to wake them. Dikun replied quietly. Understood, Dichun grumbled, slightly displeased. Was he really that chatty? Dikun then positioned the camera towards the baby. At that moment, both Su Yu and the child were peacefully sleeping. The baby was so small, nestled in the swaddling blanket, that it made one want to reach out and hold him. Dichun gazed longingly at the infant, feeling an overwhelming desire to rush to DQ008 and hold his grandchild. However, reason compelled him to suppress that impulse. That Dikun remained still, allowing his father to admire the baby. After a few moments, Dichun snapped a few pictures to keep his memories before instructing Dikun to carry on with his duties. Make sure to take more photos of the baby when you have the time, Dichun said. Of course, Dikun agreed. Also, since Yu gave birth naturally, she must have endured quite a bit. During her confinement, you need to take good care of her. If you find it overwhelming, call Jean Mama or your mother for assistance. Do not let your wife become fatigued. You must also attend to her emotions. Postpartum depression can be a risk, and your presence is especially vital during this time. Dikun was somewhat astonished. Had his father learned all this? Dichun noticed his son's surprise. What is so strange about that? When your mother gave birth to you, I was so occupied with state affairs that I couldn't spend enough time with her, and she hasn't forgotten it. Even after all these years, she still brings it up during arguments. Dikun struggled to suppress a laugh. That was indeed his mother-esque style. What are you laughing at? I'm telling you this so you don't end up resenting me later, just like your mother does. Don't worry, Dad, that I will take good care of you and the baby. Dikun assured him earnestly. Dichun nodded, about to say more when a knock at the door interrupted them. Let us pause this discussion for now, he said before ending the call. Dikun turned towards the door and quickly went to open it. His mother had arrived. Upon seeing Jean Na, he opened the door, just a crack, not fully letting her in. Mom, what brings you here so late? He asked quietly. Jean Na beamed at him. I came to see the baby. Just let me take a quick look, and I'll go back to sleep. The baby and you are both sleeping. You can check on him tomorrow, Dikun replied, not allowing her entry. Jean Na felt a bit irritated, but understood her son was right. All right then, I'll come back tomorrow. She cast a reluctant glance back at the room before leaving. Dikun sighed in relief and returned to watch over his wife and child. Before long, the baby awoke. Wailing, Dikun brought the child to Su Yu to nurse. Hearing the baby's cries, Su Yu, without a hint of hesitation, opened her blouse to tend to the little one. Dikun, however, felt his face flush. The couple spent nearly the entire night in a restless cycle, with the baby waking and crying intermittently. Fortunately, Dikun was very considerate, remaining by their side throughout. Even when Jean Na and Jean Mama came to help, he did not relinquish his responsibilities. The next morning, Jean Na rose early, eager to share the delightful news of her grandmotherhood on social media. To her surprise, upon logging onto the Star Network, she discovered that the entire network was abuzz with reports of the royal family's new addition. The emperor had welcomed a grandson. It seemed the older gentleman had beaten her to the announcement. Jean Na clicked on Dichen's social media account and indeed found that he had posted a status the night before, even mentioning the baby's name. Di Bao. Numerous comments flooded in, offering congratulations. Di Bao. Huh. Who named the little prince? Jean Na mused that I bet it was the empress. She must adore our precious grandson, Di Bao. Such an adorable name. I think it was probably the second prince's wife who named him. Every baby is their mother's treasure, darling. The little royal grandchild must be absolutely adorable. It is a pity there are no photographs, Your Majesty, We humbly request you to share a picture of the little royal grandchild. Upon seeing the overwhelmingly positive comments, Jean Na's face brightened with a smile. Just as she was about to post an update to clarify that she had named her dear grandson, she noticed that Di Chun had updated his status. To her astonishment, he had shared a photo of her grandson Bao Heir, accompanied by the caption, "Hello everyone, I'm the little Emperor Bao Heir." The baby in the photo, although with closed eyes, was irresistibly charming. Once Di Chun posted the update, it was met with an avalanche of likes and shares. The media quickly caught wind of it, presenting yet another trending topic for reporting. Jean Na, however, was seething with anger. That old man truly had video called his son last night and even taken a beautiful photo of her precious grandson. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial palace, Di Chun wore a beaming smile as he read the comments from netizens. Wow, the little royal grandchild is so beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely baby right after birth. The second prince and princess must be exceptionally good looking. What an adorable baby. I want to give him a kiss. The little royal grandchild is just too cute. Hello, little Emperor Bao Heir. I want to be your fan. Seeing the online praise for his grandson, Di Chun's smile widened uncontrollably. Am I the only one who thinks His Majesty is also quite endearing? We expressed our desire to see the little royal grandchild, and His Majesty promptly shared a photo. Chapter 84. Who is depending on whom? Haha. I truly believe His Majesty is showing off. Boasting about having a grandchild. His Majesty appears so serious, yet he is surprisingly adorable. At 61, His Majesty finally has a grandchild. Naturally, he cherishes him. Oh dear, it hasn't been easy for our emperor. Isn't that the truth? My grandfather is 60 this year and has 6 grandchildren already. The problem is that the first prince is still unmarried, leaving the emperor longing for a grandchild. Thankfully, the second prince is normal and has married, allowing our emperor to hold his first grandchild. The first prince indeed. Thankfully, the royal family has a second prince that I hope the second prince and princess work hard to expand the family tree. I sincerely hope the second prince's wife gives birth to another child next year. The little royal grandchild is so adorable. His siblings must be equally charming. The royal family has a future. What joyous news! Congratulations, Your Majesty. Di Chun's face radiated with happiness. If anyone had been present, they might have doubted whether this smiling man was truly their emperor. Jean Na observed the rapidly refreshing comments beneath Di Chun's post, feeling a mix of frustration and joy. After all, this was her grandson, and how could she not be happy hearing everyone praise him? Suppressing her remaining displeasure, she decided to post an update herself, announcing that to celebrate the birth of her little grandson, she would multiply the quantity of items on sale during her live stream by 10 times tonight. Additionally, she would introduce a lottery event during the stream. There would be 10 grand prizes of million star coin vouchers, 100 first prizes of 100,000 star coin vouchers, 10,000 second prizes of 10,000 star coin vouchers, 100,000 third prizes of 1,000 star coin vouchers, and 10 billion fourth prizes of 100 star coin vouchers. Each voucher could deduct 10 of the total order amount and could be combined with other promotional activities. The vouchers would be valid for a year. With so many prizes, nearly everyone could win. As soon as the news broke, Jean Na's comment section exploded. The Empress is giving away money. What a powerful grandmother. The little royal grandchild is so fortunate. The promotional effort is immense. Oh, I won't work late tonight. I'm going to your live stream for the lottery and vouchers. Your Majesty, I am ready to spend. You must ensure sufficient stock. The quantity of items on sale has increased tenfold. Tonight's items will be much easier to grab. Let us go. Time to snatch up the goods. Jean Na watched the comments for a while, her smile radiant, while both the Su family and the palace were in high spirits. At that very moment in the Western Military District, DC's expression was far from cheerful. His uncle, Qian Qing, was video calling him. You should reconsider the marriage issue, Sierre. The Jean group has been very active lately. And I don't know where they've procured so many natural ingredients, but has begun to affect the Qian family's business. Recently, His Majesty's attitude has also shifted. First, he liked the Empress's post, helping her cover her lies, supporting her in taking the position of CEO at the Jean Group. Now, with the birth of the little royal grandchild, he has even posted about it on social media, and not just once. His Majesty has lifted the previous restrictions on the Empress and the second prince. The DC felt a surge of irritation. There are daily battles on the front lines, with thousands dying and mechas being destroyed. How can I possibly have time to consider such matters? The Jin group is encroaching on the Qian family's business, so find a way to suppress them that I have never interfered with the Qian family's business. Uncle, so there's no need for you to bring this up that as for D. Kuan marrying and having children, that is his affair? What does it have to do with me? Marrying. Certainly not with someone from the Qian family. I have no interest in that. After all these years, you have claimed to support me, but in reality, you have sought to control me, that I aspire to be the crown prince, but I refuse to be a puppet of the Qian family. Not to mention, I have no interest in women. Even if I did, I would not choose to marry a woman from the Qian family that I do not wish for my future child to face the same predicament I currently endure. How can it be unrelated? The citizens of the empire are already beginning to doubt you. Qin Qing raised his voice at a critical moment. However, he failed to finish a sentence that I only ask that you marry Shaoan. After marriage, you can opt for artificial insemination. As long as you can produce a little royal grandchild, I am confident I can secure your position as crown prince. The minister's opposition to establishing the first prince as crown prince stems from certain rumors. If those rumors can be dispelled, what reason would they have to oppose? At that point, the Qian family can step in to pressure the royal family, and I do not believe His Majesty would refuse to compromise. DC lowered his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His uncle truly was bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. I have said that we will discuss marriage later. Or if you can arrange for me to be transferred from the Western Military District, then we may have something to negotiate. DC fixed his gaze on Qian Qing. Coming to the Western Military District was never his desire. The constant battles here were perilous. Even as the Marshal of the Fourth Army, he still had to go to the front lines occasionally, with so many ferocious star beasts and the risk of encountering a swarm of insects. It was difficult for even him to ensure he would not be injured or even die on the battlefield. At such times, how could he possibly consider marriage? The Qian family needed a puppet. Not him. He had no intention of leaving a child with anyone from the Qian family. Who could say if they would abandon him at a critical moment? His Majesty has only just allowed you to command troops. Why would you return now? Qin Qing's face was filled with exasperation. It's only been 5 years. That's not a long time. Just hold on a little longer and keep control of the Fourth Army in your hands. Once you cultivate your own loyal subordinates, you can transfer military power to our own people. At that time. If you wish to return, just mention it to His Majesty. DC's expression turned icy. What do you mean by cultivating your own loyal subordinates? What you want is for the Qian family to command the army. I am closely monitored by the Qian family. Aside from them, I have almost no one to rely on. Under these circumstances, how can I cultivate my own loyal subordinates? Qian Qing met DC's gaze without fear. The person before him had achieved his current position thanks to the support of him and the Qian family. DC had no right to lose his temper at him. If that is the case, then we have nothing more to discuss. DC dropped the line and abruptly ended the video call. Qian Qing gritted his teeth in frustration. When did his nephew sever ties with him? It must have been when he tacitly agreed to the Emperor's decision to send him to the Western Military District to command the Fourth Army. He couldn't even endure 5 years of hardship. He ordered a reduction in the funding for the Fourth Army by half, hoping to make him recognize reality and understand who truly depended on whom. Chapter 85. The Lottery on the Other Side. After hanging up the video call, DC was still seething with anger. Useless, he cursed loudly, sweeping everything off his desk onto the floor. How could the eldest son of the royal family be so humiliated by a mere businessman? Rather than remain in such a demeaning position, he forced himself to suppress any rebellious thoughts that began to arise. I can't afford to be distracted. I have made things difficult for D. Kuan and the Empress over the years. If I give up now, I fear I will suffer a worse fate in the future. Just then, D. Chen's video call came through. DC stared at the holographic screen for a while before deciding to answer. Father. He looked at the Emperor, who appeared cheerful on the screen, and greeted him as Ayer. Your brother's son has been born. He is named D. Bao. He is your eldest nephew. When you have time, give your brother a video call to extend your greetings, D. Chun said. DC paused, understanding his father's intention, that he knew that previously his father had urged him several times to show concern for D. Kuan or to have D. Kuan contact him to ease their brotherly relationship. Unfortunately, both he and D. Kuan were well aware that their bond could never be like that of ordinary brothers. Now that D. Kuan had a son, it was indeed appropriate for him to reach out. Although the child was D. Kuan's, he would still call him Uncle. D. Chen's face lit up with satisfaction. Kuan Air is your brother and has now started a family. As the elder brother, you should also consider your own lifelong matters. If a favored girl notices her son's unusual demeanor, Di-Chun refrains from continuing his words. Forget it. You can handle this matter as you see fit. By the way, how are you adapting to the Western theater? Are you getting accustomed to life on the front lines? Di-Chun inquired with concern. DC felt a stir in his heart, yearning to seize the moment to request Di-Chun to transfer him away from the Western theater. However, after some contemplation, he quelled this thought that I'm doing well. Dad, are you okay? I'm perfectly fine. Please prioritize your safety on the front lines, perform your duties diligently, and safeguard the Empire's defenses. You and Kuan are both my pride. Gazing into Di-Chun's caring eyes, DC felt another pang in his heart. He responded softly. After expressing a few more words of concern for DC, Di-Chun ended the video call. Following his conversation with Di-Chun, DC's emotions settled. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow Di-Chun's instructions and initiated a video call with Di-Kuan, far away on star DQ008. Di-Kuan hesitated for a moment before accepting the call. The video connected. The brothers met each other's gaze. Dad asked me to video call you, congratulating you on the birth of your son. DC said, Thank you. Di-Kuan replied. DC paused, casting his gaze behind Di-Kuan as if searching for something. That child, is he named Di-Bao? He suddenly inquired. Di-Kuan's eyes flickered. Please send me your address later. I would like to send a gift to Di-Bao. DC continued. Di-Kuan hesitated momentarily. DC chuckled softly. Even if you don't send it, I can still find out. Rest assured. I am currently preoccupied with matters on the front lines and have no time to trouble you. DC paused. Furthermore, regarding the earlier incident where you were ambushed, I want to clarify that it was not instigated by me. Di-Kuan was taken aback, not because he was surprised that it wasn't TDC who had orchestrated it, but rather astonished that DC would bother to explain. All right then, let us leave it at that. With that, DC abruptly ended the video call. Just as the call concluded, a news bulletin popped up, reporting on the royal family's new addition. DC clicked on it and instantly saw a photo of the newborn. The infant appeared to be in a deep sleep, with slightly flushed skin, resembling a little hamster. After observing for a while, DC closed the holographic screen and resumed his work. Meanwhile, Di-Kuan deliberated for quite some time before sending his home address to DC. DC was right. If he wanted to investigate, their address was impossible to conceal. With the numerous security checks at the courier company, DC would not be foolish enough to employ such a method to endanger his son. As night fell, Gina beamed with joy as she began her live stream. For today's session, she had no intention of introducing products in the previous live stream. She had already showcased all the products and linked the videos to the corresponding items in her online store. This time, she primarily aimed to share the news of her grandson's birth and chat about her son and daughter-in-law. Originally, her plan was to unveil her son's identity during this live stream, sparking a wave of online attention. However, now that her grandson had arrived, the attention had already surged. She decided to postpone the announcement of her son's identity until the next live stream. Now that she had left the palace, that old man Di-Chun could no longer control her. She was determined to give her son what he deserved. Her son was far more exceptional than DC. Why should he always endure and concede? Currently, as a prince, she intended for her son to vie for the position of crown prince in the future. Dear fans, hello. I'm delighted to meet you again in this live stream. Gina expressed her joy and eagerness to chat with everyone as the live stream commenced. Comments flooded the screen. Congratulations to the queen for becoming a grandmother. You are the most beautiful grandmother I have ever seen. Queen, can you show us the baby prince? I want to see. What would you like to chat about, your majesty? Could you share some photos of the baby prince? And what about the second prince and princess Iya? I am very curious about them. I want to hear the story of Princess Iya and the second prince. Please, your majesty, tell us. Am I the only one who wants to hear the queen chat and also want to participate in the lottery? Your majesty, how do we enter the draw today? I feel so lucky that I might win the grand prize. Gina's lips curled into a smile upon seeing this comment. Before diving into the conversation, she addressed the lottery and flash sale. The lottery is starting now. With that, Gina clicked the holographic screen and the lottery options appeared on the right side of the live stream. Everyone can now click the lottery button on the right side to participate. Each account can enter once, and those who win will receive vouchers that can be used directly in the online store for 1 year. There are a substantial number of prizes this time, and everyone who participates will win something. The lottery will continue until the end of the live stream. Good luck to you all. As soon as Gina's words fell, comments from viewers started pouring in, sharing their winning news. Haha, I got lucky and won second prize, 10,000 star coins. I made a profit. Oh no, I only won fourth prize, but saving 100 star coins is still good. Ah, I won third prize. 1,000 star coins. I'm going to shop. Gina noticed that the number of prizes had drastically decreased, and she felt satisfied as she continued the live stream. Chapter 86. Gina live streams again after addressing the lottery. She discussed the flash sale. Today's live stream was not focused on product introductions. It was purely a chat session. The flash sale would be interspersed throughout the conversation, with a product being featured every 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the second product would go on sale. The live stream would last nearly 3 hours, featuring a wide array of products. Just a note, the order of the flash sale items is random. Whichever item is drawn will be the one presented. Therefore, to secure the desired flash sale item, Gina advised everyone not to leave the live stream easily. Without further ado, let us begin the first product as flash sale. Gina quickly declared. With that, she clicked, and 2 million bottles of orange juice became available for sale. As the flash sale window opened, the stock numbers began to plummet. Within a minute, the 2 million bottles were sold out. Yay, I finally got one. I got one too. I'm so happy. Haha. I'll pay immediately. Once I reach 1,000 star coins, I can enjoy an 80 discount. The vouchers I just want are coming in handy. It is such a great deal. The prizes in the live stream weren't even finished yet, and I'm already contacting my parents to join in. I won first prize, everyone. Can't wait for the next flash sale. My dad won second prize. He is so happy he can't even contain himself. And he asked me to share this, so you can all be envious. I don't know if you're envious. But I'm so envious. Why did I only win fourth prize? I want to win a second prize too. No, I would even settle for a third prize. You've reminded me. I'll contact my family to watch the live stream now. Gina congratulated those who won first prize and interacted with the audience for a while before beginning to discuss Bao. The name Bao, was actually chosen by me. His grandfather and his parents had thought of numerous names, but none received unanimous approval that in the end, the name I suggested was unanimously accepted. Your Majesty is truly amazing. The name for the baby prince is delightful. It sounds auspicious. I think it's beautiful too. Once my son is born, I'll name him Bao as well that I have a daughter, and she also thinks the name Bao is lovely that I'll name my little one Bao too. Gina had no idea that her choice of the name Bao would spark a trend for names incorporating Bao throughout the empire. My grandson was born last night at 9:30, weighing 6 pounds and 2 ounces. The doctor said he is very healthy. Gina continued that Bao's weight was so well controlled, and all his metrics were excellent at birth. Thanks to his mother's careful diet, exercise, and extensive prenatal education during pregnancy. Speaking of which, our entire family is grateful to Yia. She and Kuan conceived naturally and had a smooth delivery. Regardless of whether it was natural conception or a smooth delivery, the impact on the mother's body is significant. Yet she was incredibly brave, remaining strong throughout her pregnancy. When giving birth to Bao, she gritted her teeth and persevered until the very end. From Yia, I witnessed the greatness of motherhood. In the era of interstellar travel, humans can engage in artificial insemination through external fertilization. Moreover, advanced medical pods can cultivate fertilized eggs, allowing them to develop into embryos until they mature into infants. However, babies born through such methods do not possess the same potential for mental strength as those conceived naturally. Particularly, children born through natural conception and subsequently delivered smoothly demonstrate the highest potential for mental strength. Furthermore, the mother's nurturing of the child enhances the interaction and connection between parents and offspring. After birth, parents and children become closer, which greatly benefits the child's future development. Considering these factors, the empire has begun to encourage couples to conceive naturally and nurture their children in utero. Due to the significant impact on women's health, the empire has also enacted numerous laws to support women who conceive naturally and bear children. Firstly, they are entitled to a year of maternity leave, along with a year of maternity benefits. Secondly, for 3 years after the wife gives birth, 80% of the husband's income will automatically be deposited into the wife's account. Additionally, if the husband cheats within 3 years after the wife gives birth, he will leave with nothing. This is merely a portion of the legal provisions that protect women who conceive naturally and bear children. Numerous other related laws also favor these mothers. It is precisely due to this series of legal measures that many women have chosen the path of natural conception and childbirth. The royal family has set a commendable example, as all royal offspring are born through natural conception and delivery. The tireless efforts of the royal consort. With such a supportive mother-in-law and husband, the hardships are indeed worthwhile, although natural conception and childbirth are arduous. They are undeniably rewarding. How adorable are the royal grandchildren. Their potential for mental acuity is undoubtedly high. I have resolved to prepare for pregnancy with my husband this year, aiming for natural conception. After all, the Empire provides decent support for mothers who conceive naturally, but I am willing to endure some hardships for this. I was initially hesitant about whether to conceive naturally. However, upon seeing how delightful the royal grandchildren are, I am eager to try. Everyone, please do not act rashly. My cousin experienced significant physical trauma from natural conception and childbirth. During her pregnancy, she suffered from severe morning sickness, swelling in the later stages, and excruciating pelvic pain. The delivery resulted in tearing, and postpartum incontinence ensued. While modern medicine can alleviate pain with machines or medication, the experience remains profoundly uncomfortable. It took my cousin over 6 months after her confinement to noticeably recover. I do not suggest that everyone forego natural conception and childbirth. Rather, I hope that everyone considers their options carefully or discusses them with their families before proceeding. If I were the second royal consort with such a dependable husband and mother-in-law and ample financial resources, I too would opt for natural conception and childbirth. However, for ordinary individuals, not everyone has understanding family members, nor do they always have sufficient means. Indeed, natural conception and childbirth are significant matters that must be discussed with family beforehand. The physical toll on women from childbirth is one aspect, but raising children is equally challenging. Although household robots can assist to some extent, the human touch is irreplaceable. After giving birth, a mother's body is already weakened. If family members do not lend a hand, the experience can be unbearable for her. Jinnah did not expect that her simple praise for her daughter-in-law would spark such extensive discussions on natural conception and childbirth. Observing the heated debate, she decided to share her perspective. Chapter 87. The Empire's Best Mother-in-Law. Women who conceive naturally and give birth are indeed remarkable. However, we must not use the term remarkable to impose undue expectations on women. I firmly believe that the right to choose one's method of conception and delivery is a woman's prerogative. Jinnah's remarks garnered countless likes from female fans that it seems that women truly understand women. The Queen deserves to be our representative, and we support her. Well said, Your Majesty, Jinnah continued, asserting her belief that prospective mothers are willing to make sacrifices for the greater potential of their children and the future of the Empire. However, such sacrifices must be acknowledged and understood, particularly by husbands and family members. Husbands, in particular, must empathize with their wives' sacrifices rather than taking them for granted. Otherwise, even if a wife is willing to make sacrifices and the Empire's laws are sound, she may still hesitate when making her choices. Bravo! The Queen spoke splendidly. Men must understand us. Why would we be unwilling to conceive and bear children? It is those misguided men who claim that women giving birth is merely a profit-making endeavor. As if they could simply take away years of their wages. They do not consider that many mothers do not return to work for the first 3 years to better care for their children. Even when children can attend public kindergarten for free after 3 years, mothers returning to the workforce will still be distracted by their children. Jinnah smiled that in this regard, I am quite satisfied with my son. Since Suyu began her second trimester, Di Kuan has been by her side, accompanying her in physical exercise, providing prenatal education, and learning about fatherhood. When Suyu gave birth, Di Kuan was present throughout the process. After the child was born, he continued to care for both mother and child. Although he took on most of the responsibilities, rendering me somewhat superfluous, I know he is more suited for these tasks than I am. In this respect, Di Kuan surpasses his father by far. Upon hearing this, the comments surged. Wow, the second prince is so gentle. He must be deeply in love with the royal consort. This is a responsible man. The royal consort is so fortunate. Only I noticed the Queen subtly criticizing His Majesty for not being sufficiently responsible. When the Queen gave birth to the second prince, His Majesty surely did not perform as well as the second prince. Your Majesty, did you hear that? The Queen is expressing her grievances about you. It seems that even His Majesty cannot completely satisfy his wife. Suddenly, a notification popped up in the live stream. A new round of flash sales is about to begin. Seeing this, Jinnah paused the discussion to inform everyone that the next round of flash sales was imminent. How quickly 10 minutes had passed. Now, let us see what products are featured in this round of flash sales. Jinnah clicked her finger, launching the new flash sale item. Medium-sized canned pork? Everyone, hurry and seize it. Before Jinnah finished speaking, the stock rapidly diminished. Within 30 seconds, 2 million cans of medium-sized pork were sold out once again. Those who managed to purchase chimed in with comments, some excited, others smug. Congratulations to those who secured their purchases. For those who missed out, do not be disheartened. The next flash sale will commence in 10 minutes. Tonight's flash sales are plentiful. If you missed this one, there will be more opportunities. Now, let us continue our conversation. While I believe D-Coin's performance has been commendable, I would not advise everyone to follow suit. Why not? Because not everyone is fortunate enough to have as many holidays as he does. Haha, I will elaborate on why he has so many holidays later, for mothers opting for natural childbirth. The postpartum recovery period and breastfeeding can be incredibly exhausting. Although the Empire provides a year of maternity benefits, having a baby significantly increases living expenses. Those benefits may not suffice in such cases. The burden of family responsibilities falls on the husband. Therefore, for most families, it is not realistic for the husband to stay home and accompany the mother throughout her recovery. In these circumstances, family assistance becomes vital. Grandparents can certainly lend a helping hand. Particularly, grandmothers should be involved. When a daughter-in-law marries into the family and endures hardship to bear children, it is only natural for her to receive assistance. If some mothers-in-law cannot comprehend this, perhaps they should consider a different perspective. Helping the daughter-in-law is ultimately helping their son. Otherwise, if the daughter-in-law suffers too greatly, the son will also face complaints. This can significantly impact the couple's relationship and even their marriage. At this moment, Su Yu on the second floor was also watching the live stream. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's remarks, she couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. She was indeed fortunate to have such a sensible mother-in-law. D-Con, watching the live stream alongside her, silently praised his mother for her words. Some of his friends and subordinates often found themselves caught between their mothers and wives, facing dilemmas such as whether to save their mother or wife if they both fell into a river, or being forced to choose between the two. In his case, if his mother and wife fell into a river, he would not need to jump in. His mother would undoubtedly save his wife. As for whom he would choose, he believed his mother would choose his wife over him. It seems that his mother is set to become the Empire's best mother-in-law. Unable to contain herself, Su Yu laughed. D-Coin joined in her laughter. Then I shall strive to be the Empire's best husband. Saying this, he reached out to embrace his wife. Wow. At that moment, the baby awoke, letting out a piercing cry that instantly roused D-Coin. The new father hurried to check on his son. Based on his experience, he guessed the baby needed a change. Jinnah's remarks garnered widespread acclaim, and her social media following surged once again. Simultaneously, the next product for the flash sale was about to be announced. At the request of some fans, Jinnah began to share stories from her own pregnancy. Through Jinnah's narrative, everyone gained a deeper understanding of the queen. They learned that the emperor and empress, like any ordinary couple, experienced their share of disagreements and quarrels. The usually stern emperor could transform into a warm husband, comforting his wife. As time flew by, they found themselves unaware that it had already reached 11 o'clock. It was getting late. The promised 3-hour live stream would indeed last 3 hours. After stating this, Jinnah, amidst the audience's reluctant farewells, unveiled the final flash sale product. Jinnah's online store was met with another wave of sales. Thank you to all the fans who have stayed with me until now. The time is late. I will conclude the live stream. Wishing everyone a restful night, that I look forward to meeting you all again in a month. With that, Jinnah ended the broadcast. She had not intended to engage in live streaming every day. After all, even without live broadcasts, the order volume for the Jean family's online store was exceedingly high. With so many coupons distributed this time, the store sales in the upcoming period were assured. Additionally, new orders from the older gentlemen would soon arrive, given the current production capacity of the Jean family. It was likely that they would struggle to accumulate any significant inventory in the short term. It seemed that those factories would need to be expanded again. Di-Chen watched as Jean Na concluded her live stream. His wife had shared numerous opinions and spoken about their relationship during the broadcast. This not only evoked memories for him, but also prompted some reflection. Previously, he had indeed shown too little concern for her. The following day, the Minister of Finance received the mini-program that Di-Chun had forwarded. Upon reviewing the details, the old man nearly wept with joy. He had always believed that His Majesty was not as unreliable as some thought. Indeed, he had been diligently working to address military supply issues. The Empress was remarkably capable, managing to provide such a vast quantity of natural ingredients and food at low prices. Furthermore, he learned that Dichon had sold the jurisdiction and development rights of 5 barren planets for a mere 60 trillion star coins to the Jin family, which left the minister feeling somewhat aggrieved. Your Majesty, although these planets are barren, they are rich in energy stones. Selling the rights to them for only 60 trillion star coins is quite a loss. The Minister of Finance lamented. Indeed, there are energy stones, but does the royal family possess the manpower and resources to develop them? Dichon inquired coldly. There were numerous barren planets rich in energy stones within the empire. Yet currently, the development of these planets had not exceeded 5%. Over 200 years, managing to develop half of the remaining barren planets would be commendable. Once 200 years had passed, the empire could reclaim the sole barren planets that, if there was interest, arrangements could be made for further development at that time. The minister felt a pang in his heart. What did it mean to reclaim the 5 barren planets for further development after 200 years? He was already 70 years old. While the average lifespan of interstellar humans was 150, would he even live to that age? Even if he did, would he continue to serve the royal family until then? Ever since he had become the Minister of Finance, he had been perpetually anxious, feeling as though he might not reach the age of 90 to retire. Your Majesty, that is not my intention. It's just, never mind, what you say is correct. Let us keep those 5 barren planets. We won't need them, but if they are sold, then let them be sold. The minister decided to relinquish his concerns. Once the emperor had made a decision, no amount of persuasion would change it, and continuing to resist was futile. Additionally, the conditions provided by the Jin family were indeed favorable. The prices for natural ingredients and foods were significantly lower than those quoted by the Qian family. The losses from selling planetary resources could easily be compensated by the savings on natural ingredients and foods. Hearing this, Dichon felt a sense of satisfaction. You shall handle the procurement. The items in this mini-program are updated daily. For the military's natural ingredient needs from the 4 major military groups, you do not need to purchase everything at once. Just ensure that all supplies are ready by the end of the month. At that time, military funds will be distributed in the form of money and supplies. The budget for the next quarter should suffice. Understood. The Minister of Finance promptly agreed. Additionally, please notify the heads of the supermarkets under the royal family's name to swiftly procure and stock the Jin family's natural foods. The low procurement prices offered by the Jin family meant that the supermarkets could still make a profit by selling their goods. Yes, the minister's eyes sparkled at the thought of the substantial profits that could be made from the supermarkets. Dichon paused for a moment. Moreover, the several natural ingredient restaurants under the royal family's name should also start using ingredients procured from the Jin family. Let us reduce costs. Furthermore, the factories processing natural foods should also source their supplies from the Jin family. All natural ingredient procurements within the palace, the imperial guards, and other areas under our control should transition to the Jin family's products. The low prices offered by the Empress will significantly reduce our expenditures. Yes, the minister's enthusiasm only grew. Inspired by the emperor, he even contemplated other ideas. Your Majesty, given the remarkably low prices provided by the Jin family, could we not also mark up the prices in wholesale to smaller distributors? This could yield considerable profits. Dichon was momentarily taken aback. His finance minister was truly astute. You may certainly try, he replied, although Dichon was uncertain of the Jin family's exact inventory of natural ingredients. The online store's daily order volume and the substantial stock displayed in the mini-program indicated that they likely had ample supplies. Thus, that evening, Jin-Na received the emperor's first order. Despite her preparations, she was still taken aback upon seeing the order. The Jin family owed the emperor a staggering 60 trillion in debts for the purchase of 5 planets, yet the emperor's first order amounted to 1 trillion. After a brief moment of surprise, Jin-Na quickly dismissed it. Her warehouse was well stocked. Fulfilling an order of 1 trillion would be a simple task. She promptly called Jin Lan to arrange for the goods to be prepared and delivered to Di Xing. After midnight, due to the automatic inventory refresh settings Jin-Na had implemented, the stock in the mini-program was updated. The Minister of Finance, eagerly monitoring the stock changes, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The new inventory was identical to that of the previous day. What further hesitation could there be? The minister quickly began purchasing. He bought up all the low-priced items and selectively acquired the higher-value ones. After some editing, he placed a second order. Jin-Na was just about to check on her grandchild upstairs when she received a notification from her light brain. To her astonishment, the emperor had placed another order. This time, the order amount exceeded 1 trillion. Again, she paid little heed and instructed Jean Lon to arrange for this order as well, intending to send both shipments together if the previous one had not yet been dispatched. By evening, the Minister of Finance on Di Xing received the goods from his two orders. Chapter 89. The Emperor's discomfort, a large shipment arrived, and the Minister of Finance gazed at the considerable amount of supplies, nearly doubting his senses that so many natural ingredients and foods. The quality was excellent, and the prices were low. Notify them to come claim their goods, he exclaimed to his secretary, brimming with joy. Yes, the secretary responded, arranging for the afternoon. After the secretary left, the minister once again accessed the mini-program. The cheaper items were nearly sold out, yet there remained a considerable inventory of more expensive goods, such as lamb and beef. While these items were pricier compared to others in the mini-program, they were still exceptionally affordable compared to normal market rates. It would be a waste to let such a plentiful inventory go to waste. Consequently, the minister quickly pulled up his contacts and called a friend involved in food wholesale. Hello, Xiao Wang. I have a batch of ingredients available at a price. After midnight, the mini-program refreshed once more. The minister's eyes sparkled as he continued placing orders that he had begun to market some natural ingredients, and now he could procure from the Jean family. Consequently, Jean Na found herself facing even larger orders. The Jean family only owed the emperor 60 trillion. At this rate, that debt would soon be cleared. With an idea forming in her mind, Jean Na decided to contact the older gentleman the following day. The next day, while Di Chan was discussing matters with the Minister of Finance, Jean Na's video call came through. Di Chan glanced at the minister before answering the call. Empress, Di Chan greeted. The Minister of Finance raised his head to glance at the emperor's screen before quickly lowering it again. He was in the midst of discussing the Jean family's affairs with His Majesty, planning to leverage the low-priced natural ingredients for new projects to increase revenue, when the Empress unexpectedly called. I wish to discuss the repayment of the debt and subsequent orders, Jean Na stated directly. Upon hearing this, the minister's head shot up, eyes wide with urgency as he looked at the emperor. The emperor merely offered a nonchalant glance at the minister before addressing Jean Na. Once the 60 trillion owed to you is repaid, future orders must be paid in cash, Jean Na insisted. The minister's anxiety heightened, fearing that their emperor would concede. To his relief, Di Chan did not disappoint his expectations, merely responding with a noncommittal The minister felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing he could faint on the spot. Jean Na, on the other hand, was taken aback by the emperor's response. However, I have a condition, Di Chan added. Jean Na's demeanor shifted to one of caution. What is the condition? She inquired. You must reduce the prices of natural ingredients by an additional 5%. The minister, on the verge of despair, suddenly perked up. Jean Na's expression darkened, just as she was about to refuse. Di Chan continued. In exchange, I promise to place monthly orders totaling no less than 100 trillion in goods from the Jean family. The minister nearly swooned. 100 trillion. The emperor was truly bold. Recently, the reason for his substantial orders was to prepare the natural ingredient supplies for the 4 major military groups for the coming quarter. Once those supplies were ready, the next procurement would not occur for 3 months, during which time they would hardly require such an abundance. Jean Na frowned. 200 trillion, she countered. Offering a price of 40% below market value was already a substantial discount. Reducing it further would bring it down to 30 to 50%. It would be nearly equivalent to giving it away for free. However, the situation of the Jean family was quite unique. Under her stewardship, their ingredient costs were remarkably low, even with such a significant discount. Their profits would remain substantial if the older gentleman could secure the Jean family's monthly sales at 200 trillion. The Jean family could potentially earn a considerable sum each month. Now, the Jean family has acquired 5 additional planets, and they require more funds for development. 120 trillion, Di Chan countered. That is unacceptable. IT must be 200 trillion, not a fraction less, Jean Na insisted unwaveringly. With a discount of 30 to 50% on the goods, what could you not do with them? You could establish a food processing factory and sell to small wholesalers for a profit. Upon hearing the notion of reselling for profit, the Minister of Finance bowed his head, feeling guilty. The Empress truly deserves her reputation as a savvy businesswoman. Her dealings are beyond the scope of his budget. Di Chan glanced at his Minister of Finance. Fine, but the 200 trillion will only be calculated starting 2 months from now. For the next 2 months, we will consider it as 100 trillion. You must allow us some buffer time to make arrangements. Jean Na pondered briefly. Agreed. The Minister of Finance sighed in relief. Thankfully, His Majesty is still the wise and formidable ruler. with 2 months of leeway. He instructed his subordinates to expedite contacting small wholesalers or establishing food processing factories, hoping to meet the procurement amount in 2 months. That Di-Chun smiled at his wife. He was about to inquire about their grandson when the call abruptly ended. The emperor's expression froze on his face. His gaze met that of the Minister of Finance, who was still in a daze. Once he regained his composure, he quickly averted his eyes. He couldn't help but laugh at the sight of His Majesty being bested before the Empress. Di-Chun, noticing the minister's struggle to suppress his laughter, felt a bit embarrassed. "You heard the agreement with the Empress. You know what to do next, right?" Di-Chun asked with a stern face. The Minister of Finance could not contain himself and burst out laughing while responding. Di-Chun's expression darkened. "For the next 2 months, your department must not rest. You will need to present your plans and objectives promptly. If the targets are not met, bonuses will be deducted." The minister's amusement vanished instantly. Looking up at the emperor's grim face, he wanted to accuse him of personal vendetta, but clearly lacked the courage. He could only respond with a hesitant yes. Di-Chun, finally satisfied, dismissed the Minister of Finance. After he left, Di-Chun reclined in his office chair leisurely. The Empress had accepted even his discounted offer and seemed eager for him to purchase more. It appeared that the Gene Group's resources were even more abundant than he had anticipated. He was nearly certain that the Gene Group's natural ingredients were not sourced from elsewhere. In the entire empire, apart from the Qin family, it seemed no one could supply such an excess of natural ingredients for sale at such low prices. The Qin family would never sell their goods to the Gene family at such low rates. Since the source was indeed the Gene family's own, how extensive could their supply be? Could they rival the Qin family? Contemplating these possibilities, Di-Chun felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. If the Gene Group could indeed stand against the Qin family, even supplying just 50% of the Qin family's natural ingredient output, he would dare to take action against them. For the stability of the empire, he had already tolerated the Qin family for long enough. Therefore, he needed to expedite his efforts to generate revenue and swiftly resolve the royal family's financial issues. Additionally, he must provide substantial support to his wife, fostering the growth of the Gene Group to counter the Qin family. Chapter 90. Di-Chun's thoughts in the blink of an eye. A week had passed. Little Di-Bao was visibly growing while simultaneously exhausting his parents. The infant required feeding every 2 to 3 hours and took over half an hour to fall asleep afterward. Suyu, who was breastfeeding, found herself utterly fatigued from the frequent feedings. That Di-Kun also faced his challenges, needing to change little Di-Bao's diaper every 2 hours on average. Occasionally, he would find himself splattered with urine or even feces. Nevertheless, the couple persevered. Life in the Su family villa was tiring, yet filled with happiness. Meanwhile, the Gene Group's development plans were progressing smoothly. The DQ-08 star was beginning the construction of a new safety zone, where the ferocious star beasts and the relatively docile higher-tier star beasts were being eradicated. The lower-tier, relatively gentle star beasts were being driven into designated areas, with plans established for systematic hunting in the future. Most importantly, the wasteland of DQ-008 star was entering an accelerated phase of reclamation and planting. That a multitude of crops and fruit trees were being sown. Simultaneously, development plans for the remaining 5 barren stars had been formulated. Gina decided to designate them purely for planting and breeding, without engaging in any other industries. All of the Gene Group's factories would be concentrated on DQ-008 star, while the Gene Group was rapidly expanding. DC at the 4th Army Group's command center was in a foul mood. The soldiers were complaining again about the lack of natural food today. Had the Qin family not delivered the promised natural ingredients yet? The quartermaster looked anxiously at DS. Oh, what if they missed a few meals? When I wasn't here before, the 4th Army Group only had natural food every 2 days. The quartermaster lowered his head. Feeling disgruntled, IT was supposed to be 2 meals of natural food every 3 days, not 1 meal every 2 days. They were stationed in the most intense Western theater of war, facing difficult conditions. And the food supply was so harsh. Who would be pleased with that? Previously, it was not the soldiers who requested the marshal to increase their natural food supply. It was the marshal himself who voluntarily proposed to provide 2 meals a day to win the soldiers' hearts. Now, the promised arrangement seemed to be falling through. Who would be pleased in such circumstances? Recently, the fighting had been fierce, and many soldiers had faced near-death experiences on the battlefield. That if they were deprived of food, there would surely be discontent. The quartermaster suppressed his emotions and spoke. When the old marshal was in charge, The Fourth Army Group had not suffered such hardships. He truly did not understand what the emperor was thinking. Appointing the eldest prince as their marshal. Not only did he possess the least strength among the four marshals, but his command capabilities were also the weakest. They had hoped that with him in charge, their rations would improve, but now that was also in jeopardy. Hearing this, DC refrained from further anger. He rubbed his forehead, knowing the difficulty of war from fighting alongside his soldiers. The pensions for the fallen and disabled soldiers were also lagging behind. How about it, Marshal? Would you consider contacting the Qian family? The quartermaster suggested. The pension for the fallen and disabled soldiers from the various army groups were shared equally between the Empire and the military. Previously, the Fourth Army Group had been in financial straits, but the situation improved after the Qian family began supporting them with natural food. However, recently, the Qian family had their support, and the casualties on the battlefield had only increased. After satisfying the repairs and replacements for the damaged mechas, they were now struggling to provide pensions for the fallen and disabled soldiers. DC's expression darkened once again. Contact Qianqing? By doing so, he would be forcing himself to submit that if he contacted him, would he still have the standing to speak in front of Qianqing? But what could he do if he didn't contact him? For the first time, DC realized he had underestimated D. Kuan. D. Kuan had enlisted at 18, starting from the grassroots level and rising to become the marshal of the First Army Group. Even under the blockade of the Qian family, he managed to sustain the First Army Group, transforming the previously most perilous southern theater into the safest and most stable front, in terms of leading troops in a battle. He was indeed not as capable as D. Kuan. All right, I understand. Calm everyone down. This matter will be resolved soon, he said, waving his hand to dismiss the quartermaster. The quartermaster wanted to say something else, but seeing DC covering his face without even looking at him, he held back and left that he hoped the marshal would indeed contact the Qian family. After the quartermaster departed, DC took some time to collect himself. Sitting in his office chair, he contemplated before contacting Di Chun via video call, but he did not wish to yield to the Qian family unless absolutely necessary. Di Chun's figure quickly appeared on the screen. Sierre, the emperor greeted, his expression cheerful, a smile evident in his eyes. Father, DC responded. The situation in the Western Theater was intense, with increasing casualties among frontline soldiers and significant damage to mechas. Although they had sold some natural ingredients provided by the Qian family as a stopgap, their military budget remained severely strained. Could we possibly, Father, could the military budget for our Fourth Army Group be disbursed in advance? DC asked earnestly. Di Chun momentarily paused. His proud eldest son was actually seeking his help. He was aware of the Qian family's reduction of support for the Fourth Army Group and had been anticipating further developments. Now, he felt pleased that his son had not directly compromised with the Qian family, but had sought his assistance first. However, he was also disappointed that his son could only hold out for such a short period before feeling overwhelmed. Certainly, after a brief moment, Di Chun provided a decisive answer. In the past, it would have been impossible for him to agree. However, he had already prepared the military supplies and budget for the four major army groups. Sending the funds to his eldest son a few days early would pose no issue. DC's expression brightened. Thank you, Father, he exclaimed gratefully. Di Chun nodded. After a moment's thought, he continued, Sierre, regarding the Qian family. DC's expression stiffened. Di Chun sighed. The royal finances were strained. Initially, sending someone to the Fourth Army Group to serve as marshal was meant to provide you with experience, but the main reason was still due to the Qian family. You should now be aware of the situation at the front. The Empire's territory is preserved, and the citizens enjoy peace and stability thanks to the sacrifices of the frontline soldiers. IT relies on their bravery and the Empire's financial resources to maintain and replace the mechas. Given the current state of the royal family, they can no longer afford to support the four major army groups, especially now, under your command of the Fourth Army Corps, where the battle rages most fiercely and military expenditures are at their peak. I am quite aware of the desires of the Qian family. However, at that time I had no other recourse but to assign you to the Fourth Army Corps, rather than allowing the Fourth Army Corps to suffer greater casualties and the imperial territory to fall. I would willingly grant the Qian family some military positions, as long as they could help preserve the Fourth Army Corps. Chapter 91. The educational philosophy of Emperor Qin. Emperor Si was astounded. His father actually knew the intentions of the Qian family and had cooperated willingly. Son, although I can provide you with the military supplies and funding for the First Army Corps in advance, the quantity may differ significantly from your expectations. I hope you can understand this, Emperor Chun said with a pained expression. Emperor Si felt a wave of emotion. He hadn't anticipated such trust from his father, who would speak so candidly with him. But father, Qian Qing is too overbearing. Tears brimmed in Emperor Ci's eyes. For the first time, he felt a sense of grievance towards his father. Emperor Chun sighed again. My son, life is filled with both good fortune and adversity. Even I've been compelled to yield at times. But remember, patience and yielding are temporary. These choices are made to achieve a greater purpose. In due time, when opportunities arise, there will be no shortage of chances to regain dignity and rectify wrongs. Due to the Qin family's influence over the empire, he had no choice but to groom his eldest son as the future heir. Unfortunately, his eldest son had previously been wary of him, aligning himself closely with the Qin family, which led to missed opportunities for guidance. Yet, it was not too late, with the recent discord between his son and the Qin family. This was the perfect moment to draw his son closer and create a rift between him and the Qin family. Emperor Ci's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Emperor Chen. Father, I understand. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head once more to gaze at Emperor Chen. Father, please help me reserve the military funding and supplies for the 4th Army Corps for the next quarter. I will find a way to handle matters myself. Since a compromise with the Qin family was inevitable, he decided to embrace it fully. If Qian Qing desired to place his people within the 4th Army Corps, then let him fully support them. Emperor Chen was somewhat taken aback that he wanted to say more, but Emperor Ci bid him farewell. Emperor Chen accepted this and ended the video call with his eldest son. After their conversation, Emperor Ci pondered over Emperor Chen's words for a while before contacting Qian Qing via video call. After a considerable wait, Qian Qing finally appeared on the screen, his expression tinged with arrogance. He had thought his nephew could endure longer, but was surprised at how quickly he had succumbed. Truly, he was both incompetent and lacking in resolve. Emperor Ci felt his teeth grind in fury at Qian Qing's demeanor, but managed to suppress his anger. Uncle, he addressed him. Qian Qing replied nonchalantly. Emperor Ci's irritation grew, yet he held it in. He recalled his father's advice that patience now did not equate to a lifetime of subservience. Sooner or later, he would repay today's humiliation that I was wrong in the past. However, I cannot agree to the marriage with Xiao at this time, Emperor Ci stated. Qian Qing's expression darkened. Then why did you contact me? His intentions were to pressure his nephew into marrying Xiao, and since Emperor Ci disagreed, what was the purpose of this communication? My intention is to marry Xiao, and after I leave the 4th Army Corps. Emperor Ci quickly clarified. The frontline battles are relentless, and the situation is precarious. You would not want Xiao to become a widow, would you? Qian Qing's gaze turned somber as he looked at Emperor Ci. Remaining silent, he did not care whether Xiao would be a widow. What mattered to him was whether she would have children during her widowhood. However, he could not voice this concern. Furthermore, he understood his nephew's intentions. Emperor Ci was wary of becoming a pawn of the Qin family, hence his delay in marrying Xiao. And I know, Uncle, you intend to arrange for capable members of the Qin family to join the 4th Army Corps. There happen to be some vacancies within the military that, if you are willing, please provide me with a list of 20 individuals, and I will make arrangements for their placement. Of course, the initial positions will not be very high. But as long as they perform well, they will be promoted swiftly. Emperor Ci spoke earnestly. Qian Qing's eyes flickered with emotion, his heart softening. Placing individuals within the 4th Army Corps had been a long-held plan of his. Yet it had been thwarted by Emperor Ci until now. Given his nephew's cooperation, it seemed time to lower his guard. Son, it was not my intention to make things difficult for you. The Qin family's current situation is also quite challenging. The Jin family has been gaining momentum lately. They are not only selling organic food, but have also ventured into selling organic ingredients. While they currently only supply the 1st Army Corps and the royal family, who knows if they will continue to expand their market. In recent years, several of the natural cultivation planets under the Qin family's name had faced desertification. The IT was uncertain how long the Qin family's current situation could last. Emperor Ci snickered inwardly, but maintained an outward appearance of compliance. Let us not dwell on that. I will compile the list and send it to you promptly. Additionally, I will arrange for the supplies that have not yet been sent to the front line to be delivered soon. Qian Qing finally completed his performance and spoke up. Wait, Uncle, Emperor Ci interjected as Qian Qing seemed ready to conclude the call. Qian Qing paused, slightly displeased. Uncle, the current situation on the front line is extremely tense. The damage to mechas and the casualties among soldiers are severe. The funding the Qin family previously promised may not suffice. Qian Qing frowned. Uncle, if we do not repair or replace the damaged mechas. We will be unable to contend with the star beasts and the rampant insectoids. You would not want your cousins to suffer in the 4th Army Corps, would you? In truth, enduring hardship is the lesser concern. If we encounter a fierce battle and our soldiers' mechas malfunction, they may lose their lives on the front line. Qianqing finally relented. How much more do you need? Let S request double. Emperor C replied without hesitation. Qianqing's eyes widened. Double? He exclaimed, raising his voice. Yes. Emperor C nodded innocently. The recent losses have been substantial. Even doubling may not be sufficient. Otherwise, I would not be so anxious to seek your assistance. You are aware of the royal family's current situation. They cannot attend to me at all at this moment. You are my only recourse. Emperor C's face was filled with sincerity, which somewhat pleased Qianqing. Very well, I will grant you double. Thank you, uncle. Rest assured. When my cousins arrive, I will ensure they are well taken care of, Emperor C quickly promised. Chapter 92. Little Emperor Treasure inherits her abilities Qianqing acknowledged, concluding the conversation and disconnecting the call. Emperor C's expression darkened. To place personnel within the 4th Army Corps. Let them come if they dare. Before long, it was time for Su Yu to conclude her confinement. Dikun and Jin Na insisted she observe a full 42 days, which they deemed the proper duration for postpartum recovery. After emerging from confinement, Su Yu could finally enjoy food with a bit more flavor and resume normal bathing routines, bringing her much relief. Little Emperor Treasure was thriving, growing from 6 pounds and 2 ounces at birth to 8 pounds, a notably healthy increase. Additionally, now that Little Emperor Treasure had reached 1 month of age, he qualified for the implantation of a light brain that on this day, Di Kuan and Su Yu personally took Little Emperor Treasure to the Public Security Bureau's Household Registration Department to have the light brain implanted. The staff registered Su Yu and Di Kuan's information, verified their marital status, and proceeded to extract some biological data from Little Emperor Treasure for input into the light brain. Subsequently, the light brain was implanted into his wrist. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this device, powered by the body's bioelectricity, would accompany Little Emperor Treasure throughout his life. Your baby has reached the minimum age for a mental power assessment. If you have time, you can take him to an official testing agency for an evaluation of his mental power and potential. The records will automatically upload to the baby's light brain before the age of 18. He will have 1 free assessment opportunity each year. I recommend annual testing to monitor his mental power growth and ensure he develops healthily. The staff reminded Su Yu and Di Kuan after completing the procedures. Su Yu acknowledged, departing the Household Registration Department alongside Di Kuan, who cradled Little Emperor Treasure. Now that we're out, shall we visit Hiran and ask him to check the baby's mental power? The official testing agency will keep records, but at Hiran's place, we need not worry about such formalities. Her concerns stem from the realization that her son possessed spatial and purification abilities akin to her own. The revelation struck when, during an attempt to purify her spatial rings, 2 of them mysteriously vanished. Di Kuan searched high and low but found nothing. Eventually, the couple discovered that the lost rings had been absorbed into their son's space. Su Yu was both astonished and elated. Thus, she decided to try purifying unprocessed wild crops for Little Emperor Treasure. Remarkably, the toxins within the crops were indeed purified by him, after conducting several tests. Su Yu concluded that her son's ability level was likely 1, with a spatial capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter. Her son has inherited her extraordinary abilities, which implies that once his powers reach level 4, he will be able to purify toxic crops indefinitely by absorbing crystal cores. Together with her son and his descendants, they will shape the future of the empire, as long as her son's offspring possess the same purification gift. The empire will never face a shortage of natural ingredients. Di Kuan agreed, also eager to learn about their son's mental prowess. Consequently, the couple took a hover car to Hiran's residence. Hiran lived on the outskirts of Boundless City, adjacent to the garrison, making it remote yet secure. This was Su Yu's first visit, and upon entering, they were greeted by an enchanting woman who was to escort them. The woman's beauty and figure made Su Yu glance at Di Kuan with concern. Seeing him maintain a respectful gaze, she breathed a sigh of relief. The woman turned to lead them inside. Di Kuan finally chuckled. Su Yu shot him a glare. He slipped an arm around her waist, murmuring, "In my eyes, you are far more beautiful." Flushed with embarrassment, Su Yu attempted to push him away, but he held her firmly. "Be careful, lest someone sees," she warned, her eyes darting ahead. anxious that the previous beauty might look back. Dikuin laughed again. We are a couple. Let them look. His audacity was palpable. Then let go. Hold the child properly. Suyu retorted, and Dikuin finally relinquished his grip. Seeing her stride ahead, he hurried to catch up. Rest assured, that is a simulation robot developed by Hiran. It won't mind, he assured her that Suyu was taken aback that a robot. Its realism is astonishing. Marshall, Madam Marshall, please come in. The simulation robot Annie greeted, inputting a code to open a door. After exchanging glances with Dikuin, Suyu stepped inside. The sight within nearly left her in awe. The space was at least 4 stories high, filled with high-tech equipment suspended in the air, while piles of metallic parts lay strewn across the floor. Welcome, Marshall and Madam Marshall. Hiran's voice echoed from a distance. Suyu beheld a different Hiran, dressed in overalls, holding a recently removed mask. Clearly having been busy, Suyu greeted him in tandem with Dikuin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dikuin expressed his desire to conduct a mental power assessment for their son. Certainly, follow me. I recently upgraded the mental power testing device. IT can now not only measure mental power values, but also provide potential values and estimated upper limits. You have come at the right time. Suyu and Dikuin exchanged a glance, their interest piqued. Soon, they were led into a sealed, transparent mini-laboratory. Little Emperor Bao is still too young for the mental power helmet. Just use these 2 probes on his temples. Hiran explained, retrieving 2 probes and applying them to the child's head. The metallic probes felt cool against the skin, causing Little Emperor Bao to cry out in protest. Suyu swiftly took him in her arms. And upon sensing his mother's presence, he quieted down, but Hiran shot a knowing look at Dikuin and approached the nearby machine to begin the test. He pressed a button, and soon numbers began to flash on the large screen, rising rapidly from 0 until they reached the 90s, at which point the increase slowed. Ultimately, under Hiran's astonished gaze, the number settled at 101. Dikuin and Suyu exchanged glances. Sensing the implications, what is the child's condition? Suyu could not help but inquire. Hiran snapped back to reality. There may have been an instrument malfunction. Let me recalibrate. We will test again shortly. He removed the probes from Little Emperor Bao's head and began tinkering with the device, disregarding the concerned looks from Suyu and Dikuin. Chapter 93. The future of the Empire. Hiran worked swiftly, reconnecting various components of the instrument. Finally, he affixed the metal probes to his own temples for a test. When the numbers on the screen soared into the hundreds of thousands, Hiran exhaled in relief. All right, let us test again, he announced. Suyu and Dikuin shared a glance and cooperated with Hiran's instructions to their astonishment. The reading for Little Emperor Bao remained unchanged at 101. Hiran was flabbergasted. Impossible, I just tested it, and the equipment is functioning normally. Suyu could no longer contain her laughter. Minister, how can it be impossible? Perhaps my baby's mental power value genuinely is 101. Hiran gazed at her in disbelief. But for children under 1 year old, the highest recorded mental power value in the Empire is only 42. He then turned to Dikuin, the record holder. Records exist to be broken, Dikuin stated confidently. My son was born with exceptional mental power, achieving level E within 40 days. It is nothing extraordinary in the star realms. An individual's mental power is categorized into 9 levels. From the weakest, level F, where the value is greater than 0 but less than 100, to level E, where the value is 100 to less than 1,000. Each subsequent level increases the mental power tenfold. His son's inherent abilities far surpass those of his peers, promising a bright future ahead. Hiran set aside his arguments. Very well, if both the Marshal and Madam Marshal are so confident. What can I say? I have checked the instrument, and the likelihood of malfunction is minimal. Thus, this little heir may indeed be exceptionally gifted. Let us proceed with measuring the mental power potential and estimated upper limit for our child. Dikuin suggested, of course. Hiran replied, and began the assessment. The results left Hiran questioning his device once more. As Little Emperor Bao's mental power potential was measured at 10, this indicated that as long as the child remained healthy, his mental power could increase by more than 10 daily for some time. It is known that a person's mental power potential fluctuates and generally rises until the age of 18. Therefore, if today Little Emperor Bao's potential is 10, tomorrow it might be 11, or even 20. Even considering the base increase of 10, the child's mental power would escalate rapidly. While Hiran was aghast, Suyu and Dikuin were thoroughly pleased. What about the estimated upper limit? Dikuin inquired eagerly. Hiran looked at the large screen. there's a 100% probability of reaching level 3S, a 95% probability of attaining level 4S. At this point, Rand could hardly breathe, a 4S level. Thus, the Empire may indeed witness the emergence of a 4S level individual. My vision of a 4S mech is not merely a fanciful dream. As he contemplated, Rand's gaze grew fervent as he looked at little Emperor Bao in Su Yu's arms. The future owner of his miraculous mech had appeared. Rand's intense gaze prompted Su Yu to instinctively shift her arm, shielding her son from his scrutiny. Yet Rand stepped forward. At a critical moment, Di Kun interposed himself. It appears my child has great potential. However, with his current mental power level at E, he still has a long journey ahead to reach 4S. Allow me to train the little heir, Rand exclaimed with excitement. Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, he quickly amended. What I meant was, Marshal, please allow the little heir to train with me. I will devise the best training program to elevate his mental power to 4S swiftly. Di Kun frowned, poised to refuse. But so you spoke up. The baby is still too young. We should wait until he is 3 before introducing him to mental power training. She did not wish for her son to be burdened with studies before he could even speak. In the age of interstellar travel, mental power training was a course in itself. Di Kun turned to Su Yu. Starting at 3 means practical training will have to wait until he is 6 when he enters elementary school. Su Yu continued. That is unacceptable. Before Di Kun could voice his thoughts, Rand interjected. Madam Marshal, the little heir possesses immense mental power potential. He is currently the only individual in the Empire with a chance of achieving level 4S. The period before he turns 18 is when mental power potential increases most rapidly. Failing to seize this opportunity for training would squander his extraordinary gift. Su Yu furrowed her brow. She understood Rand's intentions were noble, yet she disapproved of his interference in her child's education. Just as she was about to respond, Di Kun spoke. We will manage our child's education. Minister, you have overstepped. Rand suddenly recognized the impropriety of his comments. I apologize, Madam Marshal. I was overly excited. I merely cannot bear to see the little heir's education neglected. Furthermore, he is the hope of our empire, the future owner of the miraculous mech I am designing. I sincerely urge you to consider my suggestion for the sake of both the little heir and the empire's future. Su Yu glanced at her son in her arms and responded with a non-committal whom there was nothing to contemplate. She was not prepared to compromise. Her son was still so young. The future of the empire was not his burden to bear. Di Kun frowned at Rand, who averted his gaze, unperturbed by the situation, that he did not believe he had spoken inappropriately. Di Kun intended to reprimand his subordinate, but was interrupted by Su Yu's voice. Minister, this equipment can also test the mental strength of adults, correct? Indeed, Rand replied immediately. Learning that the educational authority over the little emperor's treasure resided with Su Yu, Rand's demeanor towards her became even more enthusiastic than before. Then, might I also undergo a test? Noticing Emperor Kun's gaze, Su Yu continued, I feel that my mental strength has significantly increased recently, and why previous mental strength level must be outdated. 2 years prior, her mental strength was assessed at level E. After her arrival in this world, her abilities accompanied her, and her mental strength level had surely surpassed E. During this period, as she continuously absorbed crystal cores and employed her purification ability, her power level escalated from level 5 to level 7. Upgrading 1's abilities involves 2 factors. First, absorbing the energy from crystal cores, and second, consistently utilizing 1's powers. Su's space was filled with abundant resources, and her continual use of her purification ability perfectly satisfied both conditions. Su Yu surmised that her current mental strength level was undoubtedly impressive. Since her son had already measured his mental data, it would be prudent for her to undergo a test as well. Chapter 94. The unparalleled family of 3 to achieve a mental strength level of B would grant her the qualification to pilot a combat mech. At that time, she could request Rand to design a mech for her, thereby ensuring a degree of self-protection. Certainly, Madam Marshal, please, Rand said with courtesy, stepping forward to retrieve a mental helmet. Su handed the little emperor to Emperor Kun. After receiving the helmet, she placed it upon her head. Rand did not take it too seriously. Moving aside to operate the controls, he had little knowledge of the marshal's wife's affairs, but presumed her mental strength level was not particularly high. However, as the button was pressed, the numbers on the large screen began to surge dramatically. Rand turned his head, and upon seeing the rapidly increasing digits, he was nearly petrified. After approximately 10 seconds, the numbers finally stabilized. He ran, swallowed hard, starting to count the figures. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions. He swallowed again, 10 billion, 100 billion. 4S level. He ran's voice almost cracked after uttering those final 3 words. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Was he dreaming? Surely, this was a dream. Even after falling, he ran, felt no pain, and quickly glanced at Emperor Kun, seeking confirmation through his gaze. Emperor Kun was equally astonished by Su Yu's mental strength measurement. A staggering 101 billion was even higher than his own. What did Minister He say? He ran's last words were too faint for Su Yu to comprehend. Minister He, are you all right? Su Yu looked at Emperor Kun, signaling him to lend a hand to He. As Emperor Kun regained his composure and was about to assist, he ran. The latter had already scrambled back to his feet. Madam Marshal, have you undergone any mental strength testing before? He ran, stammered, addressing Su Yu. Su wore a puzzled expression, but answered truthfully. Yes, the most recent test was over 2 years ago. He ran's eyes flickered. What was the value back then? He asked anxiously. I can't recall the exact figure, but my mental strength level was... He ran's expression became even more incredulous. 2 years ago, it was E. And now it's 4S level. He glanced back at the testing equipment, certain that something must be amiss with his device. I must be going mad. I genuinely believe the marshal's wife's mental strength was 4S. He murmured softly, smacking his forehead. Su was somewhat bewildered by the situation and was about to inquire if she could remove the helmet when Emperor Kun spoke up. Perhaps you haven't lost your mind. Before checking the equipment, could you assist me with a test as well? Recently, I feel that my mental strength has also seen considerable growth. That he lived and dined with his wife, consuming the abundant food she had prepared. He and his mother had conducted tests on the purified ingredients his wife had prepared, discovering that the energy within those ingredients remained intact. Upon entering the body, these ingredients not only stabilized mental strength, but also significantly enhanced its potential. Furthermore, the meals prepared by his wife contained even higher energy content, resulting in a more pronounced increase in mental strength potential. Despite not having trained his mental strength during this period, he felt the rate of increase was even higher than when he practiced daily. He stared at Emperor Kun, somewhat dazed. Very well, he replied. Emperor Kun then approached Su Yu, handing the child back to her, removing the helmet from her head and donning it himself. He pressed the button, and the numbers on the screen surged once more. Ultimately, Emperor Kun's mental strength stabilized at 56 billion. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the shock, he accepted this figure with surprising calmness. The little emperor's mental strength would likely reach 4S level in the future. The marshal's wife had already attained 4S level. It was hardly surprising that the marshal's mental strength could have increased by over 40 billion in just a few months. Stepping outside, Emperor Kun glanced at the screen's figures, feeling a mix of astonishment and disappointment. His mental strength was not even half of his wife's. Please, measure my mental potential as well, he requested. He glanced at the couple. He acknowledged, continuing to conduct the test for Emperor Kun. The result revealed that Emperor Kun's mental potential was also higher than before, reaching 1 million. This meant that as long as he could maintain his current mental potential, he would increase his mental strength by 100 million in 10 days. In just 440 days, Emperor Kun's mental strength could also reach 4S level. While the calculations suggested this was correct, Emperor Kun knew that his ascent to 4S level would not require such a lengthy period. After all, he had only been near his wife for a few months, and his mental strength had already surged by over 40 billion. Clearly, it was not solely the meals prepared by his wife that contributed to his mental strength growth. Merely being in her presence had elevated his mental capacity significantly. He observed the situation, his gaze towards Emperor Kun filled with complexity. That on one hand, he was pleased for the marshal, who finally had a chance to elevate his power level to 4S. On the other, he felt a tinge of sympathy for the marshal. It seemed that his wife and child were both superior to him. Would the marshal's family status remain secure under such circumstances? Su Yu looked at Emperor Kun's astonishing mental strength with a hint of envy. She hadn't even checked her own value and wondered if it was necessary to retest it. What is my mental strength value? Su Yu inquired. 4S level. Emperor Kun responded without hesitation. Su Yu's eyes widened in shock as she questioned whether she had misheard. Your mental strength value is 101 billion, having reached 4S level. Emperor Kun affirmed earnestly. You are the master of miracles. Su Yu opened her mouth, at a loss for words. She had merely wanted to acquire a B-grade mech. and now she was being hailed as the future master of miracles? Am I truly this remarkable? She exclaimed, exhilarated yet incredulous. Emperor Kuan stepped forward, taking the little emperor from Su Yu's arms. You are far more formidable than you realize, he said with a smile. However, merely possessing mental strength is insufficient to pilot a mech. Let us take some time to rest. Once you are fully recovered, I will train you and teach you how to operate a mech. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, she nodded eagerly during the apocalypse. As a support-type ability user, she could only follow behind in a logistical capacity. Back then, she envied her teammates who fought valiantly against zombies in the front lines. Now, in this era devoid of zombies, there were still numerous star beasts and insectoids. Her husband was the marshal of the First Army Group and would undoubtedly return to the battlefield. When that time came, she intended to accompany their son and fight alongside them. Wanting to engage directly in combat against star beasts and insectoids, he ran observed the couple's interaction, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. Chapter 95. A gift for design. No, he thought, I shouldn't feel envy. No woman could compare to his Annie, who was gentle, obedient, and capable. Madam Marshal, may I ask you for a favor? Remembering the matter at hand, he ran quickly approached Su Yu. Under the intensity of his gaze, Su Yu instinctively felt a twinge of wariness. What is it? She replied, slightly hesitant. I am currently researching and designing the miracle. However, my mental strength level is only A, which limits my ability to conceptualize and design the mechs effectively. The calculations for advanced mechs are exceedingly complex, and despite having computer assistance, errors frequently occur. Your mental strength is at 4S level, and given the circumstances, it is highly likely that the miracle will be designed specifically for you. Therefore, could you possibly come here for 2 hours each day to assist me with testing and calculations for the mechs? Rand's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, he had to rely solely on his own slow exploration while designing the miracle. Now, with the marshal's wife's assistance, it was akin to a blind man acquiring cane to believe he could swiftly reach the goal of successfully designing the miracle. Emperor Kuan smiled at Su Yu, respecting her decision. Having recovered well during her postpartum period, she was entirely capable of assisting for a couple of hours each day. Certainly, Su Yu agreed readily. She was eager for the miracle's creation and looked forward to its manifestation. Rand's eyes gleamed with excitement, gazing at Su Yu as if she were the miracle itself. He finally understood the miracle's gender. It was female. The couple continued their conversation with Rand for a while before setting off back to the villa. Rand did not ask Annie to see them off, but personally escorted them to the door. After watching the family of 3 board the hover car and drive away, Rand turned back. A sense of satisfaction washing over him as he journeyed onward. Rand felt as if he were treading upon clouds, light and ethereal. The entire experience still seemed somewhat surreal to him, in the blink of an eye. The little emperor had already reached 2 months of age on this day. Di Kuan received a video call from Di Chun. Son, when do you plan to return to Di Xing? The wedding with Ye cannot be postponed any longer. I have already arranged for the palace steward to organize the details, and preparations must commence at least half a month in advance. After playfully interacting with the little emperor, Di Chun turned to Di Kuan. Were it not for his wife's persistent evasion regarding their return timeline, he would not have contacted his son directly. Naturally, he was also delighted to catch a glimpse of his grandson, who had undergone significant changes. He wondered when he would finally have the chance to hold him. Di Kuan exchanged glances with Su Yu. Next week, we will bring the little emperor back to see you, he declared. Di Chen's face brightened. Which day next week? He inquired, seeking a precise date. Di Kuan looked toward Su Yu, as if awaiting her input. Su Yu smiled, unwilling to disappoint her father-in-law, and replied, How about next Monday? Di Chun was overjoyed. Next Monday it is, then. Let it be settled, he exclaimed with excitement. Agreed, Su Yu affirmed. In that moment, Di Chun appeared less like an imperial ruler and more like a grandfather eagerly anticipating his grandchild. With a commitment from Di Chun, Su Yu broached the subject of returning to Di Xing during their lunch. When Jina learned of the situation, she mentally took note of Di Chen's actions. Well, if you cannot obtain information from here, you might as well reach out to your son and daughter-in-law. Then, we shall return to Di Xing on Monday. I will organize my affairs in the next couple of days, ensuring that even after our return, the Jin family's production and operations will not be disrupted. Indeed, Su Yu replied, contemplating the necessity of contacting. He ran to request a brief leave of absence. Ever since she had agreed to assist Iran with research and design regarding the divine machines, she had been reporting daily, often exceeding 2 hours each visit. Dikuin and the little emperor accompanied her. Dikuin merely served as her companion, while the little emperor sought nourishment. During her time with Iran, she had learned a great deal, including fundamental knowledge about mech tactics, and design. Both Dikuin and Iran praised her aptitude, though she was uncertain if Dikuin was simply trying to boost her spirits. However, she could discern the sincerity behind Iran's words. She indeed possessed a certain talent for mech design. After only a short period of study, she was already capable of independently designing mechs. Although her designs had numerous flaws, her creativity was met with high acclaim from Iran. Upon our return to Dixing, "Let us reside at Rose Manor," Dikuin suddenly suggested. His father had already transferred ownership of the estate to him, making it a far more convenient residence. After all, he had previously liquidated the properties bequeathed to him by his maternal grandfather. Without Rose Manor, they would have to either stay in the palace or a hotel. Staying in the palace was manageable for a short duration, but it would be inconvenient for an extended period. Meanwhile, a hotel could never compare to the comfort of home. Then you should contact the steward of Rose Manor and ask him to prepare the estate in advance. Gina advised, "I've already made that call." Although the ownership has changed, the steward and staff have been maintaining the property, so we can return at any time, Gina reassured. "When we return, we must prepare for your wedding," she continued. "For what I gather from your father, the plan is to publicly announce your identities during the ceremony." Gina directed her gaze toward the couple. At that point, it may cause quite a stir. The couple remained unconcerned. Creating a sensation is a good thing. If you do not mind the hassle, perhaps you could conduct a live stream on the wedding day. Such a significant influx of viewers would be perfect for driving traffic to our online store. "So you suggested." Gina's eyes lit up with excitement. "You can introduce both yourself and Dikuin through the live stream that in the future, aside from you, both Dikuin and I could engage with the audience as well, alleviating some of your burden." Gina was increasingly intrigued. Her son was not only the second prince, but also a war god, that a live stream featuring a war god would undoubtedly attract a multitude of viewers. As for her daughter-in-law, the ready-to-eat and prepared meal projects she had initiated already had factories in production. Once they accumulated enough inventory, they would launch on their online store for promotion. Given her daughter-in-law's culinary skills, a single live stream would surely garner a legion of admirers. That sounds good. However, we must also prepare in advance for the Qian family. Once your father announces Dikuin's identity as a war god, they will undoubtedly make trouble. I am not overly concerned about other matters, but I am particularly worried about your maternal family, Gina expressed, glancing at Suyu. Chapter 96. The mental power level reaches double S. It was only then that Suyu recalled the issue with the Su family. After Su Gang had sought her out and she had blocked him, he had contacted several others to reach her. Frustrated with the incessant interruptions, she had asked Dikuin to help her change her contact number to a private one. Now, only those on her whitelist could reach her via video or phone calls. "That I wish to sever ties with the Su family," she stated after a moment's hesitation. Given Su Gang and Xiao Ying's temperaments, it was only a matter of time before they sought her out, potentially causing trouble. It was wise to cut ties with them before they could create any issues. With that said, Suyu turned to Su E. "Today, my elder brother is at home, taking a break." Su E looked momentarily taken aback, realizing that his sister was seeking his opinion. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. "Count me in. There is no need to return to that family." Ever since their stepmother entered their lives, he and his sister had been neglected by their father. Their father had only cared for that mother-daughter duo, even when he was still in the 4th Group Army. His father had treated his sister slightly better due to his military status. However, after his accident and subsequent brain injury, their father had completely disregarded them. Not only had he expelled him from their home, but he had also failed to protect his sister, who had been wronged by their stepmother's daughter. He was uncertain whether their father had any involvement in those events. Su looked at Su E with gratitude. Her elder brother always chose to stand by her side without hesitation. Under the attentive care and treatment of Xiao Chun, Su E had regained his full memory. She had initially worried that he might distance himself due to her changes, but her concerns proved unfounded. He had not only remained close, but had also grown more protective of her. He assured her that he would never mistake her for anyone else and expressed joy at her recovery from her mental trauma. It turned out that she had been diagnosed with congenital mental trauma in her childhood. The Empire had seen such cases in the past, with only a handful achieving recovery. Those who did often exhibited personality changes yet remained fundamentally themselves. Ji-na turned to Su Yu and embraced her sympathetically. That Su Gang is a fool. It is better not to acknowledge such a father from now on. Your mother will take care of you. Su Yu felt touched. Yes. However, considering the timing of your severance from the Su family, once your identity as the prince's consort is publicly announced, it may invite some malicious speculation. Perhaps. Ji-na released her embrace and looked at Su Yu. It will be better to wait until your identity with Di Kuan is made public before revealing the Su family's mistreatment towards you and Sui. Then you could cut ties with them. Acting transparently is preferable to being suspected of underhanded dealings at this time. Su pondered this and found her mother-in-law's reasoning sound. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Ji-na's face lit up with a smile. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Thank you, mother. Why are you thanking me? You silly girl, that is unnecessary. The table was filled with harmonious laughter. After a brief pause, Ji-na turned her attention back to Di Kuan and Su Yi. Kuan, how is the situation regarding Xiao Yi's case? Will he be able to join us on this trip back to Dixing? Su Yi immediately looked at Di Kuan, his expression tinged with nervousness. Di Kuan offered a reassuring glance that he has been acquitted. The not guilty verdict will be delivered at the latest by the day after tomorrow. Di Kuan and Su Yu exchanged glances. We were hoping to surprise him, but it seems that surprise is no longer feasible. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a smile. Nevertheless, this is still a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Di Kuan. Don't mention it, big brother, Di Kuan replied with a smile. Once the not guilty verdict is issued, you will officially be exonerated. Your rank in the 4th Group Army will be restored, and they expect you to report back in a month. After that, you will likely need to remain stationed in the Western Theater. Di Kuan sighed helplessly. Previously, I had someone inquire about transferring you to our 1st Group Army, but that request was denied. The message came back that it was personally rejected by D.S. Su's expression stiffened. Su looked troubled. The first prince had evidently discovered her elder brother's identity and sought to use him to threaten Di Kuan. Keeping her brother in the 4th Group Army was clearly a risk. However, given her brother's circumstances, obtaining permission to transfer out without official approval would be exceedingly difficult. Realizing the predicament, Su Yi responded. If it comes to that, I will apply for discharge. After all, I only have 6 months remaining in my service. In the Empire, all males reaching the age of 25 with a mental power level of B were required to serve in the military for 5 years. If they achieved an A-level mental power before discharge, the term would be extended to 8 years. After that, with each increase in mental power level, the term would be extended by 3 years. His mental power level was rated as S. With a service term of 11 years, he enlisted at the age of 18, and in half a year, his service time would precisely reach 11 years. Although he felt a tinge of reluctance to leave the military, he believed that remaining would only burden his younger sister, and thus he preferred to retire. After all, he could still form a mercenary group post-retirement, allowing him to engage in frontline battles or hunt star beasts on desolate planets. Su and Di Kuan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions laden with complexity. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Big brother, Di Kuan spoke. You haven't tested your mental power level recently, have you? Your daily meals are the same as his, and your interactions with you have been quite frequent. Moreover, you've been out on missions a lot lately. Under these circumstances, your mental power level must have increased significantly. As it stands, your mental power level may no longer be S. Even if it hasn't reached SS, it likely isn't far off. Once your level hits SS, your service term will extend by another 3 years. Thus, even if the 4th Army does not intentionally make things difficult for you, you still cannot retire. No, Su Yi replied, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint the issue. This afternoon, let us go visit Minister He together, Su Yi suggested. Oh, Su Yi responded, slightly bewildered. That afternoon, he accompanied the couple to He Rant's laboratory. Upon seeing the results of his mental power level test, he finally understood his sister and brother-in-law's intentions. It was no wonder he felt increasingly adept at operating that S-class mecha. It turned out his mental power level had risen to SS. Seeing his mental power level exceeding 100 million, Su Yi felt an undeniable thrill. Who wouldn't he desire to enhance their mental power and pilot higher-class mechas? Yet, the timing of this elevation in his mental power level felt rather inconvenient. Chapter 97. Virtual Combat, PK, Su Yu and Di Kuan, while pleased with the expected results, also felt a pang of disappointment it appeared that finding a way to transfer Big Brother from the Fourth Army would require a different strategy. Su-Yi said apologetically, looking at Su-Yu. It's all right, Big Brother. If you must serve for another 3 years, then so be it. Perhaps during that time, your ability level will improve further. In that case, you'll be looking at another 3 years. Su-Yu smiled at Su-Yi, convinced that such a scenario was entirely plausible. After all, now that she was aware of her own abilities, she would undoubtedly assist her brother in elevating his mental power level even higher. Is it truly that easy to elevate one's mental power level? Su-Yi remarked, dismissing his sister's words lightly. Su glanced at DKU and is it difficult? She asked playfully. Dikuin offered a tender gaze to his wife. Not at all. Consider my ability level is nearing 4S. He was taken aback. 4S. He exclaimed incredulously, looking at Dikuin. You truly are a warrior. To think he had achieved 4S. Since the advent of the Interstellar era, no one had ever reached such a mental power level. I also find it quite manageable, and my mental power level has reached 4S as well. Su-Yu interjected, glancing at her elder brother mischievously. Su-Yi's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed he had misheard. What did you just say? Su-Yu's laughter filled the air. I said my mental power level has reached 4S. I've been visiting Minister He daily to assist him in researching and developing 4S mechas. By the way, I've also learned to pilot and operate the Godslayer now. Would you like to challenge me to a PK? Su-Yu asked eagerly. In the absence of a 4S mecha, she could only practice with a 3S mecha. However, after familiarizing herself with the 3S mecha's capabilities, she found it effortless to operate. Of course, due to her lack of experience, she knew she would struggle to defeat someone as seasoned as Dikuin. Nonetheless, she believed that with a 4S mecha, he would not stand a chance against her. Regardless of his proficiency with the 3S model, Su-Yi remained skeptical, turning his gaze toward Dikuin. Upon receiving a nod from Dikuin, his mind raced. His sister had become the first in the Empire to reach a mental power level of 4S. She was stronger than him, significantly so. After the initial shock, Su-Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Just moments ago, he had learned of his own elevation to double S, and he had hoped to gain enough strength to protect his sister. Little did he know, she had already surpassed him. Noticing Su-Yi's emotional turmoil, Su-Yi stepped forward and patted his arm. Come now, Big Brother. Let us have Minister He redesign a double S mecha for you. Mechas rated double S and above possessed a degree of consciousness and could achieve a certain level of mental connection with their operators. Therefore, mechas of this caliber were custom designed based on the operator's attributes. Given that Su-Yi's mental power had risen from S to double S, it was indeed time for him to upgrade his mecha. All right, Su-Yi agreed. Turning to face He ran. Just as he prepared to inquire about the costs, He ran spoke up. Designing a double S mecha is quite straightforward. You just need to provide some data for testing. Then enter the simulated combat system to demonstrate some combat habits using your mental power. And if you give me the S-class mecha you previously used, I'll charge you only 100 million star coins for the new one. Su-Yi's eyes widened. 100 million? And I have to give you my previous S-class mecha. He had always known that high-level mechas were expensive, but this exceeded his expectations. All right, I'll transfer the funds to you later. Su-Yu interjected, determined to gift her brother a double S mecha. You can't do that. Su-Yi exclaimed hurriedly. Though he had a substantial amount in his star coin account, it was nowhere near 100 million. He thought that with some effort hunting star beasts, he could eventually gather enough. Consider a loan. Once I accumulate enough, I'll pay you back. Su-Yi quickly added. He was aware that his sister and brother-in-law had already spent quite a bit on him, and he couldn't let them bear this expense as well. Su smiled at Su-Yi, and seeing his resolute expression, she simply replied, all right. She didn't mind whether he repaid her or not. After all, she wasn't particularly concerned about the money at that moment. With her response, Su-Yi felt a sense of relief. Resolving to repay her as soon as possible, he ran, sensing the funds were secured. Promptly arranged for Su-Yi to undergo testing. Su and Dikuin accompanied him to observe. The data was swiftly recorded, and he ran indicated that, due to the ample materials for the mecha, he could design and fabricate Su-Yi's mecha before next week. What about the upgraded version of the Windslayer that I requested? Su-Yu inquired, looking at He ran. The preliminary design draft for the miracle had already been completed, but some minor details required further calculation and revision. Manufacturing would also take some time, so she wouldn't be able to receive the miracle just yet. However, He ran agreed to design her a 3S light mecha as a temporary solution, essentially upgrading the Windslayer from double S to 3S. having become quite familiar with both the Wind Slayer and the God of War. So you felt confident in her ability to pilot the new mecha without difficulty. "I'll have it ready for you by Monday," He assured her. "I've already completed the design draft and sent it to the manufacturing department. The team may even be ready before Monday." Suyu's heart soared with joy. "Great," she exclaimed happily, then stepped aside to engage in a virtual combat simulation against Dikuin using a mental helmet that, in truth, she longed for real combat, yet her upgraded Wind Slayer had yet to arrive. Su-yi stood to the side. Observing the duel between his sister and brother-in-law, he was astounded to see Suyu holding her own against Dikuin, only faltering in tactics and positioning. This was a PK that required a mental power level of 3S or higher, and he suspected he would struggle even to manipulate the puppets in the command system. That it was only now that he fully believed his sister's mental power level had indeed reached 4S. Suyu and Dikuin battled 3 times, and each time, she was unable to defeat him. Despite her tenacity, she understood she was not yet a match for him. With her brother present, Suyu turned to Sui. "Big brother, would you like to give it a try? With a double S mecha. Let us have a PK," she suggested enthusiastically. Her mental power level of 4S allowed her to compete in any virtual combat. Currently, what she lacked was combat experience, and whether against Dikuin or her brother, both would serve as valuable training opportunities. Chapter 98, off to DQ007 for real combat, alright. After witnessing the duel between his sister and brother-in-law, Su-yi felt a surge of competitive spirit that he took the mental helmet from Dikuin, adjusted the combat level to double S, and prepared to face Suyu in a PK. Be careful. "Big brother, I'm coming for you," Suyu warned, launching the first attack. "Okay," Su-yi replied, maneuvering the puppets within the system. It was his first time operating a double S puppet. He initially struggled, almost falling prey to Suyu's sneak attacks on multiple occasions. "Hey, big brother, watch out," Suyu teased, pressing her advantage with another assault. Su-yi swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Under the relentless barrage from his sister, he found himself in a precarious defensive position. Gradually, however, he began to grasp the nuances of controlling a double S puppet, and his defense became increasingly manageable. Continuing on, they even began to seek opportunities for a counterattack. After being attacked, Suyu's eyes sparkled with realization. Her elder brother's combat experience was indeed extensive, as he quickly adapted to the output of dual S-level mental power. With this in mind, Suyu began to take the battle seriously. Compared to Dikuin, her brother was actually her more ideal opponent. Although his combat experience far surpassed hers, his mental power had only just entered the realm of dual S-level. This relatively low mental power would somewhat hinder his performance. In contrast, Suyu faced no such limitations. Thus she possessed the strength to challenge her brother. Both were acutely aware of this, and consequently, during the ensuing duel, neither party became distracted. They fought with all their might. As the battle progressed, they exchanged blows, and neither gained the upper hand. After 15 minutes, Suyu launched a fierce attack that narrowly defeated Su-yi. "Yay!" Suyu exclaimed with excitement. This battle was truly exhilarating. Su-yi, showing a hint of regret, removed his mental helmet. "I was outmatched. Yu, congratulations on your victory." Su-yi looked at his sister with a proud expression. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to her newfound strength, it was indeed a good thing for her to be powerful that he felt pride in her achievements. It was just a narrow win. I only gained the advantage because you are still unfamiliar with the release of dual S-level mental power. If we were to engage in actual combat while piloting mechs of the same level, I would not stand a chance against you, Suyu remarked. There will be plenty of opportunities for real combat. Once your mech is ready, I will take you to the Wild Star to hunt star beasts, Su-yi praised. He showed no concern for Dikuin's presence. Hearing this, Dikuin glanced at his brother-in-law and said, "Yes, once we return from Imperial Star, I will take you to hunt on the Wild Star." Suyu smiled and nodded. Okay. Time passed productively. On Saturday afternoon, both Suyu and Su-yi received their mechs. Suyu gazed at her upgraded Wind Slayer with fervent eyes. Su-yi was equally thrilled, eager to jump into his mech and embark on a hunt. "How about we sign up for a mission on DQ007 Star tomorrow?" Suyu suggested. She had ample resources set aside for her son, ensuring he would not go hungry even if she were away for a while. Su-yi was tempted but looked to Dikuin, concerned that this devoted father might hesitate to part with his son. Although DQ007 Star was not far from DQ008 Star, it would still take over an hour to travel by spaceship. If they undertook a mission, they would need to leave in the morning and would not return until the afternoon. Di-Kun naturally would not allow his wife to venture alone to the wild star. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed, "I will inform Mom," and asked her to help look after Xiao Bao for the day. The siblings both concurred. Gina was delighted upon hearing the news. "You two go ahead. I will take good care of Xiao Bao." With their new mechs in hand, they reminded each other to practice diligently. The number of star beasts on DQ-07 was plentiful, and their assistance would expedite the cleanup efforts for the Jean family. The prospect of spending an entire day with her grandson filled Gina with joy. She decided to take the day off tomorrow. I must also contact that old man to boast about taking care of my grandson." The trio promptly registered for the Star Beast hunting mission on DQ-007 star, and on Sunday, the three set out early for DQ-007 star. This planet was slightly smaller than DQ-008 star, but was far more desolate than DQ-008 had previously served as a penal colony, with several safe zones and some indigenous inhabitants that in contrast, DQ-007 was a completely barren world, devoid of safe zones and long-term residents. The Jean family's current plan was to clear the star beasts from this planet, exterminating the higher level and more aggressive star beasts before sending in personnel to construct small safe zones. Subsequently, they would gather available crops surrounding these safe zones and cultivate the land for planting. The soil on barren stars was remarkably easy to cultivate due to the abundant internal energy. Crops could thrive without fertilizers or pesticides, as long as the wild grass or trees surrounding the crops were cleared away. They would grow rapidly. Upon arriving at DQ-07 star, the trio descended into a dense jungle. The trees here towered over 100 meters, truly reaching the sky. Di-Kun landed the spaceship atop one of these colossal trees and instructed everyone to enter their mechs from the air. Mechs of dual S level or higher were highly intelligent. Once retrieved from the spatial necklace, they could automatically guide their pilots into the cockpit. Without hesitation, Suyu took out her upgraded Wind Slayer, and in an instant, her consciousness linked with the mech. She leapt down and landed smoothly in the cockpit. Seeing that his wife was unharmed, Di-Kun quickly entered the cockpit of the slashing god. Suyu was the last to enter his dual S-level mech's cockpit, but he noticed that the differences between dual S-level mechs and 3S level mechs were indeed significant. While the appearance of dual S-level mechs was less dazzling than that of 3S level mechs, their performance seemed to lack in comparison as well. He realized he needed to work hard to enhance his mental power to pilot a 3S level mech sooner, once all three were in their cockpits. They established a communication link. Di-Kun took on the role of combat commander, leading his two teammates through the forest. Mechs of dual S level or higher were equipped with large-scale mapping functions capable of detecting the presence of star beasts within 100 kilometers. "Open the map now," Di-Kun instructed. Suyu, having learned the theoretical knowledge beforehand, quickly brought up the large map. Upon seeing it, she discovered that the mech's mapping capability was even more advanced than she had anticipated. The map not only indicated the locations of the star beasts, but also provided a clear depiction of the terrain, complete with labels such as valleys, rivers, and hills. 10 kilometers to the northwest. There's a valley housing one level 5 star beast for level 4 star beasts and a multitude of lower level star beasts. Let this be our first battlefield. Now, let's set off, with Di-Kun's command. The three pilots maneuvered their mechs and began their journey. Di-Kun utilized the mech's autopilot feature, selecting the destination for automatic navigation. However, Suyu and Su-E opted to manually control their mechs, needing to hone their skills rather than conserve energy. The mechs moved swiftly, and due to their massive size and long legs, any lapse in mental power could result in a traffic accident. Yet it was evident that both Suyu and Su-E adeptly controlled their mechs, avoiding any obstacles. When they were just 1 kilometer away from their destination, Di-Kun began to outline the next combat strategy. "Elder brother, you head to the eastern part of the valley for interception. You come with me to the western entrance. Once we arrive, you will take charge of eliminating all level 2 and above star beasts within the valley. There are too many star beasts. We need not spare the level 2s. After all, when we return in a while, the level 1 star beast will have already grown to level 2. Understood." Suyu and Su-E responded swiftly. Following the plan, they proceeded to their designated positions. Upon arrival, Suyu initiated the hunting mission. This was her first time maneuvering a mech in reality to hunt star beasts, and while there were some differences from virtual combat, the operational methods remained largely the same. Level 3 mechs had an exceptionally high compatibility with their pilot's mental power, allowing for seamless control. It felt less like she was piloting a mech and more like she was the mech itself. Thus, as she hunted star beasts, Suyu found it remarkably effortless. Although she was initially a bit flustered when facing the first few star beasts, she quickly adapted and became adept at the task. Having experienced the apocalypse, she adjusted to the bloodshed swiftly, transforming her mech into a gruesome scythe within the valley. He shared a visual connection with Suyu, witnessing her slaughtering the star beasts with such fervor. He felt both astonished and proud. His sister was a born warrior. The advanced mech dealt with these lower-level star beasts as easily as chopping vegetables. Suyu wielded her sword at times and unleashed drilling attacks at others, swiftly dispatching all the target star beasts in the valley. Numerous star beasts fell, their blood staining the stream within the valley red. All right, it's time to clean up the battlefield. Dikuin quickly issued the next order. Just as Suyu was about to act, Suyu stopped him. I'll handle it, she stated, employing her spatial abilities. After her powers advanced 2 levels, her spatial capacity had expanded 100-fold, capable of storing vast amounts of material. Using her mental power, Suyu selected the star beast corpses nearby and even further away, within a 10-meter range, effortlessly collecting them into her spatial storage. Even Dikuin, who had witnessed Suyu's ability to retrieve items from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. He was even more astonished, realizing just how remarkable his sister's powers were. With Suyu's efficiency in clearing the battlefield, it was soon left pristine. Meanwhile, Dikuin had already selected the next combat zone. This time, the battlefield was at the summit of a mountain. The number of level 4 and 5 star beasts was comparable to that in the valley, but there were even more lower-level star beasts. Upon reaching the designated combat position, Dikuin instructed, You and elder brother will act together. Do your best to prevent too many star beasts from escaping. This battlefield lacked the potential for encirclement like the valley, necessitating a swift resolution to eliminate the majority of star beasts. Understood, the siblings quickly affirmed. Upon arriving at the designated location, they commenced their harvest. He had been battling star beasts for years. Despite the change in mechas, it hardly affected his prowess in exterminating these creatures. As the slaughter continued, he felt a profound unity with the mecha he piloted. This exhilarating sensation of mental fusion invigorated him. He mused that this was the allure of advanced mechas. At that moment, he felt invincible. The massacre atop the mountain ended swiftly. The siblings, working in unison, allowed only a handful of star beasts to escape. While over 90% of their targets lay lifeless, Suyu promptly cleared the battlefield and, under Dikuin's orders, proceeded to the next destination. Dikuin specifically targeted areas teeming with star beasts, directing Suyu and Su-e, his relentless executors, to reap the harvest by noon. The trio remained within their mechas, each retrieving pre-prepared provisions from their spatial rings to dine within the cockpit. After their meal, they resumed wielding their scythes of death, continuing to harvest star beasts. The star beasts of DQ-07 were facing the most extensive slaughter in history. At T4 in the afternoon, Dikuin deemed that Suyu had gained ample practical experience and finally ceased arranging further combat operations. It's time to return. We can still make it home for dinner, he declared. Yes. I can't wait to see Xiaobi. It's the first time you two have been away from him for so long. Suyu replied with a smile. I see you also missed her son. Nodding in agreement, Dikuin then guided the siblings to a large tree, allowing the mecha to deliver them from the cockpit before retrieving the spaceship from a spatial ring. Dikuin swiftly entered the vessel and stored the mecha within his mecha necklace. You go first, he instructed. Okay, Suyu responded, letting the mecha transport her to the spaceship's hatch before leaping inside. All right, it's your turn, big brother. Suyu called to Su-e acknowledged, following Suyu's example to enter the spaceship and stow away his mecha. The trio returned triumphantly. Upon reaching DQ-008, they did not head home immediately, but instead visited the recycling station to submit their mission. On the way, Suyu had filled the 300 spatial rings they had collected with resources. Upon arrival at the station, Su-e, under the astonished gaze of the staff, handed over the 300 rings filled with star beast corpses. The total reimbursement is 15,005,420 star coins, the staff announced, trembling slightly that Su was taken aback. Even though he had anticipated a considerable bounty, he had not expected it to be so substantial. It was worth noting that the star beast corpses they submitted did not even account for half of what they had hunted that day. The remainder, including those of level 4 and above,